He was a contemporary of Namikaze Minato, a mere inconspicuous presence in the class, lacking any notable talents and burdened by a lethargic chakra. He found himself incapable of mastering any ninjutsu. Were it not for unforeseen circumstances, he would inevitably become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, he possessed a hidden advantage. His chakra grew incrementally by 0.5% each day, and now he had amassed 1/10 of a card with a promising future ahead. I shall wield my blade and leave the rest to my chakra. When the 10 tails is born, he shall raise his formidable chakra with a slow flourish of his blade. Do you wish to dance as well under my chakra? All ninjutsu is but a mere flourish. Taihuo sat diligently in the back of the classroom, paying rapt attention in every lesson. A piece of good news. This world is wondrous, endowed with the extraordinary essence of chakra, reminiscent of the manga Naruto that he cherished. Yet, several unfortunate tidings ensued. Sei-do-en. He did not belong to a ninja clan, lacking any inheritance of ninjutsu within his family. Saidi, his chakra was scant. Daide. For 2 years, he had been unable to master the body replacement technique, earning the title of the bottom of the class. Nonetheless, there was no need for despair. One must not lose heart, for which traverser has not had their own advantages. His was the notion of greatness coming late, or rather, the fact that his chakra increased by 0.5% each day. While I may not learn ninjutsu, I am certain that in the future, my chakra will at least commence at the unit of 100 million cards. What need is there for ninjutsu? Just the mere release of this chakra would compel even Kaguya to widen her 3 eyes and kneel in submission. But for now, I must strive diligently, lest I perish at the hands of petty miscreants before my 100 million ambitions are realized. Thus, he remained attentive in class, although he could not master ninjutsu. It did not preclude him from understanding what ninjutsu entailed: the various techniques, their hand seals, methods of release, and their respective strengths and weaknesses. After all, others could unleash ninjutsu upon him. This is known as knowing the enemy. In terms of knowing oneself, Taihuo chose the blade. It is far longer than a shuriken, and with every inch, it grows stronger. He devoted considerable time each day to honing his swordsmanship. He practiced slicing wooden posts, targeting the bullseye, and now he could even slice moving incense sticks beyond the blade. He also trained his hands. After all, a blade can be lost. At the podium, a Chian instructor spoke in a calm and steady tone, filling the blackboard with notes in no time. Below, the students drifted into distraction, whispering softly, yet he listened intently and remained unfazed. After all, ninjas must ultimately communicate with their kunai and ninjutsu. These academic subjects were, in truth, of little importance. Whether one was an information ninja or a medical sealing ninja, they typically resumed study only after being assigned their specialties. Nikkei Tomoyoshi paused his writing and turned to observe the earnest Taihuo, letting out a subtle sigh. Taihuo worked diligently, but alas, becoming a ninja was a profession reliant on ninjutsu. Without the ability to learn it, he could never truly become a ninja. Class dismissed for a break. Nikkei Tomoyoshi announced as he departed, "Minato, let's go to the playground." Several boys leaped from the window, beckoning Minato to follow swiftly. As Minato turned, he called out to Taihuo, "Taihuo, come along. They're sure to dig traps again." Though Taihuo could not perform ninjutsu, he was a commendable laborer, at least in his 3rd year at the Ninja Academy. His swordsmanship and physical strength were formidable weapons. Under his meticulous training, only the young Hyuga could best him. "All right," Taihuo replied, following suit through the window. Namikaze Minato, the future 4th Hokage, truly exuded warmth. At the very least, he excelled in fostering camaraderie among classmates. The trap-digging endeavor was orchestrated by Nara Shikaku, with others executing the plan. Target, the teacher. Of course, it had never succeeded, but Nara Shikaku declared with unwavering confidence, "Trust me, it will surely work." The teacher would undoubtedly feign ignorance to avoid discouraging the students. Indeed, this information gap was the source of his authority, a clear expression of his intellectual superiority. Once the pit was dug and concealed, everyone settled down to discuss the graduation exam. The Ninja Academy's graduation exam was not confined to any specific year, but it was generally assumed to be for those in at least their 3rd year. Below that, students could not even master the body replacement technique, rendering their attendance a waste of resources. Some attention-seeking students often preferred to register early. What if they passed the assessment. If they did, they would be deemed geniuses and earn a great deal of admiration. If they failed, they could simply continue their studies without hindrance. In the original story, Naruto was in such a predicament, attempting the graduation assessment year after year since the 3rd grade. By the time of the official graduation, he had already failed 3 times. A boy with a spiky hairstyle exclaimed, "I'm definitely going to take the graduation exam early. Who's with me?" This was from the Inuzuka clan, known for their boisterous demeanor. Tihuo replied, "I certainly won't participate unless the heavens grant me the body replacement technique. However, I will undoubtedly give you a good thrashing in today's practice class." Inuzuka Tutimaru inquired, "Why?" His dog barked in agreement. Taihuo declared, "Although I cannot graduate, I can certainly boast about defeating a genius who can. Isn't that worth bragging about?" Inuzuka Tutimaru fell silent. The others paused briefly before erupting in laughter. The bell soon rang for class, yet the teacher was notably tardy. Surely the teacher hasn't fallen into the toilet. Someone speculated, "Minato, why don't you check the office?" A few voiced their dissatisfaction. "Isn't it better if the teacher doesn't show up?" Just as they were speaking, the classroom door swung open abruptly, plunging the room into silence. Nikade Tomoyoshi entered with a girl sporting red hair. The girl kept her head down, timidly, and as Tihua gazed upon her, he recognized her immediately. Uzumaki Kushina. The wheels of fate began to turn. "I would like to introduce your new classmate, Uzumaki Kushina." "Kushina, please introduce yourself." Gathering her courage, Kushina stammered, "My name is Uzumaki Kushina. My dream is to become Hokage." A wave of laughter erupted from the class, further deepening Kushina's embarrassment. Yet Minato beamed at her like a bright sun. The teacher banged his desk. "Quiet." He scanned the room before pointing to the empty seat beside Tiehu. "Kushina, you'll sit there." Taihuo thought, "Is my bottom of the class seat already gone?" What was once a solitary space was now shared with a deskmate, plunging his life into a haze of uncertainty. The bond of having a deskmate rendered solitude impossible. He wished to rise and bow to the teacher. "Nikade sensei, please restore my peace." Kushina timidly said, "Hi, hello." Then, he returned to focusing on the lesson. No one could deter him from his studies, not even beauty. However, he couldn't help but notice the pleasant fragrance that enveloped Kushina. When class ended and the teacher departed, Kushina, still looking down, ventured, Tihua introduced himself. "I am Taihuo. Let's go outside and make some new friends." The journey of Kushina in forming new friendships was far from ideal. The children were candid, and one of them, with a blunt expression, declared to Hinata, "We don't wish to befriend a red-haired monster." With a cold dismissal, they turned away. Kushina felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her, nearly brought to tears. When Tetsuharu offered a word of comfort, "Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Your red hair is quite beautiful, akin to a flickering flame." "Really, truly?" Kushina inquired, a flicker of hope in her eyes as she looked towards Tetsuharu. "Indeed, it is beautiful," he reassured her. "At least, that is how I perceive it." Kushina simply replied with an and fell silent. Soon, it was time for the physical training session. Nikaido Tomoyoshi instructed the students to line up, leading them on a lap around the training ground. After this warm-up, they proceeded to practice shuriken throwing, followed by foundational physical techniques and sparring. During the run, Kushina trailed closely behind Tetsuharu, focused intently on her pace. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for their exceptional endurance, while her classmates gasped for breath, leaning on their knees. Kushina merely flushed, her breathing remaining steady. When it came time to throw shuriken, although her accuracy was somewhat lacking, her strength surpassed that of her peers. The sound of her shuriken striking the wooden target resonating significantly. Kushina kept an eye on Tetsuharu. It appeared that Tetsuharu's shuriken throwing was not particularly impressive either, his performance comparable to her own, both falling into the struggling category. It seemed Tetsuharu's stamina was lacking as well. Noticing her gaze, Tetsuharu turned to her with a smile. "Kushina, let's give our best in the upcoming sparring session." Kushina responded. You too. Tetsuharu, you're eighth. Tetsuharu mused to himself. So, it seems Naruto's catchphrase is hereditary. What a powerful quirk. He nodded. Let's do our best. Nikaido Tomoyoshi surveyed the students, announcing, next, we will commence the sparring session. I will call names, and you will pair up. Tetsuharu, Hinatsuki, Minato, Fugaku, Mikoto, you will pair with the newcomer. Kushina, I reiterate, please ensure safety. Do not target vital areas such as the eyes during combat. Tetsuharu and Hinatsuki formed opposing stances. Hinatsuki widened his Byakugan eyes, inquiring, shall we start unarmed? He and his brother, Hinata, were Tetsuharu's usual sparring partners and were quite familiar with one another. Tetsuharu replied, as per our usual custom. He spread his hands, focusing his attention on Hinatsuki, who initiated with the soft fist style, launching into a series of attacks. Tetsuharu mirrored Hinatsuki's movements, maintaining a safe distance as he adjusted his position in accordance with his opponent's footwork. Hinatsuki pressed forward, attempting to flank Tetsuharu several times, but each effort was deftly evaded. Distance. He consistently maintained a safe space. Tetsuharu rarely employed his hands. Even when he did, he ensured they never made contact with Hinatsuki's, preserving an angle that prevented Hinatsuki from landing a hit on him with his chakra-infused strikes. Nikaido Tomoyoshi observed the two, assessing their current state. Tetsuharu has made remarkable progress compared to yesterday. His improvement is quite evident. This was indeed a daunting revelation. Within merely a day, Tetsuharu had displayed significant advancement in his physical techniques. Just how substantial was this growth? The situation on the field was clear. Hinatsuki had no means to close the gap, relying solely on his soft fist techniques. He posed no threat to Tetsuharu. He called for a halt. All right, stop. As they concluded their bout, the two formed a reconciliation seal, and Nikaido Tomoyoshi offered his commentary. Tetsuharu's progress is plain to see. He has consistently maintained a favorable distance from Hinatsuki, ensuring that their proximity is neither too far nor too close. In a knife fight, Hinatsuki, you would find it exceedingly difficult, given that he was about to declare that the unarmed bout was a draw and that the knife fight would require no comparison. But Hinatsuki stubbornly countered. Next, Tetsuharu, you should wield a knife. Tetsuharu replied, all right. He took a wooden sword in hand and gestured towards Hinatsuki. Come on. Once more, they formed opposing stances. Tetsuharu initiated the attack, slicing diagonally from the right down to the left, the wooden sword cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. This time, it was Hinatsuki who began to retreat, seeking to maintain distance. The two maneuvered across the field, entirely reversing roles from the previous unarmed bout, with Hinatsuki now striving to keep his distance. Tetsuharu's progress was evident as he struck with precision, withdrew, and sidestepped, embodying a certain mechanical elegance. Hinatsuki continued to retreat, retreat, each attempt to close in failing miserably. He was controlling the distance, but Tetsuharu was equally adept at managing it. This feeling of being neither too close nor too far was increasingly discomforting for Hinatsuki, yet his Byakugan eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, this sensation was becoming increasingly unbearable. He was a commoner, an orphan without any family lineage. How could he possibly progress so swiftly? Today, he found himself at a stalemate. Hinatsuki felt that his own advancement had been commendable. Since forging a permanent sparring partnership with Tetsuharu, his soft fist techniques had garnered accolades within the Hyuga clan, even being dubbed a genius of the younger generation, surpassing even his brother, Hinata, in skill. Yet, Tetsuharu's progress eclipsed his own. Distance. The classmates were growing weary of the display. Narashikaku yawned after watching for a while, admitting that both fighters were formidable, but the spectacle was undeniably dull. Narashikaku remarked, if Hinatsuki cannot achieve an absolute speed advantage to suddenly close in, this is the result. He cannot approach Tetsuharu. Moreover, Tetsuharu's movements rely heavily on footwork, requiring far less energy than Hinatsuki. We are still but 80-year-old children. Our chakra is limited. The implication was clear. If this continued, Hinatsuki was destined to lose. Akimichi Choza munched on some snacks, muttering, but the Hyuga clan does not practice ninjutsu, unless they wait until adulthood to learn body flicker techniques. Terry's no other option. Nara Shikaku nodded, stating, Tetsuharu is intelligent and diligent. Intelligence and diligence. These are the roots of Tetsuharu's physical prowess reaching such heights. Nara Shikaku had chanced upon Tetsuharu meticulously documenting combat strategies with his classmates in a folder, establishing coordinates, curves, and conducting function analyses. This exemplified his intelligence and diligence. It could be said that he had analyzed the techniques of his classmates, particularly those of the Hyuga clan, for no less than a year and a half. Nearly 700 times. What a level of obsession. With such depth of understanding, the moment Hinatsuki lifted a foot or raised a hand, Tetsuharu could predict his every move. Without an absolute speed advantage, how could one compete? Nara Shikaku could not help but cast a lingering glance at Tetsuharu, pondering that analytical model must surely be deeply ingrained in his mind by now. Many devoted their energy and effort to practicing physical techniques, but to exercise the mind in such a manner was a rarity, akin to a scorpion attempting to defecate a truly unique.
This manner bears a certain resemblance to the techniques of the Nara clan. The secret art of the Nara family revolves around shadows, and its drawbacks are quite apparent. Firstly, it lacks sufficient speed, and secondly, it is overly conspicuous. For where there is light, there must also be darkness. Even at night, if a person's shadow exhibits unusual movement, it can be easily observed by a ninja's keen eyesight. Thus, one must employ strategy, gradually maneuvering through the environment, utilizing guidance and deception to lead the enemy into making contact with the shadow of the secret art. Nara Shikahisa has indeed pondered whether this classmate named Teku might be his long-lost cousin, or perhaps a distant uncle. But alas, he possesses no evidence. As Teku's blade descended, his movements were not particularly swift. Amidst the whooshing sounds, he consistently faced Nichizuki with the edge of his knife, each strike executed with deliberate control. With every slash, he advanced and retreated, employing his steps to engage his waist, creating a seamless unity with his opponent. Advancing constituted a singular entity, as did retreating. Nichizuki found himself unable to close the distance. Facing the blade with his bare hands rendered him cautious and hesitant. Had the knife come crashing down, he would not have feared it, for he could have seized it with his hand, employing a technique to disarm Teku. However, Teku clearly infused each strike with a dragging force, transforming the blade's impact into that of a saw. Should Nichizuki dare to engage, he would risk sustaining a grievous wound. Of course, to inflict a wound, it must be a real blade, for a wooden sword lacks such lethality. Yet Nichizuki was concerned about his reputation. He treated the wooden sword as if it were genuine, for the honor of the Hyuga clan compelled him to refrain from resorting to underhanded tactics. Thus, he could only continue to retreat, his feet dancing upon the 8 trigram step, attempting to draw forth a flaw from Teku's defenses. A single opening, a moment of vulnerability, would afford him the opportunity to close in. Just a single blade's distance would allow him to reach Teku's hands. A mere touch would suffice to determine the outcome of their contest. Alas, he could not advance, not even an inch. Reflected within his Byakugan were a pair of deep brown eyes, calm and focused, unaffected by the ebbs and flows of victory or defeat, as if he existed in a realm beyond joy and sorrow. He resembled a stone, a deep wellspring, a night sky, yet he bore no semblance of human emotion. Meanwhile, Teku was calculating, constantly assessing, using himself as the origin of a coordinate system, with Nichizuki as another point, calculating their spatial positions. This system encompassed the ground and terrain around them, perpetually shifting and adjusting. Each illusory curve tugged at the fabric of their engagement. However, his movements remained insufficiently precise. The position of his strikes often deviated slightly. My training is still lacking, not nearly precise enough, and my self-control is inadequate. Numerous openings had been missed due to minor errors beneath his feet and slight discrepancies in his hand. Thus, the standoff persisted. Gradually, both began to pant. The intensity of their duel consumed far more energy than their earlier running. Naidame Kadoya Yuryu clapped his hands, calling for a halt. That's enough? Teku, Nichizuki. Teku and Nichizuki formed a seal of reconciliation. The second group, consisting of Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku, stepped forward. After forming opposing seals, they commenced their practice. In contrast to the tedium of Teku and Nichizuki, this duo embodied the essence of a true ninja. They initiated their exchange by hurling shuriken. Uchiha Fugaku launched 4 shuriken, each following varied trajectories of speed and direction towards Namikaze Minato. In response, Minato threw 2 shuriken, swiftly drawing a kunai, which he gripped firmly. With a flick of his wrist, he inscribed a figure 8 in the air, causing the 2 shuriken to clatter harmlessly to the ground. Immediately after, Fugaku advanced with a kunai, and the two engaged at a close range, employing rapid thrusts akin to a dagger's assassination technique. producing a cacophony of clashing sounds. As they separated, Minato pressed forward once more, but Fugaku's kunai came slicing downwards, only to find itself striking nothing. A shadow clone. Minato had, unbeknownst to Fugaku, employed the shadow clone technique. The real Minato was closely aligned with his clone. The two separated only by the thickness of a single body, as he thrust a kunai into Fugaku's neck. Finished. Minato is so cool. Minato-kun is incredible, cheered the onlooking classmates, particularly the female students. Teku attentively observed the combat between the two, storing the insights in his mind for future analysis. What a spectacle that Yellow Flash is. Such an awe-inspiring figure in the world of ninjas. Surely, his combat techniques warrant meticulous analysis. Next came Nichihisa and Akimichi Chusa. Nichihisa merely executed 3 simple moves before closing in, his 8 trigrams palm pressing against Chusa's chest. Following that, the exchanges devolved into a chaotic tussle, culminating in the final match between Mikoto and Kushina, which ultimately transformed into a hair-pulling contest. Leveraging her remarkable strength, Kushina secured victory. However, the atmosphere shifted. "She is so savage," the girls murmured, perceiving her as excessively violent. Naidame Kadoya Yuryu gently admonished, "In a duel, one must employ technique. This is not mere brawling." He then prompted the two to form a seal of reconciliation. "Alright, I shall now provide my commentary. Firstly, regarding the pairing of Teku and Nichizuki, Teku has shown rapid progress, while Nichizuki has become somewhat impatient. As for Minato and Fugaku, Minato's tactics were splendid, utilizing the shadow clone to position himself behind the clone, creating a positional advantage that successfully deceived Fugaku and exposed his vulnerabilities. After this evaluation, the school day was declared concluded. The Ninjutsu Academy dismissed its students quite early, typically around 4 o'clock, leaving the remainder of the day to their own devices. Teka's plan involved summarizing the day's lessons, often alongside the youthful trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Shikihisa enjoyed sunbathing atop the water station's roof, while Chusa preferred quiet corners to indulge in snacks. Yamanaka Ino, due to the nature of his clan's secret arts, also favored tranquility. As the adage goes, like attracts like. Thus, the four's personalities naturally aligned. Leaning against a robust water pipe, Teku opened his folder, jotting down notes and creating diagrams to summarize the day's encounters. His pen danced across the paper, sketching functions that gradually manifested the earlier battles upon the coordinate grid, allowing for incremental analysis. A flurry of cheerful footsteps ascended the staircase, 2 individuals approaching, one with heavy steps and the other light and nimble. Teku raised his gaze, following the sound. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting white short-sleeve shirt, with magnificent golden hair cascading in a ponytail, made her entrance. Her plaid skirt and white stockings accentuated her legs gracefully. Following her was a youthful boy with slightly graying hair. Tsunade? Tsunade! At this moment, Tsunade had yet to become one of the legendary Sannin, her forehead devoid of the diamond mark. Dressed in a white short sleeve and a plaid skirt, she exuded a neighborly sisterly charm, unmarred by the passage of time or suffering. "Shinju, graduation exams are approaching. Do you feel confident?" Tsunade leaned casually against the steel railing, inquiring about Shinju's impending assessments. "Of course, no problem at all," he boasted. "It's just a small exam. How could it possibly trouble me? I am the grandson of the first Hokage, destined to become a Hokage myself, to protect the village just like my grandfather." Unable to contain herself, Tsunade playfully smacked his head. A visible red mark appeared on his forehead as he exclaimed, "Ouch! That hurts. What was that for, sister?" Tsunade crossed her arms. "Hey, if you can't even dodge a single finger from me, what grand proclamations can you make?" As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Tetsuhuo, Zhu and with a tone of finality, declared, "If you manage to become a formal ninja, I shall bestow upon you a gift." With that, he executed a nimble leap and vanished from sight. Rope Tree called out, "Wait for me, sister. What am I to do? I can't possibly jump from such a height." Thus, he opted for the staircase to descend. Akiyama Dingzu paused amidst his snacks, exclaiming, "Lady Tsunade is truly breathtaking. The grandeur of her presence aligns perfectly with my humble aesthetic. If she were to bear children, they would certainly not suffer from hunger." One could hardly fathom the allure of not going hungry for the Akimichi clan. Nara Shikaku remarked, "The more beautiful a woman, the more troublesome she can be. And a woman possessing such beauty alongside formidable strength is undeniably a source of significant trouble. So what kind of wife do you intend to seek, Shikaku?" Yamanaka Kaichi inquired, while leaning against the railing, observing intently. Well, I would prefer a woman of virtue. As for looks, I would settle for someone of average appearance. The most crucial aspect is a gentle temperament. As long as she is decent in all respects, that would suffice. The men of the Nara clan have always been resolute in their desires. Yet, it appears that finding a woman with a good disposition is somewhat challenging. And you, Tetsuhuo? Yamanaka Kaichi posed another question to him. Tetsuhuo replied, I am quite different from Shikaku. As for looks, she must be exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, a woman of average appearance can often possess a rather unpleasant temperament, you see, Shikaku. Yamanaka Kaichi added, Indeed. Could you perceive even a hint of a bad temper in Lady Tsunade? That neighborly sister-like smile is simply too captivating. Akiyama Dingzu, while munching on snacks, muttered, Last month, Jiraiya-senpai just emerged from the hospital, having fractured half of his ribs. I heard it was a close call. Had it been any worse, a rib might have punctured his lung. The rotund boy spoke with an expression of indifference, as if the matter bore no consequence to him. Yamanaka Kaichi countered, That was Jiraiya's own recklessness. Just then, a shadow loomed over them. Yamanaka Kaichi shouted, Enemy attack! Hastily turning around and forming the hand signs for the Yamanaka clan's secret arts as a targeting mechanism. His hands soon locked onto a towering figure with flowing white hair, emanating an imposing presence. It was Jiraiya. His face was adorned with crimson paint, arms crossed. He surveyed Yamanaka Kaichi from a superior vantage point. You little brat from the Yamanaka clan. Speaking ill behind backs is quite impolite. Yamanaka Kaichi felt a pang of guilt, realizing his previous words must have been overheard. Jiraiya-senpai, he stammered. I, Jiraiya, am not one to hold grudges against my juniors. With that declaration, Jiraiya executed a body flicker technique and vanished from sight. Tetsuhuo thought he heard a low, raspy voice, muttering something unintelligible. The four exchanged glances. Yamanaka Kaichi suggested, Shall we move? I sense an ill wind here, it feels somewhat ominous. However, Nara Shikaku was disinclined to relocate. Kunai 1T strike the same wound, nor will explosive tags detonate in the same crater. I believe staying put is preferable. Surely, nothing unexpected will occur today. A new set of footsteps approached, causing Nara Shikaku to freeze momentarily, feeling as if he had been slapped in the face and wishing to chastise himself. However, this time, it seemed the individual paused at the staircase rather than ascending to the rooftop. Fuyuki, what do you wish to convey? Came Makoto's voice, tinged with impatience. They then heard Fuyuki affirm, Makoto, you are to be my future wife, as decreed by the elders. They wish us to cultivate our relationship. You are such a bother. Once the voices faded and the footsteps receded, Tetsuhuo remarked, The Uchiha clan still practices arranged marriages? Nara Shikaku replied, I feel we ought to change our location. Then let us head to the riverbank. Tetsuhuo suggested, noting that it would also facilitate his training. Spending days practicing in the family's water tank. It was high time he engaged with the true essence of nature. The training for controlling chakra involves climbing trees, and subsequently walking on water. Tetsuhuo had begun his tree climbing training long ago. As soon as his chakra permitted, he practiced this skill at home. Without trees, he climbed walls, achieving similar results. With walls surrounding him and beams overhead, he realized he need not be confined to trees as a medium. The training methods were clearly outlined in the manga. One must release a certain amount of chakra to adhere oneself to the trunk. However, upon personal experimentation, Tetsuhuo discovered that this task was far more intricate than articulated. The chakra released from his feet had to be precisely calibrated. Too little, and he would fall from the wall. Too much, and he would strip the paint from the surface. Some hollowed patches of wall, akin to loosened bark, could easily lead to a fall if not careful. But why did he fall? The conclusion was an error in understanding. Climbing trees and walking on water was not as simple as he had envisioned. The interaction of chakra with varying positions on the wall and beams, along with the differing sensations and quantities of chakra output, unveiled a crucial realization. This awareness became increasingly vivid while practicing water walking in the tank. The water within the tank was static, unlike that of rivers. Thus, as he began to walk on water, the manifestation of chakra output became distinctly apparent. After releasing chakra, a membrane formed. This membrane created a cohesive connection between him and the water's surface, allowing him to successfully stand upon it. To observe this phenomenon, he had purchased some ink, dropping it into the water during practice to monitor the chakra's trajectory through the fluid. The mysteries of climbing trees and walking on water were finally revealed within the tank, enhancing the focus of his training. Yet, truth be told, it was quite challenging. His chakra control was not particularly remarkable. After 3 months of wall climbing and a year of water walking, he had merely managed to stabilize himself in the tank, balancing a single finger on the surface while performing handstand push-ups. From initially struggling to remain upright, splashing into the water repeatedly, to barely managing to stand, and eventually balancing on his toes, he progressed to executing more advanced maneuvers. Gradually, he attained a level where all parts of his body, limbs, torso, and head could perceive water as land, culminating in the ability to balance a finger on the water while performing handstand push-ups. This was the result of nearly 600 days and nights of relentless effort. The breeze by the riverbank was refreshing as Tetsuo stepped onto the flowing water, his form undulating with the gentle ripples. He closed his eyes to feel the significant difference. The river water was dynamic. His chakra had to contend with this more complex variable, dispersing with the flow while simultaneously exerting a counteracting force, consistently outputting with a measured variable to ensure that the layer of water membrane beneath his feet remained intact. Akiyama Dingzu marveled. Incredible! Tetsuo can actually stand on water. When did he master this skill? This is a technique reserved for formal ninjas. Nara Shikaku remarked, such practice necessitates a foundational level of chakra. His ability to engage in this training, especially to such an extent, indicates that his chakra capacity must have reached that of an average genin long ago. Without sufficient chakra, one cannot practice tree climbing or water walking. How impressive! Akiyama Dingzu's admiration was genuine. Typically, competent genin were around 12 years of age. Yet here was an 8-year-old child possessing the chakra capacity of a 12-year-old. What could be more extraordinary? Nara Shikaku rolled his eyes. Dingzu, your chakra is greater than Tetsuo's, is it? Grasping a handful of grilled fish jerky, he continued to shove it into his mouth. Yamashiro Hachi observed Tiehua's practice for a considerable time before finally uttering a word of regret. Nara Rokuhisa shook his head, asserting, Tiehua will undoubtedly prove to be a reliable companion. As Tiehua maneuvered gracefully across the water's surface, his footwork transformed, and the wooden sword in his hand shimmered with light, each strike executed with a deliberate and unhurried pace. Every move was a product of meticulous contemplation. Hearing Rokuhisa's words, he did not relent, but rather responded, a dependable companion. You say? I believe I should be more concerned about how to graduate. Tiehua-kun, the village will not allow someone like you to linger in the school. Rokuhisa continued. The village is never short of taijutsu ninjas. If Hinata can graduate, surely you can as well. Tiehua contemplated this. Indeed, that seems to hold true. It was a logical notion. The Hyuga clan did not employ ninjutsu, relying solely on their gentle fist to dominate the world. If the brothers Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi were to graduate, yet he, the victor over both, failed to do so, it would render the graduation exam a farce. His thoughts drifted. It appeared that Lee might also graduate as a genin. At this moment, Yamashiro Hachi suddenly enlightened. Yes, that is indeed the case. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who would join him in the same team. As dusk approached, the four of them strolled along the river, returning to the residential area. Upon reaching home, Tiehua resumed his practice in controlling his body. Lighting a stick of incense, he meticulously honed his strikes upon the incense head, one cut at a time. The precise control of limbs and movements by a ninja fundamentally hinges on chakra. Or, to express it in more accessible terms, chakra equates to control. For instance, Naruto, having just become a genin, possessed the ability to toy with samurais, not due to the latter's lack of diligence in their training, but rather because samurais dedicate as much time to sword practice as ninjas do to ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, samurais lack chakra and do not specifically train it. The quantity of chakra is reflected in one's perceptiveness and control. The samurais of the Iron Country can contend with ninjas precisely because they value and utilize chakra. Tiehua's mind was as tranquil as water. His strikes, chop, sweep, pierce, stab, flick, and scrape, executed with unhurried precision. Under the same night sky, Hizashi and Hayashi practiced bagwazang in the courtyard. They continuously circled and engaged, their speed increasing, swift thrusts echoing as they pressed forward, the sounds of their feet striking the ground reverberating in the air, driven by a fierce competitive spirit. Their father stood on the steps, a serious expression on his face as he observed his two sons. One was from the branch family, the other from the main family, yet both exhibited equally commendable talents. Their proficiency in bagwazang was equally remarkable, with their advances and defenses displaying sharp signs of improvement. A member of the branch family approached, bowing his head and softly reporting, Young Master Hizashi has reached a stalemate with that Tiehua. As the head of the clan, he was concerned for the entirety of the Hyuga, and as a father, he was equally invested in his sons. Thus, he too was attentive to the circumstances of his son's adversary. The name Tiehua held a certain weight in his mind. Is that so? He inquired, then halted the sparring between the two. Hisashi, Hayashi, you need not expend all your energy on defeating Tiehua. He is merely a commoner. Once you mature and your chakra is sufficiently abundant, Bagwazang will truly showcase its capabilities. He is simply your opponent at this stage. Yes, father. Nara Rokuhisa then asked, Father, is it truly impossible that Tiehua is a long-lost relative of ours? He recounted the battle of the day and spoke of their training. His father replied, How could that be? However, it is indeed rare to find a taijutsu ninja who trains with intellect. He treads a path similar to ours. The only distinction lies in the techniques. Rokuhisa, you are good friends, and your styles align well, so you should engage in more exchanges. Father, there's no need for you to elaborate. Nara Rokuhisa pondered Tiehua's actions, recognizing numerous points worthy of contemplation. The following day marked the registration for the graduation exam. Inuzuka Tamamaru rallied everyone, exclaiming, The registration for the graduation exam is open. Let us go together. He embodied the essence of camaraderie, believing that whether one engaged in mischief or slightly embarrassing acts, it was best to involve a few accomplices. After all, it was less humiliating with company. The more, the merrier, was Inuzuka Tamamaru's mantra. Let us go together. Failing is commonplace, but succeeding is remarkable. Regardless of their willingness, a throng of students was swept along by his enthusiasm. One by one, they filled in their names, including Tiehua, Minato, and the trio of Inuzuka, Shika, and Cho. The teacher in charge of registration remarked, Ah, they truly brim with vitality. He marveled at the enthusiasm of the youngsters, reflecting that as one matures, such courage often wanes. Indeed, that rascal from the Inuzuka family has gathered the entire class of boys for registration. Another colleague rubbed his temples, acknowledging that this year's graduation assessment promised to be notably troublesome, with the workload doubling. As the person in charge organized the materials, he mused, Once he flunks the graduation exam, I shall have showed discipline this little rascal properly. After a brief pause, the two burst into laughter, seemingly envisioning the scene of Inuzuka Tamamaru receiving a stern reprimand. Nonetheless, one must admit that Tiehua, along with the Hinata brothers and Minato, were undoubtedly on course to graduate. Although Tiehua had yet to master the body flicker technique, his prowess in pure taijutsu was formidable, having achieved a stalemate with Hinata Hisashi, which was already indicative of near Chunin strength. Indeed, nearing Chunin status, they both lamented Tiehua's potential. In terms of taijutsu and chakra quantity, Tiehua was exceptionally gifted. Yet, the inability to convert his chakra into ninjutsu evoked a sense of regret. In light of the impending graduation exam, the school granted students a brief respite. Inuzuka Tamamaru proclaimed that since there was still time, it would be better to venture into the woods for a picnic, leading an exuberant group of male and female classmates on their expedition. Upon witnessing this, Nikaido Tamayoshi conferred with his colleagues and decided to follow along. The forest harbored wild beasts, and he felt uneasy allowing a bunch of children to wander in alone, though it was true that the woods of Konoha were heavily monitored. In theory, the surveillance screens could oversee every inch. Provided the ninja responsible for monitoring exercise diligence, no training grounds or corners would be overlooked. However, this was merely theoretical. With so many screens, lapses in attention were bound to occur. Inuzuka Tamamaru casually settled beside Tiehua, nudging him with his elbow. Don't worry during the exam. If it's the body flicker technique, I can lend you my dog. Just signal the hand signs, and I'll assist you from outside, and you'll accomplish it seamlessly. He fancied himself a genius, believing his ingenious method was something no one else could conceive. Nikaido Tamayoshi's face darkened. Inuzuka Tamamaru, you dare to conspire to cheat before my eyes? Do you believe I won't turn back right now and revoke your eligibility? Teacher, I'm merely helping a classmate. Surely, you don't wish to see Tiehua fail to graduate? Nikaido Tamayoshi replied, Tiehua will undertake the taijutsu assessment alongside Hisashi and Hayashi tomorrow. They are not on the path of the body flicker technique's random checks. If any of you believe your strength lies in taijutsu or genjutsu, you are welcome to attempt it. The next morning, the candidates lined up for registration. When Tieshin first arrived at the school, he beheld Tsunade, clad in a flowing dress, her golden hair elegantly tied into a ponytail that dazzled the eyes. Under her arm, she pitifully clutched a neck, as Shinshu was helplessly brought to school. Sister, I can walk on my own. Shinshu struggled, yet remained immobile. Sensing the gaze upon her, Tsunade turned to find Tieshin, her beautiful brows arching slightly. Oh, is that little rascal from the other day? As the examiners took their positions, Shinshu joined the queue with her number in hand. waiting for the examiner inside the classroom to call her. Tsunade noticed Tieshin and the Hyuga brothers heading towards another classroom, piquing her interest. A special test in physical arts. Observing that Shinshu's line was still quite lengthy, she decided to watch the physical arts examination instead. The examiner, a Jonin, cast a glance at the 3 candidates present. He was not a teacher at the school and had little prior knowledge of the trio, yet he found himself particularly intrigued by Tieshin. A commoner exhibiting physical prowess rivaling that of the Hyuga clan's 2 sons was a remarkable feat. Such talent transcended that of Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi. After all, the Hyuga brothers possessed the Byakugan bloodline, family martial arts, and systematic training, while Tieshin, as a commoner, had relied solely on his own efforts. Did the Hyuga brothers qualify for graduation? Certainly. Did Tieshin qualify for graduation? Absolutely. Nonetheless, the examiner still required a one-on-one match with each of them to gauge their abilities. Firstly, it was a requirement of the examination. One must approach tasks with seriousness. Secondly, he was genuinely curious and felt compelled to test them personally to gain clarity. Those whose names I call step forward. Next up, Hyuga Hizashi. Hyuga Hizashi advanced, his Byakugan fully activated, offering the examiner a piercing gaze. The examiner swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, launching a rapid assault. However, Hizashi remained unflustered, deftly striking the examiner's wrist with a precise technique akin to the antelope's horn. Slow yet inescapable. The examiner had no choice but to alter his move mid-attack. Yet Hizashi's fingers intercepted the strike, for he dared not allow the fingers of a Hyuga to make contact with his body. A gentle touch from the Hyuga's gentle fist technique signified an assault on the chakra pathways within, a potentially fatal consequence. Seizing the opportunity, Hizashi lunged forward like an arrow, unleashing a sudden surge of chakra that propelled him to extraordinary speed. He struck the Jonin's chest with a forceful palm. However, something was amiss. The Jonin had transformed into a wooden dummy. Without looking back, his eyes bulging with veins, he shifted his shoulder, pivoted his feet in a bagua stance, and executed a serpentine move with his hand, striking the Jonin's wrist and inducing a moment of paralysis. The Jonin retreated, a bluish hue appearing on his wrist. Hyuga Hizashi, you have passed. Next was Hyuga Hayashi. The brothers shared the same gentle fist style and approach. However, this time, the Jonin had the advantage of prior knowledge, securing a victory in the exchange. Finally, the Jonin turned his attention to Tieshin, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gestured towards a knife resting on the table. That knife is yours. Come forward and participate in the assessment. Tsunade's focus shifted to Tieshin. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eagerly awaiting the ensuing battle. Tieshin drew the knife, its blade glimmering like satin. He made a slight adjustment in stance, and the Jonin's brow furrowed. With just a subtle shift, Tieshin's entire demeanor transformed. More precisely, the impression he left upon others shifted. He radiated an aura, a cohesive force that melded him with his surroundings, as if he had been forged into a single entity. Any vulnerabilities were obscured. He was flawless, akin to a smooth steel ball devoid of any imperfections or edges. The Jonin scrutinized Tieshin seriously. If you restrain your speed to that of a Chunin and refrain from utilizing ninjutsu or exceeding prescribed force, it may prove challenging to breach this aura surrounding you. He approached with utmost seriousness, launching 2 shuriken in a parabolic arc towards Tieshin. The speed of the shuriken was not particularly swift, as they were primarily intended for distraction. Simultaneously, the examiner brandished a kunai, aiming to engage in physical combat. Tieshin's feet glided over the ground as if traversing an icy surface. With a flick of his front foot, he exerted a force that sent the shuriken flying past either side of his forehead before they landed behind him. His knife met the kunai with a gentle clash, producing a soft chime. The force behind the strike was minimal. The examiner retracted his arm, then swung again, but Tieshin's knife met the kunai with an elegant flick, altering the trajectory of the examiner's arm. With such an angle, even a minuscule push was sufficient to redirect the kunai. Tieshin's form appeared to advance yet simultaneously retreated. Although it seemed he was moving forward, he had actually stepped back about a meter at a 30-degree angle. The examiner had intended to deceive Tieshin's vision using a substitution technique, but Tieshin's unexpected retreat revealed his intentions. The examiner decided to abandon the ruse, placing his hands before his chest and calmly forming hand seals. Unseen, 2 clones emerged beside him, encircling Tieshin in a sudden flurry of movement. Tieshin smirked slightly, mirroring their rotations. He fixated on the Jonin's true form, ignoring all else, concentrating his focus and tuning out the surrounding environment. Should he allow his gaze to wander, he would undoubtedly feel disoriented. However, by maintaining a singular focus on the moving target before him, he remained steadfast. A flash of golden light caught the corner of his eye before vanishing. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. This move, it must be said, Tieshin's maneuver was quite ingenious. The Jonin, who had been relentlessly pursued, found himself unable to execute any of his clone's techniques. After spiraling for over 100 rotations, the Jonin could not find an opportunity to counter Tieshin and was compelled to halt. All right, you have passed. Tieshin cautiously came to a stop, yet he did not divert his gaze from the examiner, uncertain if this proclamation was a deception. The examiner chuckled. Tieshin, the examination has concluded. Hizashi Tieshin stepped forward. Here are your genin headbands. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., come for your ID photos, and at 2 p.m., return to collect your certificates. Report to school the day after tomorrow for team assignments. As for Hayashi, your strength is sufficient, but your temperament needs refinement. You shall train for another year before reattempting the exam. Hizashi solemnly placed the headband upon his forehead, while Tieshin wrapped his around his right hand. His hand was still small. As he matured, the headband would serve as a knuckle duster. A fist the size of a sandbag, encased in iron plates of the headband, this strike would surely bring tears to the parents of his opponents. Hey, kid! A familiar feminine voice resonated from behind. It was Tsunade's voice. In a sudden flash of recollection, Taishao was reminded of the fleeting golden moment he had shared with the Jonin during their synchronized rotation. Turning back, he indeed spotted Tsunade by the wall at the entrance. Tsunade remarked, "Your name is Taishao, and your taijutsu is quite commendable." Taishao replied, "Lady Tsunade," with a hearty laugh. Tsunade stepped closer, her slender, fair hand playfully tousling Taishao's hair into disarray. "Keep striving, and you shall undoubtedly become an extraordinary taijutsu ninja in the future." After a moment's thought, Taishao responded, "I believe so too." Without regard for his willingness, Tsunade pressed her hand atop his head, guiding him out of the classroom toward the area where Rope Tree's assessment was taking place. The trio of Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, who had already failed, alongside Inuzuka Tamamaru, who had barked the loudest yet failed to produce even a shadow clone, stared in astonishment. What was happening? How was Taishao with Lady Tsunade? Surely, he hadn't been taken hostage by her, had he? No, how did they find themselves together? Questions abounded. It was not surprising that Taishao knew Tsunade, given that she was the epitome of beauty in Konoha, the village's undisputed paragon of attractiveness and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, who in the village didn't recognize her. Yet, it was quite absurd that Tsunade was acquainted with Taishao. Then, Tsunade firmly guided Taishao over, calling out, "Hey, you three, come here. We met last time on the rooftop of the water tower Akimichi, Nara Yamanaka." "Lady Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, Lady Tsunade." The three responded with utmost respect. Tsunade leaned slightly, her other arm bending as she pressed down on Nara Shikaku's shoulder, causing him to immediately grasp what it meant to bear weight. She scanned the area but did not see Rope Tree, likely still in the examination room. After a brief wait, Rope Tree emerged. Upon noticing Tsunade holding one and pressing down on another, he rushed over. "Sister, I passed the exam. From today onwards, I am a genin." Tsunade nudged Taishao forward, and his head bumped against her imposing form, her hands sliding down from his head to rest casually on his shoulder, half embracing him, using Tieshao's head for support. This is Taishao, only 8 years old. He has also completed his graduation exam today. "Rope Tree, you must work hard and not let your juniors surpass you." "Nanny?" The joy of Rope Tree diminished significantly. Hearing Tsunade add, "The Hyuga child, Hyuga Hizashi, has also graduated." Rope Tree felt his elation evaporate entirely. Tsunade cruelly released Nara Shikaku, allowing her other arm to fall from Tieshao's shoulder, causing Tieshao's head to appear to sprout 3 additional heads. There are quite a few prodigies this year. It has been ages since I've seen 3rd graders graduate early. Taishao mused to himself, "That's because you have yet to see Kakashi. Once I graduate, you will witness a monster who completed graduation at 5 years old, a preschooler a year away from school, having graduated from the Ninja Academy." At that moment, Minato exited the examination room. "Minato, did you pass?" Minato smiled gently and nodded. Minato has also graduated early. Another 8-year-old prodigy, another 8-year-old graduate. Rope Tree felt somewhat dazed. This graduation assessment was hardly a cause for celebration, truly. Tsunade, having successfully diminished Rope Tree's arrogance, pinched Tieshao's cheeks, coaxing a smile from him. and smiled back. All right, I have matters to attend to. You young ones can chat amongst yourselves, as if you were all that grown up. Tai Xiao was left with the lingering fragrance of Tsunade, her essence adorning his shoulders and head, the gentle and delicate touch on his cheeks still vivid. He reached up to rub his face, stretching his neck with effort, having been compelled to bow his head under her significant presence. His neck felt a bit sore. She must bear considerable burdens, he thought. Tai Xiao glanced back. Although somewhat fatigued, he would willingly endure such matters for Tsunade. Rope Tree scratched his head. Graduating at such a young age is impressive. He sought to rationalize, if it weren't for my sister's disagreement, I too could have graduated early at 8. Tai Xiao remained non-committal, and Nara Shikaku could not voice any words against his conscience, resulting in a hushed atmosphere. Shall we celebrate properly? Also, Hizashi, Minato. Yes, the prodigies who graduated early. Today must be a day of feasting. Tai Xiao replied, you all know my family's circumstances. Cannot treat. He glanced at Hizashi, the heir of the Hyuga clan, who was affluent. Minato also looked toward Hizashi, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. You all know my family's situation. It's quite similar to Tieshiao's, so allow me to treat. Let us all go for some dango, how about that? Dango is relatively inexpensive. Just one skewer per person won't cost too much. Good. With someone treating, there was no need to be picky. Whatever was offered would suffice. Hizashi waved cash, leading everyone to buy a skewer of dumplings. Tai Xiao, with a unique palate, found the dumplings too sweet and ran next door to dip them in spicy sauce and chili oil, transforming the 3-colored dumplings into a fiery red, both salty and spicy. The vendor selling the 3-colored dumplings shouted, Hey, kid, don't ruin my dumplings. Tai Xiao devoured them one by one. Boss, you are meddling too much. This is how I enjoy them. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tamamaru also dipped his dumpling in the spicy sauce, exclaiming, Wow, this flavor is incredible. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. The spice tantalized his taste buds, utterly delightful. Akimichi Choza followed suit, contagiously joining in. The vendor selling the dumplings felt as though the sky was falling. However, the neighboring lady chuckled, recognizing that these little rogues were not dipping for free. They were paying. These little ninjas have good taste. My spicy sauce is the best in all of Konoha. They all ventured to the riverside to frolic until dusk, before returning to their respective homes. Tieshiao's training continued as usual. Hyuga Hizashi showed his forehead protector to his father. Father, I passed the graduation exam. I am now a genin. His father was exceedingly pleased. Hyuga Hizashi, however, remained silent. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not align. Clearly, his father was indifferent to his feelings. He merely stated, Nizashi, you still need to work harder, and there was no further discussion. With no classes to attend, Tai Xiao savored a rare sleep until 9 o'clock before heading out for photographs. Surrounded by 6th graders, who towered over him by a head or even 2, he and his companions Minato and Hizashi stood out remarkably. Their presence sparked murmurs among others. Are they the prodigies who graduated early this year? That one with the Byakugan, is he the heir of the Hyuga clan? What are the names of the other 2? Does anyone know? The inquiries were unabashed, and the trio found themselves under scrutiny. In the heart of Konoha, within the Hokage's residence, the 3rd Hokage sat in his chair, facing 3 individuals, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Please review this information. You shall also bear some responsibility in leading the ninja teams. It serves as a rare opportunity for tempering. Orochimaru, your team consists of Rope Tree, Inuzuka Tamamaru, and Akimichi Choza. Jiraiya, your team comprises Minato, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Tsunade, she interjected, do you believe I am suited to lead a class? The evasion was all too apparent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone brooked no argument. Your team will consist of Tai Xiao, Kawashima Aki, and Nikaido Kuro. This is decided. The old man's resolute stance sent Tsunade into a fit of exasperation. With a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Well, aren't you quite fond of that iron fire? Thus, it was settled and he dispersed. Upon exiting the office, Jiraiya remarked, Tsunade. However, Tsunade paid him no heed and turned to depart. Unyielding, Jiraiya pressed on. Where are you off to, Tsunade? To which she replied, I'm going to check on my adorable disciple. In an instant, she vanished, employing a body flicker technique. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his supple form also fading quietly before Jiraiya's eyes. Jiraiya scratched his head in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Tsunade chose to disregard him so completely. Every jonin, upon becoming a mentor, undertakes a fundamental task, to acquire at least a basic understanding of the genin under their tutelage. This includes 1. Information from school records, encompassing academic performance and evaluations provided by instructors. 2. Conducting home visits and gathering intelligence from the surroundings. Tsunade hardly invested much effort into familiarizing herself with the likes of Aki Shinobu or Kuro Maru. She merely skimmed through their details and deemed it sufficient. However, when it came to Iron Fire, a faint, elusive smile graced her lips. Upon entering Iron Fire's home, which was devoid of inhabitants, Tsunade began her observations. Every trace within the abode narrated the narrative of Iron Fire's daily life. Her initial impression was one of routine. It was meticulously organized. The persistent marks on the floor, worn down from training, conveyed a sense of diligence. Footprints adorned the walls and ceiling, each one gleaming and smooth. Has he trained to such an extent? Tsunade pondered, somewhat astonished. Subsequently, she employed a transformation technique, morphing into a golden-haired girl with a single ponytail, her age appearing to be around 8. In this guise, she inquired, "Does Iron Fire reside here? I am his classmate. Good lady, could you share something about Iron Fire?" She embodied the essence of a spirited little fangirl. Suddenly, a voice pierced through, "Who are you? Why are you looking for Iron Fire?" It was Kushina, her fiery red hair framing her face, her eyes wide with indignation. This golden-haired girl was unfamiliar to her. Certainly, she was not from her class. Tsunade recognized Kushina immediately upon hearing her voice and felt exasperated. "Iron Fire! You rascal! Kushina has only just enrolled a week ago. How did you manage to get involved with her already?" She dropped the pretense and revealed her true identity. "Kushina, do you now know who I am?" Gasps surrounded them. It was indeed Tsunade, and they all murmured, "I thought she looked familiar. She resembles Tsunade as a child." Nonetheless, the neighbors refrained from prying into why Tsunade had transformed into a younger version of herself to inquire about Iron Fire. Ninjas place a high premium on intelligence, and those living in the ninja village are well aware of their boundaries. Refrain from inquiring too deeply into matters concerning ninjas. Kushina, astonished, exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? Do you not wish to call me aunt?" Tsunade's tone bore a weighty depth, as though she felt slighted by Kushina. She then inquired, "What brings you here? Looking for Iron Fire?" Kushina replied, "Yes, I am his desk mate. I heard he completed his graduation exam early, so I came to congratulate him." Tsunade glanced down at Kushina's hand. In it, Kushina held a traditional gift from the land of Whirlpools, a talisman encased in a golden triangular pouch, adorned with a swirling pattern. She quickly concealed the talisman, saying, "This is a gift I prepared for Iron Fire." "Quite lovely," Tsunade acknowledged, "but Iron Fire is not home. If you wish to find him, you might visit the Hokage's residence. The third enjoys peering through his crystal ball to spy. He can assist you in locating him," Tsunade concluded, stepping away. She had a clear understanding of her future disciple in her heart. Kushina contemplated, feeling somewhat uneasy about finding someone through such intrusive means. She decided to wait. Upon returning to the alley, Iron Fire heard someone calling. After inquiring with the neighbors, he learned that a red-haired girl had come looking for him and that Tsunade, in the guise of a young girl, had been seeking information about him. As he walked, he pondered, could Tsunade be conducting a home visit for an investigation? Kakashi, serving as Naruto's lead instructor, had done the same for Naruto. It's not difficult to imagine. If Tsunade were my teacher, that would be splendid news. His chakra felt lethargic, incapable of unleashing ninjutsu. If Tsunade became his teacher, it would seem entirely fitting. What could be more suitable for him than monstrous strength? Perhaps the Rasengan? In the future, it might be possible, but currently, his chakra was insufficient for such feats. The Rasengan mimicked the tailed beast bomb. At its core, it represented a method of chakra release, circumventing the need for tailed beast-level chakra to compress and form the tailed beast bomb. Yet, the requirements for chakra quantity remained exceedingly demanding. Kakashi could perform the Rasengan. Why didn't he use it? Because the chakra expenditure was too great. Jiraiya could perform the Rasengan. Similarly, he found it impractical. Tsunade, a teacher? Upon reaching his home, he spotted Kushina and said, "Kushina, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was by the river with Kakashi and the others and didn't realize you had come." "And no problem, Iron Fire-kun. Congratulations on becoming a ninja," she said, presenting him with the talisman. The stitching on the talisman was uneven, clearly a creation of Kushina's own hands. Iron Fire responded, "Thank you for your well wishes. I truly appreciate this gift." He expressed his fondness simply, donning the talisman immediately. Kushina said, "Well, I should be heading off." Iron Fire replied, "No need to rush off. Come in and sit for a while. Leaving so soon would seem quite rude. He invited Kushina into his home. As she entered, Kushina observed the floor, walls, and ceiling, each adorned with a myriad of shiny footprints. The wooden floorboards, walls, and ceiling bore impressions, each about half a centimeter deep, with clearly defined rounded edges and streaks of polish, resembling the tail of a comet. Iron Fire, are all these marks from your training? She exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he confirmed. I lack the aptitude for ninjutsu, unable to learn it, so I must devote my efforts to physical techniques. Would you like something to drink? Milk? Lemonade? Or plain water? Plain water will suffice. Iron Fire handed her a glass of water. After a while, Kushina conversed with Iron Fire, but soon expressed her desire to leave. Iron Fire escorted her to the alley's entrance. The cold wind stirred, and Kushina took a moment to reflect. Glancing back at the alley, Iron Fire-kun is truly gentle. Upon returning to the Senju ancestral home, she encountered her great-aunt, who had already heard from Tsunade about her new friendships and teased. I heard from Tsunade that you went to find your classmate. Why didn't you bring them home for a visit? I merely went to congratulate Iron Fire on becoming a ninja. He simply prepared scrambled eggs with tomatoes and steamed rice. After lunch, he sat quietly for a while. Then, balancing a water jug on his head, sat cross-legged in meditation, training until 2 o'clock before heading to school. He received his ninja identification number, 005359, while Minato received 005360. During the certificate distribution, the teacher reminded them all, tomorrow, class assignments will take place, so be sure to arrive on time. Now that you are all ninjas, do not be careless. The following day, in the lecture hall, a group of graduated genin sat, awaiting their assignments. The water gate, the sun, and the Iron Fire were all enveloped in tranquility. After a day of reflection, the rope tree was once again brimming with excitement today, engaging in animated discussions with classmates. A teacher entered the room. He was the instructor for the 6th grade and had now found some semblance of relief. His name was Dachao Benju. He cleared his throat and declared, "Silence, please." Subsequently, he produced a class distribution list. Let me explain the class arrangements. Each standard ninja squad consists of 3 members, and henceforth you will form groups of 3. Each group will be accompanied by a jonin to facilitate your swift acclimatization to the ninja profession. He began to read out names group by group. As each name was called, the corresponding squads shifted positions to sit together. Once he finished, Dachao Benju announced, well, that concludes the class distribution. Soon, the jonin leading each class will come to escort their respective teams. So remain quiet and do not cause a ruckus. As Dachao Benju departed, the door had not yet fully closed when it was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Tsunade entered, clad in form-fitting purple pants and a long-sleeve top with a V-shaped neckline, revealing a slender cord around her neck, from which a crystal pendant dangled. Taihua,
Ni Yi Tang Haiwan, Chuan Yao Ku Sin Ye, Follow Me.
With a mixture of envy and admiration from their peers, the 3 rose and followed Tsunade out of the classroom. Tsunade glanced around before choosing the summit of the first Hokage's rock as their destination, maintaining a steady pace as she led the trio to stand atop the head of Senju Hashirama. Tsunade commenced with an opening remark. Well, my first impression is quite favorable. Now, let us proceed with self-introductions. Who would like to go first? Taihua, Chuan Dao Chiu Xian Yi, and Ni Jietang Hei Wan exchanged glances. Observing their hesitation, Taihua boldly proclaimed, I'll go first. He had intended to jest that the one with the largest chest should introduce themselves first, but refrained out of fear. Tsunade responded with an approving nod. Very well, you shall go first. My name is Taihua. Don't ask me why I'm called Taihua. I don't know either. I've simply always been known by that name. I detest individuals lacking a sense of boundaries and, as of now, I like Tsunade-sensei. Does that count? Tsunade chuckled softly. If such words had been uttered by Jiraiya, the lecherous sage, she would have undoubtedly dealt him a blow powerful enough to embed him in the wall. However, hearing it from Taihua, an 8-year-old lad, was entirely different. Tsunade found herself rather pleased. Indeed, she had a knack for endearing herself to children. Very well then, what about your dreams? Tsunade's expression was one of pure contentment, as though she had just immersed herself in a soothing hot spring. My dream, Taihua declared with conviction, is to learn the monstrous strength of Tsunade-sensei. Tsunade erupted into laughter, thoroughly entertained by his earnestness and the gravitas of his tone. After regaining her composure, she placed a hand atop Taihua's head, saying, well, that will depend on your own efforts. To master monstrous strength, one must possess exceptional chakra control. She recalled the footprints on the walls and ceiling of Tai Hua's home. It seemed his chakra control was indeed commendable. Perhaps he could truly learn monstrous strength. Tai Hua tilted his head, attempting to escape from under Tsunade's hand, but to no avail. Just as before, he was seized by Tsunade to serve as her little subordinate. Now it's your turn. I am Chuan Dao Chou Xianyi. I dislike, and my dream is to become a female ninja like Tsunade-sensei. I am Anai Jietang Heiwan, and my dream is to become the principal. Tsunade responded, excellent, full of spirit. Not one of you aspires to be Hokage. She felt her class appeared somewhat peculiar. Tai Hua wished to learn monstrous strength. Chou Xianyi aimed to become a female ninja like her, which was understandable, as they likely realized they could never attain the position of Hokage. However, Anai Jietang Heiwan's ambition struck her as rather odd. Why do you hold such a dream, Heiwan? Tai Hua offered a serious analysis. I wonder if it's because our homeroom teacher is Anai Jietang Yuliang? He clearly seems to be a bullied younger brother. Anai Jietang Heiwan shot Tai Hua a knowing glance. Indeed, Anai Jietang Yuliang is my older brother. He tutors me alone every day after school, and I've had enough of it. If I become the principal, I'll make him experience the torment I once endured. Tsunade remarked, now, let me witness your strength. Whether it is to become a female ninja like me or to become the principal, neither is an easy feat. Prepare yourselves for the challenge, and show me your strength. With that, she produced a knife from an unknown source and thrust it into Tai Hua's arms, pushing him forward. Upon receiving the blade, Tai Hua swiftly drew it and executed a spinning motion. This draw was executed with such speed, utilizing the momentum of his foot to pivot his waist, creating a semicircular arc around himself. Tsunade pinched the blade between her thumb and index finger, asserting, "Kid, that was quite a devious move. Alas, our speeds are far too disparate." A mischievous grin spread across her face as her delicate fingers flicked the blade, sending a jolt through Tai Hua's hand, nearly causing him to lose grip. However, the chakra control he had honed through water training proved beneficial, allowing him to swiftly counteract the vibrations traveling through the blade. Tai Hua instinctively chose to retreat, yet Tsunade, disregarding martial decorum, swiftly enlarged her hand before him, and a sharp pain suddenly throbbed on his forehead. Crack! A precise strike landed on his head, leaving a small red mark on Tai Hua's forehead. Tsunade, hands on her hips, remarked with satisfaction, not bad, little one. Do you now comprehend the disparity between you and a jonin? Tai Hua replied, I've always been aware, Tsunade-sensei, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Tsunade explained, during the graduation exams, the jonin examiners subdued their own speed and strength to that of a Chunin level. I feared you might not understand the reality of your abilities. For a ninja, the accuracy of information takes precedence above all. Erroneous intelligence could cost you your life. When you mistakenly believe that jonin are like the examiner and that you can contend with them, you are already doomed. Tsunade spoke with utmost seriousness. Tai Hua felt a chill run down his spine. Her words rang profoundly true. He realized Tsunade's intentions. Tsunade-sensei, I understand, but that really hurt. What does it matter to a proper ninja? What is there to fear from pain? With that, she swiftly vanished, reappearing before the other two to launch her assault. This time, she similarly refrained from moderating her speed, delivering a precise strike to each of them, thus solidifying a unified image for the squad. After each had a taste of a jonin's strength, they proceeded to the actual testing phase. Tsunade led them to the upper plain behind Hokage Rock, where trees were scarce and buildings few. Some dirt paths meandered into the distance. Next, I will regulate my speed to that of a Chunin's level. You three may come at me together. Chuan Dao Chou Xianyi and Ni Jietang Heiwan began their assault with shuriken distractions and kunai attacks, while Tai Hua, observing their rhythm, waited for the opportune moment to strike. Tsunade lightly pressed her foot into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, disrupting their inexperienced coordination. She furrowed her brow and slightly quickened her pace, for Tai Hua had approached. She noted that his movements, body, and blade transformations proved exceedingly troublesome to contend with as she maintained her Chunin speed, akin to a relentless pestilence, inescapable and inextricable. Whenever she attempted to close the distance, Tai Hua would retreat. When she withdrew, he would advance. Meanwhile, the blade was primarily aimed at her hands. Was he attempting to thwart her hand seals? In the midst of this high-intensity confrontation, if one could restrain the opponent's hands and control their spirit, then another kick. The ground trembled and rolled. This time, vast expanses of earth were upheaved, as if plowed by some unseen force. Iron Fire found himself primarily targeted, stumbling backward involuntarily, only to have his feet sink into the soil. Meanwhile, the other two were grasped by Tsunade's firm hold on their wrists, each being plunged into the earth, leaving only their heads exposed. Tsunade proudly lifted her elongated neck, proclaiming, "Earth release, inner decapitation technique. How delightfully wicked. What kind of earth release involves turning the ground upside down with a single kick and then using one's hands to bury others?" Tsunade then turned her gaze toward Iron Fire, preparing to execute her inner decapitation on him as well. Iron Fire shouted a plea for mercy and then lay down, burrowing into the ground with only his head protruding. "Teacher Tsunade, I can do it myself." Tsunade stepped forward, reaching his feet. Her brown eyes looked down upon him, one hand placed firmly on her hip. Suddenly unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. "You little rascal." Yet her expression revealed no malice. "By the way, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, gather at the mission hall entrance." After speaking, Tsunade seemed to recall something and glanced at Iron Fire. He blinked, somewhat bewildered. "Teacher Tsunade?" She replied, "Don't lose the knife I gave you. Although it has merely gathered dust, it serves no purpose just lying there." Iron Fire paused for a moment. Understood. Tsunade's team had completed their assessment, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru's team simply introduced themselves before disbanding, receiving orders to gather at 7 o'clock the following morning. One team was assigned to the 9th training ground, while the other to the 7th. Rope Tree, brimming with enthusiasm, shared details about their team with Tsunade and inquired, "Sister, does gathering tomorrow mean we'll be on a mission? I'm finally a ninja, mission, haha." Tsunade raised her hand, playfully ruffling Rope Tree's hair, making him shrink back. "Fool, enough of that." Then, with a somewhat perplexed expression, she muttered a word of boredom, though it was unclear whether it was directed at Rope Tree or Orochimaru. After giving Rope Tree another playful shove, Tsunade felt satisfied and sent him on his way. Then, she recalled Iron Fire burrowing into the earth, executing his own inner decapitation, which made her chuckle once more. In the Hokage's office, enveloped in swirling smoke, the third Hokage observed the interaction between Tsunade and the three young ninjas through the crystal orb. He then retrieved Iron Fire's dossier, perusing it while smoking. Was Tsunade truly so favorable toward Iron Fire? This level of attention surprised the third. He instantly recognized the knife Tsunade had given Iron Fire. It was the famed blade of the second Hokage, renowned for its association with the Flying Thunder God technique, carrying significant weight. At 10 o'clock the next day, Tsunade had indulged in a rejuvenating sleep. Upon arriving at the gathering spot, she encountered Iron Fire and his companions, Kawashima Aki and Nikaido Kuro. Kawashima and Nikaido wore their forehead protectors neatly on their brows, while Iron Fire had his wrapped around his hand. Tsunade stated, "Let us go," and led the trio into the mission hall. She casually sifted through the available tasks, selecting one related to garbage collection, before setting off with her team. These tasks were not difficult, yet they were rather tedious. The primary objective was to temper their mental fortitude, as freshly graduated youths often exhibited excessive restlessness that needed to be tempered. Observing the three working diligently, Tsunade soon vanished from sight. She intended to observe Jiraiya and Orochimaru's antics. The training ground was undoubtedly a testing ground. This was a routine the third Hokage had previously employed, and now they were using it again without alteration. Furthermore, Tsunade did not believe this method bore any real significance. The bonds between individuals are forged through interaction. To expect a group of strangers, recently united, to possess the ability to collaborate effectively was utterly unrealistic. Rapport is inherently a product of mutual understanding. When one individual reaches their limit, the other instinctively knows what to expect, not because they grasp the importance of teamwork, but simply because they are deeply acquainted with one another. Upon her arrival, Tsunade happened upon Rope Tree, who was hanging upside down from a tree, his tongue entangled like rope, binding him like a rice dumpling. Upon seeing his sister, Rope Tree instantly felt mortified. Tsunade clicked her tongue. "Orochimaru, your binding techniques leave much to be desired. Perhaps you should consider purchasing some instructional materials." Orochimaru leaned against the tree with his arms crossed, unperturbed. "I have no desire to be like that perverted Jiraiya. You would surely strike me dead." Tsunade suggested, "Why don't we go observe Jiraiya's team?" Orochimaru chuckled, his voice gravelly, and readily agreed. "That Minato is said to be a genius, just like your Iron Fire, having graduated early." Tsunade pursed her lips. "Yes, that little rascal Iron Fire is quite intriguing. Among his peers, there is likely no one who can rival him. Even within our newly formed class, none can match his prowess." After reviewing the detailed dossier, Tsunade was supremely confident in this assertion. Are you quite optimistic about him? Orochimaru inquired. Tsunade replied. I entrusted him with my great-grandfather's blade. Orochimaru fell silent, sharing no further words. The two swiftly utilized their body flicker techniques to depart, leaving Rope Tree hanging helplessly, along with his two bound teammates. Rope Tree cried out, Orochimaru-sensei, sister, don't leave me behind. Please untie me. The helplessness of being abandoned drove him to tears. Orochimaru, with a mischievous glint, glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade, Rope Tree is crying. Tsunade replied, ignore him. She merely felt embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's team was engaged in a bell-grabbing test. Suiching and Moku Tree coordinated seamlessly, while Akiyama Yashimaru morphed into a living projectile, charging recklessly. They relentlessly pressured Jiraiya, with Akiyama Yashimaru at the core. Suddenly, Akiyama Yashimaru transformed into Minato, while another Minato morphed into Suiching, and Suiching became Akiyama Yashimaru. Minato held two bells in his hands, declaring, Jiraiya-sensei, we have secured the bells. Jiraiya feigned ignorance. When? This greatly satisfied the young ninjas, who began to express their triumph, detailing their battle strategies. They elaborated on the usage of transformation and shadow clone techniques, creating confusion, while each took turns transforming, with Minato assuming Akiyama Yashimaru's form to approach Jiraiya, explaining in meticulous detail. Jiraiya inquired, then, Suiching, why did you transform into Minato? Wouldn't it suffice for Minato and Yashimaru to switch? Suiching shook his head, elucidating. If Yashimaru transformed into Minato, he wouldn't be able to deceive Jiraiya-sensei. You are a Jonin, and Yashimaru would struggle to adapt to Minato's mannerisms. Initially, I had minimal movement, making it ideal for Yashimaru, while I could effectively imitate Minato. Quite clever, indeed, Jiraiya acknowledged, genuinely impressed by their ingenuity. Tsunade and Orochimaru simultaneously muttered idiot, prompting Jiraiya to scratch his head. Tsunade? Orochimaru, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be testing? Tsunade placed her hands on her hips. I completed my test yesterday. Who is as sluggish as you? Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru, who confirmed, I finished mine as well. Meanwhile, Rope Tree continued to wail, feeling utterly abandoned, along with his two exhausted teammates. A small serpent lurked in the shadows, originally intending to wait for the three individuals to free themselves from their bindings before delivering a slight bite. However, it seemed unnecessary, as the trio from Orochimaru's team displayed no aptitude for escape techniques whatsoever. Hissing, the little snake's evaluation of the three diminished significantly. Of course, there was a slight exception regarding Rope Tree, as he was, after all, Tsunade's brother, possessing the bloodline of the Senju clan. It was believed that once his lineage awakened, his strength would prove formidable. Tsunade and Orochimaru, after exchanging a few words with Jiraiya, returned to monitor Iron Fire, Autumn Heartleaf, and Black Round. The three worked not in a frenzied manner, but with clear divisions of labor and methodical rhythm, having nearly completed their task. A substantial heap of refuse revealed the ground, stained and mottled from the refuse's saturation, emanating a rather pungent aroma. Tsunade pinched her nose and remarked, not bad. You're working quite swiftly. If you keep up this pace, I'll treat you to a meal after we finish. The trio hastened their efforts, shoveling at a rapid pace, while the cart made numerous trips. Finally, one refuse site was thoroughly cleaned. Let us submit the task. Cleaning up garbage was a D-rank mission with a reward of 5,000 Ryo. After the village deducted the relevant fees, they would receive 3,000 Ryo. Tsunade waved her money, producing a crisp sound. Barbecue Q. Leading the charge, Tsunade directed her team straight to Barbecue Q, the coins clattering on the table. Bring us some barbecue, cucumbers, and tomatoes, and 4 bowls of rice. Refills are free, right? The waitress replied, indeed, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade encouraged her 3 young companions. Eat heartily. It's on me. Iron Fire glanced at the money Tsunade was brandishing, wanting to protest that it was his money, but he felt unable to do so with any conviction, especially since Tsunade had gifted him a knife right off the bat. Autumn Heartleaf and Black Round, however, gazed eagerly, refraining from speaking for fear of inciting Tsunade's wrath, which could lead to a punch that would embed them in the wall. Tsunade also ordered a jug of wine, though she sipped it sparingly, taking small mouthfuls between bites. Most of the barbecue, vegetables, and rice found their way into the bellies of the 3. Tsunade's decision to treat her subordinates with their own earnings was not arbitrary. With 2 of her team members aged 12 and another, Iron Fire, merely 8, they were all at a critical stage of growth, and she deemed it necessary to intervene regarding their nourishment. Autumn Heartleaf's family circumstances were modest, while Black Round's were more favorable, yet the demands of daily training were evidently not something that could be compensated for with just a few rice balls. Ironfire was an orphan. Rather than allowing them to be inexplicably frugal, it was better for her to manage their provisions, ensuring they received the sustenance they required. This, perhaps, epitomized Tsunade's form of tenderness. After finishing their meal at Barbecue Q, only 700 ryo remained from the original 3,000. Tsunade allocated 200 ryo to each of the three, keeping the last 100 for herself, and instructed, "Let us gather at the archive's entrance this afternoon." The archives? The trio was perplexed, unaware of what tasks awaited them there. In the afternoon, they arrived punctually at the archive's entrance. Tsunade, having taken a brief nap, bore an imprint on the left side of her face. "Sorry for being late. Let us go inside." As they walked, Tsunade explained, "Next, I will assign each of you your respective training tasks. We gathered here because Ironfire's first training task is to analyze battle footage from previous Chunin and Jonin assessments." Upon encountering the staff, Tsunade promptly requested a borrowing card for Ironfire, acting as his guarantor. "Your task will be to come here every afternoon for training. The content will involve analyzing the combat footage until you have thoroughly examined it." This was a tailored training plan designed specifically for Ironfire's learning style and physical skills. The staff complied with Tsunade's request, bringing forth the footage. Tsunade glanced over it, dismissing a large pile of low-quality, substandard material with a wave of her hand. "We don't need these. The remainder, register it. There are a total of 285. Then, turning to Ironfire, she urged, "Be diligent. I will review your work." She even flashed her canines at him, delivering a serious threat. Ironfire nodded, affirming, "Understood. You two follow me," Tsunade instructed, leading Autumn Heartleaf and Black Round into the woods to begin their tree-climbing training. Meanwhile, Ironfire, with one hand holding a folder and the other a pen, immersed himself in analyzing the footage, constructing function graphs. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon slipped away. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and snatched the folder from him. Turning around, Ironfire found Tsunade standing there. Unbeknownst to him, she had been observing him analyze the footage, scrutinizing each frame meticulously. Tsunade smiled faintly. "Not bad. You've analyzed 3 videos. Well, it's getting late. Let us change locations." As the sun blazed outside, Tsunade led him through the bustling crowd into Konoha Hospital, directly into an office. Tsunade settled behind the desk and gestured for Ironfire to take a seat. Ironfire complied obediently. Tsunade began, "Next, I will explain these recent battles to you. Your analysis bears a resemblance to the Hyuga clan Esbagwa style, albeit leaning more towards functional analysis. Quite impressive. However, sometimes, no matter how intricate your analysis is, certain elements remain beyond your imagination. For instance, the insights gleaned from the experiences of predecessors. This assessment was a Jonin-level examination. The examiner was a water-release ninja, while a earth-release ninja served as a reference. Their characteristics were such that if, at that moment, he employed the technique Yellow Spring Marsh. Tsunade's voice was earnest, measured, and calm. Such opportunities for guidance were exceedingly rare, and Ironfire was entirely focused, committing every word and phrase from Tsunade to memory. He refrained from taking notes, fearing that doing so might distract him and lead to missed information. Suddenly, Tsunade chuckled, playfully tapping Ironfire with his folder. "Don't be so serious." Ironfire's earnest demeanor struck her as overly intense. She recalled Rope Tree, that troublesome boy who never listened during her guidance. She wished he could be as thoughtful and diligent as Ironfire. "Go make a copy of your analysis materials. A disciple must bear their own burdens." Tsunade tossed the folder to Ironfire, directing him to the nearby copier. The copying machine in the ninja world, much like computer monitors, was essentially a product reliant on Chakra, making its use rather straightforward. Simply input Chakra, and the machine would handle the rest. Ironfire inputted Chakra, and the folder at the designated spot soared into the air, with sheets of paper fluttering through the air from the copier, ultimately emerging neatly stacked at the output, a paperclip flying out to secure the documents. Though this was not his first encounter with such technology, he still found it remarkable. With Chakra's involvement, many things became wondrous. "Teacher." Ironfire presented the documents to Tsunade. She glanced at them, satisfied. "All right, let us call it a day. The sky is still bright. Go out and enjoy yourself. After all, you're young." Tsunade was quite considerate in this regard, ensuring he had time to unwind. Upon returning home with the documents, Tsunade encountered a despondent Rope Tree. Seeing her, Rope Tree rushed over to confront her, wanting to argue and physically grapple with her. "How dare you, sister? Leave me helplessly hanging from a tree." He fumed. Orochimaru-sensei must have been led away by you. Otherwise, I would have been released by now. You scoundrel! With a swift motion, Tsunade pressed her hand against Shinshu's chest, remarking, Shinshu, you are rather weak. Having said that, she promptly turned to leave, beckoning him to follow. Shinshu was taken aback. Tsunade's reaction was unexpected. As she led him to the top floor of the water station, her demeanor suddenly shifted. Congratulations! Shinshu, you have officially become a ninja. Stunned for a moment, Shinshu couldn't help but break into a joyful smile. Sister, I will surely protect the village that Grandpa established. Shinshu, keep my promises. This is for you, Tsunade said as she removed a pendant and placed it around Shinshu's neck. Then, with a swift motion, she raised her hand. Upon seeing this gesture, Shinshu instinctively recoiled. The impact of Tsunade's playful flick was so formidable that it nearly activated the bulletproof effect on his forehead. His forehead was far tougher than the forehead protector. His evasive maneuver was a testament to his well-honed reflexes. However, to his surprise, Tsunade altered her approach, pressing down on his head and suddenly leaning in to plant a kiss on his forehead, saying, Keep it up. Shinshu felt as though his mind had momentarily gone blank. After a while, he wanted to question whether his sister had been impersonated, but he dared not voice it. Although it was not as severe as being sent flying like Jiraiya, he still couldn't withstand a lighter blow. Take this, make sure to study it well. If you encounter anything you don't understand, consult the elders. Tsunade handed over a document regarding Iron Fire, waved her hand, and leapt from the building. As Shinshu opened the folder, despair washed over him upon seeing the first page. What on earth is this? Clearly, Functions recognized him, but he did not recognize Functions. Sister. He cried out in exasperation, but Tsunade had already dashed away. She had anticipated Shinshu's reaction, and though she was reluctant to admit it, he would probably fare better in Jiraiya's class. As evening descended, a messenger hawk flew beneath the fiery clouds and landed in the nest designated for messenger birds at the Hokage's residence. A letter of great urgency soon found its way to the desk of the third Hokage. At 1327 on the 9th, Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain declared war on the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Fire. The letter included Hanzo's specific declaration. Fellow citizens of the Land of Rain, time and again, the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth engage in battle, and our homeland becomes their battleground. When the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire clash, we are still their battleground. When the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire fight, we remain the battleground. The wars have ended, and the great nations recuperate, yet our Land of Rain continues to be a battlefield. Rock ninjas, sand ninjas, and leaf ninjas still clash and kill on our soil. The Land of Rain is weeping. There is no peace in the Land of Rain. Every day, lives are lost due to the battles of the great nation's ninjas. We can no longer endure this. Fellow citizens, we have no choice. We can only go all in. Now, my compatriots, let us take up arms and expel those shameful, despicable ninjas from the great nations. Let them know that our Land of Rain is not a soft persimmon to be crushed at will. I declare war on the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, and we shall fight until no one dares to underestimate the Land of Rain, until no one dares to treat the Land of Rain as a battleground. The third Hokage, with a deep puff of smoke, found the words blurring in the haze. How dare Hanzo, a mere country like the Land of Rain, dared to declare war on three great nations simultaneously? He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not comprehend it, and neither could the other Kage, the Wind Shadow and the Earth Shadow, who were of the same generation. Indeed, how could he? Such a declaration of war was akin to seeking death. Someone summon the advisors. Furthermore, assemble the Jonin class. This is a matter of great importance that the Hokage cannot decide alone. A Jonin meeting must be convened. As soon as Tsunade stepped through the door, she received a summons to the Hokage's residence. Orochimaru and Jiraiya soon followed suit. Jiraiya inquired, "What has the old man so anxious?" Orochimaru replied, "I am unsure, but it appears to be a matter of great significance." The three then began discussing their respective disciples, particularly Tsunade, who felt a sense of pride in her student. Iron Fire. Orochimaru listened with envy, yearning for a disciple capable of thoughtful analysis. Alas, the arrangement of classes was beyond their control. Tsunade remarked, "I wonder what the old man is thinking. Shinshu is actually better suited to be with Jiraiya. Minato and that left-handed Chinshu are actually better suited for you." Orochimaru chuckled, though a tinge of darkness lingered in his gaze. "Perhaps the teacher believes I am too cold-hearted, which is why he assigned me 3 sunny fools," he added, casting a glance at Jiraiya. Tsunade replied, "That does sound reasonable," and found herself agreeing. In the Jonin chamber, The advisors were assembled as they entered the meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the news this afternoon. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain brazenly declared war on our country, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. If we do not make a decision swiftly, the Second Great Ninja War is likely to erupt. Orochimaru interjected, Teacher, it has already erupted. What we must do now is immediately deploy the ninja forces and prepare to counter the attack from the Rain Ninjas as swiftly as possible. Tsunade chimed in, Orochimaru, elaborate on your thoughts. After declaring war, the Rain Ninjas will likely take advantage of the time to swiftly seize the ninja strongholds in the Land of Wind, Earth, and Fire, pushing deeper and drawing the flames of war into the heart of the three nations. Orochimaru explained. This declaration of war is an act of retaliation from a nation that has long suffered the ravages of conflict. Hanzo of the Salamander will undoubtedly pursue this course of action. Time. We must act quickly. If I were a Rain Ninja, I would choose to advance from here and drive straight in. Therefore, we should promptly dispatch ninjas along this route, while also sending reinforcements to gather the ninja forces, concentrating our strength to minimize their destruction. Time was of the essence, and Orochimaru's words were succinct. Orochimaru, order, your team must hasten to the front lines. Find the precise location of the Rain Ninjas and focus on harassing them while awaiting support. Order. Jiraiya, your team is responsible for relaying messages and gathering the left and right ninja forces to move toward Orochimaru's direction to assist him. Order. Tsunade, your team is in charge of medical support. Order. Akimichi Torifome. One command after another emanated from the Hokage's residence. War was upon them. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade each assembled their respective teams. Tsunade donned the green vest of a jonin, her shoulders, chest, and waist clad in armor, with knee pads adorning her legs. Her forehead protector was firmly secured on her brow, and her hair was neatly tied back. You all are rather unfortunate. Having just become ninjas, you are already thrust into war. Had it been any sooner, I would not have allowed you to pass. Alas, now you are ninjas, Tsunade stated. Iron Fire took a deep breath, looked up at Tsunade, and said, Teacher, you need not worry about us. We will strive to protect ourselves. Tsunade gently ruffled Iron Fire's hair and said, All right then, let us set off. Which is faster, the speed of a rapid march or that of a messenger hawk? Perhaps it is a question without a definitive answer. However, Iron Fire's rapid march was exceptionally practiced. His chakra was more abundant than that of his two larger companions, and his stamina appeared superior. As he maneuvered through the trees, he utilized the natural elasticity of the branches. He deliberately drew his blade, gripping it with both hands, maintaining a stance ready to strike at any moment. In matters of life and death, one can never be too cautious. The night was pitch black. The forest was filled only with the sounds of the wind and the hurried footsteps. For some reason, Tsunade felt a sudden pang in her heart, as if something of great importance had slipped away from within. The squad ventured into a deluge, and Taihua, upon witnessing the rain, was immediately reminded of memories from an animated tale. Upon entering a small town, Tsunade spotted the markings left by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. She commanded, Taihua, Heiwan, Cho Xianyi, you shall construct a hospital there. Tsunade delineated an area of houses for them to manage while she set off in search of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru's expressions were far from reassuring. A foreboding sensation gripped Tsunade's heart. What of Shoshu? Orochimaru, visibly dejected, replied, Shoshu. He has perished. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. How could this be? It was just one encounter. Jiraiya interjected, Tsunade, Shoshu is indeed dead. He triggered an enemy explosive tag trap, and Tsunade, you must brace yourself. In war, casualties are inevitable. Unfortunately, it was your brother Shoshu who fell. Would you like to see Shoshu? Orochimaru inquired. No, Tsunade, you should refrain from going, Jiraiya cautioned, fearing Tsunade could not bear it. Shoshu's demise beneath the explosive tags was utterly complete. Pieces were scattered, rendering him unrecognizable. Orochimaru, however, produced the pendant that Tsunade had given Shoshu just yesterday, saying, Tsunade, this is what Shoshu left behind. Ultimately, Tsunade did see Shoshu, though he was no longer recognizable as her brother, nor even as a human being. Orochimaru's hoarse voice brimmed with sorrow as he recounted, At that moment, we had just discovered the Rain Ninjas' whereabouts and immediately pursued them, not far from this village. As you can see, the villagers were slaughtered by the Rain Ninja, their bodies poisoned. When Jiraiya arrived, he helped collect the dead. Otherwise, in this torrential rain, a plague would ensue within 3 days. The Rain Ninja are deliberate in their actions. They aim to use plagues and poisons against the Land of Fire. A portion of the Rain Ninja blocked our path, with one elite ninja attempting to escape. I had no choice but to let Shoshu and the others hold them off for a moment while I went to eliminate that elite ninja. This strategy was flawless, as the genin of Konoha are of high quality, and if that rain ninja had escaped, the consequences would have been dire. I acted swiftly, dispatching that elite in merely 3 minutes. From the chase to the kill, it was a mere 3 minutes. Orochimaru had done all he could, yet Shoshu perished within those 3 minutes. He felt a tinge of guilt but bore no regrets. Sacrifices are a necessity in war. Yet, he truly felt incapable of facing Tsunade. In her mind, Tsunade recalled that radiant smile of his, proclaiming his desire to protect Konoha, and tears could no longer be stifled. She rubbed her eyes vigorously. Orochimaru, can you take me to see it? At the sight of the explosive tag's detonation, the pit was now filled with water, while the fine silk threads on the ground showed minimal displacement, indicating the trap had been hastily and crudely set. Tsunade's eyes reddened with anger. It is my fault. I have been too lenient with you. How could such a simple trap ensnare you? She slammed her fist into the ground, cursing vehemently. You fool! How could you fall for such an obvious trap? Did a dog eat your brain? Such a simple trap. Orochimaru and Jiraiya silently observed as Tsunade pounded the ground, creating pit after pit, filled by the rainwater. After a lengthy silence, Tsunade finally spoke. Tell me about those corpses. The toxins in them should have been extracted, yes? This is a battlefield, and at this moment, a battle awaits me. I have no time for sorrow. When Tsunade rejoined Taihua, he could distinctly sense the frosty aura that enveloped her, pushing others away. She casually inquired if the hospital was ready, receiving an affirmative response, then instructed the trio to change their clothes and follow her inside. Taihua, you are responsible for documentation. Cho Xianyi, you will handle test tube no. 1 and separate the liquid. Heiwan, you will manage test tube number 2. Jiraiya approached with his team, suggesting Tsunade, perhaps you need assistance. Leaving behind Waching Maoshu, Cho Dao Jiwan, and Minato, Jiraiya departed. Tsunade warned, do not enter. First change into protective gear before coming in. Extracting the toxins merely required basic medical ninjutsu, which Orochimaru possessed in sufficient measure to extract the toxins ahead of time. Analyzing the toxins' composition, however, did not necessitate medical ninjutsu, nor even being a ninja. As long as one could follow the prescribed procedures and record the findings, that sufficed. The true need for medical ninjas arose after analyzing the toxin-S composition, focusing on toxicity analysis and developing antidotes, which relied not on ninjutsu but rather extensive medical knowledge and a natural aptitude. As assistants, Taihua and the others completed the foundational composition analysis and provided the recorded data to Tsunade, who then presented various ideas for them to test. The antidote has been found, Minato exclaimed, filled with excitement. Found it? Excellent, let us expedite our research on the optimal formulation, Tsunade responded, momentarily elated before immediately delving into the optimization of the potion. Eventually, the antidote was completed, and dusk had descended outside. The young ninjas felt an emptiness after their energies had been drained, their bodies fatigued. Tsunade expressed, I appreciate your hard work. Go rest now. One by one, Minato and the others exited the room. Taihua lingered at the back, hesitating before turning back to embrace Tsunade's waist from behind. Tsunade-sensei, no matter what has transpired, please do not hurt yourself. Tsunade's movements froze, holding her position for a long while before saying, Taihua, you are too suspicious. I am fine. Taihua replied, then I shall take my leave. The 3 squads, comprising 8 individuals, took a brief respite. However, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade did not rest. Tsunade retrieved the antidote's formula, stating, this is the antidote, we must disseminate it as swiftly as possible. Jiraiya asserted, I will go. You two cannot leave, and I am the most reliable option. As for the others, the secret of the antidote is easily compromised by the enemy. Fool! Orochimaru could not help but scold. For heaven's sake, Jiraiya, use your limited brain power to think. This formula only gains its utmost value if exposed. If the wind, earth, and rain nations simultaneously obtain this formula, what do you think will happen? Jiraiya retorted, how could he possibly know what would happen? Yet he instinctively shouted back at Orochimaru, you idiot! Stop calling me a fool! Enough of this, Tsunade interjected. If this formula falls into the hands of the wind or earth nations, then the rain ninjas will inevitably be thwarted in their invasion. Surprise will be impossible. Once the rain ninjas learn that the toxin has been neutralized, they will surely withdraw. Without the poison, what do they have to contend with us? Is that so? Jiraiya scratched his head. Under Orochimaru's guidance, The transport of the antidote's formula was entrusted to ordinary ninjas, while the legendary three took a temporary respite. Stimulated by Shoshu's death, Orochimaru began to rigorously train his two teammates, Inazukaya and Li Batang, pushing them to the brink of despair with intense combat training. Orochimaru was merciless, leaving no part of their bodies unscathed. Relying on the presence of a medical ninja, he only spared them enough breath to continue. Jiraiya intervened. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Do you wish to kill them? Orochimaru remarked, at the very least, I shall not slay them, as long as they do not perish at the hands of the enemy. The past is immutable, yet the future holds the promise of redemption. Meanwhile, Tetsuho was absorbing Tsunade's teachings. In contrast to Orochimaru's martial approach, Tsunade epitomized the scholarly. In this encampment, analyzing battle footage from the Jonin exams was impractical. However, Tsunade herself was a Jonin. While martial prowess demands prolonged training and accumulation of skill, there exists another facet capable of engendering swift advancement: poisons. Tsunade instructed him in the art of toxins, demanding that he memorize every formula with utmost precision, for even a single error was intolerable. He was to grasp the properties of each poison, as well as their antidotes, and be able to identify various medicinal illustrations. Since arriving in the world of the Hokage, Tetsuho had never endured such a rigorous trial, evoking a surreal reminiscence of his high school days, though this experience was far more severe than any he had faced back then. Tsunade was relentless. Failure to recite, stammering, or losing focus would result in her swift reprimands. Strikes to the back of the head, sharp slaps, and various forms of discipline appeared at random. With his academic prowess, Tetsuho emerged from the intense training with flushed cheeks, evident imprints of slender fingers upon his skin. Tsunade glanced at the time and declared, "Very well, this shall suffice for today. Inform Koromaru and Akiheim to cease their practice. We may soon confront the Rain Shinobi, and they must conserve their strength." Tetsuho, bearing the marks of Tsunade's discipline, sought out the two. They were taken aback, then gleefully exclaimed, "Tetsuho, have you been punished?" Tetsuho rolled his eyes. "What do you know? This is merely a gesture of affection." Curiosity piqued, they asked, "Why did teacher Tsunade strike you? Those marks don't appear to be from sparring. What kind of benevolent mentor slaps their student?" Tetsuho suggested, "Perhaps you might join me next time?" As anticipated, once the plagues prepared by the Rain Shinobi and the toxins intended for dispersal via corpses were neutralized, everyone received the antidote, prompting the Rain Shinobi to retreat. Konoha utilized this interval to fortify their defenses, and the three legendary ninjas returned to the village. The third Hokage offered a word of comfort to Tsunade, saying, "Tsunade, va invariably begets unforeseen circumstances." Regarding the demise of Shoru, Tsunade feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing, sensei." She continued, "I intend to train in the Forest of Death for a time, and I wish to take Tetsuho along. I am imparting knowledge that cannot be delayed. The remaining two will need your assistance in finding someone to watch over them." Tetsuho? The third contemplated, then nodded in agreement. A period of training might indeed help him emerge from the sorrow of Shoru's passing. Tsunade held Tetsuho in high regard, seeing potential for him to become a worthy successor. After a brief visit home to inform Uzumaki Mito, she sought out Tetsuho. He blinked in surprise, inquiring, "The Forest of Death? What is that place?" Excitement bubbled within him. It was indeed the Forest of Death. If Tsunade refrained from striking him, this journey could be quite splendid. Tsunade explained, "The Forest of Death is one of the 3 sacred domains of summoning beasts in the shinobi world, home to my contract with the Slug Sage." With that, she enacted the reverse summoning technique, grasping Tetsuho's arm, and they vanished in an instant. The surroundings morphed from the comfort of home to a gloomy, oppressive woodland. Towering trees were shrouded in a gray mist, obscuring the heavens, while the ground was sodden and muddy, littered with half-exposed skeletons. The dampness in the air quickly soaked their garments, chilling them to the bone. "You must acclimate to this environment." Tsunade's voice resonated with a tranquil authority. A slug, measuring over a foot in length, descended from a thick trunk and leisurely approached them. "Ah, Lady Tsunade, is there something you require?" it inquired, its 4 antennae pointing shyly towards Tetsuho, as if curious. Tsunade introduced, "Slug, this is my disciple, Tetsuho. I am here to complete the 100 healing seal." "Is that so?" Tsunade placed a hand on Tetsuho's shoulder, accompanying the slug as she elaborated. "The slug's true form is immense. This is merely a fragment that has split off. The slug sage often manifests in this way, creating numerous smaller slugs to forage in the Forest of Death." As they delved deeper into the forest, they arrived at a clearing. Within the thick fog loomed a colossal figure, a blend of white and blue, obscured by mist, revealing only glimpses of its blue and white appendages. For antennae descended from the fog, resembling celestial pillars, each probing Tetsuho with curiosity. Tsunade, your disciple is intriguing, filled with potential yet devoid of any elemental chakra. It remarked, dropping a summoning scroll at Tetsuho's feet. Come now, inscribe your name. The scroll unfurled, revealing but two names, Senju Hashirama and Tsunade. An inner monologue echoed within Tetsuho. Tetsuho, inscribe thy name, and thou shalt no longer be a mere mortal. If you feel moved, your gaze shifts towards Tsunade. In a sudden motion, Tsunade smacked the back of his head. Hurry and sign. Why dost thou look at me? Internally, she mused. How had this clever boy turned so foolish? Had her strike rendered him dim-witted? Tetsuho grimaced but hastily bent down. His adept control of chakra allowed him to bypass the need to bite his finger. The chakra flowed through his veins and into the capillaries of his fingertips. Soon, the deep crimson of his blood mingled with his chakra, solidifying the name Tetsuho onto the scroll, culminating in a vibrant blood seal. Rising, he wore a proud expression. So, teacher, how do I fare? Am I not clever? Biting my finger was unnecessary. This method is far less painful. Tsunade's expression darkened. I signed my contract with a bite. It is not merely about necessity. It conveys a sense of audacity and gallantry. Tetsuho, realizing he had inadvertently offended her, hastily sought to amend, but surely it is different? You simply wish to appear impressive. A diminutive slug detached itself from the larger one and climbed onto Tetsuho's shoulder, asking, Tetsuho, do you know about sage arts? Tsunade's eyes widened in alarm. Slug. He is still a child. Sage arts are perilous, only to be attempted with ample chakra. She fixed a protective gaze upon the slug. Slug, do not instigate trouble. Though aware of its gentle nature, she worried it might lead Tetsuho into mischief. This was her apprentice after all. What if the slug led him astray? The four antennae of the slug curled together, reminiscent of Hinata's graceful gesture. Tsunade instructed Tetsuho to set up a tent, preparing for a prolonged stay. In a mere span of time, he had erected the tent with remarkable efficiency. Within it was a stove, and after kindling a fire for a while, the tent immediately became warm and dry. After Tsunade entered to rest briefly, she proceeded to practice. The slug, however, urged Iron Fire. Iron Fire-kun, since this is your first visit to the Whetbone Forest, allow me to show you around. Iron Fire inquired, is there any scenery here? Of course. Iron Fire retorted, I hardly believe your words. Following the slug's guidance for the tour, Iron Fire soon realized he had fallen into a trap. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, the slug asked, all right, here Tsunade-sama should not be able to hear us. Iron Fire, do you wish to learn the art of sage techniques? Sage techniques, oh, they are quite formidable. A peculiar sensation arose within Iron Fire. Why was the slug so eager to encourage him to learn sage techniques upon their first meeting? Did he possess some extraordinary quality? Tentatively, he questioned, is it because you mentioned that my chakra lacks attributes and is filled with inertia? The slug's antennae unfurled like petals of a flower, clearly astonished by Iron Fire's insight. Iron Fire-kun is quite clever. Indeed, you are a once-in-a-millennium prodigy in cultivation. Did you know? Your chakra possesses no attributes and is laden with inertia. Thus your pursuit of sage techniques is 100% safe. Iron Fire understood what this safety implied. Mount Mayaboku transforms into a toad, eventually becoming stone. The dragon cave morphs into a serpent. As for the Whetbone Forest, it was uncertain what it might become, but it likely would not be anything pleasant. He recalled the bones he had seen along the way and glanced at the slug. Safe? Could sage techniques truly be perilous? Above, a slug's face, the size of a truck's front, descended from the mist. Indeed, for others, it was extraordinarily dangerous. The slug categorized the levels of danger into 3 tiers. 1. Whetbone Forest. Should one fail, even the initial signs of failure would be irreversible, and in an instant, flesh would dissolve, leaving only the skeletal frame. 2. Mount Mayaboku, where one transforms into a toad and subsequently into toad-like stone. However, as long as someone is watching, there remains a glimmer of hope for salvation. 3. Dragon Cave, where one morphs into a serpent. From the perspective of sage techniques, both the Whetbone Forest and Mount Mayaboku are deadly, while the techniques of the Dragon Cave are the safest, resulting merely in a transformation into a serpent. Yet, the danger of the Dragon Cave lies with the White Snake Sage. She would devour you whole. After a comprehensive assessment of the danger levels, they all seemed equally perilous. Iron Fire's soul inquired, so what exactly are sage techniques? The slug pondered the term sage techniques in brief silence. If it were Tsunade, I would tell her that sage techniques are a potent new form of chakra created by the fusion of natural energy and her chakra in a specific ratio. However, Iron Fire Chunin is different. My answer for you is, vitality arises from profound stillness, which encapsulates the essence of martial arts Zen. Traditional martial arts masters achieve a state of flow, wielding this force to slice through waterfalls or sever the techniques of ninjas with a single stroke. This, in essence, is sage techniques. However, the requirements for mastering sage techniques are exceedingly high, and thus, new martial arts have gradually supplanted the old, leading to the disappearance of traditional martial arts, leaving no sword saints in existence today. Such changes are also intrinsically linked to chakra. The chakra within humans typically possesses attributes, albeit varying in degree. The training process for sage techniques necessitates that human chakra must possess attributes, and once integrated with natural energy, without the ability to regulate the ratio, complications arise. Ironfire frowned and remarked, but, Slug, did you not just say that failure in the sage techniques of Mount Miyaboku results in becoming stone? If what you say is true, the slug elucidated. That is because the practitioner utilized toad oil, which heightens sensitivity to natural energy. However, toad oil inherently possesses attributes. The chakra within the human body also carries some degree of attributes, and when combined with the external, the nature of the earth and stone becomes pronounced, leading to petrification. This revelation was a first for Iron Fire, yet he remained with lingering doubts. But if I were to learn sage techniques and you assisted me, would I not also possess attributes? No, Iron Fire Chunin, I cannot assist you. I can only provide you with detailed steps. It is imperative that you learn on your own. If I aid you, could lead to great peril. Then what must I do? Be still and then become vibrant. You need not concern yourself with anything else. If you achieve these two steps, your sage techniques will naturally manifest. Here in the wet bone forest, the concentration of natural energy is far richer than in the outside world, so you should find it quite easy to accomplish. With the experience of the first attempt, subsequent endeavors will be effortless. Stillness? Iron Fire promptly seated himself, slightly lowering his eyelids. If it were anything else, he might be at a loss. But when it came to stillness, he was well versed in theory. He focused his gaze on his nose, then his nose on his heart, paying attention to his breath, gradually forgetting the distractions in his mind. His spirit became progressively tethered in this process. Although he could not perceive any results, the slug praised his rapid progress, and he took it to heart. How could the sage deceive him? Upon returning, he resumed his studies under Tsunade. After reciting the poison formulas, Tsunade marveled at his exceptional memory but did not display her admiration, instead wearing an expression of disdain. Such a trivial matter took you so long to memorize. Then she began to cram various medical principles and analytical methods into his mind, confident in her disciple's good memory, believing he could memorize without issue. Iron Fire felt overwhelmed. He perceived his mind as a jar stuffed to the brim. Although there seemed to be no more space, Tsunade managed to find gaps to cram in even more. Meanwhile, during his training with Tsunade, the rare moments to practice the foundational processes of sage techniques were seized upon, and when he settled into stillness, knowledge surged forth, organizing itself in an unconsciously flowing manner. This caused the slug to grow somewhat dissatisfied, deliberately turning away from Tsunade while observing her, expressing its irritation. Tsunade, this is inexplicable. The more medical knowledge is crammed in, the easier it becomes. Iron Fire, after organizing his thoughts in a flow state, found the learning difficulty diminished, which Tsunade interpreted as a sign of ease. A diamond-shaped seal gradually manifested on Tsunade's forehead, coalescing into form, and her entire demeanor transformed, exuding a sense of maturity. Her technique was complete. Tsunade called to Iron Fire, "Pack up. We are preparing to return to Konoha." Just as she was about to tidy the tent, the slug sage intervened, urging Tsunade, "Do not rush. Let us wait a few more days. During this time, do not disturb Iron Fire." Tsunade looked at the slug, then at Iron Fire. "What do you mean? Are you two hiding something from me?" Iron Fire stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from Tsunade. "No." The slug sage interjected. "Iron Fire is learning sage techniques. Had you not occupied his time these past few days, he would have already mastered them." Tsunade suddenly recalled the slug's avatar, often giving her a disapproving look. The slug sage continued. "There is no danger in Iron Fire practicing sage techniques. Tsunade, your concern is causing confusion. How about this? You can watch from the sidelines, and I shall be present as well, ready to intervene should any danger arise." This sage genuinely cares for Iron Fire. Such a talent in sage techniques is rare indeed. Tsunade conceded. All right, Iron Fire once more endeavored to find stillness. The knowledge that had been somewhat chaotic over the past days gradually settled, ceasing to flow. His stillness practice had become proficient, and with this attempt, he felt a touch of irritation rising at the last moment, as the bright light before him and the ringing in his ears erupted simultaneously. After a succession of 6 or 7 attempts, Tihua suddenly conceived a notion. Teacher, might you consider administering a few acupuncture needles at specific acupoints to aid me in achieving tranquility and dispelling extraneous thoughts? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with delight at the suggestion. Yet the slug interjected. No, Tihua, this is a process you must conquer through your own efforts. You have reached the final threshold. Embrace it, transcend it, and you shall attain it. Tihua frowned. Tsunade advised, Tihua, heed the slug. In this domain, the slug is undoubtedly an authority. Thus, Tihua endeavored repeatedly to acclimate himself. Eventually, a piercing shriek resonated in his ears, blinding white light flooded his vision, and a sudden surge of taste and touch overwhelmed him, only to be followed by a sudden stillness. In the profound silence, his heart awakened with vibrant energy. A stream, akin to a gentle rain, seeped through his skin, permeating his body, naturally saturating every corner, intertwining with his chakra to form an entirely new essence. Though the quantity remained unchanged, there was an unmistakable alteration. Areas that had previously suffered discomfort from training injuries, even after healing, felt rejuvenated, and places that had been evidently weary suddenly became invigorated. Is this sage art? This was a sensation of ease and joy that Tihua had never before experienced, a delight that resonated from within, causing his very soul to tremble and sigh in ecstasy. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a howl. A woo! The sound was clear and ethereal, soaring like a monkey's call through the forest, yet far more prolonged, echoing for a full 10 minutes before subsiding. In his open gaze lingered a pure, childlike joy, innocent and untainted. Upon seeing the slug and Tsunade, this joy and innocence ebbed away like a receding tide. The external refreshing rain dissipated as well, resembling a fleeting dream. However, the internal sage art remained, continuing to exude a sense of lightness akin to rebirth, refreshing and pleasurable. As Tihua raised his neck to howl, Tsunade prepared to act but was halted by the slug, who stood atop its head, surveying Tihua from a lofty vantage. An aura of serene detachment enveloped Tihua, a sensation starkly divergent from Jiraiya's sage mode. Tihua, what do you feel? The slug expressed profound curiosity, having not witnessed the former sword saint's demeanor in centuries. Yet Tihua's essence felt markedly distinct, lacking the sharpness of swordsmanship and the resolve to sever all. The slug's 4 antennae drew closer to Tihua, sensing his aura with evident fondness. Tihua remarked, perhaps it is because I am not a warrior. Tsunade retorted, you little rascal, I never anticipated that sage mode would manifest in such a manner. Suddenly, she vanished in an instant, raising her hand to deliver a playful knock on Tihua's head, yet he evaded her with an uncanny foresight as she moved. Tsunade's finger struck empty air, bewildered. How did you evade that? Your instantaneous technique was exceedingly abrupt. Tihua replied, sage art, perhaps. Indeed, it was a facet of sage art. Yet its essence lay in achieving the utmost stillness, followed by a natural awakening, akin to perceiving the autumn breeze before it stirs the cicadas. Tihua instinctively thought of this phenomenon, yet struggled to articulate it to Tsunade. It was simpler to attribute it all to sage art. Sage art? Tsunade abruptly pivoted, launching a punch toward Tihua. Once more, as she moved, Tihua sensed it and reacted. Tsunade's punch altered its trajectory, crashing into the ground. With a thunderous sound, it created a substantial crater, a concentrated force splitting the earth, sending soil cascading as if plowed, stretching toward Tihua. In a moment of peril, he twisted midair, leveraging his hands for support and landing deftly aside. Gazing at the more than meter-deep trench, Tihua felt a shiver of trepidation. Was that too exaggerated? Teacher, even if you wish to test my sage art, it need not be to such an extent. Such a maneuver could be fatal. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, thinking, has he truly evaded it? Yet her words remained sharp. Do not forget, I am a medical ninja. As long as you are not frozen, I can ensure your survival. The slug interjected, Tsunade, aren't you both supposed to return to Konoha? Tsunade commanded Tihua, pack up the tent. We shall depart. The two returned to Konoha, arriving at the same location as before. Tihua's home exuded an air of gloom, having been uninhabited for nearly half a month. Dust coated the floors and walls. Tihua remarked, it seems we must tidy up. He then inquired, teacher, do you have other matters to attend to? Tsunade responded, I must pay a visit to the old man. After returning from the wet-bone forest, I must report. Then, teacher, after you leave the Hokage's residence, please come to my house. I shall prepare dinner. Tsunade did not refuse. During this time, they had spent nearly a month in the wet-bone forest, with Tihua responsible for their daily meals. Not a single military ration brought from Konoha had been utilized, as the wet-bone forest was abundant in sustenance. Tihua had the slug's clone gather mushrooms, fish, shrimp, birds, and rabbits, alternating flavors without cease. Tihua's culinary skills were not particularly exceptional, but the comparison was relative. While he could not rival Ichiraku in ramen, no one in the ninja world could contest him in making chicken stew with mushrooms. Tsunade's palate was thoroughly satisfied with Tihua's culinary creations. Upon encountering Tsunade, the third Hokage noticed the seal on her forehead and chuckled. It seems this training has gone exceedingly well. Tsunade affirmed, indeed, this time not only have I mastered the 100 healings technique, but Tihua has also garnered the favor of the slug sage and learned sage art. The third Hokage's hand trembled around his pipe. Was not Tihua devoid of talent in ninjutsu? Sage art, indeed? Tsunade explained, I do not fully comprehend it either. However, when the slug sage first laid eyes on Tihua, he claimed he possessed an extraordinary talent for sage art. The third Hokage chuckled. It appears that we have gained another remarkable genius in Konoha. Indeed, Tihua also exhibits considerable talent in medicine. I plan to mentor him closely. Such talent, despite its lack of applicability in ninjutsu, pales in comparison to the multitude of individuals capable of utilizing medical ninjutsu. However, those who can inherit my legacy in the field of medicine are exceedingly rare. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Tsunade inquired about the situation in the Land of Rain. The third Hokage replied, since the last retreat, the Land of Rain has remained rather quiet. We have lost track of news from the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind, like us, is amassing troops. Tsunade remarked, we are uncertain of Hanzo's intentions. This quiet retreat gives one the impression that he is preparing a grand scheme. The third Hokage inhaled from his pipe, stating, in any case, let us strive to control the intensity of the conflict. After Tsunade's departure, the third Hokage produced a document titled, Regarding Matters Pertaining to the Joint Chunin Exam of the Allied Nations. The Land of Fire is encircled by small nations, and the declaration of war by the Land of Rain has set these small nations on edge. It is hoped that through this Chunin exam, we can suppress their unwarranted ambitions. Just as Jiraiya, Minato, Akimichi Jijiro, and Narashikaku returned from a mission, they happened upon Tsunade. Overjoyed, Jiraiya exclaimed, Tsunade, you have returned? Tsunade replied, yes, I have returned, and then bypassed Jiraiya, heading on. For her beloved disciple awaited her with a meal prepared in eager anticipation. Tsunade returned to Tetsuhan's residence, where the abode had been tidied up to a pristine state. On the table lay 3 dishes, their colors enticing and aromas alluring, though none were familiar to her. What could these dishes be? Tsunade sampled each one. They were absolutely delectable. Tetsuhan explained, they are simply roasted eggplant, a trio of vegetables, and a straightforward dish of steamed pumpkin drizzled with honey, then coated in breadcrumbs and fried into pumpkin chips. Each dish was uncomplicated, with the only one showcasing flair being the fried pumpkin chips. They were crispy upon entry, followed by a dense sweetness, as the flavors of pumpkin and honey intertwined, making her taste buds feel as if they were indulging in a spa treatment. These 3 dishes paired perfectly with 1, 2, 3, 4, or even 5 bowls of rice. Tetsuhan watched in astonishment as Tsunade enjoyed her meal using an oversized bowl typically reserved for ramen, devouring a staggering 5 bowls of rice in one go, thinking to himself, no wonder she is a ninja. Thank goodness she isn't Hinata. He felt no remorse over the rice and asked, Tsunade-sensei, would you like more? Just as Tsunade was about to say yes, a long, natural belch escaped her lips, causing her to quickly amend her response. I'm full. As the lights of the evening began to twinkle, Tetsuhan escorted Tsunade outside. The murky light of the street lamps elongated their shadows. Upon reaching a main street, Tsunade remarked, it's quite far now. Let us stop here. Tsunade-sensei, Tetsuhan called out, you could come over more often for meals. Having someone to share with makes it feel more like home. Tsunade acknowledged with a hum and waved her hand, walking away. After returning home, Tetsuhan settled into a cross-legged position on his bed, lowering his gaze into a meditative state. He focused on the tranquility within, observing his breathing and seeking stillness. His sage chakra was hardly depleted, remaining abundant. This quest for serenity was not arduous. With each breath, he transcended barriers, entering a state of lively stillness. The refreshing sensation, derived from natural energy, enveloped him like sweet rain, though noticeably less dense than in the wet bone forest. He did not perceive mastery of sage techniques as an endpoint but rather akin to Naruto and Jiraiya, merely a method for combat. To him, it was just the beginning. He needed to engage in persistent training to make this meditative state a habitual norm. Even deep into the night, his body radiated vitality, exuding comfort and energy. When it was time to rest, he concluded his meditation and retired to bed. The following morning, he commenced his day with chakra control exercises and sword techniques. While busy, a woman dressed in nurse attire approached him. "Hello, Tetsuhan. Lady Tsunade requests your presence." As she delivered the message, her gaze roamed curiously over him. "All right, I'll be there shortly," he replied. The day unfolded in two halves. In the morning, he analyzed the assessment videos of Jonin and Chunin in Tsunade's office, sharing lunch in the ninja cafeteria while she offered insightful guidance, infusing him with her extensive experience as a Jonin. In the afternoon, he absorbed medical knowledge through intense memorization, Tsunade seemingly eager to impart all her wisdom at once. After a bustling day, as they approached his home, they encountered Kushina. Kushina sat on the steps at the entrance, cradling her chin in her hands, her wine-red hair cascading thickly around her. Sensing their presence, she looked up. "Tetsuhan, Tsunade." She had learned from Tsunade that he had returned from training and had come directly after school, not expecting him to be home so late. Tsunade's amber eyes danced with amusement as they lingered on the two. "Komein." Tetsuhan opened the door for them, then began preparing rice and dishes. The dinner was ready in under half an hour. Kushina marveled. "Tetsuhan, you're amazing. You've prepared dinner in such a short time." In her view, the Senju clan would take at least an hour for a meal, bustling in the kitchen yet yielding little abundance. Tetsuhan's efficiency and quality left her astounded. "Congratulations on your return from training." After dinner, Kushina presented him with her gift, a crayon drawing of a sunflower. "I think sunflowers are beautiful, so I made this for you." "Thank you." Tetsuhan accepted the sunflower, intending to frame it simply the next day, appreciating its childlike charm. Tsunade and Kushina departed together, and Tsunade instructed him, "Tetsuhan, you needn't tee us off. Also, remember to review tonight. I will assess the knowledge you learned this afternoon." "All right, as you say, sensei," he replied. However, the next day, Tsunade did not conduct any assessments, seemingly having forgotten her previous words. Yet, 2 days later, she unexpectedly conducted a surprise check. "What the heck?" Tetsuhan exclaimed, thankful for his solid preparation. Enhanced by sage techniques, his memory and comprehension had improved significantly, enabling him to endure the scrutiny. "Well done. It seems you haven't been slacking off these days," Tsunade remarked, her hand itching to pat him affectionately, though she refrained. Tsunade stood up. "Follow me." She led Tetsuhan to the training field, declaring, "Let me see the fruits of your recent training. Since you mastered sage techniques, we have yet to engage in a formal spar. For a ninja, practical combat is always paramount." Tetsuhan unsheathed his sword, retorting, "If you want to hit me, just say so. There's no need for all this circumlocution." He suddenly accelerated, executing a swift arc with his blade. The stroke was remarkably succinct, yet to Tsunade, it felt extraordinary, evoking a sense of discomfort throughout her being. He instinctively targeted her vulnerabilities, as if they shared a telepathic connection. Tsunade swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones that flanked her, one of which charged at Tetsuhan with a punch. Yet, Tetsuhan remained unfazed, deftly striking the clone's wrist with his elbow. The shadow clone dissipated instantly. Though a tangible clone, it remained a mere extension. Even a tangible clone would vanish under sufficient force. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. During the strike, the entire force was transmitted through the wrist, elbow, shoulder, and waist, all of which are weaknesses. How did he pinpoint the vulnerability so quickly?
Sage technique?
After the clone's disappearance, the slight pain in her wrist from the elbow strike was unmistakable. If the immense strength was activated and her wrist were injured, what would the outcome be? The answer, excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the second shadow clone seized the opportunity to stomp the ground. Painful heaven's foot. The earth trembled as the impact created a shallow crater approximately 2 meters in diameter, surrounded by a web of cracks resembling a spider's web, the soil churning as if plowed. Tetsuhan, however, was attuned, evading the attack with a graceful leap, akin to a butterfly in flight. Whether it be painful heaven's foot or the mighty punch, although they struck the ground, the force transmitted was immense. After traveling through the ground, each punch and kick transformed into a wide area of impact. One cannot retreat or evade promptly. Once the tremors from the ground reach one's feet, a mere moment of weakness can lead to staggering. Should Tsunade strike with sufficient force, her punch could transmit power through the earth and into one's innards, potentially causing internal bleeding or even delivering a fatal blow. Even in practice, should Tsunade withhold some of her strength, a mere brush with her might be enough to conclude the battle. Suspended in mid-air, T-Hwa suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He quickly steadied his breath and focused. He sensed his body momentarily freeze, rigidly crashing to the ground. Tsunade, however, faced him with hands forming seals, and T-Hwa recognized the stance. A rare offensive technique within medical ninjutsu, Ranshin-Sho. Ranshin-Sho. It converts one's chakra into electricity, disrupting the enemy's nervous system and causing chaos within. T-Hwa fell onto the soft earth, quickly recovering. He attempted to flex his fingers and twist his neck, and the stiffness felt almost like a fleeting illusion, dissipating instantaneously. Tsunade leisurely approached him, stating, "Didn't he expect that? Did you, young one? I have this trick in my arsenal. Now, can you move?" With a sigh, T-Hwa replied, "Teacher, have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" "One should pursue the retreating enemy with remaining courage, not seek fame by emulating tyrants." Tsunade likely did not comprehend this, prompting T-Hwa to explain, "Teacher, you've made a grave error by not following up with a punch after using that ninjutsu. Such half-heartedness can be deadly." Lying on the ground, his blade pointed at Tsunade's blind spot. She was oblivious to the fact that T-Hwa had aimed the weapon at her heart. "What?" Tsunade exclaimed, noticing T-Hwa's hand shifting away, finally catching sight of it. Frustrated, she scolded, "Who taught you such despicable tactics?" This defeat left her feeling quite disgruntled. Tsunade reached out to T-Hwa, who offered his left hand, allowing her to pull him up. Then, without warning, she delivered a sharp slap to his head. Smack! T-Hwa, unfazed, inquired, "Teacher, do you think I've passed the test and am now ready to learn the art of superhuman strength?" "In learning, one must take initiative." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "How many bones are in the human body?" 206, though some say 204. What is the function of tendons?" Though T-Hwa felt perplexed, he answered honestly. These questions were rather simple, basic knowledge concerning human anatomy. Tsunade continued, "The maximum weight a human skeleton can bear is 5,000 kilograms. If all the muscles exert their force simultaneously, the strength can far exceed this limit, leading to shattering fractures. Thus, one must not exert force beyond this threshold." T-Hwa asked, "What does this have to do with superhuman strength?" Tsunade, her tea-colored eyes glimmering with amusement, gazed at him as if he were simple-minded, saying, "Where has your cleverness gone?" She playfully poked his forehead. T-Hwa retorted, "You have your finger jutsu, and I have an iron forehead. Others might flinch at being poked, but for a teacher, as long as it doesn't kill me, feel free to poke." He blinked innocently. How can one enhance their physical power? The answer lies in enabling your bones to withstand greater force, allowing your muscles to endure more, and fortifying your internal organs as well. This is the essence of superhuman strength. Or rather, this is the principle behind it. How does one achieve this greater resilience in bones and muscles? Chakra. Use your chakra. Infuse it into your bones, saturate every cavity, envelop every fiber of bone. With your chakra, reinforce every muscle, granting it greater toughness and elasticity, enabling it to unleash even greater force. When your chakra permeates your bones and completes the holistic transformation, you will truly possess superhuman strength. Have you begun to notice the peculiarities of superhuman strength? T-Hwa nodded in agreement. Tsunade queried, "Good. What peculiarities have you observed?" T-Hwa responded, "Teacher, you tell me. I am inquiring of you." T-Hwa remarked, "I knew it. Regardless of how strong an individual may be, if they strike the ground, even if their entire arm sinks into the earth, it cannot create such an explosive, circular pit or displace such a vast expanse of soil. It defies physics. It simply doesn't add up in terms of pressure." Tsunade acknowledged, "Indeed, no matter how great one's strength, striking the ground cannot produce the effects of superhuman strength. For superhuman strength does not fundamentally rely on brute force, but rather on chakra. When your muscles are filled and enveloped by chakra, they themselves become conduits for chakra. The punch I deliver is, in essence, my chakra. The outcome is determined by me and is solely dependent on your control over chakra." However, Tsunade left unspoken what her point was, but T-Hwa understood, saying, "I currently lack sufficient chakra. Simply concentrating it in my bones to reach a certain level of saturation is inadequate, let alone to advance further. Superhuman strength requires a substantial amount of chakra as its foundation." Tsunade nodded. "Thus, it is not that I refuse to teach you superhuman strength. Rather, you are not yet ready to learn it. Its difficulty level is not particularly high. Now that you understand, you may practice according to these steps in the future. If you can master ninjutsu, I could teach you the Yin Sealing technique and the 100 Healings technique, which would help you store excess chakra and address the issue of chakra quantity. However, Tihua is unable to learn ninjutsu, which complicates matters, as the Yin Sealing technique pertains to the Yin attribute. No worries, teacher. My chakra reserves will one day reach their peak. Tihua reassured her. If the obstacle is chakra quantity, then is it still a problem? Does one underestimate the value of their daily increase of 0.5 in chakra? Tsunade ruffled his hair. Tihua, you are already quite impressive. Not learning superhuman strength is not a significant loss. As the two departed from the training grounds and returned to the hospital, a member of the Umbu sought out Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, the third Hokage requests your presence. Tsunade informed Tihua, I shall return shortly. Familiarize yourself with these concepts, and I will review them upon my return. Tihua responded with an O, wondering if this was related to the Rain Ninja. Tsunade then accompanied the Umbu to the Hokage's residence, encountering Jiraiya and Orochimaru along the way. Hey Tsunade, Jiraiya greeted, adding, what does the old man want with us? Tsunade replied, I'm not sure, her three-word response effectively stalling the conversation. Upon entering the Hokage's residence, they found other ninjas gathered. Among a group of jonin were 6 Chunin, all instructors from the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru's gaze swept over them, a hint of speculation in his smirk. Jiraiya asked, what are you laughing at? Orochimaru? Tsunade, also sensing something, speculated, it seems they are likely preparing for the Chunin exams. With the Rain Ninja declaring war on 3 great nations, the smaller nations are undoubtedly restless. If we hold a Chunin exam among allied nations at this time, serving as a peace rehearsal, we can issue a warning to keep them in check. She held a disdainful view towards these restless smaller nations. War was truly detestable. Orochimaru remarked, that seems plausible, but this Chunin exam should not concern me. It primarily involves you two, Tihua, Minato, and the others will undoubtedly be required to participate. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before casting a glance at Jiraiya and remarking, Tetsuhan's participation in the Chunin exams is more than adequate, albeit somewhat unconventional. Jiraiya responded, isn't that rather perilous? Most ninjas, however, seem oblivious to this fact, merely engaging in hushed whispers. The third Hokage and Toryun Koharu, along with Mito Gaten, entered one after the other, taking their seats. The purpose of this gathering was to discuss the joint Chunin exams among the allied nations. With the current international situation being tense, any misstep could potentially ignite a world-class conflict. Especially during such times, we must exercise utmost caution. Hence, we propose to conduct the Chunin exams to showcase our military might within the allied nations, dispelling their unrealistic aspirations. Tsunade, the third Hokage, directly called out to her, inquiring, can your team participate? Tsunade stepped forward, stating, indeed. After evaluation, the Genin Tetsuhan, Nikaido Kajimaru, and Kawashima Akiyomi have demonstrated the requisite strength to partake in the Chunin exams. I recommend these 3, the newcomers this year. Tetsuhan, that prodigy as young as Hyuga Hayashi and Namikaze Minato? Wasn't he unable to master ninjutsu? The crowd murmured in confusion. Nikaido Tamayoshi was even more stunned. Wasn't this a tad too premature for the Chunin exams? Before he could voice his thoughts, the third Hokage shifted his attention back to Jiraiya, who also stepped forward to nominate Namikaze Minato, Akimichi Yashimaru, and Zuchingmu. Subsequently, the pure-eyed class led by Hyuga Hayashi was also put forward. This awareness of the times is commendable. Some classes from last year and the year before also registered, prompting a satisfied nod from the third Hokage. Very well. Our Konoha is indeed teeming with talent. Let's ensure our disciples undergo rigorous training during this period. Now, regarding this matter, you may disperse. He then singled out Orochimaru. Orochimaru, remain behind. Jiraiya trailed behind Tsunade as they exited, asking, Tsunade, what do you suppose the old man wants with Orochimaru? Tsunade replied, to prepare snake stew. Tetsuhan sat in Tsunade's designated seat, studying diligently while rotating the chair from side to side. This chair was far more comfortable than the wooden one he usually occupied. It could rise and turn, offering great ease. However, the study material was laced with peculiarities. For instance, one medical case presented a condition without a conclusion or method. The case revealed a patient's forearm suffered a comminuted fracture, with bone fragments in the muscle that could not be entirely extracted, necessitating a conservative treatment plan to restore basic functionality, yet the hand would remain incapable of exertion. Tetsuhan immediately recalled the freshly acquired knowledge of monstrous strength and attempted to draft an answer, only to discover that the case bore no solution. Tetsuhan pondered. Could it be that the burden on the chest was too great, causing the answer to this page to be forgotten? He dismissed the thought and continued his studies. Cerebral congestion, complications in childbirth for pregnant women. Taking a deep breath, Tetsuhan sighed. Teacher, could you be a tad more reliable? How is it that such unrelated cases are all lumped together? We were just discussing surgery. Tsunade entered, not exchanging a word with Tetsuhan. She simply sat at his usual study spot, perusing his work. Page by page, she suddenly halted. She glanced up at Tetsuhan, then back at the case. To her astonishment, she discovered an unexpected delight. She had intended to challenge Tetsuhan with a case meant to humble his pride, yet not only had he provided a solution, but it also seemed plausible. She refrained from speaking to Tetsuhan and instead took the case with her as she exited the office, heading straight to another room. Go. Inform them that Yumita Taro's arm can be saved. Arrange for surgery immediately. The medical ninja responsible for surgical arrangements in the office were momentarily taken aback. Then elated, is that so, Lady Tsunade? Yumita Taro is to be saved. A moment, my disciple will also participate in the surgery. Tsunade added before departing. Knock, knock, knock. Tsunade rapped on the door deliberately. Tetsuhan looked up. Teacher, come with me. We're performing a surgery, Tsunade said nonchalantly. Tetsuhan was momentarily taken aback. Surgery? No need for so many words. You'll understand when we arrive. Come, we must attend a meeting while the surgical room is being prepared. Tsunade led Tetsuhan to the meeting where the medical ninjas participating in the surgery gathered. Tsunade took her seat at the head of the table, inviting Tetsuhan to sit beside her, and then declared, the preoperative meeting commences. Let us first clarify the patient's condition. One individual distributed a document, and Tetsuhan stared in astonishment. Wasn't this just the case from earlier? Without allowing him further contemplation, Tsunade prompted him to speak. Tetsuhan, please present the treatment plan. Yes. Tetsuhan quickly rose. He understood the treatment plan well, addressing his esteemed seniors. Regarding this patient's treatment plan, it is as follows. First, we will extract the bone fragments from the muscle. Our method will involve severing the patient's chakra pathways, grouping the muscles at the arm, and then utilizing our chakra for replacement. As the chakra flows through the muscle, it will encounter the fragments, creating sensory feedback, and then the second part involves bone shaping. Once the bones are reassembled, we will employ chakra to mold them during the flow of chakra, potentially utilizing an internal fixation strategy. And once healed, we will remove the fixation. This should facilitate a swift healing process if we utilize healing palm techniques. The medical ninjas murmured among themselves, astonished by this treatment plan which was utterly unprecedented. A smile crept onto Tsunade's lips, signaling for him to sit. Now, does anyone have any objections to this plan? As for the feasibility of the plan, it was a path they had never envisioned. Yet, when Tsunade brought the plan to the meeting, hadn't she already reached a conclusion? The medical ninjas whispered amongst themselves, intrigued by the uniqueness of the plan. Yet no one questioned its viability. In matters of medical expertise, Tsunade was an unequivocal authority. If Tsunade believed it possible, then it undoubtedly was. Very well, let us proceed. Yumita Taro was the first to be wheeled into the operating room for anesthesia. Tetsuhan, Tsunade, and the medical ninjas who had attended the meeting donned surgical garb, wrapping themselves securely, with 3 layers of masks and goggles covering their eyes. Tsunade was the lead surgeon, and throughout the procedure, she barely moved her hands, instead directing others on their tasks. Sever the chakra, good, make an incision on the arm, expose the muscle. Once these foundational steps were completed, she finally took matters into her own hands. With great care, she grasped the muscle near the elbow and skillfully infused chakra along the muscle, employing the method she had learned for monstrous strength. Various foreign sensations arose, and with precision, she used tweezers to separate the muscle, extracting the fragments of bone. The larger pieces were roughly the size of a fingernail, while the smaller ones were just slightly larger than a needle tip, each carefully placed in a nearby tray. Once the foreign sensations had entirely dissipated, Tsunade commenced the shaping process, directly employing healing palm techniques to mend the bones and subsequently healing the torn muscle. This high-intensity surgery lasted a full 5 hours. Upon exiting the operating room, Tsunade was completely drenched, her face pale from the prolonged concentration and depletion of energy. Tetsuhan supported her as they made their way to a chair in the corridor. Teacher, wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a few pieces of candy. Sweet and delightful, just one will suffice. Tsunade unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth. Indeed, a wave of comfort washed over me, and I promptly commanded Iron Fire, fetch me 2 bottles of glucose. While one might require a medical diagnosis or a doctor's orders to procure other items, glucose was an exception. As a disciple of Tsunade, Iron Fire effortlessly acquired the 2 bottles from the pharmacy upon my mere request. Upon his return, Tsunade forcefully yanked the cap off one of the bottles with a pop, and exclaimed, "Iron Fire, open it up, let us toast." Iron Fire likewise removed the cap, clinking it against Tsunade's. As the sweet liquid coursed through my system, I felt revitalized, prompting Iron Fire to exclaim, "So this is how it works. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered buying candy." Previously, he had only associated glucose with intravenous use, never realizing it could be consumed directly and with such efficacy. Tsunade tugged at Iron Fire before leaning against him, stating, "That's not the same. The sugar you provided contains other substances." After a while, family members and friends approached to express their gratitude. "Lady Tsunade, we are immensely thankful. Without you, Taro would never have been able to resume his role as a ninja. You should be thanking him. If it weren't for Iron Fire's proposal, I would have been at a loss," Tsunade pointed out, gesturing towards Iron Fire. The family members were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gratitude towards him. Once they exited the hospital, the 2 strolled beneath the dim glow of streetlights, and Tsunade broached the topic of the Chunin exams. Iron Fire raised an eyebrow, grasping the implications. This upcoming exam was instigated by the Land of Rain? The allied nations must surely be stirring with anticipation as well, and the 3rd Hokage likely aimed to intimidate the neighboring regions through this examination. Tsunade halted, turning to face Iron Fire. "Indeed, I did not anticipate your insight. Your perception alone surpasses that of many ninjas." Iron Fire inquired, "What is the current situation in the Land of Rain?" "Unknown. Our intelligence has been cut off," she replied. Iron Fire contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we should exercise caution regarding the Land of Wind." Tsunade, puzzled, asked why. Iron Fire elaborated, "The Sand Village has a Chio, skilled in both the art of antidotes and poisons, much like you, Sensei. She might be slightly stronger or weaker than you. However, what truly matters is her capability. Thus, after Hanzo's defeat in the Land of Fire, his focus will not shift to the Land of Wind. Of course, that is merely one reason. The second lies in the geographical and strategic depth. For the Land of Rain to invade the Land of Wind, they would have to traverse the Land of Rivers, but the terrain there renders that route treacherous. However, what if they were to strike from the west? That region is predominantly desert, presenting a severe shortage of water and supply challenges for the Rain ninjas. Moreover, we have yet to discuss the sandstorms and toxins that plague the desert. Without enemies in the vast expanse, will they possess the means to retreat upon encountering adversaries? Tsunade nodded in agreement. Thus, if the Rain ninjas were to attack the Land of Wind, they would inevitably traverse the Land of Rivers, as it offers a well-established trade route with ample supply points, ensuring both offense and defense. But since I have neutralized their poison, they will not squander their efforts in the Land of Wind. So what of their whereabouts now? Are they in the Land of Earth? Iron Fire posited they should be engaged in combat with the Rock ninjas. In terms of toxins, the Rock ninjas will find it quite arduous. What do you suppose the Rock ninjas will do next? What will they do? Iron Fire continued, the Rock ninjas will impersonate the Rain ninjas to assault the Land of Wind, dragging it into the conflict to alleviate their own pressure. Then why not target the Land of Fire? Tsunade pondered aloud, only to realize she had posed a rather foolish question. She playfully smacked Iron Fire on the head, so, after ensnaring the Land of Wind, they would then choose to attack the Land of Fire? This time, Tsunade refrained from questioning the rationale further, as the Land of Wind had executed such maneuvers on numerous occasions. As they approached the entrance of Iron Fire's alley, the 2 parted ways. Tsunade walked alone, contemplating Iron Fire's words, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Truly, he is my disciple. His vision and perspective have transcended the narrow confines of a ninja's existence. Upon returning home, Iron Fire settled down to seek tranquility. In a moment of reverie, he transcended barriers, entering a state of profound stillness, feeling refreshed as if enveloped in a gentle rain. The following day unfolded as a routine of home and hospital, until the evening when Tsunade summoned him. They made their way to the training grounds, where they encountered Nikaido Karamaru and Kawashima Akiha. Upon seeing Tsunade and Iron Fire, their faces lit up with surprise. Lady Tsunade, Iron Fire, it has been quite some time. Iron Fire replied, in truth, it hasn't been that long. Karamaru, Akiha, do you know the purpose of this team assembly? The 2 exchanged puzzled glances. What purpose? A mischievous thought surged within Iron Fire, and he slapped his hand against his face, tilting his head back in laughter. Ah! His sinister laughter was abruptly interrupted when Tsunade smacked him on the back of the head, admonishing, "Stop acting foolish." Then it was Kuramaru and Akiha's turn to chuckle. Tsunade, stifling a laugh, turned serious. "Our team is finally back together. In the coming days, we will engage in intensive training. I have recommended you for the Chunin exams. Now, let us hold off on idle chatter. Iron Fire, you shall first test your teammates." Leaning against the wire fence with her arms crossed, Tsunade entrusted the task of sparring to Iron Fire. Iron Fire glanced at Tsunade. "Is this truly appropriate, given your role as my teacher?" Tsunade shot back with a glare. "What, are you contesting this? Just hold it in." Iron Fire adjusted his stance, drawing his blade, and addressed Kuramaru and Akiha. "Are you both prepared?" The two rummaged through their ninja tool pouches and produced kunai, readying themselves for a confrontation. Though no movement had yet occurred, Iron Fire perceived their every action. He simply awaited the moment they sprang into action and, with a swift motion, thrust his sheathed sword forward. The blade sliced through the air like a bolt of black lightning, striking Kuramaru's shoulder with precision, halting him mid-motion. Iron Fire then glided past him, delivering a second blow to Akiha's knee, targeting a vital point. It appeared effortless, yet both strikes were executed with exacting precision, momentarily stifling their breaths and rendering their agile movements sluggish, as they suddenly found themselves lacking strength. Iron Fire declared, "You've lost." How could there be such a disparity? Kuramaru's face paled, reflecting the stark contrast to their graduation days, when they had been equals. Yet now, the two were no match for Iron Fire's prowess, despite their dedicated training and significant progress over the recent period. "I have completed the assessment, Sensei," Iron Fire announced to Tsunade. "I have only just settled into this relaxed posture," she replied approvingly. Gathering the three together, she reassured Kuramaru and Akiha, "Do not compare yourselves to him. I must remain vigilant against his techniques, as a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Iron Fire's physical skills have ascended to an entirely different level." Tsunade continued, "The primary goal of this training is your synergy as a team. Once more, Iron Fire, you will wait here." And, just as she removed Iron Fire's forehead protector, she blindfolded him. "Be honest and do not cheat. Just wait." She then instructed Kuramaru and Akiha, "You now have 3 minutes to prepare, be it traps, stealth, or ambushes. You will have ample time." Iron Fire protested, "Sensei, this seems rather unfair." Tsunade draped her arm over Iron Fire's shoulder, cheerfully responding, "This is precisely how it should be fair." Tihua fell into a profound silence, entirely absorbed in the rhythm of his breath, exuding an aura of tranquility reminiscent of a serene breeze wafting through distant mountains and waters, possessing an inexplicable charm. Tsunade interjected, "I've already told you not to cheat." Tihua replied in a calm voice, "Teacher, I haven't moved or looked." As the 3 minutes elapsed, he advanced with measured steps, as if strolling leisurely in a garden. He did not remove the forehead protector that obscured his eyes, his ears attuned to the whispers of the wind and the chirps of insects, his heart resonating with the pulse of trees and flowers, a formless power intertwining them all. He nonchalantly traversed a hidden trap, the thread remaining utterly still. A shuriken spun silently towards him, yet with a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded it. A shadow clone lunged at him, colliding with his form before dissipating into nothingness. The shadow clone technique proved futile. "Attack!" commanded Black Maru and Cho Xianyi in unison, flanking him from either side. Tihua refrained from drawing his weapon, yet each step he took landed them in the most uncomfortable positions, their breaths and chakra stifled by his relentless advance. Tsunade mused, he solely relying on his footwork. This strategy thoroughly disrupted their rhythm. Although the approach differed, the effect left Black Maru and Cho Xianyi utterly drained. It was akin to a long-distance runner who, though capable of completing 5 kilometers with ease, finds themselves exhausted after just 1 kilometer if constantly disturbed, their breath, rhythm, and mindset thrown into disarray. Such physical prowess could surely be deemed an art form. The breaths of Black Maru and Cho Xianyi grew increasingly labored, the sound of their lungs groaning with each inhalation. Suddenly, Black Maru stepped onto a trap he had previously set, only to find himself hoisted by a rope. His vision darkened momentarily. Cho Xianyi, retreating a step, stumbled into a trap laid by Tihua, collapsing onto the ground, instantly sapped of energy. Tihua reached out, yanking off his forehead protector and casually wrapping it around his hand. Turning to Tsunade, he asked, "How was that, teacher? I didn't remove my blindfold. This should be fair, right?" Tsunade remarked, "What sort of little anomaly have I taken under my wing?" She approached and lowered Black Maru back to the ground. Having already been exhausted, Black Maru succumbed to unconsciousness after being suspended, taking a considerable time to regain awareness. Upon opening his eyes, he found T-Hua observing him, a wave of frustration washing over him. T-Hua inquired, "Awake now? How does it feel to have stepped into your own trap?" Black Maru propped himself up, still feeling weak and nauseous, brimming with curiosity. "T-Hua, how did you manage that? Just moments ago, T-Hua had been blindfolded, never once laying a hand on them, merely moving. It dawned upon him that simple footwork could indeed be lethal. Cho Xian Yi chimed in, "How is it that each of your steps lands exactly where we feel the most discomfort, leaving us bewildered and unable to advance or retreat?" T-Hua replied, "I cannot quite explain it to you. You might consider it as my martial arts having entered an entirely new realm, where I can effortlessly perceive the slightest discord in your movements. It doesn't rely on sight but on a different kind of awareness grounded in the five senses." At this juncture, T-Hua suddenly recalled a fitting term. Perhaps this state could be referred to as innate. He was still unfamiliar with this realm. Innate. What a foreign concept. This term embodied T-Hua's definition, as this state bore a striking resemblance to the legendary innate masters depicted in Huang Yi's novels. There seemed to be a threshold to surpass in achieving tranquility, and upon doing so one could attain this innate state, aptly named. In this innate realm, the practitioner merges with the cosmos, capable of absorbing the primordial energies of the universe, replacing the postnatal energy produced within the body, resulting in an endless cycle of vitality. In this innate state, one possesses an extraordinary sensory awareness transcending the postnatal condition, allowing them to perceive the subtle currents of energy in the universe. An almost mystical phenomenon, sensing the impending shift before the autumn breeze even stirs the leaves. During the cultivation of celestial techniques, reaching the pinnacle of tranquility leads to a state of ringing in the ears and dizziness, which, upon breaking through, unveils the ability to absorb natural energies, merging them with one's chakra. The human capacity for perception is markedly heightened through the enhancement of celestial techniques. Does this not bear resemblance? It must be emphasized that the innate state parallels the absorption of natural energies and the synthesis of celestial chakra, yet does not equate to the state of celestial techniques. The so-called state of celestial techniques is essentially a retreat from the innate state back to the postnatal, losing the ability to sense and absorb natural energies, retaining only the residual celestial chakra. Without a steadfast commitment to practice, akin to T-Hua's dedication, their innate state necessitates an undisturbed and tranquil environment. However, T-Hua had managed to manifest this state amidst battle. T-Hua's explanation was interrupted by a glare from Tsunade. Subsequently, she instructed him to lead his team in undertaking a mission independently. She added, "Complete the task and come find me," and departed. T-Hua responded, "Understood." In the mission hall, the third Hokage and 2 advisors were present, overseeing the assignment of advanced tasks to ninjas, which required their consensus. The remaining clerical staff handled only C and D-level missions. T-Hua sifted through the options and selected a lengthy yet undoubtedly cost-effective task, assisting in the kitchen of the barbecue establishment. With a playful shake of the mission scroll, he inquired, "What do you think of this task? Not only do we save on today's meal expenses, but we can also earn a little something on the side." Take note. Second-tier Black Maru comprehended his implication, swallowing hard, and asked, "Is that permissible?" After acquiring the task and exiting the mission hall, T-Hua stated, "In principle, it's not allowed, but as a barbecue chef, wouldn't you need to know the flavor of the barbecue? If it's bland or too spicy, what if the customers dislike it? Therefore, we must sample each table's barbecue ourselves." Black Maru replied, "That makes perfect sense." As the sun began to set, T-Hua strolled into the hospital with a package of barbecue, heading straight to Tsunade's office. Tsunade, who had been idly playing with dice, lifted her gaze at the enticing aroma. "Barbecue?" T-Hua grinned. "Freshly grilled barbecue, personally prepared by me. I took on a task at the barbecue establishment, and when the time came, I grilled you a special portion. Such a benefit should not be overlooked. Is this how you complete your missions?" Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance. "Have you forgotten the ethics of a ninja?" T-Hua settled down. "Teacher Tsunade, please eat first. Once you finish, feel free to scold me. That way you'll have the energy." Tsunade remarked, "Well, I must admit, this barbecue is indeed delicious." Feeling slightly bashful, she offered T-Hua a few skewers to share, her lips smeared with vibrant red chili oil, appearing quite adorable. Once the bag of barbecue was reduced to mere bamboo skewers, Tsunade turned to T-Hua and said, "You shouldn't disclose the details of your abilities so openly to your teammates. It suffices for them to understand the manifestations of your capabilities. For a ninja, information is paramount. Should your intelligence be compromised, it could prove perilous." Tihua, moved by her words, replied, "Understood, teacher. Is there any other assignment for today?" Eagerly, he sought to shoulder more responsibilities. Such fervor for learning, such ambition. Tsunade remarked, "Indeed, however, I do not intend for you to expend too much energy on this matter. We shall discuss it again tomorrow morning. With the Chunin exams approaching, it is imperative that you allocate more time to collaborate with Hiwakamaru and Shoshinya, nurturing a mutual rapport. The Chunin exams are conducted in teams, and this is, in essence, a concentrated test of the leadership capabilities of the Chunin." Taihuhuo discerned the underlying meaning. Thus, in effect, when a team participates in the exam, the individual being examined is, in reality, the intellect of the team. Quite so. The identity of the team's brain, whether it remains concealed within the group, the finesse of their strategies, and their ability to lead the team to victory. These constitute the core qualities of a Chunin. Once this hurdle is surpassed, the remaining requisite is the individual's combat prowess. In a Chunin exam, it is inevitable that two members of the same team will serve as mere support. Yet, this is the nature of a ninja. When you choose to assume the role of the lead, it signifies that you lack the qualities of a Chunin. Taihuhuo responded, "Oh, then I shall rest easy. It appears I am quite likely to become the youngest Chunin." After a moment's pause, he inquired of Tsunade, "Teacher, with such an impressive disciple as I, are you not proud?" Tsunade cautioned, "Do not let pride cloud your judgment. This upcoming Chunin exam will be fraught with peril. You must approach it with a mindset of absolute resolve." Her tone was grave, her tea-colored eyes fixed intently upon Taihuhuo. She feared that her disciple might grow complacent. Losing a brother was one thing, but she could not bear to lose this disciple as well. Taihuhuo, feeling the weight of her gaze, quickly affirmed, "Understood." Tsunade continued, "This is more like it. The Chunin exam is akin to a joint military exercise. Thus, every participant will exert their utmost effort." The following day, upon returning to accept a new mission, they found the third Hokage had departed. In the mission hall, only two advisors remained. Turning to Taihuhuo, the elder Chunin and Mito gate and called, "Taihuhuo, come with us." They led him up to the rooftop of the Hokage residence. Elder Chunin stated, "Taihuhuo, your teacher, Tsunade, should have already briefed you on the Chunin exams." Taihuhuo replied, "Indeed, this exam is of paramount importance. You must unleash your greatest strength, as the peace of the entire ninja world hinges upon it. Whether Konoha becomes embroiled in war rests upon your shoulders. Though your teacher is formidable, she is not adept in swordsmanship. We shall arrange for specialized training." Specialized training? The involvement of the two advisors in his training caught Taihuhuo by surprise. The village's emphasis on nurturing its juniors exceeded his expectations. Indeed, to ensure absolute success, the more formidable your capabilities, the better. Thus, we have decided to enlist the expertise of Konoha's White Fang, Hataki Tsukumo, to refine your swordsmanship, aiming to enrich your experience in the limited time available.
Mito gate en expexlaned.
In truth, during the initial class assignments, Taihuhuo was meant to be placed under Hataki Tsukumo's tutelage, as per the wishes of Elder Chunin and Mito Gaten. With Taihuhuo's proficiency in physical combat, particularly in swordsmanship, it was only fitting, for Hataki Tsukumo was renowned for his sword techniques. However, the third Hokage had his own considerations, resulting in Taihuhuo becoming Tsunade's disciple. Elder Chunin and Mito Gaten's gaze lingered on Taihuhuo. Although he cannot perform ninjutsu, he appears to be a rare talent in medical pharmacology, inheriting Tsunade's legacy. Moreover, he has even mastered sage techniques in the wet-bone forest. Such innate talent is truly exceptional. Taihuhuo pondered for a moment and replied, "I understand. Well then, I shall take my leave." As he walked away, he contemplated the matter. Uncertain if Tsunade was aware of the situation, he accepted a mission to clear debris and first made a trip to the hospital. Tsunade, clad in a white coat and rolling up her sleeves to examine medical records, greeted him upon his arrival. "Why are you here so early? Have you completed your task already?" Her skepticism about his diligence was palpable. "Or perhaps you haven't resorted to any underhanded tactics again, have you?" Taihuhuo pulled out a chair and sat down. "Teacher, shouldn't you be grateful? At least now, I am still willing to undertake tasks while collecting my pay. Who knows what the future holds? You could still be robbing." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Teacher, you're thinking too narrowly. Taihuhuo, seeking money, could hardly be termed as robbing." He jested before shifting to serious matters. "I haven't started my task yet. I just accepted it. Earlier, Elder Chunin and Mito Gaten spoke with me, mentioning they found a swordsmanship expert to conduct specialized training." Tsunade furrowed her brow, her fists cracking ominously. Those two old fools. Then, relaxing her fists, she conceded, Tsukumo's sword technique is indeed exceptional. You should learn diligently. After slowly clearing the refuse from the river flowing through the village, the trio engaged in a brief spar, with Taihuhuo providing pointers to his two teammates. They then parted ways. Seemingly without intent, Taihuhuo wandered into the village, heading towards the bustling main street. Midway through his task, he sensed a vague yet palpable feeling of being watched. This sensation was exceedingly subtle. Even as he picked up trash, maintaining a state of heightened awareness, he could barely perceive it. It felt as fleeting as an illusion, causing him to question internally. Was this sensation of being observed real or merely a figment of his imagination? He halted before a vendor selling dango. Boss. 2 skewers of 3-color dango. The vendor wore an expression of reluctant compliance, ultimately handing over 2 skewers of dango dipped in spicy sauce, concealing the sauce beneath the cart to preserve his last shred of dignity. Taihuhuo took the dango and seated himself on a nearby park bench, casually stating, "Senior, would you care for some dango?" A white-haired man with a somewhat frail eyelid and a gentle smile sat beside him, reaching for another skewer. "A sensory-type ninja, are you? Your perceptiveness is remarkably acute." He was none other than Konoha's White Fang, renowned in the realm of assassination, equally skilled in stealth. He did not anticipate that his observation would be detected by this young lad. Hatake Tsukumo then inquired, "So, you were deliberately taking the main road?" "Indeed. I opted for the more populated route. If there were ill intentions, they would naturally retreat upon encountering such a crowd. After all, darkness lurks in every corner, and I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, if it is you, White Fang, then it is only fitting that you follow, as it is the mandate of the 2 elders for you to instruct me in swordsmanship." After finishing the dango, Hatake Tsukumo rose. "Let us proceed to the water's surface. This area is a serene lake, perfect for honing our sword techniques." Taihuhuo responded. "Then I humbly request your guidance." With graceful steps, Taihuhuo swiftly reached the water's surface, and Hatake Tsukumo followed suit. On the grassy benches by the riverside, passers-by paused, casting their gazes toward the lake. An overwhelming, concentrated aura of murderous intent, as pure as a blade's edge, locked onto Taihuhuo, instilling within him a sensation akin to being pricked by thorns. Taihuhuo focused on his breathing, striving to maintain his innate state, elevating his mental state to its zenith, allowing no flicker of distraction. Before Konoha's White Fang, he had no choice but to present his most earnest and formidable self. Suddenly, White Fang drew his short blade, imbuing his will into the weapon. It flashed like white lightning, striking towards Taihuhuo with unparalleled speed. So swift, this strike was despairingly rapid. Taihuhuo sensed the imminent threat the moment White Fang moved, perceiving the shift in energy. Yet, the speed of the blade was so extraordinary that, despite his awareness, his body's response felt as sluggish as a snail compared to White Fang's strike. He was utterly incapable of sidestepping. The disparity in speed was far too great. It was akin to a game of chess where one player had only made a single move while the other had already executed 3 or 4. It transcended mere skill, revealing a stark contrast in velocity. Swift as the wind, that strike inflicted upon Tai, or the unmistakable sensation of mortality. The flash of white light from the blade resembled the capriciousness of life and death, encapsulated within that singular motion. The King of Hell decrees death at the 3rd watch, not daring to let anyone linger until the 5th. Tai was silently urged himself, "Hurry. Why not hasten your movements?" Yet, the speed of human limbs does not bend to one's will. He could not move faster. This was the limit of his current capabilities. For a ninja, even a slight enhancement in the speed of one's technique is the culmination of physical conditioning and long-term, targeted training. He was helpless. With a sense of futility, he sluggishly raised his blade in an attempt to block the swift strike of Baya. It was only after his blade had traversed a mere 1/10 of its intended arc that the trajectory of Baya's short dagger melded with his own, striking him with a moment of enlightenment. "If my movements are sluggish, then I need not traverse such a vast distance. Your speed surpasses mine. Why can't I take fewer steps while you take more, thus converging? If my actions are slow, why should I cling to a single motion? The arc that the blade can cover is equivalent to the length of the blade itself, while the true force I must wield resides in my wrist." And in that moment, the extensive analysis of previous combat scenarios, coupled with his adept application of functional analysis, bestowed upon him a divine insight. His hands grasped the blade, channeling power throughout his entire being. His right hand gripped the handle near the blade's edge, pressing the sharpness forward, while his left hand held back, pulling and twisting in a contest of strength. Thus, That strike resembled a fish leaping from the water, tracing a parabolic arc before plunging back into the depths. The tip of the blade, in an instant, transcended the limits of sound, exploding with a resounding crack, rendering the blade's tip a mere blur. Curiously, a sheen akin to that of Bai Yu's short dagger enveloped Tai Hua's blade, as it darted towards Bai Yu's wrist along a meticulously calculated trajectory. If Bai Yu did not alter his stance, his wrist would be pierced by Tai Hua's blade, while the length of the short dagger was merely 1/3 that of the long blade, rendering it incapable of reaching Tai Hua. At the precipice of confrontation, Hatake Tsukumo and his blade suddenly vanished, along with the intense, murderous intent that had previously locked onto Tai Hua. Everything seemed like a mirage.
Tie huo muset. Body flicker technique?
Then where are you now? He had a vague conception of the area, for the body flicker technique, after all, possesses direction. Tai Hua dared not be careless. His murderous intent surged anew as he launched a sudden counterattack. Yet, Hatake Tsukumo did not flinch or evade. Tai Hua's blade pierced through his wrist, only to shatter abruptly. It was a shadow clone. Not good. Tai Hua sensed a slight expansion of the air behind him, followed by an icy chill at his neck. The renowned short dagger of Konoha's Bai Yu was poised at his throat. Tai Hua remarked, "Your techniques are truly inexhaustible, senior. First, you employed a shadow clone to obscure your presence from me. Then you used it to deflect my attack, compelling me to expose a flaw." Bai Yu sheathed his dagger, glanced at the onlookers on the shore, and said to Tai Hua, "Kid, why not heed their evaluations?" Tai Hua replied, "Senior, what if they do not cooperate with you?" This retort elicited a chuckle from Hatake Tsukumo, who exclaimed, "Haha, you have a point. However, they will certainly praise you as a genius, for you truly are one. Your performance just now exceeded my expectations." Hatake Tsukumo paused before continuing. "Had my speed diminished even slightly, I would not stand a chance against you. As a young man, this is an extraordinary accomplishment." "Is that so?" Tai Hua responded. "I once heard a tale of a man named Fei, who possessed no other skill besides a singular thrust, horizontal, vertical, lying down, standing up, in every conceivable manner. Moreover, he was fast enough to surpass everyone. Thus, those who fought against him met their demise." An elderly man surnamed Sun remarked that this Fei lacked martial prowess, for martial arts require techniques, yet he merely thrust repeatedly, relying on speed alone. "What skill is that?" Hatake Tsukumo inquired. And then, Tai Hua continued, "Yet speed is a skill in its own right, so why should you slow down to accommodate me? Senior, your greatest strength lies in your remarkable speed, your blade swift as lightning. If you slow down, then is your blade still Bai Yu's? I, on the other hand, do not solely rely on speed. Thus, my defeat is a reflection of my inadequacies in technique." Hatake Tsukumo fell silent, contemplating. "If it is merely a matter of technique, it seems I have little left to teach you. I can only assist you in gaining some practical experience." Hatake Tsukumo initiated another bout. As Tai Hua had indicated, there was no need for him to hold back, for speed was indeed one of his defining attributes. Yet this time he did not resort to shadow clones. Instead, he unleashed pure swordsmanship, striking with blinding swiftness. In contrast, Tai Hua executed his strikes with the grace of a fish leaping over the dragon gate, maneuvering within an exceedingly limited space. Time and again, their blades met in what seemed a choreographed dance. In the brief span of over 10 minutes, their blades never made contact, yet the air resonated with a symphony of piercing sounds, both deep and sharp, while the surface of the lake rippled in waves, each footfall creating intricate patterns that intertwined into a complex tapestry of ripples. Hatake Tsukumo finally sheathed his blade. "All right, let us conclude for today. We shall reconvene here tomorrow." In an instant, he vanished with a body flicker technique. Simultaneously, his form materialized on the shore, flickering twice before disappearing into an uninhabited area. He let out a long breath, feeling his spirit wane slightly. What a troublesome little brat. His stamina and spirit are remarkably resilient. Enduring such high-intensity combat for over 10 minutes without showing signs of fatigue is quite impressive. Yet, he could not persist any longer. Otherwise, he would surely embarrass himself. Tsunade stood by the office window, observing the spar between Hatake Tsukumo and Tai Hua, unable to conceal the smile curling at her lips. Her Tai Hua had merely suffered from his youth. If only he were a bit older, the surge of chakra accompanying the onset of puberty would undoubtedly bring about significant changes. At that time, both his speed and reflexes would see substantial enhancement. She could discern that Tai Hua was at a considerable disadvantage in terms of speed, rendering him utterly helpless against Hatake Tsukumo's shadow clone tactics. Even though he understood that he was facing shadow clones and recognized it as a tactical diversion, he was powerless to counter it. This was the absolute chasm created by speed. Yet one must not forget that person is Konoha's White Fang. Even she did not believe she could best him, let alone Taihua. The two advisors who had decided to have Hatake Tsukumo teach Taihua swordsmanship were also observing, and it was evident that Taihua's skills exceeded their expectations. Orochimaru and Jiraiya shared similar sentiments. Truly an extraordinary genius. However, Jiraiya did not feel envious. He believed his Minato was quite commendable as well. Although he might fall short compared to Taihua, Minato had the ability to learn ninjutsu. Orochimaru remarked, I heard from Tsunade that he is also exceptionally skilled in medical pharmacology. Previously, he even devised a remarkable plan to treat a case of a comminuted fracture. Taihua entered Tsunade's office. She feigned calmness. What shall we prepare for dinner tonight? Let's go grocery shopping together. It seems rather odd for you to go alone. Taihua looked at Tsunade with surprise. Teacher, I used to buy groceries by myself. Silence if you cannot speak. Tsunade changed her attire, and the master and disciple ventured out together, returning home with fresh vegetables. Iron Fire, however, did not concoct any new culinary delights, as his repertoire was rather limited. Yet, even with these constraints, Tsunade relished the meal far more than the fare offered at home or the ninja cafeteria. As she dined, she pondered. It seemed rather unfair to take advantage of her disciple in this manner. Since she frequently indulged in his cooking, it might be better to simply provide him with a stipend for meals. Once the meal concluded, she retrieved her purse, counted out a stack of bills, and handed them to Iron Fire. This is for you. From now on, your culinary skills shall cater to my palate. Iron Fire replied, Oh, how embarrassing. After accepting the money, he began to fidget, and Tsunade couldn't shake the feeling that this scene was oddly familiar. In a fleeting moment, she recalled the expression of this mischievous boy, so reminiscent of her own youthful self when she had won money from her grandfather, meticulously counting her winnings. Tsunade's gaze softened, and an unexpected yearning for alcohol surged within her. Regrettably, her search yielded no liquor, so she told Iron Fire, The money is all yours. When you run out, just ask me for more. Are you truly so trusting of me, teacher? You have emptied your purse and placed your trust in me. Iron Fire was deeply touched. What would you like to eat tomorrow? Please command me. Even if it is the moon and stars from the heavens, I shall find a way to fulfill your desires. Tsunade playfully struck him on the head, producing a sharp sound. Iron Fire looked at her with innocent, watery eyes, as if on the brink of tears. What do you mean by old servant? How utterly unflattering. Yet, the smile at the corners of his mouth was hard to suppress. Well, I should be on my way. It is getting late. Teacher, allow me to escort you. Iron Fire accompanied Tsunade for the entire journey back. Throughout their return, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of Tsunade. Thus far, he had never encountered Kato Dan, nor had he heard Tsunade or anyone else mention him. So, did this mean that Tsunade and Kato Dan had yet to be acquainted? This was splendid news. If they were not acquainted, then Tsunade would not have to endure the heart-wrenching loss once more. That was indeed a comforting thought. Upon entering the house, he settled into a meditative position to practice seeking tranquility. The following day, the surface of the artificial lake saw Kitabatake Tsukumo arrive as scheduled. There was little chit-chat, and the two commenced their training without delay. Aside from refraining from using the shadow clone technique, Kitabatake Tsukumo unleashed the full extent of his swordsmanship. The blade shimmered with a ghostly white glow due to the sheer velocity of his strikes. Occasionally, he would employ the body flicker technique, abruptly disengaging from combat or appearing in positions that caused Iron Fire considerable discomfort. To Tsukumo's surprise, Iron Fire occasionally unleashed unexpected tactics. On one occasion, he used the sword sheath to deflect Tsukumo's short blade while simultaneously pressuring his wrist to restrict his movement. He nearly caught Tsukumo's short blade with the sheath, which could have drastically altered the dynamics of the battle had it succeeded. In the subsequent review of the encounter, Tsukumo reflected upon the narrow escape. Had that maneuver succeeded, the entire course of the fight would have shifted in an instant. At home, his wife had prepared sake, and as he sipped it slowly, he reminisced about the battle with Iron Fire. Although the experience had been excruciating, akin to a dog attempting to bite a hedgehog, it was undeniably exhilarating. He had merely refrained from using the shadow clone technique. Apart from that, he had exerted all his capabilities. His wife, gently cradling her belly, carefully sat down and remarked, Tsukumo, it has been ages since I have seen you so elated. Indeed, a worthy adversary, one who compels me to give my all. Not an enemy, but a rival, allowing me to wield my blade freely. That sensation is akin to finding a kindred spirit in swordsmanship. Konoha's White Fang had long been engaged in dark missions, with his expertise lying in assassination. Over the years, he had forgotten such simple joys. His wife inquired, "Is it that Iron Fire? It is truly hard to believe. He is merely 8, not yet 9. Can he really compete with you?" Tsukumo sighed. He has suffered the trials of youth. He is too young with insufficient chakra. Otherwise, his reflexes and speed would undoubtedly be superior. Even a slight enhancement in his abilities would pose a significant challenge for me. He possesses a rare intuition, seemingly able to discern my weaknesses each time. As soon as I make a move, he identifies my vulnerabilities. However, his speed is too slow, forcing him to resort to clever tactics. He felt discomfort, and Iron Fire felt it too. He was the one passively enduring the blows, helplessly watching the blade approach while desperately attempting to defend himself, akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. He too engaged in repeated reviews, contemplating how to secure victory. Unfortunately, the absolute disparity in speed rendered the task of self-preservation exceedingly arduous, requiring all of his mental acuity and strength. He found himself powerless to break free from this predicament. 2 days later, around the afternoon, the third Hokage returned to the village in haste, accompanied by several guards, and subsequently convened a meeting with the Jonin. The third Hokage removed the Hokage hat and placed it on the table, stating, "The Chunin exam has been finalized. It will take place 2 weeks from now, right here in Konoha. This is at the request of various nations, the primary aim being to gather intelligence on Konoha. Thus, during this period, we must exercise utmost caution, particularly in military-restricted zones, where patrols must be intensified. The Anbu should also keep a close watch on those ninjas to prevent them from obtaining sensitive information. Security must be prioritized. We need to eliminate any spies within the village. During the exam, dignitaries from various nations will be present, and we must ensure their safety." The third Hokage continued, methodically outlining additional points. Once the meeting concluded, Tsunade informed Iron Fire, who then relayed the information to his teammates. What was destined to occur would inevitably unfold. Iron Fire remained singularly focused on honing his innate abilities and refining his swordsmanship. He had not even noticed that under the pressure of the esteemed Kitabatake Tsukumo, his swordsmanship had undergone a transformation. Many techniques that once required contemplation had become instinctive, transitioning from mere thought to fluid execution. Each strike's trajectory had evolved from monotonous to intricate. While the lines of attack had not become convoluted, every move was no longer isolated but interconnected, anticipating subsequent actions, as if he were now considering 3 steps ahead. "Let us conclude here. Iron Fire, I wish you the best in the Chunin exam," Kitabatake Tsukumo remarked before taking his leave. They were now in a training venue designated for the Anbu, situated beneath Konoha. Since the arrival of ninjas from other villages, their training location had shifted here. Iron Fire mused, curious about the quality of the allied ninja villages. His spirit was stirring with anticipation. Armed with his blade, he felt a rising bloodlust. He longed to test his sword on the stage of the Chunin exam. On the day of the Chunin exam, Tsunade personally escorted her small team to the school. "Listen up. There is no need to be nervous. Just be yourselves," Iron Fire affirmed. "Understood, teacher. I am not nervous." They then entered the examination arena, first examining the guide map before proceeding directly. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by 2 nonchalant ninjas. One of them sneered, "Hey, brats, this is no place for you. The Chunin exam can be deadly. Go home and suck on your mother's milk." Hikaru and Akiheim exchanged glances with Iron Fire. Yet, Iron Fire simply replied with an indifferent "oh," neither insisting on entering nor withdrawing. The other ninja inquired, "What do you mean by that, kid?" This was straying from the script they had anticipated. Iron Fire replied, "There is nothing particularly significant about it." Just as he spoke, another group of ninjas arrived, a squad from Takigakure, consisting of 2 males and 1 female. Upon witnessing the group led by Iron Fire pausing here, the others chose to halt as well. Subsequently, the 3rd and 4th teams, as though caught in an infectious wave, gradually gathered at the entrance. The duo stationed at the gate found themselves encircled by onlookers. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru sat together. Jiraiya, utterly perplexed, could not fathom the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Why are all these people just standing at the door? Tsunade muttered in irritation, "That little brat." She raised an eyebrow and boasted to the other 2, who said my Iron Fire cannot use ninjutsu. Just look at this genjutsu. How intriguing such behavior was. Kakashi Tsukumo was also present in the monitoring room. Arms crossed, he addressed a nearby female ninja. "June, if you don't act soon, the situation will spiral out of control. June hastily departed the monitoring room, feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "Honestly, is it impossible to enjoy a little rest?" She materialized in the examination room, instantly teleporting to the front, declaring, "Time's up, open the door and let them in." Only then did the two guards breathe a sigh of relief as they opened the door to admit the candidates. Once the examinees entered the classroom, they instinctively occupied advantageous positions according to their habits, with Ironfire and his companions opting for seats towards the back. June ascended the podium, chalk in hand, and began to write on the blackboard, "First examination. Written test. Rules. This examination consists of 30 questions pertaining to intelligence. The questions will be distributed on an answer sheet. Those who can analyze the intelligence must raise their hands, and upon the examiner's consent, loudly state their findings. If correct, they may receive a secret order and proceed to the second examination. During the examination, any noise or whispering is strictly prohibited." As June articulated the rules while writing, Ironfire mused, "Isn't this an examination designed for cheating? How fascinating." It seems that each year's examination content is, in fact, quite distinct. Each candidate received a test paper, and all heads bowed as they grappled with the challenging intelligence presented before them. Ironfire scrutinized the paper, feeling particularly troubled. Despite his attentive nature in class, he had yet to study the course on intelligence analysis, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Thus, he decided to maintain a calm demeanor, focusing instead on his own meditative pursuits while entrusting the remainder to Dolly, for after all, Dolly was known for his miracles. From her vantage point on the podium, June quickly discerned the state of the students below. It was then she spotted the out-of-place Ironfire, sitting like a sage in deep contemplation. While the surrounding candidates were tense to the point of near collapse, he exhibited not a trace of anxiety, yet he was not writing either. The rustle of papers filled the air, but the sound did not emanate from his teammates. Ironfire discreetly pressed his hand against the desk's empty nook, skillfully channeling a modicum of chakra to summon a diminutive slug, no larger than 10 centimeters. Upon arriving in the desk's compartment, the slug paused briefly before noticing Ironfire's finger-tracing letters in front of it. "Slug, do me a favor. I'm in the midst of the Chunin exam. Please split and crawl along the corner to the window, then traverse the window frame to the ceiling. Disperse and aim your acidic secretion at those who are writing fluently." He reflected, "Black Maru, Akikeo, this is where my assistance must end. Please decipher the intelligence swiftly." Ironfire inwardly acknowledged his lack of skill in intelligence analysis, yet he possessed a smidgen of talent for thwarting others' attempts at it, albeit not to a significant extent. The slug, exhilarated by Ironfire's instructions, split into several thumb-sized replicas, stealthily making its way without drawing attention. Fueled by the thrill of its inaugural mischief, the slug meticulously disguised itself as if it had entered through the window. Then, it simultaneously targeted the papers of those candidates who were writing smoothly, releasing a spray of acidic liquid. Ironfire mused, "Mission accomplished," as the slug concluded its summoning. As the saying goes, once the deed is done, one departs without a trace, leaving behind the fruits of its labor hidden in the shadows. The candidates, who had painstakingly written portions of their answers, now watched in despair as their papers transformed into a dark, blotchy mess beneath the corrosive liquid. The proctor, looking up, perceived nothing amiss. Merely contemplating the emotional turmoil of these candidates was enough to evoke a sense of despair. This was utterly devastating. They were left with no choice but to collect new answer sheets and start anew. However, apart from what had already been inscribed, they faced the arduous task of redoing their work, transitioning and cross-referencing once more. The slugs? Tsunade had not seen the slugs, but she recognized the distinct odor of their acid. She called out to a staff member, "Show me the playback of the surveillance near Ironfire." With unwavering focus, she finally spotted the thumb-sized slugs stealthily traversing from the leg of the desk, evading the proctor's line of sight, and maneuvering into the corner. As if that were not enough, they proceeded to climb cautiously to the window, masquerading as if they had entered from outside. If the slugs had simply descended directly from the desk to the wall and then to the ceiling, they would undoubtedly have aroused suspicion. However, by skirting along the corner and appearing aimless, they blended seamlessly into the environment, complicating matters for the proctor. Who could have anticipated such cunning? One might argue that the slugs were remarkably discreet, and indeed they were, yet they did not entirely escape detection. They merely ensured that those who caught sight of them did not dwell on their presence. Tsunade, both amused and exasperated by Ironfire's audacity, thought, "That little brat, how audacious to employ slugs for such mischief." and the slugs, too, engaging in his antics, denying others the opportunity to decipher intelligence. How wicked, Orochimaru remarked. Look, his teammate has successfully deciphered the intelligence. It's that Akikeo. She seems quite adept. However, Jiraiya was focused on his own disciple who, like Iron Fire, had not studied intelligence analysis and could only rely on Akikeo and Zwakingmoshu for assistance. Report. Akikeo raised her hand, and upon receiving permission, articulated her findings. The autumn leaves drift away, floating upon the vast river. As the fisherman paddles in solitude, her intelligence was deemed correct. Subsequently, the three of them vacated their seats, receiving the secret order and exiting the examination room. Meanwhile, the remaining slugs took full advantage of their initiative, traversing the smooth ceiling, inching their way to the heads of those unfortunate candidates who had previously suffered. Plop! A spray of acidic liquid descended. As Iron Fire's team departed with their secret orders, they left behind a lasting psychological scar on several candidates, whose hard-earned answers were once again obliterated, necessitating a third request for new answer sheets to restart their efforts. The entire examination room was enveloped in an exceedingly peculiar, oppressive atmosphere, teetering on the brink of eruption. While some were utterly exasperated, others discovered a method inspired by Iron Fire's antics, akin to unleashing Pandora's box, plunging the first examination into an unfathomable abyss. Many ninjas suddenly experienced an epiphany. Indeed, I may be slow and I may not understand, but I can hinder those who are faster than me, disrupt their mindset. The ninjas observing the examination from the monitoring room became invigorated. What had initially been a monotonous test had suddenly transformed into something captivating. A ninja from the Nara clan, seemingly contemplating strategies for deciphering the intelligence, rested his hands beneath his chin, a dark shadow extending outward and connecting with a candidate in the third row who had been fervently writing, suddenly halting as he fell under the influence of the shadow's control. A lad from the Yamanaka clan, however, was writing his answers backward, composing from the end to the beginning. Then, employing the fierce technique of mental transference, he plunged his spirit into the mental realm of another candidate, compelling them to perceive the answers. Before departing, he did not forget to gently pat the head of the other's spiritual projection. Reportedly, a team composed of the Yamashiro, Uchiha, and Tsunami clans became the second to pass the first round of examinations, successfully obtaining the secret order. Following closely was the team led by Hinata Hisashi. Hisashi activated his Byakugan. Indeed, with his own pair of eyes, he beheld all the answers and the process of answering them. Undeterred by the disturbances from the likes of Iron Fire, the Nara clan, and the Yamashiro clan, he navigated through with ease. Meanwhile, the ninja from Takigakure simultaneously unleashed an illusion technique. Those unable to dispel the illusion would naturally face elimination. The leader of the Takigakure ninja took pride in this. Let us rid ourselves of some dead weight. There, sitting motionless, was Minato Namikaze, merely waiting. Choji Akimichi was not much hope, but rather, they were counting on Zwakingmoshu. In the monitoring room, Tsunade's eyelid twitched slightly as she sarcastically remarked, "You tell me this is the first round of examinations?" A proper written test suddenly transforms into a chaotic battle of ninjutsu. The instigator, Tsunade, felt an itch in her hand, particularly longing to strike a solid blow to a stubborn head. The absence of Iron Fire was truly discomforting. Orochimaru commented, "Your disciple's mind is remarkably agile, Tsunade. It shifts like clouds, unpredictable and unbound by convention, yielding surprises." This vibrancy struck Orochimaru as extraordinary, akin to a solitary splash of color amidst a vast expanse of monochrome. Or perhaps Iron Fire epitomized an untamed, unruly ninja, exuding a brilliance starkly contrasting the dullness of the world. Tsunade beamed with pride. "I taught him." She crossed her arms, lifting herself up, which accentuated her grandeur. Jiraiya's gaze was irresistibly drawn towards her. Tsunade sensed the lewd, damp stare and began to contemplate a pressing question. Should it be 3 days, a week, or half a month? Given the wartime context, if too long passed, an unforeseen assault from another ninja village could lead to disastrous consequences. 3 days wouldn't suffice, so she dismissed the thought. She would just keep a note for Jiraiya. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. He ought to thank Hanzo of the Salamander, for without him, he would have been bedridden for at least half a month. As a medical ninja, Tsunade possessed an unparalleled precision in time management, capable of rendering Jiraiya's hospital stay akin to a living hell. What is it to unleash a monstrous punch, landing over 100 strikes while skillfully avoiding vital areas? The value of a medical ninja is indisputable. Elsewhere, Iron Fire led his teammates to a ramen stall. How many bowls will you have? Order for yourselves. Boss, I'll have 2 large bowls, make it quick, we have urgent tasks ahead. And make sure to add extra cilantro to the beef. His teammates, Kuromaru and Akishin, were puzzled. Shouldn't we be hurrying to the coordinates given by the secret order and finding the instructor for the second round? Ironfire replied, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools, understand? Before the second round begins. This brief interlude is the perfect opportunity to fill our bellies with enough carbohydrates for energy. When the time comes, while others are starving, we will be well fed. Won't that give us an advantage? As for the soldiers' food pills, it was best to avoid them if possible. Ironfire chose not to explain further, waiting eagerly for the noodles to arrive, and then devoured them with gusto. Seeing this, his companions quickly followed suit, indulging heartily. Ironfire even ordered 2 soft-boiled eggs with runny yolks, finishing with a satisfied burp. Boss, your noodles are excellent. When the time is right, please deliver a portion to my teacher. My teacher is Tsunade, take note. The noodles should be thinner than mine, include 2 soft-boiled eggs, no cilantro, and speed is of the essence. If they turn mushy, I will come looking for you. He was quite respectful towards his teacher. During the exam period, he couldn't cook for her, so he could only help order takeout. Where should it be delivered? Into her hands. She's a living person. How am I to know where she is? But I trust you must have a way. Ironfire handed over a few extra bills as a delivery fee. With money, it was a trivial matter. Then, with grease on their faces, Ironfire led his 2 equally greasy teammates to the training ground, where they encountered Hisashi's team, comprised of Yamashiro, Uchiha, and Tsunami clans. Ironfire waved in greeting. Hi, you all are quite fast. The 2 teams responded, that essay question we should be asking. Moreover, why, though you were the first to emerge, have you only just arrived at the assembly point indicated by the secret order? Something seemed off. Why were their mouths? Nearby, the Proctor Ninja cleared his throat. Ironfire's team, present your secret order. After submission, the Proctor led the 3 into a tent soundproofed by sealing techniques, where they were assigned their mission. According to the secret order, your team's task is to locate traces of an enemy within the training ground. This is a ninja with exceptional stealth abilities, accompanied by certain accomplices. Exercise utmost caution while completing your mission. Ironfire inquired, what about their identity? The Proctor responded, unknown. Their identity, appearance, and characteristics are entirely unknown. You must rely on your own judgment. Subsequently, the other 2 teams were called in sequentially, though their tasks remained a mystery. What to do when facing an unknown enemy? Akishin asked. Ironfire led the 2 into the training ground. His heart sank with anticipation, as he wove together a perceptive web from his eyes, ears, nose, skin, and a nuanced mental awareness, intricate and acute. It felt as if he could sense the joy of the wind, the vitality of the flora reaching for the sun, and the exuberance of all living things. He moved in harmony with the universe. While leisurely leaping among the trees along the edge of the training ground, he traced an apparently erratic curve, calculated by a probability distribution algorithm, which appeared nonsensical to his teammates and the Proctor. This assessment of the task would have been quite thrilling. 30 teams, each with distinct missions, every squad striving in a simulation akin to a genuine battlefield. Regrettably, only their team was present now. Thus, if they moved swiftly enough, it would merely be akin to searching for a louse on a bald head. It simply could not hide. The monitoring screens for the second round of examinations had begun to operate. Ironfire's team intermittently appeared on various screens, constructing a complex trajectory. The Proctor observed. Their trajectory is rather peculiar. It appears excessively erratic, rendering it incomprehensible. Likewise, the monitors emitted no sound. Otherwise, they would surely grasp that a significant issue was brewing in this examination. Suddenly, Ironfire halted. He pointed in a direction. Over there, in the direction I'm pointing, throw a few shurikens. His voice was neither loud nor soft, unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard. An incongruous object mingled among the foliage. What could it be that had transformed into part of the surroundings? It was indeed a challenge to decipher. Thus, it would be more fitting to inquire directly with shurikens. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, this smile accompanying the shurikens launched by Kuromaru and Akishin as he pushed his speed to the limit. Just as a figure sprang from the thicket, they were met with a dazzling flash of steel, which abruptly halted, poised at their throat, neither too far nor too close. The coincidence was astonishingly chilling. After exerting every ounce of strength to control his form, the figure found himself at a precarious distance. Too close, and his throat would be pierced. Too far, and he would fail to seize control over this apparition. This individual donned a rather ludicrous mask adorned with 2 horns, the eye sockets filled with crystal, allowing him to gaze outward while remaining unseen from the outside. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed up and down, yet his tone remained surprisingly nonchalant. What an extraordinary young man! Nevertheless, beads of cold sweat betrayed his composure, trickling down his chin. Ironfire remarked, "It appears our team has successfully passed this examination. Let us proceed to fulfill the protocol. Do not entertain thoughts of trickery. After all, this is merely an examination, and to kill over a test would be rather excessive. Of course, this opportunity is yours to seize. If you fail to cherish it, death may indeed be your fate. My chakra is limited, thus my mercy extends only once." Chiu Shinya and Haewang stared at Ironfire in a daze, a flush of excitement coloring their cheeks. It must be said, Ironfire's words resonated with an undeniable charisma. The masked man acquiesced very well. To be frank, had Ironfire not spoken, I would have genuinely sought to court disaster, fleeing and proclaiming, "You believe the enemy's words? But would I still run now?" No. Ironfire's calm demeanor seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding trees and blossoms, harmonizing with the entirety of the training ground. The earnestness in his tone compelled the masked man to ponder whether, should he flee only to encounter Ironfire again, he might truly face death. This was not a jest, but rather a statement of fact. My chakra is scarce, thus I grant you but a single chance. The masked man dutifully led the trio to a towering structure divided into an upper and a subterranean section. The underground area was particularly expansive, dominated by a colossal half-body statue of a ninja, hands forming seals, adorned with a helmet, surrounded by a curtain of mist. His expression was resolute and grave, clad in chainmail reminiscent of the Warring States period. The 3 were ushered directly to the plaza, where the masked man summoned the staff to report, concluding this examination. A staff member quipped, "Wait, you brought them here just like that?" The masked man replied, "Every life is singular and should not be squandered in an examination, especially since I am the examiner." The staff member, perplexed, pondered the relevance of such a statement. You are indeed the examiner, but what does that have to do with life? How do these ideas connect? This young man, I must see him. Tsunade left the monitoring room, heading directly to find Ironfire. The 3rd Hokage and 2 advisors soon received the news. What? Ironfire has already passed the 2nd examination? This is sheer nonsense. After inquiring about the events of the 2nd examination, the trio fell silent. The 3rd Hokage, gripping his pipe, took a deep drag. It must be said, even after hearing the account, they felt utterly astonished. This was quite incongruous. According to the customs of ninjas, in such situations, one would typically gather clues step by step, analyze the information, and then pursue the enemy. It was a standardized process. Yet Ironfire had not analyzed or searched for clues on the training ground. He had simply dashed towards the person. This thought process completely diverged from their logic. Beyond their comprehension, had Ironfire not set an example, they would likely never have conceived that it could be done this way. Yet even now, their minds struggled to grasp. Why could he act thus? Repeatedly pondering, they could not unravel the underlying logic. When Tsunade arrived at the central tower and encountered Ironfire, she held a large bowl of ramen topped with 2 poached eggs. By a stroke of fortune, upon exiting the academy, she had encountered the proprietor preparing to deliver ramen to her. The owner called out, "Tsunade-sama, this ramen was reserved for you by your disciple Ironfire. I was instructed to deliver it directly into your hands," then produced a previously recorded note specifying the order. The noodles should be thin, 2 poached eggs, no cilantro, and to be prepared swiftly. Absolutely perfect. The proprietor had not anticipated that this order would be so effortless. Having previously racked his brain for a creative use of his expertise in Konoha's intelligence, he never imagined he would encounter her so fortuitously on the street. As Tsunade accepted the ramen, her heart warmed, much like the steaming bowl in her hands. Balancing the bowl with one hand and wielding chopsticks with the other, she took a generous bite. "Ironfire, your 2nd examination seemed rather effortless." The old man's face must surely be green with envy. "This is undoubtedly an examination mishap. Does this not attest to my strength?" A genial aura radiated from Ironfire's countenance as the 4 found a table to sit, allowing Tsunade to enjoy her meal. Ironfire continued, "This cannot solely be attributed to me. After all, the exam tasked me with finding the lurking enemy. We were not the first to arrive, were we? Teacher, you said that aside from our team, there was only one person left in the entire examination area. So who could that person be?" Tsunade was rendered speechless. The audacity of his reasoning was remarkable. Remarkable? It wasn't that difficult. Everyone was in plain sight. I couldn't possibly adhere to a methodical approach to search for clues step by step. Could I? Instead, I leveraged my innate capabilities to conduct a broad search and locate the individual in the simplest and most effective manner. Tsunade slurped her noodles, a trace of broth lingering at the corner of her mouth. Your actions at the time appeared erratic. Do not tell me you relied on luck. Ironfire replied. Of course not. I navigated according to the highest probability distribution, and it was the shortest path, not in terms of distance, but in the least amount of time to find the enemy. A simple function problem. There is nothing more to say. Teacher, is it acceptable for you to privately meet with examinees during the exam? You have finished, correct? Tsunade, unperturbed, asked, by the way, why was that examiner so compliant? This piqued her curiosity. Ironfire explained, because I informed him that my chakra is limited, thus I would grant him but a single opportunity. Should he fail to seize it, I would kill him next time. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, sensing a serpentine undertone in his words, as if her beloved disciple had been in contact with Orochimaru. How could you never mind? If he had fled, would you truly have killed him? Indeed. Tsunade shot up, fixing her gaze on Ironfire. He shrugged, exasperated. I did provide him a chance, and I made my intentions clear. My chakra is indeed limited, so I do not jest about such matters. A man of honor must uphold his word. I initially engaged him with restraint, inflicting no harm, that is benevolence. I explicitly communicated the consequences, that is righteousness. I did not humiliate him, that is propriety. And all of this embodies my wisdom. Should there be a second encounter, I will assuredly kill him. That is trust. Such is the embodiment of benevolence. Righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Tsunade inhaled deeply. He is a comrade of the village. Ironfire responded, thus I exercised great restraint. Had he not been a fellow villager, I might have pierced him with my blade before engaging in discourse. Tsunade sensed a troubling mindset within her disciple. Ironfire, such thoughts are perilous. They may lead you into darkness. Understood, he replied. After all, it is your teaching, and I shall heed it selectively. To listen broadly is to understand, while listening narrowly is to remain in ignorance. Tsunade finished the last 2 poached eggs and drank the setting down the bowl. I resumed my conversation with Ironfire regarding another matter. I aspire to instigate a reform in the medical field. The current circumstances remain uncertain in their longevity. Thus I wish to cultivate medical ninjas, ensuring that each combat team is equipped with one. This way, the squad can receive timely medical attention, addressing the urgent necessity for battlefield rescue. During my recent moments of respite, I have been mulling over this issue, and only now do I have a semblance of clarity. I plan to broach this topic with the old man after the examination. Ironfire, what do you think of this proposal? Ironfire stood up and reached out to pat Tsunade on the forehead. Kuro and Aki felt a mix of envy and admiration for Ironfire's audacity in daring to touch Tsunade's forehead. Tsunade glared at him. Speak properly. What do you mean by that? Is it because of Shinjiro's death that you harbor such notions, teacher? You are allowing your concern to cloud your judgment. If every medical ninja possessed combat abilities akin to yours, I would wholeheartedly endorse this plan. But is that feasible? Most medical ninjas are primarily administrative. In a combat team, inserting a medical ninja would only serve as a hindrance. If I were an enemy ninja, I would use that medical ninja as bait, ensuring not a single member of that squad survives. To guarantee a combat team's effectiveness, it is imperative that no members lack combat capability or mobility. Medical ninjas should not be present in combat teams. Your idea, teacher, lacks maturity and fails under scrutiny. How about I offer you a suggestion? Already disheartened, Tsunade felt even more despondent upon hearing Ironfire's critique. However, when he mentioned a suggestion, her eyes brightened. What suggestion? Ironfire proposed. During wartime, establish a medical summoning system based on battle zones. Have ninja squads sign summoning contracts with medical bases which could simply be tents. When injured, they could perform a reverse summoning technique to reach the medical point. Those who cannot be saved will not return anyway. The medical ninjas can simply wait in the tent, ready to initiate treatment as soon as they see an injured person summoning. We just need to ensure that the summoning point is responsive and that injured individuals do not stack upon one another like a game of Jenga. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. Summoning technique? This is an avenue I had never considered. Yet this path is indeed viable. The technique learned by Orochimaru, the Rashomon, is essentially a summoning technique that opens the gates of the underworld. This method involves 6 gates from the nether realm, with 2 gates opening for each of the 3 layers of Rashomon. Summoning techniques can indeed contract all manner of peculiar entities. Before she could fully digest this information, Iron Fire introduced yet another tactic. Seek out a ninja with an immense chakra reserve, have him contract the ninja army, and then send him to infiltrate the enemy's rear, striking at their weakest points, summoning the ninja army directly. The enemy's defenses would be virtually non-existent. Tsunade's mouth fell open. You can utilize summoning techniques in such a manner? She beckoned Iron Fire closer. Observing her expression, Iron Fire instinctively took a step back. Smack! Tsunade slapped the table, exuding an intimidating aura. Come here. Iron Fire internally muttered about the arduous path ahead, reluctantly advancing. Tsunade seized his head, ruffling his hair, exclaiming, "Why are your ideas so uniquely practical? Is this summoning tactic genuinely effective?" Absolutely. If executed, Konoha's ninja army could easily seize Suna's village. After all, utilizing summoning techniques, we could directly release the ninja army from within Suna, who can defend against an internal assault. The more Tsunade contemplated, the more she recognized the potency of this tactic. She released him, staring at Iron Fire, her brown eyes reflecting a blend of disbelief, melancholy, and exhilaration. Your strategy is indeed remarkable. Once the upcoming examinations conclude, I shall take you to see the old man, and you will present the summoning tactic system in person. Iron Fire inquired, could my tactical framework secure a plot of land atop Hokage Rock? I wish to establish a home of my own there, as the bustling crowds below are overwhelming. The tranquility above would be more conducive to cultivating my sage arts, and the expansive view would permit a larger dwelling. I cannot continue living in a solitary room, with no space to accommodate guests. Tsunade responded. Up there, the population is sparse. Only the Amajiri clan resides there, and they dwell quite distantly. The main issue is that transportation to the upper area is inconvenient, especially for the villagers. Ascending to that height requires traversing the stairs of Hokage Rock. If you plan to live up there, you will need to carry your supplies yourself. The villagers certainly won't make that trek. You must consider this carefully. It is quite impractical. A dignified ninja should not be subjected to such inconveniences, Iron Fire declared boldly. He was genuinely wearied by the cramped, densely populated living conditions and, moreover, he was quite impoverished. He harbored a deep-seated desire for a home entirely his own, a place where he could dictate the design and make all decisions, rather than settling for prepackaged choices. He had long coveted the land above, intending to wait until his chakra had sufficiently increased and his status elevated before proceeding. Yet, with this opportunity at hand, why not seize it now? Tsunade added, do not fixate solely on the land. The expansive area above is not particularly valuable. You must also secure a substantial reward. This contribution should be worth at least an S-rank mission, correct? Iron Fire replied. Then I shall be wealthy. Thus, you must first wait for the old man and the advisors to finalize their decisions. At that point, it will be upon my authority as your teacher to negotiate for an S-rank mission and secure funding. They will surely hesitate to part with funds. At that time, when the land is secured and money is available, will it not be entirely to your advantage? Tsunade's foresight was remarkably astute. Iron Fire raised his thumb in admiration. Such sagacious counsel. While the master and disciple devised their plans, the training ground became increasingly lively. The subsequent issues arising from Iron Fire's rapid transit were resolved in the simplest, most direct manner possible, as the instructors organized a team to locate the enemy, effectively substituting for Iron Fire's squad. The remaining 29 teams, with allegiances unknown, proceeded according to their respective mission directives. Their probing, skirmishes, situational analysis, and the handling of various unexpected challenges showcased the utmost leadership abilities of the squads. This complex scenario proved excessively advanced for the genin participating in the Chunin exams. It was far too intricate, akin to the chaotic conditions of the former Rain country. As the candidates from the first exam entered the second, those in later teams found themselves at a disadvantage in terms of information. The harsh reality of elimination loomed large, leaving many in a state of confusion until they lost their eligibility for the exams. Some among them were not new to the Chunin exams, yet this iteration was truly terrifying. This cannot possibly be the Chunin exams, can it? One candidate murmured, his eyes devoid of life, clearly questioning his existence. Another companion remained silent for a while before replying. Chunin only has rankings. There are no exams. A trio from the Moon Country, bearing crescent-shaped forehead protectors, crouched upon a substantial tree branch, over 50 meters above the ground, beside a bird's nest containing 6 eggs. All three, with brown skin and full lips, bore the unmistakable traits of Thunder Country inhabitants, while the lone female, with golden hair and gray eyes, was tall and slender. The Moon Country, adjacent to the Thunder Country, is part of the alliance of minor nations like Moon, Soup, Field, Waterfall, and Grass, although separated by the Soup Country and not bordering the Fire Country. The woman's name was Sam, and she observed a portly individual, a gentle-looking blonde, and a slender figure with black hair. Upon noticing their forehead protectors, she recognized them as from Konoha. Samdao, the target has appeared. Let us test the mettle of the lower ninjas from Konoha. Yet, a twinge of regret lingers in my heart, for the team of prodigies mentioned in the intelligence has yet to be found. Nonetheless, this young lad with golden hair is evidently a genius himself, participating in the Chunin exams at a tender age of 8 or 9. His two teammates remarked, "One each, then. I'll take the chubby one. I'll deal with that black-haired one." Drawing his blade, Sam leaped down, setting his sights on Minato. A wooden post suddenly fell beneath his strike, but Minato had already evaded this attack, retaliating with 3 shuriken. With his right hand firmly gripping a kunai, he thwarted the ambush and launched a counteroffensive. The responses from Shomiju and Akimichi Yashimaru were merely a beat too slow. Although somewhat flustered, they remained unscathed. Sam pressed his lips tightly together, silent, as his blade shimmered like flowing light, resembling a spinning top, its brilliance darting towards Minato like mercury spilling forth. Such swordsmanship was indeed remarkable. Yet, having been trained under the rigorous discipline of the Ninja Academy, Minato perceived that her technique still lacked refinement. The answer resided within his heart. Clang! With a swift motion, Minato closed the distance. However, this maneuver was merely a feint. His true intention was the body replacement technique, utilizing it to induce his opponent into an embrace with the wooden post. Meanwhile, he executed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique, maneuvering behind Sam, concealed from her line of sight. Gently placing the kunai against her neck, he declared, "Cease. You have already lost." He then called out to the other two, "Stop, or I shall take her life." Sam's companions had no choice but to relent, and both parties ceased hostilities. After a round of negotiation, they exchanged intelligence and parted ways. Jiraiya, observing with great satisfaction from the monitoring room, tapped his wooden sandals in anticipation of a song. Yet, as he clapped his hands, he was met with the piercing gazes of those around him, causing him to fall silent with a hint of irritation. He turned to Orochimaru and remarked, "What do you think of my disciple? Once he masters ninjutsu, he will undoubtedly surpass even Tetsuhan." Orochimaru replied, "Is that so? Tetsuhan has already mastered sage techniques. Furthermore, his swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. Are you certain Minato can measure up?" "Minato will certainly learn sage techniques. Oh, as long as you are pleased." Despite the exam being thrilling, Orochimaru felt a sense of ennui. These were all conventional ninjas, and everything unfolded with such predictability, akin to a colorless world. Rising from the monitoring room, he walked down the corridor, where a modest window at the end revealed a narrow expanse of blue, casting a constricted light. Below, an electric wire extended towards a nearby pole, while the branches of a large tree reached over, lush and verdant, with sparrows chirping and beetles crawling about. Though this world was vibrant and full of life, why did it feel so tedious and oppressive? As if devoid of color? Orochimaru pondered. Perhaps this world is ill. He reached out, pressing his hand against the glass, realizing he was enclosed within a barrier. If only a gust of wind could breathe life into everything. Who would be that wind? Perhaps Tsunade's disciple? He recalled the hue known as Tetsuhan. A chuckle escaped him, raspy and deep, exuding an air of madness that was unsettling. Jiraiya followed closely behind Hey Orochimaru. Orochimaru suppressed his laughter, restoring his icy demeanor. "Must you always follow me? What s with that attitude?" Jiraiya was about to argue, but Orochimaru turned and returned to the monitoring room. Within, under the scrutiny of dozens, Jiraiya found it inappropriate to raise his voice or engage in idle chatter. Before long, 3 teams were eliminated from the training grounds. Tsunade and Tetsuhan continued to discuss summoning techniques, simulating various scenarios. Kuramaru and Akihitami felt unable to contribute, their minds struggling to keep pace. They were not only far from Tetsuhan in terms of strength but also lagged behind Tsunade in battlefield experience, relegated to mere listeners. Tsunade nodded, saying, "You focus on the exam. I'll handle the tasks of organization. I'll return to cheer you on during the preliminaries." Tetsuhan inquired, "What preliminaries?" Tsunade explained, "Once the second exam concludes, the team competition will also end. Next, we'll assess individual combat capabilities. Kuramaru, Akihitami, you two can give it a shot. If your opponents in the preliminaries aren't formidable, test your strengths. Know your limits. Do not strive for unnecessary glory." Turning to Tetsuhan, she added, in one-on-one matches, just win. Don't hold back too much. Tetsuhan asked, teacher, have you ever tried other types of noodles aside from ramen? When you return, buy some chili and meat. I'll prepare a shopping list for you. Tsunade replied. Tetsuhan handed her a list of items to purchase, which she accepted with a casual acknowledgement. Understood. Tetsuhan declared, after this round. As Tsunade walked a considerable distance, she realized Tetsuhan had seemingly not agreed to her request. Cursing him as a little rascal, she chose not to pursue him and instead headed to the market to buy groceries. Tsunade felt uncomfortable shopping alone. The friendly greetings from acquaintances caused her to blush. Ah, Lady Tsunade, are you here to buy groceries? Why isn't Tetsuhan with you today? Indeed, Lady Tsunade is here alone today. It seemed everything was perfectly normal when she accompanied Tetsuhan. Yet alone, it felt strangely surreal, as if she had entered a parallel world. After all, aside from her time with Tetsuhan, she had never shopped for groceries and had no reason to be present there, making her solitary visit feel quite peculiar. Rare things are precious. Yet Tsunade remained oblivious to this fact, left feeling awkward in the bustling market alone. After all, the first time one does something alone often carries an inexplicable weight. Following her list, she successfully purchased the necessary ingredients and sighed in relief upon exiting the market. Tsunade hurriedly made her way to Tetsuhan's home, placing the items in the refrigerator for preservation. Then, she settled down in his abode to draft proposals and ideas regarding summoning techniques, with a particular focus on medical applications. As she wrote, she smiled. Although Tetsuhan opposed her, he provided ample reasoning and presented better alternatives. This proposal felt promising. She was confident it would succeed. Meanwhile, Tetsuhan summoned a thumb-sized slug, allowing it to choose a cozy spot to chat. The slug nestled comfortably in his ear, providing a refreshing sensation. Unlike other ninjas, he was not driven by utilitarian motives. He only summoned his spirit beasts during battles, otherwise treating them as if they were lost. Almost daily, he would summon a small slug for casual conversation, and sometimes even without dialogue, he would call it forth to simply share space. As such, not only did Tetsuhan surpass Tsunade in the duration spent with the slug, but he also eclipsed Hashirama, becoming the one who shared the most time with the slug. Slug. I've truly enjoyed this time. Every day has been delightful, more so than any other time before. Seated cross-legged, Tetsuhan felt the coolness of the universe permeate his being, ebbing and flowing like breath itself. This innate mystery seemed eternal, neither revealing its origin nor its destination. The chakra of sage techniques flowed ceaselessly, in an endless cycle. It felt as though he grasped a fleeting insight, only for it to elude him once more. Sigh. Tetsuhan sighed in contemplation. Upon hearing this, the slug immediately grasped the essence of his sentiment. This was not their first encounter with such musings. Is it that feeling of loss that you experience, Tiehua? He inquired. Indeed, Tiehua replied, just a moment ago. It felt as if I were on the brink of capturing it. Yet the instant I actively sought it, the inspiration vanished. It seems to be something of utmost significance. The slug's voice was soft and melodious. Do not rush. Since it has appeared repeatedly, you will surely seize it. Tiehua mused, yes, but missing it brings a genuine sense of regret. Next time, try not to think too hard about it. Refrain from letting your thoughts wander, the slug advised. After all, on several occasions, your attempts to grasp it have frightened it away. The slug's metaphor of frightening it away was quite vivid, causing Tiehua to chuckle. Indeed, let us be more cautious next time so as not to scare it off. I am curious to know what entity is so bashful that it shies away from our gaze. His companions, Hei Wang and Choshin Yi, were engrossed in their respective books, a thoughtful touch provided for their leisure. As time slipped by unnoticed, dusk descended, and the victorious teams gradually entered the area. The second round of examinations had drawn to a close. A ninja adorned with the headband of the Village of the Moon approached the trio. Sam's tone was laced with resentment. We scoured the training grounds thoroughly and could not find you. I see now that you have been here. I eagerly anticipate our forthcoming interactions. Very well, Tiehua nodded, maintaining an air of tranquil indifference, akin to a breeze caressing the tender shoots of grass, gliding past the leaves without hindrance. Sam huffed, her expression sour. Her provocation struck like a heavy blow against cotton, leaving a disquieting sensation of weightlessness. The slug extended its tentacles from the confines of Tiehua's ear, curiously observing Sam's expression, its body wriggling within the shell of his ear. Pressing close to the ear canal, it whispered in a diminutive voice, Tiehua-kun, you are quite wicked. You will surely vex her. This is not right. The four tentacles touched shyly together. Tiehua retorted. If you stop wriggling so, I might just believe you. All candidates assemble. Upon the gathering of participants, an examiner approached to announce the assembly. The designated meeting point was before the enormous half-figure of a ninja. The first examination was set to pass 30 teams, totaling 90 individuals. The second examination had eliminated 18 teams, leaving 12, with a total of 36 participants remaining. Among them, 5 teams hailed from Konoha: Tiehua, Heiwang, Choshin Yi's team, Minato, Akimichi Yashimaru's team, Swakingmishu's team, Yamanaka, Uchiha, and the Zankin team, alongside a team featuring a green-clad ninja with a watermelon head and a black-haired woman in exquisite purple attire, accompanied by an unremarkable black-haired man. The remaining 7 teams included the Moon Ninja team, Sound Ninja, Grass Ninja, and Waterfall Ninja, regarded as formidable forces within the alliance, with the Sound and Grass Ninja each fielding multiple teams, and the Waterfall Ninja presenting 4 teams. The 36 individuals lined up in a 6x6 formation, yet maintained ample distance between teams, filled with mutual caution. The third Hokage and accompanying ANBU appeared abruptly atop the giant statue's hand, forming a seal. Very well. The remaining teams can be deemed elite. With the conclusion of the first 2 examinations, the trials of teamwork have ended. What lies ahead is the assessment of individual combat prowess. The third examination would occur a week later, as they awaited the arrival of dignitaries from various nations to observe, thus allowing for a delay. This interval also served to provide ample time for gathering intelligence and preparation. However, as the nobles' time was precious, it was necessary to eliminate some participants beforehand. The 36 individuals would now proceed to the preliminary rounds, engaging in one-on-one battles. The victors would advance to the final assessment, while the defeated would be eliminated. Satsuki Ryuri, a blue-haired ninja, stepped forward. Yes, third Hokage. In an instant, he performed a body flicker technique to position himself before the candidates. I am the examiner for this preliminary round, Satsuki Ryuri. He proceeded to elucidate the detailed rules of the preliminaries, instructing them to pay close attention. The matching method for the preliminaries would be random, and shortly, the screen would display the order of combat. Those whose names appeared would take the stage to battle, concluding when one side conceded or met their demise. The medical team would be on standby to tend to the injured, for which ample preparations had been made. As names scrolled across the screen, the first matchup was revealed. Namikaze Minato versus the Grass Ninja, Kaku. Kaku glared at Minato, his teeth clenched. Previously, I was careless, but this time, I shall demonstrate my prowess. With that, he launched a barrage of kunai. The Grass Ninja's kunai differed from those of other nations. They were not needle-shaped but rather curved, with a flattened tip resembling grass blades. They flew swiftly and silently, the leaf-shaped tips imbued with a lightness and penetrating ability, able to burrow into the flesh after impact, a stark contrast to conventional kunai, which could only pierce due to their weight and shape. Remarkably, their trajectories were more unpredictable than shuriken. This was the Grass Ninja Village's closely guarded secret, a distinctive and formidable technique. Yet, attempting to target Minato with such a method fell woefully short. Minato opted for a backward leap, akin to a grasshopper, propelling himself approximately 6 meters backward. He swiftly returned 3 shuriken and, using a kunai, flung a kunai at Kaku, charging forward explosively. Kaku also drew a kunai, clashing with Minato's, creating a resonant clang. Suddenly, Minato's kunai sliced through the air, glancing off a shadow, which shattered at that instant. Thus, Minato vanished from Kaku's sight.
KQS expression shifted abruptly, shadow clone technique.
When did he use that? Minato's voice echoed from behind him, a kunai already pressed against his side. Surrender. It is over. Kaku questioned, when did this happen? Minato replied, just now your attention was diverted by my kunai. For a ninja, speed in forming seals was merely one criterion. An equally crucial aspect was the ability to remain concealed. This was a profound lesson Tiehua had imparted. Every battle with Tiehua had taught him that if the enemy witnessed his seal formation, he would never complete it. This realization led him to cultivate a habit of misdirection, diverting the opponent's focus during seal formation, which had become instinctive. What use were ninjutsu that could not be executed? Aside from expending chakra in vain during the seal process, only successfully employed ninjutsu bore significance. Tiehua spread his hands, clapping them against his face, addressing his 2 companions. What is this absurdity? Is this the affliction of ninjas who cannot contain their urges? After battling, they proceed to explain to the enemy. Well, now we have all heard it. While I empathize with the youthful desire to show off, In a world where information dictates victory, is it truly wise to flaunt one's intelligence so openly? Choshinyi chimed in. Yet you are of the same age as Minato. Chiehua retorted, that is not the case. Choshinyi, you are unaware that I have actually lived for over 300 years, having been reincarnated through a secret method. So, ahem. Do not be ridiculous. However, Choshinyi, unlike Heiwang, was keen to learn from the experience, and Tiehua's words were imperative to heed. Heed the counsel of a genius and feast upon the fruits of knowledge. Rest assured, we shall not expose our own intelligence. We will remain utterly discreet. Tiehua encouraged the two. Yes, then let us strive onward. After several days of rigorous practice and mutual adjustment, your physical skills have seen significant enhancement. There is no need to feel anxious. During this preparation period, he has certainly taken the time to provide extra training for his two teammates, imparting invaluable insights into physical techniques, which have greatly bolstered their abilities. The second round of competition has commenced, featuring a confrontation between an Otonin and Yamashiro from the Uchiha, specifically Yamashiro Iken. Yamashiro Iken sports a mane of vibrant orange hair, a notably diminutive face, yet his eyes are unusually large with thin eyelids. His genin forehead protector is neatly tied upon his brow, and he is clad in a blue tracksuit. Upon entering the arena, his large eyes, framed by those thin eyelids, cast a rather comical gaze upon Sho from the Otonin team. As April Lioli called out begin, he swiftly retreated. Yamashiro Iken raised both hands, forming a heart shape, and playfully warned, please, be gentle. With that, he feigned weakness, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. Yamashiro Iken's two teammates, Uchiha Xiangtai and Yamashiro Yadai, exchanged glances that spoke volumes of their assured victory. Their teammate is particularly cunning. That heart gesture, which appeared innocent, was actually a secret technique of the Yamashiro clan. Merely performing that hand seal enables him to execute the heart turn technique, allowing his spirit to seize control of another's body. With Yamashiro Iken sprawled on the ground, it naturally signified that the Otonin had lost. Indeed, Sho raised his hand and declared, I concede. I withdraw from this examination. Sho, how can you withdraw? Lord Silver Dragon will kill you. Sho, snap out of it. Despicable Konoha ninjas, what trickery have you employed? Cowardly, shameless. Upon my arrival, I overheard someone berating Konoha. With a hand resting on Tetsuhan's shoulder, Tsunade languidly remarked, I trust one Haven T missed any thrilling moments? Some apology lay hidden within her casual demeanor. Tetsuhan replied, no worries, your dear disciple, the loyal servant, the most illustrious successor hasn't yet taken the stage. Black Maru and Shoshinya had yet to compete. This was only the second round. Tsunade commented, that boy from the Yamashiro clan is rather devious, as she casually retrieved 3 fried chicken legs, having purchased them on her way. They taste quite good. Distributing one to each, the gaze of the third Hokage, the examiners, and the candidates shifted towards her, and the atmosphere lost its seriousness, replaced by the aroma of fried chicken. Unperturbed, Tsunade continued, and Jiraiya approached. Tsunade, you've arrived. Yes, I'm here, Tsunade replied. Tetsuhan glanced at Jiraiya, silently thinking, but you shouldn't be here. In the arena, the examiner reiterated, Sho, are you certain about withdrawing from this assessment? Absolutely. Ignoring the furious protests of his teammates, Sho directly forfeited. Suddenly, Sho froze, his face visibly contorted by a surge of anger. Meanwhile, the orange-haired boy on the ground stood up, seemingly bewildered. Oh, does this mean I've won? I won by lying down. Brat, you Sho, overwhelmed by rage, charged at Yamashiro Iken, but the examiner swiftly intervened. A kunai pressed coldly against his forehead, the murderous intent of the Jounin unmistakably radiating, instantly calming Sho. The examiner warned, do not cause a ruckus during the exam, or I shall have to eliminate you. Another tall, slender Otonin gritted his teeth. Yamashiro Iken, I'll remember you. I hope we meet in the official assessment. Yamashiro Iken was about to retort when he spotted the combat roster on the screen and called out to the tall Otonin, better save your bravado for after you've defeated your opponent. The screen displayed a name characteristic of the land of rice, Takahashi Daikyu, and among the Otonin, there were 2 males and 1 female. The male, Sho, had just forfeited. The other's identity was evident, and his opponent was none other than Tetsuhan. Could only be said that Takahashi Daikyu was rather unfortunate. Yamashiro Iken silently mourned for him, thinking, Tetsuhan's strength is extraordinarily formidable, able to hold his own against White Fang's blade. Indeed, those with sharp tongues seldom enjoy good fortune. It is I who remain optimistic and cheerful, thus perpetually blessed with good luck. Tetsuhan. The Moon Ninja team also directed their serious gazes toward Tetsuhan. Sam clenched her fists in frustration. I hope during the main event, I can see what you're made of. Now, let me witness how you deal with this tall fellow. Tetsuhan leaped gracefully into the arena, landing with an almost ethereal lightness, producing only a soft thud. The examiner queried, "Are you ready?" Takahashi Daikyu retorted impatiently, "Enough chatter. Let us get this started." Though Tetsuhan was not Yamashiro Iken, he was nonetheless a Konoha ninja. He intended to regain some honor and avenge his teammates. The examiner inquired once more, and Tetsuhan merely responded with an affirmative grunt.
All right, commence.
Just as the examiner performed a body flicker to exit the arena, Takahashi Daikyu prepared to launch a taunt, but as his mouth opened, he instead emitted a gasp of shock as the sheath of Tetsuhana's sword struck his chest, causing him to choke and turn crimson, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Tetsuhan calmly stated, "I'm giving you the chance to concede. I'll only go this far with my blade. If you refuse to yield, I shall have no choice but to end you." Tsunade inhaled deeply, slapping her own face in realization. As I suspected, just a sneak attack. Such tactics are meant to force my surrender? Despicable Konoha ninja. Allow me to show you the illusion techniques of the Otonin. Takahashi Daikyu felt his blood boil. In the next moment, he found himself airborne, catching a glimpse of a headless body. The clothing of that body resembled his own. A severed head landed with a dull thud, rolling slightly. It turned out that just as he spoke, Tetsuhan had executed a remarkably simple decapitation. The precision of that strike was unparalleled. It appeared neither swift nor complex, yet Takahashi Daikyu simply succumbed to death. What a terrifying blade! Sam's eyes widened in shock. Her familiarity with swordsmanship allowed her to discern the extraordinary nature of that strike. This was no ordinary blade. The art of ninjutsu is often characterized by its subtlety and boundlessness. Even the slightest deviation can determine life or death. The disparity between Takahashi Daikyu and Tetsuhiko is not merely a trivial one, but rather an astronomical gulf. Yet, to return to the matter at hand, this individual undeniably embodies a ruthless and merciless spirit. It appears to be his inaugural act of murder. After decapitating a man, he displayed not an iota of fear, trepidation, or disquietude. His demeanor was astonishingly composed, as if he had merely executed a trivial task. Jiraiya gaped in disbelief, grappling with Tetsuhiko's cold brutality. Had he been an experienced veteran of countless battles, Jiraiya might have found it less unsettling, having grown accustomed to the harsh realities of their world. But Tetsuhiko, this was surely his first encounter with such darkness, was it not? Tetsuhiko turned, meeting Tsunade's gaze, and instinctively averted his eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. How could he placate his teacher? A new concern emerged: how to prevent Jiraiya, that petty man, from whispering ill of him to Tsunade, thus sowing discord between master and disciple? These two dilemmas were increasingly formidable, yet if given the choice once more, he would still choose to strike down his opponent without hesitation. Akamaru and Akiyomi sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Tetsuhiko. As he approached, they instinctively distanced themselves from him. Observing the two, Tetsuhiko lamented, "Your demeanor truly saddens me." "No, it's not that Akiyomi began, but Tsunade interjected, "Why did you kill him? Merely because he insulted Konoha as despicable? Or because he refused to concede? How can you remain so tranquil?" Tetsuhiko responded, "During my first encounter, I merely prodded him with the hilt of my blade. In truth, I had spared his life. But how many times must I extend that mercy? Twice? Thrice? Countless times? Every life is singular and precious. His life is valuable, as is my own. Being a ninja is a profession that gambles with life, and thus, I believe every ninja should treasure life, both their own and that of others. I do not concern myself with the harshness of his words, nor would I take a life simply because of them. My spirit is not so narrow. I merely seek to honor my own existence. If I were to spare him again, who could predict what methods he might employ on his third attempt? Can one claim invincibility? I cannot. I refuse to jest with my own life, and I have afforded him an opportunity." Jiraiya could scarcely bear to listen, exclaiming, "He was clearly no match for you. Be silent." Tsunade snapped, her fists clenched tightly, her chest heaving with agitation, yet she remained mute. Her thoughts drifted to Shinosuke. What if Shinosuke? Nobody should treat their life as a jest, Tetsuhiko boldly declared, stretching his arms wide to embrace Tsunade, burying his head under her thunderous presence, refraining from further speech. At that moment, such a tight embrace sufficed. No words were necessary. A slug emerged from his ear, burrowing into Tsunade's ear, whispering, "Lady Tsunade?" Tetsuhiko speaks truth. You must also believe in Tetsuhiko. Those who can garner nature's energy and learn sage arts independently possess an exceptionally pure and untainted spirit. The slug's voice tickled Tsunade's ear, prompting a non-committal humph in response. Tsunade paused, astonished. Slug, when did you establish a pact with him? I formed the bond after your departure. Tetsuhiko often summons me, the slug replied, its tone tinged with a hint of pride, seemingly urging Tsunade to summon it in her leisure as well. Nonetheless, Tsunade remained skeptical about Tetsuhiko's mental state and resolved to conduct a psychological evaluation after the examination concluded. The psychological assessment system in the ninja villages is notably sophisticated. While it may lack solutions for treating mental ailments, it excels at discerning whether one's mental state is within the norm. As they conversed, the fourth match concluded. It was a clash between a grass ninja and Hinata Hizashi, who swiftly incapacitated his opponent with a single palm strike to the chest. The unique chakra of the Hyuga clan penetrated with formidable force, targeting the heart directly. The grass ninja collapsed, his fortune eclipsed only by that of Takahashi Daiku, for he still drew breath at that moment. However, his luck was fleeting. Transported on a stretcher to the nearby medical facility, merely 20 meters away, he succumbed to his injuries. Hinata Hizashi lifted his gaze to Tetsuhiko, his expression devoid of panic or elation, merely exuding determination. Tetsuhiko, I, Hinata, am not inferior to anyone. Did you witness the true might of the gentle fist? This marked the second candidate to perish. The arena erupted in murmurs. The other candidates suddenly grasped the immense value of Tetsuhiko's compassion, recognizing that the forsaking of that compassion had resulted in the grass ninja's untimely demise at the hands of Hinata Hizashi, who had not even been granted a single opportunity to concede or plead for mercy. Tetsuhiko nodded at Hinata Hizashi. As Hizashi ascended to the viewing stand on the second floor, his father's typically austere visage softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Hizashi, well done. Upon receiving his father's praise, Hizashi could not resist glancing at Tetsuhiko. Tetsuhiko had released Tsunade, who was now playfully tugging at his hair, disheveling it into a chaotic mess reminiscent of a hedgehog. Strands of hair tumbled from Tsunade's alabaster fingers, creating a lush, unruly appearance akin to weeds. Despite the commendation, Hizashi felt a twinge of envy towards Tetsuhiko. His own mentor, Tsunade, was genuinely concerned for Tetsuhiko, whereas his father seemed solely focused on the family's honor, utterly indifferent to whether he felt remorse or fear after taking a life, or whether it would harm his psyche. All that mattered to him was the family's prestige. Noticing Hizashi's scrutiny, Tetsuhiko turned and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Jiraiya muttered to himself, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is truly formidable. Encountering it is a grave danger. I appreciate your treating me as kin, Tetsuhiko replied. Just as Hizashi had surmised, it was only by regarding Tetsuhiko as one of their own that both Tsunade and Jiraiya would adopt such an attitude. To treat him as an outsider would mean to praise the gentle fist in such a manner. Jiraiya's double standards were laid bare, perhaps without his own awareness. Next, it was the turn of Tsuki Kage, one of the mist ninjas, to face off against Uchiha Shotai. Tsuki wielded a rather unique blade, its edge curving like a crescent moon, connected by a steel wire that allowed for both close and distant combat. When combined with chakra manipulation, its trajectory became unpredictable and exceedingly challenging to counter. Uchiha Shotai swiftly maneuvered, unleashing a flurry of shuriken, employing the Uchiha clan's distinctive mastery of shuriken techniques to counter Tsuki's blade. His movements were as graceful as a butterfly dancing amidst blossoms, agile as a cheetah. The shuriken, varying in speed, collided midair. What had initially been a slow shuriken suddenly accelerated, while a faster one altered its path. A total of 13 shuriken wove an intricate web of attack, enveloping Tsuki entirely. After a series of clashes and transformations, the outcome was all but predetermined. Tsuki, armed with but a single blade and 2 hands, found himself utterly incapable of countering the onslaught of 13 shuriken. Furthermore, the substitution technique, while prevalent in the ninja world, was predominantly a hallmark of the great ninja villages, and to be more precise, uniquely characteristic of Konoha. It was not a common ninjutsu. To clarify, the techniques of substitution, shadow clone, and transformation were exclusive to Konoha. The Cloud, Rock, and Sand ninja clans similarly lacked proficiency in such arts. Only the Mist ninja had devised a method of utilizing living creatures, such as snow rabbits, as substitutes in their substitution techniques. Thus, he could only continue, PFF, PFF, PFF. Moonshadow endeavored to avoid the critical areas, managing to deflect some with his blade. Yet he was still struck with 7 shurikens embedded in his shoulder, chest, and legs. The outcome was already determined. Next, another Chunin whose opponent was the remaining grass ninja. The Chunin wielded an umbrella-shaped weapon, utilizing it for defense, concealment, and launching poison needles and toxic smoke. He then employed a wind release technique, unleashing a torrent of wind that decisively ended the battle. The spectators found their hairstyles whipped by the ferocious gust, while the grass ninja, facing the brunt of the attack, was left battered and bruised, with shallow wounds peppering his body every few centimeters. Tsunade remarked, "His tendons have all been severed. That wind release is formidable." Tetsuhan inhaled deeply and stated, "This is my first encounter with such a large-scale wind release jutsu." The display screen once again illuminated with a new matchup. Zankyu Hakadai versus Kawashima Akinoya. Jiraiya, seeking to break the silence, asked, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Tsunade casually ruffled Tetsuhan's hair, her demeanor nonchalant. If Zankyu Hakadai lacks any exceptional jutsu, she's bound to lose. Zankyu Hakadai succumbed to defeat even more swiftly than Tsunade had anticipated. As the proctor announced the start, she had barely assumed her stance when Akinoya surged forward, wielding her kunai in an exquisitely arcane trajectory. When Zankyu Hakadai raised her hand to block, she realized too late that this move had effectively sealed her defense. Akinoya's kunai pressed against Zankyu Hakadai's heart. "You have already lost." Yet, she could not suppress the rapid thumping of her heart, overwhelmed by exhilaration. This technique was a decisive move, devised by Tetsuhan to expedite the improvement of her and Kuro's taijutsu in the shortest time possible, meticulously refined and imparted to the duo. What appeared to be a simple maneuver revealed its true marvel only upon execution. The trajectory of the kunai, seemingly a mere line, possessed an almost magical quality, effortlessly obstructing an entire range of attacks while exhibiting formidable penetrating power, capable of breaching the opponent's defenses and invading their very being. For a genin like Zankyu Hakadai, facing such an adversary was akin to confronting insurmountable odds. Kuro, too, brimmed with newfound confidence. During prior practice, they had exchanged this technique without much thought. But now, in real combat, its prowess was starkly evident. Tetsuhan merely nodded, withholding further commentary. He pondered the depth of effort that had gone into crafting this technique, which encapsulated countless battlefield experiences, combined with his innate sensitivity to chakra and analytical functions, rendering it deceptively intricate. If one couldn't best even a genin, what worth did such a technique possess? The preliminary rounds proceeded at a brisk pace. In a mere moment, 7 matches had concluded, leaving 11 remaining. The grass ninja had been entirely eliminated, while Konoha's sole casualty was Zankyu Hakadai, unfortunate enough to face Akinoya and be dispatched. The Chunin had also eliminated one opponent, with 11 remaining. The sound ninja, however, had only one female ninja left. Her name appeared on the screen, Restitution. Her opponent was Might Guy. Might Guy's stature was unimposing, appearing rather stout with a watermelon hairstyle, thick eyebrows and large eyes. The green spandex he wore added a comical touch. He gave Restitution a thumbs up, declaring, "Come on, I will give it my all." This was the youthful exuberance of youth. Restitution produced a bone flute, placing it to her lips and beginning to play. Might Guy's exuberance faded into silence, as he suddenly fell into a deep slumber, all within a fleeting moment. The sound of the flute resonated outward, and the chakra expanded, causing a series of soft, disorienting sounds, indicating that the surrounding ninjas had succumbed to the effect. A woman from the Akamatsu clan scoffed, "Crude auditory manipulation. If it were me, she would only bring about her own demise." It was not that Might Guy lacked prowess. Rather, this opponent was simply too adept at countering him. Genjutsu-type ninjas were the bane of taijutsu practitioners. This conclusion is widely accepted, yet not necessarily accurate. Tetsuhan found Restitution's music quite enchanting, the flute's melody captivating. He felt no need for dispelling the genjutsu. The chakra infused in Restitution's melody, upon contact with his body, felt as though it collided with a non-Newtonian fluid, utterly immovable. The inert and pure sage chakra indeed warranted its designation, dismissing such frivolous displays with disdain. Whether fiery and gentle or sweet and charming, it remained indifferent, truly unresponsive to any allure. Tsunade and Jiraiya were taken aback. How could he remain unaffected by the genjutsu? Was it an innate trait? Tsunade pondered. Yet, the slug seemed to grasp her thoughts, whispering an explanation in her ear. Tetsuhan's chakra is inherently inert. Inertia essentially prevents any interaction with other chakra types. Thus, genjutsu has little to no effect on him. Moreover, sage chakra naturally possesses immunity to most forms of genjutsu. When these two factors coalesce, genjutsu holds no sway over Tetsuhan. A vivid analogy would be akin to winking at a blind person. Tsunade finally comprehended. Indeed, Tetsuhan's chakra was filled with inertia. The essence of Genjutsu relies on chakra as a medium to infiltrate the nervous system, disrupting and controlling the perceptions of sight, sound, and beyond. This inherently necessitates a responsive chakra within the target's body. The ensuing match featured the Moon Ninja team's Fuyuki Kin against another member of the Hyuga team, named Hyuga Daibutsu. Although Hyuga Daibutsu was 5 years older than Hyuga Hizashi, he appeared juvenile in his mastery of gentle fist, akin to a novice. His maneuvers were rigid and clumsy, having only grasped 16 of the 64 palms. Eager to strike first, he rushed in. Fuyuki Kin unleashed a surge of lightning, summoning 2 serpents of electricity that twisted behind her. The electric serpents lunged forward, their jaws agape, as the current coursed through Hyuga Daibutsu's entire body, causing his hair and clothing to stand on end, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Fuyuki Kin declared, "You are no match for my twin serpent strangle." Hyuga Daibutsu, struggling to rise, retorted, "Is that all your ninjutsu can do?" Fuyuki Kin replied, "The time you've spent on the ground is ample enough for me to defeat you 3 times. Surrender." Though his twin serpent strangle was formidable, it was limited by his chakra reserves, lacking the necessary current to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, the voltage was sufficiently high to induce a momentary paralysis, leaving him vulnerable to any kunai or shuriken that could seal his fate. Hyuga Daibutsu, concede. Hyuga Hizashi sensed the chill in the air, glancing up to see his father's displeased expression. Surrendering was a deeply embarrassing affair. "Father," Hyuga Hizashi began, but his father responded, "It's all right, continue watching." The next 2 battles were internal skirmishes among the Tekinen, where they exchanged taijutsu and weapon techniques, resulting in a victory for one named Shurik and another named Hachiji. The subsequent match featured Kuro against the golden-haired Moon Ninja, Sam. Sam drew her blade and inquired, "Are you his comrade?" Everyone knows who he refers to. "Let me test your mettle." In an instant, she surged forward, unleashing an extraordinary speed, her blade shimmering like the moonlight, cutting through the air with icy precision. Black Maru found himself at a loss in the face of the incoming strike, compelled to resolutely employ the established techniques imparted to him by Professor Ironfire, which he and Sho Shinya had been taught. The technique traced an exceedingly simple trajectory, successfully intercepting Sam's blade. However, Sam did not retract his assault. Instead, he accelerated once more, delivering a second, decisive slash. This sudden surge in speed laid bare Black Maru's true nature. The blade halted just above Black Maru's head. Sam remarked, "Your techniques, the only one that bore semblance to Ironfire's was that last attempt. Had it been him, I would have found myself in a most arduous battle, I suppose." Defeated, Black Maru sighed, "I concede." Returning to the stands, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Ironfire offered a word of comfort. Victory and defeat are but transient states. Life is a lengthy journey where one will inevitably encounter insurmountable foes and insolvable dilemmas. However, upon reflection, does this not encapsulate the essence of life itself? Moreover, consider this. Both Sho Shinya and I have progressed to the 3rd phase of examinations, have we not? Tsunade pressed her hand against Ironfire's head, baffled. "Hey, is this how you console your comrades? Seriously, you're merely 8 years old. How do you possess such profound sentiments?" Yet, despite her sarcasm, there was a certain wisdom to his words. The new matchups were soon revealed. Sarutobi Ken versus Kurama Ruri. It was indeed a rare case of team members clashing against one another. As teammates, they were intimately familiar with each other's styles, techniques, and physical abilities, rendering their strategies transparent. From the outset, Sarutobi Ken sought to restrict Kurama Ruri, denying her the opportunity to utilize her Genjutsu. Due to her clan's bloodline, Kurama Ruri was not particularly formidable in physical combat. Once her vulnerabilities were recognized, she found no opportunity to cast her illusions and was swiftly defeated by Sarutobi Ken's physical prowess. Seizing the moment, Tsunade addressed her 3 disciples. Kurama Ruri's resplendent purple attire complements her Genjutsu but severely hinders her physical capabilities, especially since she is not adept in that realm. The luxurious layers of her purple robe entangle her movements and create a stifling heat, making even the slightest motion cumbersome. This exemplifies the peril of being a targeted ninja. Jiraiya interjected, "To be honest, I would be quite intimidated by such a glamorous Genjutsu user. This is indeed my Achilles heel." His face bore an expression of distaste. Tsunade clenched her fists slightly, while Minato and Akimichi Jinshu instinctively distanced themselves from Jiraiya. After a brief interlude, the new round of battles commenced. The last remaining member of the Moon Ninja faced off against a member of the Water Ninja. This moon ninja relied solely on physical prowess, wielding nothing but his own fists. His speed was astonishing, and the opposing water ninja found himself unable to defend against the onslaught of punches that battered his chest, causing blood to flow from his orifices. I concede, the water ninja uttered weakly. The victor was Black Chakra. In the subsequent preliminaries, Akimichi Jinshu, Zwa Kingmishu, and the last standing member of the Hyuga team, Hyuga Riku, faced off against the water ninja, resulting in 2 wins from 3 matches. Akimichi Jinshu and Zwa Kingmishu successfully advanced. The final bout was an internal conflict among the water ninjas, with one named Tenshu emerging victorious. Thus, the preliminaries concluded, and the matchups for the third phase of examinations were announced. Representing Konoha were Ironfire, Chio Shinya, Minato, Zwa Kingmishu, Akimichi Jinshu, Yamanaka Ichikatsu, Uchiha Xiangtai, Hyuga Nikiyashi, and Sarutobi Ken, while the Moon Ninja side comprised Sam, Fujetsu Kodo, Black Chakra, and the Sound Ninja represented by Staccato, with the Water Ninja team consisting of Shirley, Yasi, Tenshu, and Huanyue. Konoha held a decisive advantage in numbers, boasting 9 participants, while the Moon Ninja team managed to advance 3 members, and the Water Ninja, deemed a veritable minor powerhouse of the alliance, advanced 5. The Grass Ninja had been entirely eliminated. After a brief interval, the screen randomly generated the matchups. Ironfire versus Huanyue, Chio Shinya versus Yamanaka Ichikatsu, Minato versus Huashin, Zwa Kingmishu versus Shirley, Akimichi Jinshu versus Tenshu, Uchiha Xiangtai versus Staccato, Hyuga Nikiyashi versus Sam, Sarutobi Ken versus Yasi, Fujetsu Kodo versus Black Chakra. With 9 matchups, it was a veritable display of cunning strategy. Should this truly be random, Ironfire quipped, if this is genuinely random, I shall wash my hair upside down. This was evidently a scheme designed to showcase and safeguard Konoha's strength. Clearly, arrangements had been made during the previous matches. Ironfire mused. So, there is someone concealed within the screen, is there not? In truth, even this round of preliminaries was rife with strategy, as the matchups had been arranged to mitigate potential complications. Upon hearing the announcement for the candidates who passed the preliminaries to gather, Ironfire informed Tsunade, I shall take my leave. He leaped down from the spectator stands, followed by Chio Shinya, Minato, and others, as 18 individuals organized themselves into 2 rows under command. The third Hokage nodded, Excellent. I have witnessed your capabilities. I believe the official assessment a week hence will be most exhilarating. I hereby declare the preliminaries for the third phase of the Chunin exams officially concluded. Specific details regarding the examination will be communicated by designated examiners shortly. In the interim, candidates in need may apply for complimentary use of the training grounds, provided they adhere to Konoha's regulations. With that, the assembly was dismissed. As soon as the third Hokage uttered the word disperse, his form vanished in an instant, followed closely by the accompanying Jonin, each disappearing in succession. Yet, their speed remained visible, akin to grasshoppers utilizing their remarkable leaping ability to traverse the terrain swiftly. Ironfire, Tsunade called out, signaling him to join her. Noticing this, Jiraiya hurriedly followed suit. Ironfire leaped swiftly, catching up with Tsunade, and with Jiraiya, the trio made their way towards the third Hokage. Upon hearing the commotion, the third Hokage slowed his pace to wait. Tsunade, Jiraiya, is there something amiss? He inquired, then turned to praise Ironfire. Ironfire, your performance today was commendable. As a witness to the Warring States period and the First Ninja World War, the third Hokage understood the significance of Ironfire's formidable and stable temperament. Konoha sorely lacked ninjas with such emotional steadiness. Ironfire replied, it was nothing remarkable. Tsunade, while hastening forward, produced the previously penned strategy for summoning techniques and handed it to the third Hokage. Master, please take a look at this proposal put forth by Ironfire. Seizing the opportunity while the third Hokage perused the document, Tsunade recounted their discussion regarding the inclusion of medical ninjas in combat teams, Ironfire's objections, and the subsequent proposal of this summoning strategy, which extended into the realm of summoning warfare. It suggested that ninjas with substantial chakra infiltrate enemy lines, utilizing summoning techniques to transport Konoha's main forces. By dispersing personnel across specific locations, they could operate like phantoms, unburdened by logistics, supply concerns, or retreat routes, presenting an incredibly flexible tactical approach. The third Hokage remained silent, multitasking as he ran, listened, and read. However, the proposal evoked an uncanny sense of familiarity. Flying Thunder God technique. His mentor, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, had once mentioned and realized a similar military concept, or rather, a form of ninjutsu. By leaving a Flying Thunder God mark at a specific location or on an individual, One could utilize these marks to achieve a transdimensional position swap, executing surprise attacks with an element of unpredictability. Both concepts were rooted in the application of summoning techniques. The distinction lay in their respective domains. This proposal, when compared to the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God, lacked only the modularization, simplification, and streamlining of the summoning process, encapsulated simply through sealing techniques. However, when it comes to the operations of guiding targeted explosive injuries or reverse summoning, it seems that modularization, simplification, and convenience are of little utility. Such feats can be accomplished with mere fundamental summoning techniques. The third Hokage's expression was grave, and his thoughts were increasingly focused on this proposal. Go, inform the two advisors. The Jonin class shall convene at the Hokage's residence for a discussion. He commanded the Umbu to relay the message and then returned the proposal to Tsunade. Tsunade inquired, Sensei, should a plan of such magnitude be classified as an S-rank mission? After a brief pause, Tetsuhan felt that the current living conditions were overly cramped and contemplated finding a tranquil spot on the plains behind Hokage Rock to settle down, as he practiced sage arts and preferred solitude. The slug, too, deemed this quite necessary. Nestled against Tsunade's ear, the slug inserted its head into her ear canal, conveying its voice solely within. I have not. Tsunade, you speak unfounded accusations, tarnishing one's reputation. Tsunade retorted, what harm is there in utilizing your sage title? The third Hokage pondered before responding, indeed, a plan capable of influencing international dynamics and elevating Konoha's combat prowess to a new echelon should rightly be classified as S-rank. Tetsuhan, do you truly desire that land? Tetsuhan nodded, affirming, yes, I wish for it. I prefer a quieter environment. The village is too noisy, which greatly hinders my training. Both sage arts and swordsmanship require a serene mindset. Then how much do you wish for? Whatever you can provide, I shall accept. Land is never too abundant. Tetsuhan exhibited a youthful shyness. The third Hokage chuckled heartily, saying, very well, once this proposal is assessed and confirmed, we shall calculate it into a mission, and we can discuss the remuneration further. You may decide how much you wish to convert. Yes. Tetsuhan rejoiced, finally on the brink of acquiring his own domain, no longer needing to squeeze into a cramped room. Upon arriving at the Hokage's residence, the conference room was already brimming with individuals. All Jonin and advisors were present, awaiting the assembly. As the third Hokage entered, they all rose to pay their respects. He took his seat in the Hokage's position and removed his hat. The purpose of this gathering is to convene a Jonin meeting regarding a proposal concerning summoning techniques in combat. Such is the nature of ninja style, diving straight into the matter without superfluous preamble. This proposal was presented by Tsunade's disciple, Tetsuhan. So let us allow Tetsuhan to elaborate. Tetsuhan stepped forward. Third Hokage, esteemed advisors and fellow Jonin, I shall now elucidate the tactical framework in detail. As the name suggests, this tactical system is centered around summoning techniques. It is widely recognized that summoning techniques involve ninjas entering contracts with various summoning beasts and other entities to aid in combat. The contractor can summon the contracted entity through the appropriate jutsu or employ reverse summoning to travel to the location of the contracted entity. This constitutes a rapid positional transfer between two temporal points, breaching the limitations imposed by speed, space, and material barriers. The core of this tactical system is predicated upon this principle. Firstly, ninjas could enter contracts with field hospitals, allowing for rapid reverse summoning back to the hospital for timely and effective treatment after sustaining injuries. Secondly, small teams could infiltrate enemy territory, guiding ninja forces to summon assistance during combat, thus achieving ultra-distance operations, strike and retreat, with formidable destructive power, without the concern of logistics or supply, nor the fear of encirclement. Furthermore, let us stretch our imagination. Our ninjas could directly summon themselves back to the village. Thirdly, swift troop assembly and dispersal across battle zones could be executed, establishing an unassailable position. Tetsuhan articulated these points with clarity, systematically laying them out. Yet, ultimately, words alone hold no weight. The third Hokage called forth two ninjas. You shall conduct a test. With that, he personally inscribed a summoning scroll. The essence of summoning techniques is a form of sealing arts, and its core is the sealing scroll. Once the intricate array of symbols was inscribed, spaces were left for both the contractor and the contracted entity. Since only two ninjas were needed for the experiment, the remaining spaces were minimal, just enough for both to write their names. Once the names were inscribed, the third Hokage instructed the contractor, you may proceed. Maintain sufficient distance, then execute reverse summoning. Understood. The contractor departed from the Hokage's residence and, after a brief interval, suddenly appeared before the assembly. Next, the contracted ninja was sent out, and the contractor performed the summoning technique. The process unfolded seamlessly. This was ostensibly commonplace, yet in the past, no one had ever contemplated that ninjas could enter into summoning contracts with one another. Tetsuhan remarked, "A complete trio of ninjas can establish mutual contracts. Typically, the chakra capacity of each adult ninja allows for at least 3 summoning capabilities. This could evolve into an entirely new and immensely powerful combat force, giving rise to a novel small team combat system. The operational radius of a 3-person team could expand significantly. For instance, the 3 could spread out over several kilometers. Ninja A would be responsible for infiltration and intelligence gathering, capable of triggering exploratory probes. Much like casting bait, once the truth is discerned, they could utilize reverse summoning to return directly to Ninja B or C, where Ninja B would provide central support and Ninja C would secure a safer area as an anchor point. Among the trio, responses would be swift according to the operational plan, allowing for rapid military deployment and reconnaissance across a designated area. While strategizing, Tetsuhan contemplated various specific tactical maneuvers utilizing summoning techniques. The gathered ninjas nodded in agreement, internally acknowledging, "Truly a genius, the depth of thought achieved is remarkable." They mentally placed themselves in the scenario, envisioning the process of countering such a summoning tactical team, causing their hairs to stand on end. The third Hokage stated, "This tactical summoning strategy warrants open discussion. Let us all share our thoughts. This innovative strategy necessitates extensive practical testing for refinement. The tactical aspects should be entrusted to a specialized group of jonin well-versed in combat to mature this strategy through drills and real-world applications. Given the tense external situation, this matter must be expedited. I propose that Tetsuhan join the research group. As the proposer, no one understands this tactical framework better than he. Due to his age, he may serve as an advisor." Kakashi Hatake offered a suggestion. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. The ninja profession is pragmatic, rarely dismissing individuals based on youthful inexperience. Young prodigies are quite common in the world of ninjas. The third Hokage nodded. "Very well, this research group shall be led by Rumiko, and personnel shall be selected accordingly. Tetsuhan, you will serve as a special advisor." Having settled this matter, they turned their attention to rewards. Tetsuhan's proposal, which involves the potential to upend the existing power dynamics of the ninja world, is thus designated as an S-rank mission. Mito Menon remarked, "An S-rank mission is not merely about stealing enemy intelligence." Upon hearing this, Tetsuhan thought the elder might oppose, but to his surprise, the conversation shifted. "Isn't such a classification too low?" Kurenai Yuhi also nodded, stating, "The assessment of the mission's rank must be equitable." "Daisen, your rating is indeed low. Purely from an impact perspective, it should be at least SS rank. Its significance to Konoha and the Fire Nation is akin to winning a war. So SS rank, shall we agree?" Tetsuhan suddenly regarded the 2 advisors with newfound respect, thinking to himself, "From now on, I shall never call you old geezers again. You are like family." Although it is true that my facial expressions may occasionally betray a hint of disdain, there are indeed pressing matters at hand, and the prospect of achieving an additionals rank is undoubtedly a boon. It is worth noting that whether one possesses a singles, 2s, or even the legendary 3s, they fundamentally represent S-level missions. However, even among these equivalent S-level tasks, distinctions in their influence and destructive capacity exist. This quantification serves the purpose of facilitating evaluations. After all, it would be unreasonable to assign the same monetary value to tasks of varying difficulty. The gathered ninjas murmured among themselves, recognizing that assigning a higher grade to a task ultimately benefits everyone. The classification of missions correlates with both remuneration and the level of peril involved. Should a task that ought to be designated as SS be downgraded 2s, would it not imply that future missions could also entail greater danger with diminished rewards? Observing this, the third Hokage decisively declared, "Very well, let it be classified as SS, with a commission of 200,000 Ryo, and beyond." He smiled warmly at Iron Fire. "Now, our youngest shinobi of Konoha, who boasts an S-level track record, do share your thoughts on the land you wish to acquire and the locations you desire." The third Hokage unfurled a map. Behind the Hokage Rock lies a vast expanse of plains, where several red-walled, yellow-tiled buildings, serving as the Umbu's standby quarters, are situated near the Hokage's residence. Further beyond, there exists a power plant and a substation of considerable scale, tirelessly providing Konoha with essential electricity. It is crucial that the chosen site not be too close to the power plant or substation, lest the incessant hum become unbearable, which is precisely why they have been situated atop the cliffs. There is no need for iron fire to dwell excessively on the distance. A circle can be drawn from the radius of the residential area beneath the cliff, marking the boundaries to avoid. Additionally, a safe distance should extend from the edge of the forest into the expansive open land. In the world of ninjas, Iron Fire prefers not to have his residence near the forest, as it can conceal potential threats. A vast expanse of open land surrounding his home ensures that, aside from White Zetsu, no one can easily approach. Thus, he delineated a plot of land with satisfaction. Pointing to his chosen location, he declared, "This shall suffice. Let it be 2 acres. The third Hokage promptly authorized Iron Fire's request, allocating 33,000 ryo for the 2 acres, and provided him with a savings book. A clerical ninja made a swift trip, completing the arrangements in no time. Upon exiting the Hokage's residence, Nara Shikaku called out to Iron Fire, "Iron Fire, would you care to join me for a meal? After all, as the advisor to our team, it is important for us to strengthen our bonds and discuss specific matters." Understanding the sentiment behind the invitation, Iron Fire, however, was more preoccupied with his teacher, Tsunade, who had already procured the necessary materials for their plans. "No, Shikaku-senpai. I have an arrangement with Lady Tsunade. I will visit you later. Feel free to invite others, and we can have a thorough discussion then." Nara Shikaku nodded, replying, "Very well, I shall await your arrival." With that, he went off to invite others for dinner. The venue was the ninja cafeteria. For certain well-known reasons, the men of the Nara clan often find their finances rather constrained. A group of jonin teased in understanding. "Shikaku, are we dining at the free cafeteria?" jested his friend. "Kimichi Chome, would you prefer to treat us?" retorted Nara Shikaku. "As long as there is food, I am content. I see no reason to be choosy." The ninjas served themselves at the cafeteria, and a table ordered a small jug of sake, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Among the 3 prohibitions for ninjas is the consumption of alcohol, yet in reality, it is nearly impossible for them to refuse it. The immoralities, killings, and the darkness and agony they confront during missions often leave their spirits tense and sensitive, internally wrestling with turmoil. During such times, a sip of alcohol becomes a soothing balm for their weary souls. While it may not heal, it provides respite. As for Iron Fire, his unique summoning tactics drew much praise. No one understood better than they the significance of this strategy. Had this tactic been available earlier, perhaps my comrades would not have perished. This sentiment encapsulated the most visceral and profound meaning within their hearts. Iron Fire returned home alongside Tsunade, immediately setting about boiling water while another pot simmered with broth. He retrieved a long strip of dough from the refrigerator. Tsunade then observed Iron Fire produce a piece of metal, one side slightly bent, forming a rather rounded angle. She mused. Next, she watched as Iron Fire placed the dough on a cutting board. With a swift motion, he held it against his left arm while deftly slicing with the metal piece in his right hand. The uniformly cut noodles cascaded into the pot like jade dragons taking flight. Each strand was as wide as a finger, thicker in the middle and tapering at the edges, and upon cooking, they appeared particularly enticing. Each noodle measured approximately 40 centimeters in length, entirely distinct from ramen. "What kind of noodles are these?" Tsunade inquired, marveling at the novel technique. "Iron-cut noodles," Iron Fire replied. "I would never prepare these for just anyone." With deft hands, he retrieved the noodles, briefly rinsed them in cold water, and then ladled the broth for Tsunade. "Even if I were not a ninja, I would have no trouble making a living. I am quite versatile, which can be burdensome." The bowl was filled to the brim, exuding an irresistible aroma, and Tsunade could scarcely contain her enthusiasm. She seized a hefty mouthful with her chopsticks, and the moment the delectable texture and rich flavor enveloped her palate, she was utterly captivated. This was a taste entirely different from ramen, and it was simply divine. You should open an Iron Fire's iron-cut noodle shop right across from that ramen place. Within a week, they would surely close down. "It's too delicious." Iron Fire also served himself a bowl and began to eat heartily. Then, recalling something, he fetched a clove of garlic, peeling it and dividing it into several sections. "You must try the noodles with garlic. Without it, the flavor is diminished by half. However, do consume the garlic in moderation. Too much can be overwhelming." He guided Tsunade on how to enjoy the dish. At first, she found the garlic peculiar, but after several bites of both garlic and noodles, she not only grew accustomed to it, but also truly savored the combination. Indeed, without that hint of garlic, the flavor is genuinely lacking. "Teacher, will you accompany me tomorrow to delineate the land? You see, I am merely 8 years old. If they perceive me as a child, they may dismiss me. Of course, such significant matters require my presence." When you go, simply seek me out. Oh, and I want to be going to the hospital tomorrow. You may come to my house instead. Understood. After their meal, they tidied up briefly. Tsunade led Iron Fire to the hospital, entering a room for psychological assessments. One by one, she affixed brainwave monitoring patches to Iron Fire's head, followed by presenting him with a series of questions. These were psychological tests designed to assess his mental state in conjunction with the brainwave readings. Though Iron Fire claimed to be perfectly fine, Tsunade insisted he complete the assessments. Indeed, everything appears normal, she confirmed. The brainwave data, combined with the content of your answers, indicates that your psychological state is quite healthy. Overall, you lean towards a somewhat indifferent demeanor, with scarcely any extreme or hyperactive emotions. Being well-versed in Tsunade's medical theories, Iron Fire understood the implications. See, I told you there was nothing to worry about. The reason individuals harbor psychological burdens and give rise to inner demons is merely due to actions that conflict with their true desires, creating a tangled web. However, if one aligns with their heart and abides by their moral compass, such issues will not arise. Tsunade inquired, and what do you consider your moral compass? Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust? As Tiahua pondered for a moment, he shook his head and replied, No, that was merely a jest shared with the teacher. How could one ever articulate the innermost sentiments of the heart? Matters of the soul are inherently beyond the grasp of language. They require us to delve into our own consciousness in the stillness of solitude, excavating the depths of our thoughts. To habitually express oneself through words often distorts one's true intentions. Anything that can be articulated is bound to be flawed, and in the act of correction, it strays from the righteousness that resides within your heart. Katsuyu waved her hand dismissively. Ah, your words nearly rival those of the monks at the Temple of Fire. I have little interest in such esoteric musings. Just then, as they exited, they passed by several nurses who greeted them with enthusiasm. Lady Katsuyu, Lord Tiahua. Katsuyu often found herself idle at the hospital. However, her mere presence there held immense value, instilling confidence in the medical staff, like a steadfast anchor in turbulent waters. The title of Lady Katsuyu was spoken with genuine respect. Tiahua, having earned admiration for his innovative approach to treating comminuted fractures, was often praised as a worthy disciple of Lady Katsuyu, with some lamenting his inability to employ medical ninjutsu, which, after all, was merely a method of healing. Tiahua needed only an assistant to eventually rival Katsuyu. As they departed the hospital, Tiahua accompanied Katsuyu back to the Senju ancestral home. Teacher, I shall seek you out tomorrow, he called as he watched her enter before turning towards the Nara residence. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Shikaku, who appeared quite astonished. Tiahua, what brings you here? Is your father not back yet? Not yet. Tiahua replied with a simple acknowledgement as he stepped inside. Then I shall wait a moment. He continued, From tomorrow onwards, you shall address me as Uncle Tiahua, for I have become a colleague of your father. Shikaku fell silent, gesturing towards the door. Perhaps Uncle Tiahua should wait outside. Tiahua chuckled. Shikaku, as your elder, such behavior is rather impolite. It may well be that I shall become your leading jonin one day. Are you not concerned I might give you a hard time? You ought to learn to curry favor with your uncle. Nara Shikaku sighed. I have an uncle who passed away rather early. Tiahua quipped. Is it too late to be an uncle now? Shikaku welcomed Tiahua inside. Mother, we have a guest. This is my classmate Tiahua. Nara Shikaku's mother, with her flowing black hair, donned a simple home attire, her hair elegantly pinned up with a clasp, exuding a gentle warmth.
Hello, Tiahua-kun.
Would you care for a drink? Milk? Lemonade? Or tea? Tea, please. Thank you, Auntie, Tiahua responded casually. After she served the tea, she graciously excused herself to allow the two to converse in privacy, demonstrating a keen sense of propriety. How did the Chunin exams go? With your abilities, you should have found it rather effortless. Shikaku feigned indifference, yet his concern was palpable. Tiahua replied, It was manageable. I did not encounter any particularly troublesome opponents. They exchanged a few more words before Shikaku's father, Nara Shikaku, returned home, accompanied by a group of jonin. Shikaku greeted Tiahua, You've come quite early. He then gestured for everyone to take a seat in the courtyard, a rare occasion to rejuvenate the household spirit, while his wife prepared tea and snacks, asking Shikaku, have you completed your secret technique training for today? Shikaku was taken aback. When does one practice secret techniques at such a late hour? However, he quickly conceded that he had indeed not completed his training that evening. He bid farewell to the guests, particularly irked as Tiahua exchanged knowing glances with him. By the time he shot a glare back, Tiahua had already turned his attention elsewhere. As they moved away, he could faintly hear Tiahua speaking, "Esteemed seniors, let us take today to familiarize ourselves. This shall merely be idle chatter, no pressing matters to discuss." Laughter echoed through the courtyard, and Shikaku's mother waited until the guests had indulged sufficiently before offering to refill their cups. The night wore on, and once the guests had departed, Shikaku and his mother swiftly tidied up the remnants of the evening's gathering, clearing away fruit peels and tea cups alike. "I initially thought Tiahua-kun was here to see Shikaku, but it turns out he came to visit you both. Truly, youth can be formidable. What exactly is this summoning technique?" his mother inquired, having caught wind of some details. Shikaku replied, "In due time you shall know. For now, it remains confidential, known only to those in the Jonin class. Hinata, what you heard today must not be disclosed. The same goes for you, Shikaku. This tactical maneuver, once refined through practice, would be deployed, yet it would bear no connection to the term summoning. In various scrolls on ninjutsu, it would transform into something entirely different, an intricate and inscrutable phenomenon, accessible only to spies from various nations. Within the village, the contract technique would also remain highly classified. Aside from the immediate participants in this Jonin class, future generations would know nothing of it. Only a select few ninjas involved in creating the sealing scrolls would know more. The rest would merely sign their names. It might even acquire another name, perhaps something like Flying Thunder God No. 20, concealing the most extraordinary within the mundane. Shikaku's mother had once been a ninja and a Jonin, but after marriage, she had withdrawn from the ranks of shinobi to focus on nurturing her family. She understood the rules of the ninja world well. Since Shikaku had mentioned discretion, she refrained from probing further. With the streets now deserted, Tiahua strolled leisurely, the tranquil and cool night enveloping him like a gentle stream, quieting his heart. This connection between his emotions and the environment resonated deeply, sharpening his senses. Upon returning home, he settled down, seeking stillness in this newfound awareness. He had long maintained a state of innate agility that arose from profound tranquility. This habit of seeking stillness allowed him to delve even deeper, to reach the ultimate emptiness and preserve steadfast tranquility. All things exist in concert, and I observe their return. All things, myriad in nature, ultimately return to their roots. Returning to one's roots is called tranquility, and this is referred to as returning to life. Returning to life is called permanence. To know permanence is to attain clarity. Not knowing permanence leads to reckless misfortune. Knowing permanence brings tolerance. Tolerance leads to fairness. Fairness to completeness, completeness to the heavens to the way to eternity. Wherein lies safety. Seeking stillness equates to returning to one's roots. This step is a quest for the innate, yet it cannot be constant. Thus, one merely absorbs natural energy in the innate state to synthesize mystical arts, and thereafter one would transcend this original state. Yet I, at this moment, have managed to maintain such an innate state. This is the understanding of permanence. The essence of clarity. He yearned to inscribe these verses from the Tao Te Ching and hang them upon his wall for easy reference. However, upon reflection, he realized that in the world of ninjas such words did not exist, and so he had to relinquish the idea. After all, at the tender age of 8, to compose such profound classics would be utterly preposterous. Should he accomplish that, he would truly be regarded as a prodigy. The following morning, he lay in bed, envisioning the future. With 2 acres of private land, he could embark on numerous ventures, raising various animals such as crows, pigs, sheep, dogs, and deer, perhaps even visiting Shikaku to purchase a few deer or seeking out the Inuzuka clan to acquire some dogs. He had also heard that the Uchiha clan had ties with the cat clan, and he could buy a cat. He pondered whether the Sarutobi clan's summoning beast, Enma, was available for purchase. There were many creatures he wished to raise. He could cultivate his own vegetables and build a trellis for grapes, which would be simply delightful. When Tiahua arrived at Katsuyu's place, she had yet to rise. Kushina, upon seeing him, was elated and inquired, "Tiahua, how did your Chunin exam go?" Tiahua replied, "It was all right. The entire process went quite smoothly." As he pondered for a moment, he inquired, "Are you attending classes today? If not, he could accompany them to draw the land." The answer, however, was rather harsh. Yes, not only were there classes, but they were also even more rigorous than usual. All eligible students of the Ninja Academy were rarely constrained within the school, with even the dismissal time being extended. This measure aimed to safeguard the students' security. After all, there was a noticeable influx of ninjas from neighboring villages, and with the students being full of energy, conflicts were likely to arise. It was wiser to confine them to the school for lessons, thereby avoiding numerous troubles. Kushina expressed her regret as she spoke. Well then, Tetsuhan thought of something else. Being at school may not be such a bad thing after all. Although the current Konoha appeared peaceful, the world outside was fraught with tension. The Chunin exams were merely a desperate struggle for peace, but Tetsuhan understood that this war was inevitable. From the moment Hanzo the Salamander declared war, the fuse had already been lit. The disparities between nations would soon ignite into flames of conflict. On this front, Tetsuhan had conducted thorough research. If this were still his previous life spent reading comics, he would undoubtedly have no time to study a war depicted in a comic. Yet, who could blame him for having traversed into this realm? Being within it, driven by the instinct of a citizen from the land of flowers, how could one neglect to comprehend the larger environment for the sake of their own life? The Second Shinobi World War could be seen as a continuation of the first. Whether or not there was a catalyst, it would eventually erupt. Without Hanzo, it would simply be delayed for a few more years. With Hanzo, it would be released now. Indeed, both the third Hokage and the two advisors were aware that this Chunin exam was highly likely to be futile. Nevertheless, efforts towards peace had to be made. What if it succeeded? What do you mean? Kushina asked, somewhat perplexed. Tetsuhan replied, nothing. Then he pointed at the clock on the table. Kushina, if you don't hurry, you'll be late. This single remark caused Kushina to explode in frustration, exclaiming as she dashed back to prepare herself. After emerging, she realized she had forgotten her textbooks and hurried back in a flurry, creating quite the amusing spectacle. Tetsuhan stood by, observing, which only irked Kushina further. What are you staring at? I'm going to be late, Tetsuhan retorted. It's not me who's late. Kushina's hair, buoyed by chakra, flared up like an octopus, vibrant red like chilies. Without time to grow angrier, she dashed towards the school. Children often fixate on trivial matters. Being late is no great calamity, Tetsuhan mused. He and Shikaku had never been bothered by such issues. They had always approached life with ease, unperturbed even if they were caught tardy. Tsunade, clad in a pink nightgown, languidly leaned against the door, massaging her temples in annoyance. Why did you provoke her? I could have slept a bit longer, but I was awakened by Kushina's shouting. The languid teacher possessed a unique charm, prompting Tetsuhan to stifle a chuckle. Teacher, I didn't intend for it to happen. It's truly not my fault. Kushina was the one who was going to be late. Go fetch me a basin of water. Cold water, Tsunade commanded before retreating, slamming the door behind her. Tetsuhan quickly fetched a wooden basin and towel. Even after all these years, he couldn't help but quip about the oddities of the Hokage world. Despite having refrigerators, televisions, surveillance systems, and intercoms, they still used wooden basins, which appeared quaint but were quite heavy. After washing her face, Tsunade changed into a simple t-shirt that accentuated her figure, white fabric with blue cuffs and collar, exuding youthfulness. Just as she was about to tie her hair into a ponytail, Tetsuhan foolishly suggested, Teacher, why not try twin ponytails? I feel they would suit you better. Tsunade paused, then loosened her hair to fashion two casual ponytails. Instantly, her demeanor transformed in the mirror, evoking an indescribable sensation that struck a chord within her. She adjusted her ponytails, loosely braiding the ends, securing them with a ribbon. Turning back, she playfully poked Tetsuhan on the forehead. Well, not bad. Your taste in aesthetics is quite decent. By the way, Tetsuhan asked, what would you like to eat? Just something casual, she replied. There's milk and bread in the fridge. We've been eating together for a while now, and if we don't eat soon, they'll expire. Heat them up. Tetsuhan, however, was unwilling. That won't do. Tsunade thought he was going to complain about the casualness of the meal, but Tetsuhan instead remarked, when I was at my house, I cooked for you. Now that I am at your residence, you expect me to cook? Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of my visit? Tsunade chuckled, bestowing him another light smack on the head. Fine, just wait. Though Tsunade was not adept at cooking, she could manage to heat up some bread and milk. After all, it merely involved placing them in the machine. Once they finished breakfast, they set off, Tsunade leading the way as they sought out the relevant ninjas, ascending the stairs of Hokage Rock to the plains beyond. Tetsuhan suggested, Teacher, strike the ground. I'd like to see which section of soil is harder. Tsunade replied, Humph. With her monstrous strength, even the hardest ground would yield beneath her might, creating shallow pits all around. Tetsuhan assessed these pits to select a suitable area for their purpose. After marking white lines, the responsible ninja remarked, Lady Tsunade, Lord Tetsuhan, it would be best to establish the boundary markers quickly or erect a wall. After all, these mixed-type ninjas are exceedingly sensitive about identity. Lady Tsunade has no issues, but Lord Tetsuhan is undeniably established. While others may be unaware, within the Hokage household, those handling administrative duties knew full well that Tetsuhan had accomplished a confidential S-rank mission, a double S at that. This individual truly was remarkable. What were Chunin compared to him? He was merely a task or two away from the rank of Jonin. I understand. I plan to erect a wall first, Tetsuhan stated. Separating from the ninja, he boasted, teacher. He referred to me as Lord Tetsuhan. Don't get too proud. Do you know where to find a craftsman? Tsunade inquired. While I may not know where to find a craftsman, I do know of a place where the craftsmen are both affordable and efficient, and speed is key. Let's go to the mission hall. The mission hall? Tsunade exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before realizing. The mission hall? Do not underestimate the experience of ninjas, teacher. They've done various tasks like cleaning up garbage, farming, and weeding. In this regard, experienced lower ninjas abound. They can purchase their materials. I just need the results, Tetsuhan declared, exuding the demeanor of a nouveau riche. After mulling it over, Tsunade found his reasoning quite sound. Historically, such D-rank missions were usually assigned by foremen, often recruiting ninjas temporarily due to labor shortages. Now, employing some lower ninjas to build a wall seemed quite reasonable. Upon arriving at the mission hall, a clerk responsible for tasks greeted them. Lady Tsunade, Lord Tetsuhan, are you here to take on a mission? Given that the Chunin exams were approaching, accepting a mission at this juncture might not be prudent, hence the cautious inquiry. Tetsuhan asserted, I am here to issue a mission. Internally, he mused, I have so much money waiting to be spent. You expect me to take on a mission? How absurd. I'll worry about that when I've run out of funds. After all, being a ninja was a high-risk profession. Who would rush to undertake a mission before exhausting their finances? What if calamity befell them? Death has claimed its due, yet the coffers remain unspent. One cannot help but feel an acute sense of loss. Dispatching tasks? It is a commonplace sight to witness ninjas accepting missions. Yet the rare occasion of a task being issued is almost unheard of. Such endeavors are typically reserved for the affluent, contractors, merchants, dignitaries, or official institutions. The sight of a ninja issuing tasks is a novel experience. Tiahua remarked, indeed, issuing tasks. The plot of land I have marked today needs to be enclosed. Thus, a perimeter wall must be constructed. Bring me a sheet of paper. Tiahua instructed his scribe to procure a blank sheet, upon which he sketched a rough design. The wall would feature square pillars at intervals, with a wall measuring 70 centimeters beneath and topped with barbed wire, reaching just over 4 meters in height. The grand entrance faces south but is not centrally located. Rather, it is positioned a third of the way towards the east, with a generous width of 6 meters reserved. This is the blueprint. Calculate the commission, he instructed. Moreover, it is preferable for the ninja selecting this task to possess relevant work experience. Inform me promptly should someone accept it. Task category: construction. The scribe calculated the commission, estimating it to be around 12,000 ryo, given the magnitude of the task. It would be best for someone to accept the task before you negotiate specifics. What do you think, Lord Tiahua? Tiahua nodded. Let it be so. Expediency is of the essence. Such a vast expanse of land, I cannot rest easy until it is enclosed. Once secured, it will be mine. I can attend to it gradually, no rush to inhabit the current buildings. Upon exiting the mission hall, the master and disciple parted ways. Tiahua went to rendezvous with Nara Kamizumi, Hataki Sakumo, and others before heading directly to the training grounds. Hataki Sakumo proposed, let us divide into 2 teams, one for offense and the other for defense. I shall lead one team, Tiahua, you shall lead the other. We will engage in a mock battle. Kamizumi, I ask you to evaluate our performance. What say you? He cast a glance at Tiahua, imbued with the expectation of a senior towards a junior, eager to witness his prowess in the exercise. Nara Kamizumi responded, very well. You may form your groups freely. Thus, ninjas from both Tiahua's and Sakumo's sides joined their respective ranks, establishing their factions. They then signed a summoning pact and commenced their infiltration and skirmish in the training arena. At the village entrance, a blood-soaked ninja, pallid and weak, collapsed upon sighting Konoha, unable to endure any longer. The duty ninja stationed at the entrance swiftly assisted him into the hospital. One remained in the hospital awaiting news, while another went to inform the third Hokage. The medical ninjas were soon bustling about due to the arrival of this wounded ninja. Tsunade was summoned to the hospital to attend to him. After examination, she determined that he was excessively fatigued. His injuries, while serious, were not life-threatening. Directing the other medical staff to administer glucose, she temporarily bandaged his wounds without employing healing ninjutsu. His current condition was not conducive to such techniques. A standard method of cleaning and suturing the wounds would suffice until he regained consciousness. The first confrontation between Tiahua and Sakumo's teams reached its conclusion. Initially, Tiahua held the upper hand, not due to any exceptional talent, but rather because of his lack of experience. Conversely, Tsukumo's team was laden with experience, which inadvertently became a hindrance. The introduction of summoning techniques disrupted their coordination, allowing Tiehua's agile use of summoning and reverse summoning to lure 3 of Tsukumo's members away, enabling him to infiltrate their stronghold successfully. Tiehua's imaginative strategies were as capricious as clouds, leaving Tsukumo's team somewhat bewildered. The entire tactic demonstrated remarkable practicality. Nara Kamizumi analyzed, Tsukumo, your team was deceived by Tiehua, losing sight of the primary objective. The essence of our operation is infiltration, not direct confrontation with Tiehua's team. Their tactical intent remained crystal clear throughout this engagement. Following this, both Tsukumo and Tiehua provided their analyses from their respective perspectives. After the 2 leaders' discussions, it was time for the team members to contribute. Following an in-depth discussion, they agreed upon the training plan for the following day. Subsequently, they each dispersed. As Jonin, particularly those in active duty, their schedules were quite full. Tiehua assumed Tsunade was at home. Upon visiting, he discovered she was at the hospital. Once there, he learned of the injured ninja's situation. Tsunade conjectured, it must be urgent news, likely concerning the land of Earth. There are no signs of poisoning, and while his injuries are not severe, he is simply exhausted from the hasty journey. The wounds have become somewhat infected due to lack of timely treatment. That night, including the Hokage, the Jonin were unable to rest. The Hokage awaited news at the Hokage residence, while the Jonin convened in the Jonin lounge. Tsunade and Tiehua remained at the hospital, all sensing an unusual tension in the air. The information brought back by this ninja was undoubtedly significant. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, groans emanated from the patient's room. The previously uninterrupted sounds of snoring ceased abruptly. Suddenly, the ninja exclaimed, I am Kudo Shunichi. Quickly, take me to the Hokage. I have vital intelligence to report. Tiehua and Tsunade both heard the call and rushed over. Tsunade gestured for the medical staff to summon the 3rd, saying to Kudo Shunichi, no need for you to go. The 3rd will be here shortly, as I have already sent for him. For now, calm yourself and consider how you will report your findings. The 3rd arrived promptly, dismissing those who were not needed, and stated, very well, Kudo Shunichi, please detail the situation. Yes. Kudo Shunichi struggled to sit up slightly, while the 3rd supported his shoulder, saying, no need to rise, just speak comfortably. Under the leadership of Hanzo the Salamander, the Rain Ninjas have penetrated deep into the heart of the land of Earth. The Rock Ninjas have suffered heavy losses. During a meeting, Inoki decided to dispatch troops disguised as Rain Ninjas to launch an attack from the northwestern part of the Wind Country, intending to provoke the Wind Country into war and flank the Rain Ninjas from behind. This intelligence has exposed a reconnaissance point within the Rock Ninja village. The ongoing war has reached a critical stalemate, prompting Kudo to return. As for another piece of news, it sent a jolt through the 3rd Hokage's heart. On the battlefield between Rain and Earth, members of the Uzumaki clan have been discovered participating as medical ninjas. The 3rd remained silent for a time before finally replying with a gentle demeanor. Very well. Focus on your recovery. This intelligence is of utmost importance to the village. You have done well. Upon exiting the infirmary, the 3rd retrieved his pipe, lighting it after leaving the hospital. With each puff, thoughts of the Uzumaki clan swirled in his mind. After finishing the smoke, the 3rd devised a plan and instructed the Umbu, go, summon Tsunade to see me. He then returned to the Hokage residence to draft a letter. Tsunade arrived shortly thereafter. Sensei, you called for me? The 3rd acknowledged her with a nod, continuing to write, I require your assistance with a mission. Please journey to the land of Whirlpools to inquire about the Uzumaki clan members who have appeared among the Rain Ninjas, specifically regarding their medical assistance. After much deliberation, I believe you are the most suitable for this task. Tsunade is the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito, and currently, the head of the Uzumaki clan, as well as a niece to the daimyo of the land of Whirlpools. Without this familial connection, such inquiries might appear awkward, potentially sowing discord in the alliance between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. With this relationship, the matter would be significantly smoother. It is imperative to ascertain the stance of the Uzumaki clan in this war and the reasons behind their presence within the ranks of the Rain Ninjas. Very well. I shall return to prepare, departing at dawn. Tsunade took the letter and made her way out. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Tetsuhira. Tetsuhira, I have a mission that requires me to journey to the land of the Whirlpool. The round trip will take no less than half a month. With only my grandmother and Kushina at home, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after them. Tetsuhira acknowledged with an "oh." yet was perceptive enough to grasp the underlying meaning. This was indeed the reason mentioned by the ninja regarding the discovery of the Uzumaki clan within the Rain Shinobi. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Indeed, had it not been for your participation in the Chunin exams and the tactical drills, I would have undoubtedly brought you along. It would certainly relieve me of considerable mental strain. Tetsuhira lamented, what a pity. You will miss witnessing my third exam. He continued, based on my rather unreliable speculation. There exists a faction in the land of the Whirlpool, staunchly aligned with the ideals of Hashirama Senju, or rather, those who identify with your grandfather's principles. At that moment, the individuals among the Rain Shinobi were likely part of this very faction. How do you know this? Tsunade inquired. Tetsuhira replied, as I mentioned, this is merely a speculative conjecture, highly unreliable. You may treat it as mere hearsay. Tsunade, with a playful tone, insisted, if it is indeed so unreliable, then do share your further speculations. I am curious to hear just how implausible they may be. In truth, the first Hokage played a pivotal role in this context. It was his noble character that initially led the Uzumaki clan to ally with Konoha. Their shared belief in his ideals of peace brought them together. Do you comprehend what this signifies, teacher? Tetsuhira pressed. Tsunade responded, what? It signifies that, with the passing of the first Hokage, the land of the Whirlpool will inevitably splinter into three factions. The Konoha faction, the Hashirama faction, and the local faction. The Konoha and Hashirama factions may appear united in many aspects, yet their perspectives diverge significantly in specific matters. The Konoha faction places greater emphasis on their relationship with Konoha, while the Hashirama faction is more concerned with the ideals of peace. They can be described as internationalist warriors for peace, unconstrained by the borders of a single nation. Teacher, do you understand? Their vision is not confined to their own nation. They respond to any nation facing invasion or suffering, offering their assistance in resistance. In times of medical need, they provide healing. In times of technological scarcity, they lend their expertise. Are the Uzumaki of the land of rain remnants of the past? I think not. This faction has always been present, dedicating their youth and sacrificing their lives for their ideals. The local faction, as one might expect, holds no allegiance to the principles of Hashirama, nor do they place their faith in Konoha. Their interests are paramount, prioritizing the welfare of the Uzumaki clan. After hearing Tetsuhira's analysis, Tsunade felt as though she no longer needed to venture to the land of the Whirlpool. It was all becoming rather clear. However, the notion that those opposing Konoha might be the very inheritors and practitioners of her grandfather's ideals left her in a state of deep conflict. Tetsuhira then proposed, teacher, let us wager. I bet that your mission will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Tsunade, with a smirk, thought of striking this rebellious disciple. What should I do? Teacher, speak quickly. You should wager that this mission will not go smoothly. Based on my observations of you, it appears that your luck tends to operate in reverse. Generally speaking, when you bet on something, there is a greater than 99% chance that the opposite will occur. Therefore, if you wager on misfortune, it is likely to turn out favorably. When I find myself on the battlefield, you must bet that I will not survive beyond 2 hours. Tetsuhira concluded. Sensing an inexplicable intuition, he nimbly leaped back like a butterfly, evading Tsunade's playful strike. Tsunade exclaimed, you little rascal, do not evade. Tetsuhira retorted, remaining still would be foolish. I am not so naive. When it comes to difficulty, Tsunade is on par with Kakashi Hitaki. While Kakashi's attacks may be swift, they can at least be parried. Tsunade's strikes, while not as rapid, are utterly unavoidable. One can neither deflect nor touch them, only evade. There is a saying, a long defense must inevitably yield to loss. If one cannot even defend, merely dodging is all the more perilous. Natural talent is not omnipotent. The master and disciple engaged in playful banter, one pursuing and the other evading, until they eventually returned to Tsunade's abode. Tetsuhira then turned serious. Teacher, allow me to assist you in your preparations. Suddenly, he thought of Shizune. If only she were here at this moment. He truly felt reluctant to see his esteemed Tsunade endure hardships alone, carrying her belongings in solitude. Having a little Shizune to help with daily care would indeed be quite advantageous. Tetsuhira pondered. Should I seek a little junior sister for myself? That would certainly alleviate many troubles. As for the present, he gathered various items. Tents, bedding, ready-to-eat meals, and soldier pills, meticulously packing them into his backpack. Subsequently, Tsunade and Tetsuhira proceeded to meet with Uzumaki Mito. Due to the effects of the Yin seal, Uzumaki Mito appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a girl in her prime, with sealing paper affixed to her hair, serving an unknown purpose. She had just awoken from slumber and invited the two to enter. Tsunade stated, Grandmother, I have a mission that requires me to journey to the land of the Whirlpool. Should any matters arise during this time, you may rely on Tetsuhira. This little rascal is at your disposal. Uzumaki Mito responded, Understood. Please wait a moment while I write a letter home. It has been quite some time since I last corresponded. With that, she began to compose a letter. Tetsuhira and Tsunade sat patiently awaiting her return. It was only after they departed from Uzumaki Mito that Tetsuhira exhaled in relief. The earlier instinctive awareness had caused him considerable distress. Previously, when he sought out Tsunade, he had never encountered Uzumaki Mito, remaining unnoticed, and thus their energies had not intertwined. However, upon this meeting, he was acutely aware of her presence, feeling as though he were being suppressed by an immense and unknown force, inducing a state of heightened tension. Tetsuhira quietly sighed, contemplating, could that be the chakra of the Ninetales? When one is aware, even if unintentionally, it stirs that chakra. The two proceeded toward the village entrance, with Tetsuhira carrying Tsunade's belongings. From here on, it will be up to you, he said. Tsunade scoffed, accepting the burden, and with a graceful wave, she departed. After seeing Tsunade off, Tetsuhira returned home to catch up on sleep. Just as he was dozing off, he sensed something and rose to open the door. To his surprise, it was a team of genin who had accepted a mission. 3 genin, appearing to be in their 30s, donned plain blue attire, with tool pouches strapped to their legs and headbands on their foreheads. Upon meeting, they introduced themselves. One was named Tanaka Otoru, another Uchihakawa, and the last Hakuro. They were seasoned genin, having completed numerous tasks under various construction foremen, and were quite experienced. Tetsuhira stated, Very well. Let us proceed to the site for an inspection. He led the 3 genin to the location, confirming their plans. You have all reviewed the blueprints, and you possess relevant construction experience. As for materials, you will procure them yourselves, and please provide me with the receipts later. I can advance you some funds for the materials. Calculate your expenses and inform me accordingly. After some deliberation, the trio estimated the materials would cost around 80,000 ryo. Tetsuhira generously provided them with 100,000 ryo, saying, Here, take this money. I have other matters to attend to, so do your best. Hakuro remarked, 100,000 ryo. Truly, the genius ninja lives up to his reputation. How many missions would one need to undertake to accumulate such wealth? After expressing their astonishment, the 3 dispersed to their tasks. One was responsible for laying out lines and ensuring straightness, another for digging the foundation, while the last went to procure bricks, wire mesh, cement, and sand. When will I also possess such a vast expanse of land? That way, May will no longer complain about the confined space at home, where the children lack even a private area. Be content. After all, they are still ninjas, tasked with a mission. Our talents are limited. Let us expedite our work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we shall receive our remuneration. It is indeed a rare opportunity to encounter such a generous employer. As they toiled, they exchanged tales of the tribulations that accompany middle age. Ironfire merely dropped by in the evening to check on their progress before departing once more. As long as the work here is executed satisfactorily, he harbors no concerns regarding these 3 lower ninjas engaging in any underhanded tactics, nor does he fret about issues of quality or the specter of embezzlement. They are merely 3 low-ranking ninjas, and he possesses a modicum of confidence in them. His primary focus must remain on the research of tactical exercises and the pursuit of tranquility. The quest for serenity is akin to the persistent grinding of a water-worn stone, requiring unwavering dedication. Conversely, the study of tactics benefits from swiftness, for war is indeed looming on the horizon. The land of the Whirlpools is, in name, a nation, yet in reality, it resembles a village of similar size to the Hidden Leaf, with its populace predominantly comprised of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, it emanates an air of tranquility, with red-haired members of the Uzumaki clan visible everywhere. Tsunade journeyed for 3 days before arriving here. The ferrying Uzumaki greeted her with great enthusiasm, escorting her ashore and leading her directly to the clan leader. At that moment, the clan leader was engaged in discussions regarding the autumn harvest, and upon learning of Tsunade's arrival, he promptly ceased his deliberations. His niece's granddaughter had not been seen in quite some time.
Tsunade. Komein.
He then instructed someone to notify various relatives and acquaintances to gather. Her uncle's warm welcome made it somewhat difficult for her to speak, and after a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Tsunade finally broached the subject concerning the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Rain. Her uncle sighed, These are the desires of our kin. Each individual possesses their own ideals and convictions, and I cannot impede such matters. If they cause any distress to the leaf, I can only express my regrets. Tsunade handed her uncle the letter from the third Hokage, stating, "This is the third Hokage's correspondence." After perusing it, her uncle replied, "The Uzumaki are allies of the leaf, and that will not change. However, we shall not interfere with the actions of our clan members. Indeed, they are striving solely for the peace of this world, to alleviate injustices, and to aid the weak." Tsunade acknowledged, "I understand." For the first time, Tsunade perceived that many matters in this world cannot be simply measured by right or wrong. The complexities of existence far exceed her previous assumptions. She felt an impulse to linger, eager to hear the perspectives of the Uzumaki regarding the impending war. As she listened, she realized that Iron Fire's categorization of the three factions was somewhat conservative. The thoughts within the Uzumaki clan were far more diverse. The faction of Hashirama alone was further divided into several viewpoints. Some believed in emulating Hashirama, using force to stabilize the world, necessitating a formidable individual. Others asserted that peace entails that larger nations should not bully smaller ones, and that smaller nations should refrain from invading larger ones. They vowed to do all in their power to assist impoverished regions. Additionally, some believed that smaller countries should unite to form a counterbalance against the larger nations, thus achieving equilibrium with the five great nations. On the day the third exam of the Chunin selection began, Tsunade departed the land of whirlpools, returning to the leaf. That day, the stadium in Konoha was filled with dignitaries from allied nations, and the third Hokage occupied the main seat. The examiner first paid respects to the Hokage before commencing the arrangements for the exam. The first match featured Iron Fire against Hogetsu, and upon hearing Iron Fire's name, the audience erupted into whispers. In the preceding days, underground betting had commenced in the village, and Iron Fire's achievements had been disclosed, rendering him a celebrity ninja. The underground casinos proclaimed him to be the second coming of White Fang, bestowing him considerable prestige. As Hogetsu took the stage, he declared, "Please treat me well." Iron Fire, with a mere flick of his wrist, unsheathed his blade, sealing off Hogetsu's chakra in an instant. Unbeknownst to Hogetsu, he launched 2 shuriken, subsequently advancing with kunai in hand. The scene became surreal. He seemed to launch himself into Iron Fire's blade, the tip of the sheath striking his chakra points, disrupting his chakra and momentarily halting his movement. Iron Fire effortlessly sidestepped the 2 shuriken. "I concede." Hogetsu exhaled deeply, conceding defeat. Iron Fire is victorious. The audience, initially perplexed, soon erupted in a chorus of discontent. They had anticipated a thrilling contest, only to witness such an anticlimax. This water ninja had seemingly thrown himself upon Iron Fire's blade, conceding defeat of his own volition. Yet, not all were oblivious to the subtleties. Some samurai accompanying the nobles of great nations recognized the underlying brilliance. They straightened in their seats, their keen eyes fixated upon the spectacle. Iron Fire's seemingly effortless strike, imbued with an almost fated precision, was inescapable, prompting even voluntary submission. This had transcended into a legend. The inner turmoil experienced by the onlookers was profound. It was unfathomable that a ninja could wield techniques akin to those attributed to legendary sword saints. Such sword saints had long since become mere folklore among samurai, regarded as fanciful illusions, yet here they were witnessing it in the form of a ninja. Tsukumo Hatake, seated in the front row on the western side of the audience, supported his wife, his countenance radiating pride. It seemed as though the effortless victory belonged not to Iron Fire, but to him. "My dear, did you perceive the brilliance of that strike? Indeed, it was executed with such ease, as if divinely orchestrated. It embodies a transcendent understanding, a state where the heart and blade resonate in unison," she observed. "Tsukumo, I never anticipated that one of your contemporaries, at such a tender age, would achieve such mastery in the way of the sword." The wife of White Fang, possessing a lineage steeped in swordsmanship through her father, Yagyu Kageyoshi, recognized the significance, her discerning eye acknowledging the extraordinary. Tsukumo lamented, "Alas, it is a pity that most cannot appreciate such artistry." His wife replied, "The most resplendent moment in swordsmanship is undoubtedly when a life is extinguished. In the instant when they fall to such a blade, they will inevitably come to grasp the terror embodied within it, their expressions shifting from shock to bewilderment, and finally to dullness as they depart. That is the ultimate tribute." Tsukumo mused, "Let us be thankful for your delicate constitution, for otherwise, with such lethal intent, the ninja world might give rise to an unparalleled female demon." However, as the second match commenced, the audience would soon come to appreciate the unfolding spectacle. Aki Kanara and Yamashiro Iken, both ninjas of Konoha, entered the arena, and although they fought with their utmost efforts, the underlying malice was absent, replaced instead by a spirit of competition. Aki Kanara had observed Yamashiro Iken in battle, and vice versa. They were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. As the match commenced, Aki Kanara began calculating the boundaries of Yamashiro Iken's visual field framed by his hands. The heart-shaped gesture of the Yamashiro clan was not a seal but rather a mechanism akin to a targeting reticle, designed to encompass the intended target, thereby allowing one to concentrate their full mental faculties before unleashing their spirit. Without such a frame, focus was difficult to achieve. From a young age, they had trained in this manner, and over the years, even without the gesture, they could execute such concentration instinctively. This had become an ingrained habit. Concentrating one's spirit is indeed a formidable task. It is akin to the struggle many students of ninja academies, lower ninjas, and even those of lesser aptitude among the middle ninjas experience when attempting to perform jutsu or refine their chakra, often resorting to a posture reminiscent of squatting, as if straining to relieve oneself, with one hand raised in a sword gesture while the other grips tightly, exerting force. In the moment of exertion, as one engages in the act of defecation, the mind becomes singularly focused, devoid of any selfish thoughts. Choshinya, continuously shifting, strives to evade being cornered. Yet, the lone inhabitant of the mountain is also aware of Choshinya's peculiar technique and endeavors to keep his distance. Thus, the two find themselves in an unending loop, circling round and round. The mountain dweller's thoughts are far more agile than those of Choshinya, as he occasionally forms heart shapes with his hands to pressure her. In a mere moment, Choshinya grows weary, panting heavily. As their strengths ebb and flow, she ultimately succumbs to mental invasion, raising her hand in surrender. Following this, the third match commences. Watergate versus Painting Heart. The audience buzzes with whispers and chatter. Watergate is also a youthful prodigy, seemingly more adept than the fiery sunlight. One wonders who among them possesses greater prowess. As the battle unfolds, it becomes evident that although this encounter is thrilling, Painting Heart wields an umbrella, exuding elegance and composure. Watergate, adapting fluidly, engages in a dance of offense and defense beneath the umbrella, clashing with various concealed weapons, fists, and blades. After a few exchanges, he seizes the opportunity presented by the opponent's umbrella obstructing her vision and executes a technique of duplication, swiftly concluding the fight. Yet, despite the several exchanges, the fiery sunlight's victory is decisive. It illustrates the considerable disparity that exists between geniuses. In the subsequent two matches, Zhuo Qingmishu faces Si Li, and Shou Dao Jiwang confronts Tian Shou. Both Zhuo Qingmishu and Shou Dao Jiwang face defeat, revealing the true strength of the Tekinen. Comparatively, the intrinsic value of Watergate and the fiery sunlight continues to ascend, illustrating a stark gap in their capabilities. Next up, Uchiha Xiangtai faces Rest. The examiner reiterates the rules, and upon confirming mutual understanding, declares the commencement of the match. Uchiha Xiangtai states, "Genjutsu? No one can toy with illusions before the Uchiha clan." Rest raises an eyebrow. "Is that so? Let us put it to the test." She positions a flute to her lips and begins to play. The notes, intermingled with chakra, disperse into the air. Uchiha Xiangtai hurls shurikens, 7 in total, each either pursuing or trailing, some swift, others slow, colliding mid-air and altering their trajectories in a more frenzied manner as they dart toward Rest. While dodging, Rest continues her melody. Uchiha Xiangtai soon realizes something is amiss. The trajectories of his shurikens deviate from his expectations, appearing significantly shortened, as if the ground's gravity had intensified, causing them to descend prematurely. No, that cannot be. How could the Earth's gravity change? It dawns on him. It is the illusion of his opponent. She has employed genjutsu to disrupt his perception. He hastily clasps his hands, concentrating his spirit, abruptly disrupting his chakra. Release. Instantly, his speed normalizes. Just as he utters the command, a finely crafted steel needle, adorned with a small bell, hurtles toward him, striking at the precise moment he dispels the illusion, leaving him vulnerable. The delicate, ethereal chime of the bell instantly lures him into a reverie. He envisions the azure sky and cottony clouds of the afternoon, the albatross soaring above. His consciousness is swept away to a drowsy afternoon classroom, where the teacher drones on, each note morphing into a hypnotic prelude. His mind drifts beyond the classroom, following the albatross into the vast sky. The distant sound of cicadas adds to the serene ambience, as if time were slipping away like a fleeting shadow, only to be jolted awake by a chill at his throat, where a silver fork, shaped like a candle holder, has been pressed against him. Rest smiles softly. "It seems you have lost." She then raises her gaze toward the fiery sunlight. "Takahashi Daiku, my comrade, bear witness. I shall avenge you." The fiery sunlight nods slightly in response. He turns to Hinata Hinosuke and Watergate, commenting, "Such a beauty's favor weighs heavily. It appears I have etched an indelible impression upon her. She must surely harbor resentment towards me now, yet she remains oblivious to the fact that love begets hate. In this lifetime, no other will ever leave such a profound mark upon her heart. Should she survive today, with each passing day that follows, her heartstrings will quiver in resonance with my presence, ultimately leading her to a tumultuous love." Hinata Hinosuke ponders for a moment before exclaiming, "Pervert. So you won't kill her?" Watergate inquires, as the others direct their attention toward the fiery sunlight. He replies, "It is she who will live. Hatred can drive one to madness, yet it can also instill reason. She knows she cannot kill me and will surely choose to retreat." He sighs, "For vengeance is a pursuit only the living can undertake. The dead are destined to be reduced to ashes and buried in the earth." Hinata Hinosuke hears the examiner call his name. "It's my turn," he states earnestly, locking eyes with the fiery sunlight. "I eagerly anticipate our eventual encounter, even knowing I may fail. I must still try to honor the fruits of my training in gentle fist." With that, he leaps into the arena. Sam also enters, brandishing a blade. "So, the Hyuga clan's unique gentle fist technique? I shall experience it firsthand. Please." Hinata Hinosuke employs the phantom steps, executing powerful strikes with precise upward and downward movements. His waist and hips shift, giving the impression of a spider whose upper body remains still. As he steps, he makes not a sound, his palms positioned at angles that reveal the intricacies of the 8 trigrams. The element of stealth is masterfully displayed. Traditionally, the Hyuga's 8 trigrams technique is rather rigid and lacks cunning, but after extensive practice with the fiery sunlight, it has become impossible to remain unrefined. However, Sam's blade is swift, its silver arc capable of forcing Hinata Hinosuke back. The exchange between them grows tense, and Sam's expression turns grave. This little brat proves to be far more troublesome in actual combat than he appears. The unique nature of the Hyuga's gentle fist makes her hesitant to engage directly, causing her to tread cautiously with every move. Suddenly, Sam's knife slices a gash across Hinata Hinosuke's chest, and he seizes the opportunity to successfully strike the pressure point in Sam's hand. The Hyuga clan's chakra possesses remarkable penetrating power, especially once it enters a pressure point. It surges upward like a sentient creature, aiming for Sam's heart. Not good. Sam swiftly gathers his chakra to combat this force. Yet, he remains incredibly bold, seizing the moment to unleash lightning release, electricity crackling and shooting forth in chaotic bursts toward Hinata Hinosuke. The bolts engulf his clothing and hair, sending him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Sam kneels, breathing heavily as he continues to unleash lightning in a chaotic manner. Resorting to lightning release was a desperate measure. For the Hyuga's chakra, akin to a living entity, proves nearly impossible to dispel under such combat conditions without it. "Examiner, I have one." Medical ninjas rush in to carry Hinata Hinosuke away. Fortunately, he is unharmed, merely unconscious. The next match features Sarutobi Ken against Hachi. The two are evenly matched, though Sarutobi Ken possesses a slight chakra advantage. As the 8 branches chakra faltered, flames burst forth, with the individual trailing behind the fire technique, hurling a kunai. The shuriken, too diminutive in stature, lacked the formidable force of the kunai, which plunged deep into the opponent's heart. In this clash, both combatants exhibited classic stratagems and tactical maneuvers, rendering it a most captivating spectacle. Next came the final match, Fuyuechin versus Heichake. Fuyuechin proclaimed, "Our mutual understanding is evident. Let us resolve this with a single decisive move." Behind him, lightning coalesced into twin serpents, while Heichake recklessly charged forward, undeterred by the electrical storm. The serpents coiled around him, each strike igniting flashes of lightning. Yet, Heichake pressed on, utilizing his extraordinary speed to approach amidst the electrifying chaos. Fuyuechin, however, evaded continuously. It would either result in Heichake successfully closing the distance and overpowering him, or Heichake ultimately succumbing to the relentless serpents, depleting his chakra amidst the tempest. This confrontation was devoid of embellishment. Tai Hu stood in the waiting area, observing the arena. As Hinata Hizashi took the stage, he pondered the art of acupoint striking, but now with Fuyuechin and Heichake, his thoughts shifted to how to defend against the lightning. An instinctive feeling stirred within him, as if a glimmer of insight was germinating deep within his mind, poised to break forth at any moment. Ultimately, Heichake seized Fuyuechin, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. "Yield, for I am the victor of this bout." Fuyuechin, however, Did not protest. I concede. I have lost. Next, let the victor of this match enter. Taihua, Yamakita Ichikan, Minato, Silly, Tenshu, Kyoshi, Sarutobi Ken, and Heichake entered together. Excellent. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. I shall now announce the rules for the upcoming stage. Among you, one shall directly enter the final battle. Each of you will receive a slip of paper and a pen to inscribe the name of the individual you wish to see advance to the final combat. A ninja presented the paper and pens, and the 9 contenders, without much deliberation, inscribed their chosen names. Taihua wrote his own name. The examiner inquired, "Why did you choose your own name?" Taihua replied, "This grants me more time to train freely." Yamakita Ichikan similarly penned Taihua's name. His reasoning, "I believe no one wishes to face him. After all, I too aspire to reach the end." Subsequently, Minato, Silly, Tenshu, Kyoshi, and Sarutobi Ken echoed the same sentiment, all selecting Taihua, sharing a rationale akin to that of Yamakita Ichikan, as they too wished to witness the final spectacle. However, Sam took a different approach, writing his own name. "If I can directly enter the final battle, I shall surely encounter him. Every ounce of energy conserved translates to a greater chance of victory." Heichake also chose Sam. "I understand Sam's intentions, thus I lend her my support." Yet, the assistance of one Heichake proved insufficient, as the others had all opted for Taihua. What remained was the drawing of lots for the remaining 8 participants. A ninja approached with a box, and the examiner announced, "This box contains 8 balls, each marked with one of the characters A, B, C, or D, paired in 2s. You 8 will draw lots accordingly. Those sharing the same character will form a group." This lottery was entirely left to fate. Minato was the first to step forward, drawing a ball marked with a C. Next was Sam, who drew a D, followed by Yamakita Ichikan with an A, Kyoshi also drawing an A, while Silly and Tenshu pulled a B, and Heichake drew a C, with Sarutobi Ken obtaining a D. Alright, groupings are complete. Group A, Yamakita Ichikan, Kyoshi. Group B, Silly, Tenshu. Group C, Minato, Heichake. Group D, Sarutobi Ken, Sam. To the audience's astonishment, 2 representatives from the Moon Ninja had advanced, prompting hushed whispers. Who would have thought that the unassuming Moon Ninja village possessed such strength? Indeed, perhaps some minor tasks could be entrusted to them. Small villages may prove more economical. Listening to these discussions, Taihua mused, "Moon Ninja? Perhaps they are merely a shadow of the Cloud Ninja." He speculated, if all goes as anticipated, the Moon Ninja village may soon become a relic of the past. Once the murmurs subsided, the examiner continued. The subsequent rounds, including the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the contest for the 2nd and 3rd places, along with the final showdown, will take place in the afternoon. I urge all esteemed individuals to be present. With that, the examination entered a brief intermission. During the break, Taihua ventured to the hospital, resting for a spell in Tsunade's office. To his surprise, Tsunade's office was spacious and well lit, with comfortable seating, ideal for relaxation. The candidates from other villages busied themselves, whether they had been eliminated earlier or had only just fallen in the 3rd round. All received summons from the dignitaries of their homeland. They were required to answer several inquiries. 1. What is the current overall strength of Konoha? 2. Just how formidable is Taihua? Unfortunately, the responses were rather bleak, particularly regarding Taihua. Are you suggesting that an 8-year-old child possesses strength nearly on par with White Fang? Indeed, Taihua has engaged in multiple duels with White Fang upon the surface of the artificial lake. Although he has consistently remained on the defensive, White Fang has found it challenging to breach his defenses. While he may not yet surpass White Fang, given time, the queried ninja spoke cautiously, mindful of the dignitaries present. This notion of given time is easily understood, as children's bodies grow rapidly. Even if Taihua makes no advancements, his physical development alone could enable him to surpass White Fang. The additional chakra he possesses also brings forth swifter reflexes, greater speed, and heightened perceptiveness. This constitutes a comprehensive enhancement. Soon, the afternoon examinations commenced. Yamakita Ichikan and Kyoshi were the first to take the stage. Kyoshi played the flute, the jubilant melody interwoven with chakra, creating an atmosphere of remarkable ease and delight. Her form danced swiftly, reminiscent of a grasshopper. Yamakita Ichikan, meanwhile, spun continuously, a smile gracing his lips, as he signaled heart shapes towards Kyoshi with his hands. If everyone contributes a little love, the ninja world will transform into a beautiful tomorrow. The Yamakita clan possessed their own methods to counter the flute's sound. The heart shapes formed by their hands served as a means, As long as their focus remained within the confines of love, the flute's melody lost its potency. Whenever they felt the influence encroaching, Yamakita Ichikan would concentrate, merely holding back without employing the essence of heart-turning techniques. Kyoshi, meanwhile, incessantly shifted her position, striving to evade capture. Within moments, the disparity between the two became evident. Yamakita Ichikan remained composed, while Kyoshi gasped for breath. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, it seemed Kyoshi was bound to lose, and indeed the outcome was not particularly surprising. Had Kyoshi mastered the body technique enabling transformation, duplication, or substitution, she might have discovered a path to victory. Alas, she had not. Her only recourse lay in genjutsu and physical techniques. Kyoshi felt her chakra waning significantly, rendering her unable to continue. Thus, she ceased her flute playing and raised her hand. "I concede," filled with reluctance and frustration. All her unfulfilled emotions coalesced into a single gaze, directed at Tai Hua, who sat prominently in the front row, amidst the assembly of ninjas. Tai Hua merely smiled at her. "Hate me, my foolish Kyoshi." Though his lips moved without sound, Kyoshi understood perfectly. After all, lip-reading was an essential skill for ninjas. Kyoshi. Next, it is the four powers of Chunin, the battle between the castle keepers. This contest primarily revolves around blades, appearing far more intense than Group A. The victor is the castle keeper. Following this is Group C, where Mizumoto faces off against Black K. Mizumoto, with a habitual flick of his wrist, launches shurikens, advancing with kunai in hand. To Mizumoto's astonishment, Black K stands firm against these strikes, raising a hand to intercept the shuriken, which merely embeds itself into his flesh without breaking the skin. With a twist of his arm, he deflects the kunai with ease. His waist coils, and it seems as if a celestial dragon awakens along his spine, with the head of the dragon represented by his elbow, which he thrusts forcefully towards Mizumoto. This elbow strike is both swift and ferocious. Bang! A wooden post suddenly appears. Mizumoto, in a hair's breadth moment, employs the shadow clone technique. As the wooden dummy materializes, it collides with the elbow, shattering into splinters. Such immense power? Mizumoto feels a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head, every hair on his body standing on end. If that elbow had connected, he would surely meet his demise. What a grotesque display of offensive capability. The audience gasps in shock. Previously, when Black K fought against Fuyuechin, they could not discern the true extent of his prowess. It is only now that they grasp its formidable nature. Mizumoto narrows his gaze, his azure eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness. He cautiously avoids direct confrontation, employing kunai for tactical strikes while occasionally releasing a clone to create diversions. In his mind, he meticulously calculates, "I can still cast the shadow clone technique 6 more times, and the substitution technique thrice. If I cannot conclude the battle within these limited opportunities, I shall face defeat." The clones are steadily consumed, and his form shifts continuously as he contemplates a strategy. The chances afforded to him dwindle with each passing moment. Finally, "I concede." Mizumoto chooses to recognize the reality of the situation. After all, how does one contend with an invulnerable ninja? Were this not a tournament, he would have his means. Placing explosive tags would suffice to disorient his opponent, granting him the opportunity to lay traps. Alas, this is the arena, and no explosive tags are permitted. Observing Black K's performance, the dignitaries nod in approval, quite pleased. They appreciate such a reckless warrior, charging forth with simplicity and brutality, dismissing all attacks with a tenacious advance, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. One word, exhilarating. In the face of Black K's relentless and tank-like approach, strategies and calculations seem utterly trivial. The audience feels a primal instinct stirring within their genes, erupting in cheers for Black K. Bills are cast into the air, fluttering down like autumn leaves, a beautiful cascade upon the arena. This renders the final combatants, Sarutobi Ken and Sam, overshadowed. Sam glances at the audience and remarks, "Underestimated. Indeed, such a shallow-minded crowd. Hey, you over there, it's not too late to concede. I know your capabilities. If I strike, it would be rather embarrassing for you." Sarutobi Ken, however, brimming with fighting spirit, retorts, "Enough with the bravado. You think I'd surrender so easily?" Sarutobi Ken is aware of his inferiority to Sam, yet he refuses to yield without a fight. At the very least, he cannot concede without launching a single attack. The Hokage is watching from the stands. Moreover, he is a ninja of the Sarutobi clan. To battle, he fixates on Sam, initiating his triple assault, having devised the strategy in his mind a dozen times. The first attack. He unleashes a barrage of over a dozen shurikens, sealing off vast expanses of space, creating ample distance. The second attack. Swiftly forming hand seals, he charges forward, releasing a fireball, 2 meters in diameter, rolling upward, flames licking towards Sam. The third attack. He propels himself alongside the fireball, attacking towards the left. The fireball is aimed at a slight right angle, evading towards Sam's right side, which is the optimal solution. Additionally, human instinct tends to favor evasion to the right, dictated by the physiological mechanics of the legs. The right leg is more agile and powerful, whereas the left provides greater stability. If standing on one leg, the left leg possesses distinct advantages. Will she appear on the left side? A fleeting thought races through Sarutobi-ken's mind, and then he realizes the answer. Yes. A blade-like flash hurtles towards him. He raises his kunai in an attempt to block. Yet, the opponent's downward strike remains unchanged, merely adjusting its trajectory slightly, evading him with uncanny precision. At that moment, the examiner suddenly appears, grasping Sarutobi-ken and vanishing, having executed consecutive body flicker techniques to rescue him.
Sam.
You have emerged victorious, the examiner announces. Yamashiro Ichikatsu, the castle keeper, and Black K descend to join Sam. Thus, it is Yamashiro Ichikatsu and the castle keeper against Black K and Sam, vying for the second and third positions. Yamashiro Ichikatsu and the castle keeper remain. The examiner barely announces the start when Yamashiro Ichikatsu raises a hand. I concede. Gasps ripple through the audience. What is this? You concede without a fight? Yamashiro Ichikatsu remains unfazed. The castle keeper is a martial artist. He cannot hope to win. Why invite suffering? He thinks to himself. I am of the Yamashiro clan. I ought to be seated in the intelligence division, sipping tea while probing minds with secret techniques, perhaps toying with illusion ninjas, but facing a martial artist would be a disgrace. Although, in truth, standing here is already a testament to his capabilities. In the audience, the clan leader of the Yamashiro clan gazes at Ryumina, who chuckles, well, Ichikatsu shows remarkable discernment. Yet, the clan leader brims with resentment. I merely wish to understand how he has inherited the lethargy of your Nara clan. As his teacher, you must take responsibility. Ah, is that so? Ryumina deftly shifts the topic. What do you think the final battle will be like? That fellow, Tetsuhan, won't resolve the fight with a single strike again. Will he? The clan leader of the Yamashiro clan, indeed, is diverted, analyzing. Sam and Black K both possess formidable physical prowess. Regardless of the victor, they will be a challenge. Moreover, Sam wields lightning release, making the outcome unpredictable once ninjutsu is employed. Black K's defenses are astonishing. Indeed, it is likely to be a fierce contest. The battle between Sam and Black K is straightforward yet striking, with the cold light of the blades cutting through the air. Yet Black K finds himself increasingly beleaguered, shallow wounds rapidly appearing across his body. As the wounds emerge, they heal swiftly, and Black K continues as though unscathed. After numerous exchanges, Black K ultimately concedes, for Sam has begun to employ lightning release ninjutsu. The speed of his injuries far surpasses his healing rate. Subsequently, the clash between Sam and the castle keeper unfolds with remarkable swiftness and precision, with only 4 or 5 exchanges determining the victor. The castle keeper narrowly avoids a fatal strike to the heart. Sam invites Tetsuhan, come now, it is time for our battle. Tetsuhan replies, you've fought twice already. Allow yourself a moment to rest. He sits in a chair, hands resting on the armrests, exuding an air of regal authority. The simplicity of his words evoked an extraordinary sensation, as though the one seated there was not merely a youth, but a renowned sovereign exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Once he had spoken, he fell silent, merely focusing on his breath. It was not a conscious effort on his part, yet the continuous battles had naturally cultivated such a commanding presence within him. Sam declared, I am ready. Ironfire rose from his chair and descended into the arena, addressing the examiner. Then let us begin. With that, he shifted his focus entirely onto Sam. Sam proclaimed, I shall give it my all, and I hope you will do the same. As she spoke, arcs of lightning crackled around her, with flashes resembling ethereal willow leaves swirling about her. She surged towards Ironfire at an incredible speed. One strike transformed into a streak of white light, akin to a bolt of electricity, with the light itself infused with electricity. Yet, Ironfire stepped boldly into the realm of lightning, uniting his body and blade, deftly evading Sam's attack while simultaneously thrusting towards her shoulder. His body, infused with the inertia of Chakra, served as a natural insulator. The lightning could only graze his skin, failing to penetrate even a fraction. However, his blade was far more intricate, targeting the discordant energy he sensed within her. The lightning surrounding Sam erupted, causing her to recoil sharply. Her explosive retreat was executed with remarkable speed, a manifestation of a body technique that allowed her to instantaneously escape Ironfire's strike. Sam fixed her gaze upon Ironfire, biting her lip, and charged at him once more, this time even faster than before. Ironfire traced an exquisitely intricate arc with his blade, angling it approximately 15 degrees upwards. As if by the design of fate, Sam inadvertently brought her wrist into its path.
Impossible.
I distinctly evaded that, Sam thought, disbelief washing over her. In her state of shock, she summoned every ounce of willpower, executing the instant body technique at her utmost speed. Finally, in the fleeting moment when her wrist and the blade's tip converged, she completed the technique, retreating approximately 10 meters without regard for precision. A slight tingling heat began to emanate from her wrist, and upon glancing down, she discovered a blood vessel had been sliced open. She attempted to grip her blade with force, but her strength had all but dissipated. Observing her wrist, the weight of her weapon grew heavier, and with a clang, fell to the ground. Sam's expression betrayed profound reluctance as she realized, I have been defeated. With her wrist wounded, she could no longer wield the blade. Even in her prime state, she could only reach such a limit. She understood that, even if she could execute the instant body technique a few more times, what would happen thereafter? Nonetheless, even this was sufficient to convey her resolve. The second Hokage, the White Fang of Konoha, echoed in her thoughts as she contemplated her next move, just as the examiner approached. Sam, hold on, the examiner called, summoning the eliminated contestant, Tenju. Congratulations to you all for successfully completing this Chunin exam, distinguishing yourselves among numerous candidates. Next, the Hokage himself will personally award you with your certificates. The third Hokage descended from the platform, where a ceremonial ninja presented the certificates. The specially crafted documents were notably large, unfolding to nearly a meter in width and 70 centimeters in height. The three candidates raised their certificates, showcasing them to the audience. Cameras captured this moment as the Hokage announced, I declare this Chunin exam a resounding success. Having fulfilled his duties, the third Hokage exited. Once beyond the gaze of the dignitaries, he quickened his pace, his demeanor becoming more somber. Arriving at an inconspicuous small room belonging to the Umbu, he forcefully pushed the door open. A pungent scent of disinfectant filled the air, revealing a simple hard bed and a small table with an oil lamp flickering atop it. Although electricity was abundant, his old companion preferred the ambience of a kerosene lamp. Danzo sat on the bed, his expression dark and brooding. At that moment, his right eye remained intact, yet his right arm was lost, bandages soaked with blood still wrapped around it. A cross-shaped scar on his chin cast a heavy shadow over the atmosphere of the small room. What in the world happened? The third Hokage queried. With your prowess, who could have inflicted such injuries upon you? Danzo was well versed in wind release and sealing techniques, and with his summoning beast, the Dream Taper, his combat abilities were not inferior to the Hokage's own. Who had managed to leave him in such a state of disarray? Aren't you going to the hospital? Are you simply going to remain like this? Danzo remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. I've already tended to my wounds. Going to the hospital would yield the same outcome. He then recounted the details of the incident. Due to the rain and the ongoing conflict, communication had been severed, prompting Danzo to lead route into the land of Earth. Hanzo of the Salamander paved the way with poison, his presence serving as the spearhead as they pushed forward, forcing the IWA shinobi into retreat. The IWA shinobi had no means to counter Hanzo's toxins, at least not in the immediate term. Unable to contain his excitement at such a rare, advantageous situation, Danzo dispatched Root to wreak havoc in the land of Earth, unleashing indiscriminate assassination attempts against the Jonin of both the Rain and Earth countries. As Root was few in number, he himself took part in the assassinations. It was then that he encountered Inoki, leading to a standoff with Hanzo. Contemplating, he thought, if I can navigate this chaos, it matters not which of the two perishes. Either outcome would be favorable for Konoha. Thus, he concealed himself, preparing to act when the two were at their most vulnerable. Hanzo was indeed formidable. Inoki's dust release proved ineffective against him, while his own men continued to succumb to poison, falling one after another as the Rain shinobi broke through their formation. Danzo recalled the intensity of the battle. Hanzo's blade moved with blinding speed, and his instant body technique was equally swift. A single strike transformed Chakra into a blade of energy, striking directly at the airborne Inoki, forcing him to evade and abandon his intended dust release. Yet, Inoki could not ascend any higher, for at such altitudes, the dust release would lose its lethality. Despite the discomfort in voicing it, Danzo found himself motionless, yet still caught by a sweep of dust release that cost him an arm. He remained still, knowing that any movement would expose him. Thus he endured, quietly utilizing sealing techniques to staunch the bleeding, observing the clash between Hanzo and Inoki as they engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Initially, he believed they would continue their confrontation, but to his surprise, they abruptly ceased hostilities. Hanzo declared that Tsuchikage truly lives up to his title. Your dust release is remarkable. Let us end it here. He unilaterally called for a cessation of hostilities, instructing his men, provide them with the antidote. We shall take our leave. His departure was devoid of any attachment, showing no sentiment for the land of earth. Danzo could only return in a state of humiliation. I left some of Root behind to impersonate Rain Shinobi and attack the IWA Shinobi, but the results were minimal as Hanzo retreated too decisively, Danzo reported. The third Hokage fell silent, pondering, what exactly was Hanzo's objective? Having penetrated deep into the land of earth, with forces at their doorstep, why withdraw? Rest well. The third Hokage paused before expressing concern for his old comrade. I will dispatch medical ninjas to assist you, and also, let Root remain silent. The more you attempt to do at this juncture, the greater the risk of drawing unwanted attention. Konoha has always been at the center of world conflicts, and we must strive to avoid further escalation. Danzo scoffed, Hokage, you are too weak. War cannot be avoided simply by wishing it away. Such naivety. The third Hokage cast a glance at him. Yet, for Konoha, every day a war is delayed is an advantage gained. The one who strikes first is perpetually fated to be the loser. With that, the third Hokage departed, contemplating the implications of Hanzo's sudden withdrawal. What could have motivated such a decision? This situation is exceedingly peculiar. Upon returning to the Hokage residence, the third Hokage summoned his external brain, Nara Shikamaru. After pondering for a moment, Shikamaru replied, I am unsure how to address this matter. Yet, the image of Tetsuhan suddenly surfaced in his mind. During their previous discussions on summoning tactics, it became apparent that Tetsuhan possessed remarkable insight and analytical prowess regarding international affairs. He resolved to have a conversation with Tetsuhan. And at that moment, Nara Shikamaru began to adopt a thought process reminiscent of the Hokage. However, it was a mere facade of Hokage-like contemplation. The Uchiha clan was undeniably inept, a family that evoked deep-seated disdain. I must join forces with the masked man to eradicate the Uchiha from the roots, leaving no trace behind, not even a worm. To truly think like a Hokage, one must adeptly manage available resources when confronted with challenging issues, seeking out individuals with particular expertise, and engaging in collective brainstorming. Perhaps a solution will emerge. Nara Shikamaru first visited the intelligence unit to consult Yamamoto, then sought out his old comrades, Akimichi, and others who had previously collaborated on summoning tactics, before finally approaching Tetsuhan. Tetsuhan was easy to locate, sitting in the park, quietly savoring the refreshing dusk, with a palm-sized slug resting against his neck, nestled on his shoulder. Upon seeing Shikamaru, Tetsuhan exclaimed, Tetsuhan, Shikamaru has come to find you. I shall take my leave. With that, he returned to the wet-bone forest. Congratulations are in order, Tetsuhan. All the glory of today belongs to you alone. You are destined to become a star ninja. While others toil under the burden of missions, you can choose your tasks. As a Chunin, I can't help but reflect that it hasn't been long since I became a genin, Tetsuhan mused. Shikamaru remarked, with your abilities, it won't be long before you ascend to Jonin, implying that Hanzo of the Salamander had invaded the land of Earth and engaged in battle with the Tsuchikage, Inoki. It was said that the outcome was inconclusive, however, it was curious. Tetsuhan raised an eyebrow. What? Could it be that Hanzo retreated voluntarily, even providing an antidote? Showing no attachment to the land of Earth, departing with such decisiveness? Shikamaru gazed intently at Tetsuhan. You are indeed correct. This level of insight was astonishing. It seemed that Tetsuhan had discerned Hanzo's intentions from the very beginning, rather than only realizing them now. For him, the truth was merely a corroboration. Is that so? It makes sense. After all, the Land of Rain is a small nation. He is essentially unable to engage in a protracted conflict with a major power. The Land of Rain is small and sparsely populated. Its number of ninjas cannot compare with the 5 great nations, and its logistical resources, ranging from agriculture to commerce and industry, are also inferior. He truly lacks the capability to invade any major nation. His reconciliation with the Land of Earth stemmed from having penetrated deep into their territory, demonstrating his strength in battle against the Tsuchikage. Establishing that the Land of Rain is not to be underestimated, and then withdrawing cleanly was undoubtedly the best choice. Next, it should be the land of wind. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before saying, "Are you suggesting that the next target will be the land of wind?" Tetsuhan replied, "Indeed. The next target is the land of wind, as it is comparatively weaker than both the land of fire and the land of earth. Now that the land of earth has been dealt with, it is time to select a simpler target. First, subdue the land of wind, and then proceed similarly with Konoha. Such a considerable expenditure of military resources. Has Hanzo of the Salamander paid such a hefty price merely for the sake of dignity?" Shikamaru found it difficult to comprehend Hanzo's choices. Tetsuhan rose and took a few steps forward. "Is dignity truly worth anything? It is utterly worthless. However, for the Rain Ninjas and the Land of Rain, this battle is imperative. Once the battle concludes, you are aware of the actual situation. The Land of Rain remains a battleground, with ninjas from the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and our own Konoha constantly clashing. The fighting is relentless day after day. After this battle, the Land of Rain will encounter a rare window of opportunity. Peace is a luxury for the Land of Rain. Hanzo is capable of striking a decisive blow to avoid 100 retaliatory strikes. At the very least, he has displayed this spirit. After the Land of Wind, the next target will be the Land of Fire. However, matters shall not be so straightforward, as Inoki will take action, and the Sand Ninjas will undoubtedly come for us." Shikamaru stated, "The Sand Ninjas, after all, have done this more than once. Regardless of who strikes them, they will always be the first to retaliate against Konoha. The Sand Ninjas. I will not allow our dogs to be beaten while you, Konoha, remain unscathed and uninvolved. The Cloud Ninjas, Mist Ninjas, Earth Ninjas, and the smaller nations' ninja alliances collectively applauded. The Sand Ninja speaks the truth." Shikamaru withdrew from his reverie and invited Tetsuhan. "Speaking of which, I almost forgot the main affair. I have gathered our comrades from the summoning tactics, along with Yamamoto and Akimichi. I initially came to invite you for a proper celebration regarding your promotion to Chunin." Tetsuhan replied, "What is there to celebrate? Come on, everyone has good intentions." Shikamaru pulled Tetsuhan along. After a series of leaps, they arrived at the back of Hokage Rock, where Tetsuhan found his colleagues waiting in his yard, feeling somewhat speechless. "This is my home," Shikamaru exclaimed. "You certainly chose a fine location. It is perfect for a barbecue. Come on, the meat is already grilled." "Shikamaru, I specifically prepared grilled leeks for you." In the world of adults, this leek stalk was readily mentioned. Shikamaru's expression turned grim upon hearing this. "Don't spout nonsense. Tetsuhan is here too." Tetsuhan distanced himself from Shikamaru. "Leeks are an aphrodisiac, after all. You wouldn't be lacking in that regard, would you? Besides, my teacher is Tsunade, the legendary medical expert." He asserted, "I not only comprehend this, but, from a professional standpoint, I understand it better than you all." The group suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of expertise dominating the conversation. "I am not to be underestimated," Shikamaru retorted. As everyone indulged in their meal, they opened cans of beer, sipping leisurely. Tetsuhan, however, held green tea in his hand, as he could not consume alcohol. Tetsuhan silently grumbled. If there is one group of individuals in this world who adhere to rules, it is undoubtedly the ninjas. Why impose such strict limitations on drinking? The conversation naturally gravitated back to the war between the rain and earth, with everyone chiming in. Tetsuhan and Shikamaru occasionally interjected. Shikamaru posed a question. "According to your analysis, Tetsuhan, if the Land of Rain sequentially engages with the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire, will the war cease afterward?" Like everyone else, he detested war and thus eagerly sought Tetsuhan's answer. Tetsuhan took a bite of his skewer and a sip of green tea, contentedly burping before responding. "Cease? How could it possibly cease? After we are done, that will be the true feast Hanzo has prepared for the Land of Rain." Wielding the might of 3 victories to conquer the southern territories of Chuan, Cha, and Xiong, while claiming the northern regions of Grass, Takigakure, Iron, Suki, and Soup, these small nations, under Hanzo's formidable strength, will form an alliance. Hanzo aspires to become the leader of this coalition. When these smaller nations are fragmented, they lack power, but united, they can sit at the negotiation table and converse with the 5 great nations. The allied nations? Tetsuhan, do you mean that Hanzo will challenge the existing order of the allied nations? Or even seek to conquer the Iron Country? This notion undoubtedly exceeds the typical realm of ninja thought, leaving them astonished. Kakashi Tsukumo sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting on his knees. The Iron Country? Samyun is a formidable warrior, renowned for his swift footwork and aiajutsu. His blade is incredibly swift. Even Hanzo would find it difficult to gain an advantage in combat against Samyun. Shuinbu is a stepping technique that complements the Aedo strike, wherein an individual suddenly initiates movement from a kneeling position, achieving the swiftest ascent and advance. Tetsuhan remarked, "The land of rain must amass sufficient political capital. Only then can it ensure that even when Hanzo grows old, this system can be sustained. Considering the geographic positions of these smaller nations, our future relations with the land of rain, or rather with these allied nations, will favor cooperation over competition. The allied nations will inevitably gravitate towards the land of fire, much like they do now by participating in the Chunin exams held by the land of fire. This in itself is a statement of intent. Of course, this is merely the public facade. The undercurrents of competition will be abundant, and even the bloodshed among ninjas will not be scarce. However, overall there will be regional peace, a blend of collaboration and rivalry. The geographical location, natural resources, commodities, and labor force of the land of fire are factors that these small allied nations cannot evade. Its elongated shape, nestled within the confines of the lands of fire, earth, and wind, while possessing strength, is inherently limited. It can never pose a threat to the land of fire. Rather, it will, to a certain extent, serve as a crucial buffer between the land of fire and the lands of wind and earth. For a considerable length of time ahead, one of the primary tasks of the land of fire will be to assist the ruling classes of these nations in stabilizing their governance and fortifying their military. Tetsuhan mused. This includes the considerable burden of blame that Danzo carries. For the land of fire, eradicating the Akatsuki is a matter of political correctness. Dear Call nodded. Indeed, as the buffer zone for the land of fire, these small nations must maintain a stable order of governance to effectively fulfill their role. They must also ensure that the strength of their ninja villages remains at a healthy level. All of this requires support from Konoha, the great ninja village. But will Hanzo of the Salamander truly do this? Some questioned, sensing that Tetsuhan's inference, while likely, seemed somewhat extraordinary. Dear Call remarked, I believe it is highly probable. Tetsuhan's insights into the international situation and the prevailing trends evoke a sense of envy. Tetsuhan replied, It is not my prowess, but rather the political and martial struggles within the ninja world resemble child's play. My prowess in governance has barely scratched the surface. Imagine a university student wandering into a kindergarten to solve a simple addition problem. Does one truly require any specific level of skill for that? To waste even a single brain cell would be a profound disrespect to one's past life, prompting one to question their own sanity. This gathering continued late into the night, the starlight illuminating a dwindling campfire. The group agreed on training for the following day before dispersing with contentment. Upon returning home, Dear Call picked up his pen and began to articulate his thoughts regarding the intelligence on the lands of rain and earth. As he wrote, he pondered, In the event of war, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall assume the role of combat strategist. I must ensure Tetsuhan is bound to the strategy department as my aide. His talents for combat seem somewhat squandered. Yet, I must also consider that this strategist may need to engage in battle, which is reassuring. With him around, I feel safer. The study lamp burned brightly until the early hours of dawn before extinguishing. Throughout his work, his wife remained gentle, quietly delivering cups of warm tea, replacing them with fresh ones once they cooled. After a brief respite, he took the report to meet the third Hokage. Yesterday, I had a discussion with some colleagues from the Jonin class along with Tetsuhan, where we deliberated on this matter. Third Hokage. Here is the report. The third Hokage perused the document and was momentarily taken aback by the predictions contained within, yet one particular point he was certain of. As a leader, he inquired, What is the likelihood of the Sand Ninjas attacking the Land of Fire? What is the anticipated timeline? 90%. As for timing, I believe Tetsuhan's forecast is sound. It will coincide with the Sand and Rain Ninjas reaching a stalemate, allowing elite forces to invade through the Land of Rivers. We can prepare our deployment in that vicinity beforehand. Once we enter the phase of strategic counteroffensive, the entirety of the Sand Ninja forces will converge, and the Rock Ninjas will likely apply pressure at the borders, necessitating the dispersion of our forces. Very well, draft a detailed battle readiness plan for me. Speed is of the essence, and we must endeavor to quell this threat in its infancy. After issuing his instructions, the third Hokage, once Dear Call departed, lit a pipe and began to exhale clouds of smoke. He reviewed the report once more before calling for someone. Go. Bring me Tetsuhan's file. Wait. Just as he contemplated requesting Tetsuhan's information, he realized he was already intimately familiar with its contents, so he dismissed the idea. Some matters require personal investigation. Thus, he changed his attire and visited the academy. There, he compiled all the books and materials Tetsuhan had borrowed and perused. The histories, politics, cultures, economies, geographies of various nations. The First Ninja War, the history of the warring states, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, all illuminated Tetsuhan's exceptional abilities, rendering them even more impressive. A peculiar thought crossed the third Hokage's mind. Could this boy's talent have been obtained at the cost of his ninjutsu? 2 days later, Tsunade returned and briefed the third Hokage on the circumstances of the Uzumaki clan. The third fell silent for a moment. The Uzumaki clan, indeed. Very well, Tsunade. You have worked hard. Please take some rest. Upon leaving the Hokage's residence, Tsunade sought out Tetsuhan. Finding no one at home or the hospital, she proceeded to the training grounds, where she discovered Tetsuhan practicing summoning techniques. Utilizing the sensory secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, she observed the clash between the two parties. Tetsuhan held off Kakashi Hatake, diverting his attention before vanishing in an instant. The Hatake side, in haste to locate the enemy's whereabouts, found themselves led astray by Tetsuhan's team, resembling headless flies in disarray. The entire scene was exasperating. Tsunade mused, "If I were Kakashi, I would be furious. No dog would tolerate such treatment." Nara Deer Call shared the same sentiment. Tetsuhan's antics exceeded his expectations. This summoning technique was rehearsed daily, yet his strategies varied each time. Just when one believed they had discerned his intentions, he would showcase his prowess anew. The sensation of pursuit but never catching up, of striking yet never landing a blow, and attempting to flee only to find him clinging like chewing gum, was maddening to contemplate. Within the sensory perception of the Yamanaka clan, a myriad of chakra points moved swiftly across the map. Tetsuhan's chakra suddenly approached Kakashi Hatake, who noticed it immediately. Nara Deer Call wondered, "What is this boy up to now?" In the next moment, a series of over 10 chakra sources appeared, scattered like dim stars in the surroundings. The positioning of these chakra points was delicate, some distant, others near, spreading over a vast expanse. Tsunade grew curious. Is there surveillance? The answer was somewhat disappointing. No. However, Kakashi was acutely aware. Tetsuhan showed no intention of evading detection. Everything was out in the open. Those chakra sources were, in fact, a multitude of slugs. These slugs, summoned by him, were dispersed across the designated positions, each point meticulously calculated, possessing a remarkable spatial connection. Having spent countless days with Tetsuhan, the slugs understood his combat intentions intimately and were eager to participate in their first real battle alongside him, employing an unprecedented combat mode. "Senpai, we meet again. Can you guess where my companions are now?" Tetsuhan's demeanor was quite antagonistic. Even with Kakashi's stable mindset, he could not withstand Tetsuhan's repeated provocations. "I am not concerned about your companions. I merely wish to teach you a lesson." "Punk," Taihua lamented. "Alas, senior, your aspiration appears to be utterly unattainable. In this confrontation, you are destined to fail. As for me, victory is assured." Hatake Tsukumo inquired, "Is it solely reliant on these slugs?" Taihua affirmed. Indeed, with that single word, he harnessed his energy and struck towards the vulnerable spot of Hatake Tsukumo with a deft sweep of his blade. His form moved like lightning, pushing his speed and strength to their utmost limits. Although still far inferior to Hatake Tsukumo, the latter lacked innate spiritual perception. Thus, the shifting dynamics rendered it not a significant disadvantage. Within Taihua's awareness, he noted that whenever Hatake Tsukumo moved, the opening would swiftly shift and conceal itself, compelling him to change his tactics. A series of resonant clinks reverberated through the dense forest, each strike seemingly orchestrated by fate, as Taihua's movements perfectly countered every thrust. It was a display of divine artistry, a prelude to destiny. As he contemplated the traits of the martial sage realm that his wife had once described, Hatake Tsukumo's distractions began to fade, leaving only the presence of his opponent, the blade, and the union of himself with the weapon. His demeanor transformed into one of purity, the white light upon his blade appearing to surge forth. He immersed his spirit wholly into the short sword in his grasp, his very essence shifting, causing the sword's luminescence to intensify, accompanied by a hissing sound. Taihua began to sense a growing inability to hold his ground. Hatake Tsukumo became a singular entity with his blade, his heart, spirit, intent, and sword coalescing in profound unity. Each strike was not merely a physical assault. His will and spirit surged forth like a blade itself. A fleeting thought crossed Taihua's mind. Beyond the blade, there was naught else. Hatake Tsukumo had evidently ascended to a level of swordsmanship that transcended the realm of ninjas. Under the influence of his energy, an intangible sense of impending doom began to permeate the atmosphere. The current clan leader of the mountains was the first to perceive the discord. He sensed the ethereal intent of the blade radiating a chill far more lethal than autumn winds. It was neither malice nor murderous intent, yet it instilled a profound shiver within him. In that moment, Taihua's perception of Hatake Tsukumo abruptly severed. He gasped, his complexion paling. Engaging directly with the intent of the blade felt akin to being unwittingly struck by Hatake Tsukumo on a spiritual level. It was terrifyingly potent. Lumen, Tsunade, hurry over. There's a situation with Tsukumo and Taihua. I need a moment to breathe. We must pause the exercise. Yet, facing the intent of the blade, Taihua felt like a smooth stone weathered by wind and rain, impervious to all purity of spirit. His body moved swiftly, wielding his blade along the most efficient path, guided by the subtle angles of energy, integrating instinctual patterns into his movements. Each action was as wondrous as a meteor streaking across the heavens. His principles elegantly simple yet elusive. In Taihua's mind, there was only the perception of his surroundings, the analysis of functions, and the remarkable interplay of energy, singularly focused. His aura grew increasingly ethereal, creating an illusion for Hatake Tsukumo, making it seem as though Taihua was a mere specter, suspended from the earthly realm. Though he could see and hear, his heart and blade insisted that what lay before him was but an ordinary landscape. A gust of wind, a tree, a cloud, a blade of grass, a rabbit, or even a stone, yet decidedly not a person. With every strike, it felt as though he was hitting nothingness. Nonetheless, each blow was undeniably tangible, met with a palpable force. The disparity between his intent, spiritual perception, and physical sensation created a profound rift, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, rendering him both lucid and ensnared in a mirage. As the blades clashed once more, Taihua suddenly experienced an epiphany, channeling Chakra with a pointed finger. This gesture was a prelude of intent, with Chakra following closely behind. Though seemingly nonchalant, this singular point halted Hatake Tsukumo in his tracks, enveloping him in a potent sense of imminent peril. This gesture could not be disregarded, yet his logical mind protested. How could a mere finger be lethal? Taihua was not the third Reikage, a man capable of piercing through anything with a single strike. This thought was but a fleeting moment. After an instant, he chose to trust in his blade and his instinct. The short sword reversed, and he swiftly executed the body flicker technique. Taihua, in that same breath, unleashed the reverse summoning technique. In an instant, they swapped positions, Taihua appearing behind Hatake Tsukumo, while the latter continued to retreat. Taihua reigned in all his spirit, even averting his gaze from Hatake Tsukumo, then surged forth, sheathing his blade and striking with the scabbard toward Tsukumo's back. There was no evasion possible. The explosive force of his spiritual intent surged forth like a radiant rainbow piercing the sun. Hatake Tsukumo's form froze. The scabbard sliced through his clothing, leaving a crimson mark across his back, which only moments later ignited into a fiery ache. A fine blade. Hatake Tsukumo exhaled deeply. Indeed, Taihua had emerged victorious. That extraordinary state of single-mindedness, where nothing else existed beyond the blade, dissipated like a fleeting dream. Just as one awakens from a reverie, tears may linger for the dream scenes. Yet in the haze, the source of emotion remains elusive, leaving only a sense of incomprehension. What was it? Why was it so? Hatake Tsukumo seated himself upon the ground, resting the blade upon his knees, pouring his heart and spirit into quiet contemplation, seeking that feeling once more, yet it eluded him. Grasping the hilt, he attempted to replicate the previous movements but found himself devoid of that sensation. The details of their earlier duel flowed through his mind. Within that state, the purity of his thoughts was astonishing, each movement infused with an indescribable essence that transformed the mundane into the extraordinary. Yet what was that essence? It felt as though a vital piece was missing. When Tsunade, Lumen, and others arrived, they discovered Hatake Tsukumo seated cross-legged, seemingly engaged in some ritual. Taihua, on the other hand, sat nearby, eyes closed in contemplation. Sensing their approach, Taihua opened his eyes. "Teacher, when did you return?" Rising, he approached Tsunade and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "I missed you so much. Without you here, meals lost their flavor. The home truly needs you. What transpired between you two?" Tsunade inquired. Hatake Tsukumo also opened his eyes. "Tsunade, Lumen, you." Lumen interjected. "We sensed a sudden severance of perception from your location and rushed over to assist." "Did you encounter an enemy?" Hatake Tsukumo and Taihua exchanged glances. "What enemy?" Taihua replied. "It was merely an exhilarating duel of swordsmanship between myself and Senior Tsukumo. Nothing more. As for the disruption of perception, I'm uncertain. However, if there were intruders or foes, they would not have evaded the notice of either myself or Senior Tsukumo. Moreover, They would have had to employ a technique to sever perception, correct? Taihua's analysis was logical, and Hatake Tsukumo nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the confidence of White Fang. How could the clan's perception techniques have been abruptly severed? It seemed that the individuals had also suffered a mental assault, leaving them in a state of weakness. This enigma remained unsolved until others from the mountains arrived to provide clarity. They explained that the source of the spiritual force originated from Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo mused, so, that state I experienced earlier. It's unfortunate that no matter how hard I strive, I cannot recall what that state truly was. I recently engaged in a confrontation with Iron Fire, entering a state that is ineffable. After the battle concluded, I found myself unable to recall, feel, or replicate that extraordinary state. My perception seemed severed, perhaps a peculiar ability inherent to that condition. Iron Fire remarked, I am familiar with this state. Beyond the blade, there is nothing else. It is a realm of unity between man and sword. In that moment, the esteemed Kiha had a blade in his heart and hand, leaving only the sword, while all extraneous thoughts dissipated. The purest essence of spirit merged within a single strike, a transcendent sword intent. Could it be that this sword intent wounded brother Yamashiro? Dear Ming pondered, stroking his chin. Sword intent? This concept is rather advanced. Not only would it baffle these ninjas, but even if we summoned samurai from the land of iron, they would be utterly perplexed. In the realm of ninjas, this notion undoubtedly stands as an exceptional anomaly. Iron Fire's gaze shifted toward Yamashiro, filled with curiosity. How about we give it another try? While I lack sword intent, I can unleash a similar form of attack. His hands itched, eager to experiment with this mental assault. After all, he possessed innate talent, and such means could manifest at will. Previously, he had been unaware, but now, upon learning from brother Yamashiro that the sword intent unconsciously emitted by Kiha had such effects, he was keen to explore analogous techniques. What do you mean? Asked Yamashiro, intrigued. Nara Dear Ming, curious as well, nudged Yamashiro's shoulder, urging him to hasten. Tsunade stood nearby, ready to observe the unfolding spectacle, musing, what peculiar phenomenon is this? You, rascal, are you not incapable of learning ninjutsu? Yet the forthcoming technique seems even more bizarre. Yamashiro acquiesced, closing his eyes to commence the secret art of perception. The subtle sensation of probing felt familiar, akin to a spider's web ensnaring a person. It was Yamashiro's technique. Over time, Iron Fire had grown accustomed to this elusive, web-like feeling of inquiry. Upon contact, he instantly recognized it as belonging to their side. Focusing his intention, he pinpointed a significant flaw in the flow of energy with a single finger. Miraculously, that finger seemed to cover every vulnerability on Yamashiro's form, appearing as countless fingers containing infinite variations. Yamashiro sensed a touch that was as lofty as the heavens, as ethereal as clouds, unpredictable, and as gentle as the wind, manifesting within his spiritual realm. On that day, the height was despairingly unattainable. The shifting clouds stirred the heart, and where the wind passed, his chakra was swiftly consumed, indistinct and formless, light as air. Tsunade, ever perceptive, sensed the abnormal state of chakra being depleted from Yamashiro. When Iron Fire's finger halted, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and Yamashiro suddenly collapsed to the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he gasped for breath, exclaiming, my perception has been severed, but this time it was different. I have no idea how it was cut. It was simply inexplicable. Yamashiro gazed at Iron Fire, then at Kiha. If such a method of attacking a ninja's perception were employed on the battlefield, the implications are unimaginable. As this conversation unfolded, Iron Fire and Kiha's respective teams arrived, inquiring about the situation. After sharing what transpired, they settled down to engage in casual discourse regarding this method of attacking a ninja's perception. However, Kiha appeared lost in thought. Sword intent, an ability to sever a ninja's perception at a spiritual level, even to launch an assault through the mind, was an unprecedented pinnacle in the art of swordsmanship. Suddenly, another thought struck him, genjutsu. In contrast to the perception ninjas, genjutsu was undoubtedly a more direct and brutal manipulation of a person's five senses and nervous system through chakra, creating illusions. In terms of spiritual connection, it was far more immediate. If one were to confront a genjutsu ninja during their casting of illusions, employing this sword intent would likely render their chakra ineffective in approaching. At the very least, the spirit attached to the chakra would be thoroughly cleansed. Alas, the sensation experienced during the previous battle seemed lost forever, perhaps unattainable in the future. With these thoughts weighing on him, he found himself devoid of the desire to speak. After analyzing today's practical applications, They bid farewell and returned home. Upon arriving, his wife had prepared a bath and dinner for him, attending to him as he entered, assisting him in removing his shoes and clothing to wash. After bathing and changing, he sat down to dine. "My dear, now that you are with child, you ought not to do such things." His wife was indeed a commendable and enviable companion, traditional and gentle. She replied, "I am simply idle with nothing to do." Once they finished bathing and changing, he shared with her, "During tactical practice today, as I battled Iron Fire, I inadvertently entered a wondrous state. Iron Fire described it as a realm where beyond the blade, nothing else exists. Regrettably, after reflecting, I cannot recapture that sensation, nor can I wield my sword effectively." His wife responded, "That boy truly is remarkable." After a moment's pause, she suggested, "Sakumo, let us find a moment to visit my family home." Tsunade led the way while Iron Fire followed, deftly maneuvering through the branches of trees. It was evident that Iron Fire often chose slender branches. In forested areas, traversing the treetops was not merely for concealment. Rather, it was a means of swift and effortless travel. When branches bend under pressure, they act like a bow shooting an arrow, and the ninja is that arrow. However, ordinary ninjas tend to select thicker branches to avoid breakage. Yet, undeniably, the thinner branches offered greater speed, rendering Iron Fire's form even more graceful and ethereal, as if a fleeting dream. Emerging from the dense woods into the village, their first stop was the market to procure ingredients. "Teacher, what would you like to eat today?" Tsunade, unreserved, replied, "I wish for anything and everything. Iron Fire has conquered my appetite. The cuisine outside Konoha these past few days has been rather unsatisfactory." Thus, Iron Fire selected some fish, shrimp, and pork, intending to prepare braised pork, braised fish, and oil-simmered shrimp. Tsunade dutifully accompanied him. While preparing the meal at home, Tsunade inquired, "How did you defeat Sakumo? Just a few days ago you were merely managing to keep up, yet today the situation has completely reversed. Tell me more about that summoning technique." Iron Fire was engrossed in preparing the food and couldn't elaborate just yet. After a while, the dishes were served, and Tsunade's curiosity waned as she focused on eating. After the meal, Iron Fire retrieved a folder, flipping to a page filled with intricate calculations and unique points. He positioned his notes in front of Tsunade, seated beside her, pointing and explaining, "Teacher, observe these points. Their positions are quite peculiar. I summoned a slug and utilized its inherent ability to divide, distributing them across these points. There exists a relationship of summoning and reverse summoning between humans and summoned beasts. I employed reverse summoning. Among so many points, I could only manifest at one. How might I arrive at the most opportune point? This can be accomplished through the resonance of energy." "Indeed," Tsunade nodded. "Thus, I appeared behind the esteemed Kiha. In our direct confrontation, I was at a disadvantage in terms of swordsmanship. He has ascended to a rarefied realm of swordsmanship, where his will and technique intertwine flawlessly, imbuing each move and stroke with an astonishing potency. The art of spiritual communication emerged as an unexpected element. He was aware of it at the time, yet could not react in time. With his back turned towards me, I delivered a decisive strike from behind, cleaving downwards. The pages of the document turned one by one, pausing before a formula concerning the normal distribution of probabilities. This encapsulated the entirety of it. Tsunade remarked, "Is this truly the realm that taijutsu should possess? Then what about that maneuver against Yamashiro?" Mimicking his earlier posture, she pointed her hand. "No, sensei, it is thus." Iron Fire, audacious and unrestrained, replicated the earlier gesture directed at Yamashiro. Tsunade felt her senses elevate dramatically, soaring higher and further away. The azure sky, the gentle breeze, and the ethereal clouds interwove to create a thin, distant ambience, broad yet tranquil. Yet, this was no mere illusion, for she observed with clarity. Iron Fire's finger was approaching her forehead. With a casual flick, she found herself devoid of any inclination to raise her hand in defense, allowing his finger to make contact with her brow. In an instant, her spirit was drawn back into her body, as approximately 1/7 of her chakra dissipated. Merely this single point of contact had consumed such a significant portion of her chakra. There was no release of ninjutsu, nor any utilization of chakra, yet chakra was consumed nonetheless. Tsunade furrowed her brow, examining her body. Her finely tuned perception swept across her form but yielded no findings. Iron Fire withdrew his finger and inquired, "Sensei, how do you feel?" This is the capability possessed by taijutsu upon transcending to the mental plane. Taijutsu, Tsunade mused. This move is indeed quite peculiar. Indeed, Iron Fire lowered his voice. "Sensei, Would you be interested in delving deeper into this technique? What are its principles? What mechanisms govern its effects? Do you not wish to know? This endeavor, he realized, could not be achieved solely through solitary effort. It necessitated the collective contribution of many. After all, he had no fear of others scrutinizing it. The most prudent course to forge a path forward was to enlist a multitude to aid in his research. Why not utilize the invaluable resources of his esteemed teacher? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. How do you propose we conduct this research? Quite simply, we seek out Yamashiro. Sensei, you will organize a team to gather and organize relevant data, while I shall be responsible for executing the technique, and Yamashiro will provide the data. Execute. Tsunade chuckled. Very well, I can assist. However, you must handle the contact with Yamashiro. Ironfire reassured her. Rest assured, it shall be a trivial matter. The following morning, Ironfire ambushed the intelligence unit, encountering Yamashiro and stating directly, Yamashiro, are you interested in participating in a study? It won't take much of your time. Just a single session here in your department will suffice. If one were to inquire where the most advanced neurological instruments were located, it would undoubtedly be within Yamashiro's intelligence unit. Utilizing computers and other devices to extract information from the human brain was their forte. Yamashiro responded with excitement, Ironfire, are you willing to make this public for research? As the head of a clan well-versed in spiritual techniques, I am eager to uncover this secret. If Ironfire was willing to pursue the study, Ironfire observed Yamashiro, brother, your expectations may be a tad optimistic. Nevertheless, this matter still required Yamashiro's cooperation, so he refrained from giving a definitive answer. Thus, they parted ways. Ironfire sought Tsunade, while Yamashiro attended a meeting to facilitate cooperation from the intelligence unit. Approximately 10 minutes later, both parties reconvened at the intelligence unit. Yamashiro announced, our personnel and instruments are ready. Ironfire, you may take the lead. What is required? I shall not be polite then. This time, our primary goal is to gather data on the subject's response. All of you need only record the specific changes in chakra consumption, Ironfire declared. Yamashiro, displaying an utter lack of self-awareness as a test subject, promptly selected one of his own to step forward, taking a seat before the instruments and affixing various metallic plates to his head, connecting them to the computer. The other members of the intelligence unit dispersed, each controlling a portion of the setup. Real-time data began to populate the computer, and a roll of printing paper was prepared. Tsunade extended a hand, placing it upon the selected Yamashiro. I will monitor his vital signs. Should any danger arise, I will call for an immediate halt. This matter demanded her utmost caution. Last night, Ironfire's single touch had diminished 1/7 of her chakra. Who could say if Yamashiro possessed sufficient chakra to withstand such depletion? If not, a complete drain could prove fatal, leaving even her esteemed self incapable of rescue. Ironfire nodded, understood. He then commenced the calibration. All sections prepared. Initial values verified. Heart function normal, high pressure, low pressure. Visual function area normal. Consumption recorded. Auditory function area normal. Lastly, Tsunade, vital signs stable. Ironfire announced, good, we will commence the countdown. Upon its conclusion, we will initiate the experiment. He counted down 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its end, he focused intently, directing his mental will alongside a single point of contact. The chosen Yamashiro was instantly engulfed by a serene, distant, and intoxicating sensation. Stop! Tsunade suddenly called out. The chakra within Yamashiro had dwindled significantly, his complexion taking on a pallid hue, rendering him gaunt and aged. Tsunade retrieved a small vial of glucose from her pocket, offering it to him. Drink this and take a good rest. Then, addressing Ironfire, she remarked, I must say, note that the chakra consumption rate is abnormal. The body exists in a peculiar state of tranquility yet heightened excitement, with a notably low heart rate. Meanwhile, data from various sections was also being compiled. Yamashiro reported the brain's energy consumption has surged dramatically, yet the brainwave data indicates it is not in an excited state, but rather in a state of enjoyment within a tranquil environment. No traces of illusory intervention were detected, suggesting that these responses were self-induced. The specifics of where the consumption occurred remain to be determined. We must await further data from the computer. The information was transmitted to Ironfire and Tsunade, who began to peruse it. Tsunade inquired, have you discerned anything? No, it's quite peculiar, Ironfire replied, frowning. Perhaps we should first enjoy a cup of coffee and await the results here, Yamashiro suggested. The three then proceeded to the adjacent office. Yamashiro prepared 3 cups of instant coffee, one for each. He remarked, I had never considered that taijutsu, nay swordsmanship, could possess such an extraordinary realm. Ironfire sipped his coffee. Indeed, who could have imagined such a realm? Before learning that your perception was severed by the sword's intent, leaving you mentally scarred, I had thought it of little utility. Yet, akin to the flora and fauna in a garden, it is a natural result of cultivation, merely a decorative embellishment. Who would have thought it to be not merely a flourish, but something of genuine significance? I truly wish to comprehend its functional mechanisms. Only by understanding can one truly master it. This seems to embody the notion of the seemingly useless being of profound utility, an entity appearing devoid of purpose. Yet, unbeknownst to all, it fulfills an irreplaceable function in some unseen manner. Tsunade nodded in agreement. The challenges you face are ones I, as an educator, have yet to encounter. Thus I find myself unable to offer guidance in this matter. The most I can do is to present you with a broader perspective through the analysis of certain data. The Sword Saint, a being of ancient lineage. The elder from the mountains remarked, Sword Saint. Tsunade acknowledged with a sound, relishing the superiority of such information. It represents a formidable individual who existed prior to the inception of the ninja sect, their swordsmanship transcending the ordinary to an extent that is, well, beyond the comprehension of an average person. The secrets of sage arts lingered on the tip of the tongue, only to be retracted once more. In Tetsuha's mind, an interplay of chi and spirit unfolded, concepts reminiscent of martial arts novels flickering in and out of focus as he contemplated, his fingers drumming upon the table. After a considerable duration, the computer produced its findings. The cause of the consumption was identified, not stemming from a specific part, but rather from an exhaustive utilization of all facets. The nature of this consumption, as ascertained through the computer's memory retrieval and data comparison, was rooted in heightened sensations. To put it in simpler terms, it was as if a person's sensory range had been abruptly elevated, necessitating an additional reservoir of chakra to accommodate the surplus. A substantial amount of chakra had been siphoned into this void, leaving the individual in a state of languid ease, unresponsive to such anomalies. Ordinarily, significant chakra depletion accompanies a physiological exhilaration. The body's alert system would intervene, issuing warnings once thresholds were exceeded. Yet, the scenario Tetsuha had concocted was far from normal. 1. There was no external chakra interference. It was not an illusion. 2. Both body and mind remained in a state of tranquility, yet the sensory range had expanded, leading to a commensurate increase in consumption. A moment's inattention could result in depletion. So this is how it is. Tetsuha, such a nefarious tactic. Tsunade exclaimed, playfully ruffling Tetsuha's hair, her tone devoid of any disdain for the wickedness of the maneuver, instead imbued with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hokage's residence, the third Hokage wore a grave expression. Intelligence. The rock ninja forces are gathering towards the land of grass. The mention of the rock ninja elicited a fleeting flash of severity in the third's eyes, quickly softened as he lit his pipe, inhaling deeply. He reminded himself, in times of great import, one must maintain composure. Yet the image of the grotesque little gnome, Anoki, with his bulbous nose occupying a third of his face, stirred ire within him. What was this old codger scheming, stationed at the borders? This old man truly has a knack for timing. The timing, indeed, was impeccably opportune. A toad perched on one's foot may not bite, yet it is irksome. Neither the third nor the nobles of the Land of Fire could afford to overlook Anoki's maneuver. Reality and deception intertwined. This is the essence of warfare. When taken seriously, it can serve as a diversion to bog down your forces. Yet when ignored, or when you find yourself ensnared by other matters, it can be ruthlessly aggressive, plunging forward with unrelenting force. Anoki had astutely discerned the intentions of the Sand Ninja to assault Konoha, grasping the pulse of the Leaf Village. A covert assassination squad from the Rock Ninja had disguised themselves as Rain Ninja, transporting the poison used in the assault on the Rock Ninja to the Land of Wind. Lacking the antidote capabilities, they nonetheless possessed the analytical prowess to replicate the components and ratios, and not only possessed it but wielded it with considerable efficacy. This contingent of ninja, once they reached the Land of Wind, would effectively become Rain Ninja. Meanwhile, Anoki's main forces lay dormant near the Land of Grass, biding their time. This conundrum boldly presented itself before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just then, Nara Shikamaru and Mito Kamen arrived. The third Hokage passed along the intelligence for their perusal, remaining silent as he puffed on his pipe. Within moments, the office transformed into a veritable Eden. Bang! The ajar door was flung open. Danzo, his bare shoulder still seeping blood, appeared pale and weak. His voice tinged with a brooding tone. Hokage, Have we received intelligence from the direction of the rock ninja? Yes. The third paused momentarily as Mito came and handed the information to Danzo. The third Hokage continued, the rock ninja are amassing forces in the western territory. Inoki has evidently grasped the battlefield dynamics. This maneuver places us in a most precarious position. We must remain vigilant in the south while also guarding against him. We are compelled to allocate sufficient forces to the western front. An increase in troops there necessitates a decrease in the south and vice versa. This predicament ensnares me in a profound quandary, with danger lurking on both sides. The new sprouts of Konoha do not fear sacrifice. Danzo interjected. This is not merely a question of sacrifice. It is about achieving victory. The third retorted. In the realm of shinobi, how many truly fear death? They are all unafraid. But what significance does failure hold? Danzo countered. Then what do you propose? Convene a meeting of the Jonin. The third declared, making his choice due to the responsibilities that lay before him, and for the sake of efficient command and coordination, Taishao was bestowed with the prestigious title of Jonin through special arrangements. The intricate procedures were rendered unnecessary, as the third Hokage personally took charge, exchanging his Chunin certificate for that of a Jonin. Initially, the third intended to grant him the designation of special Jonin, but Kakashi Hatake, in his forthright manner, remarked that Taishao's swordsmanship was on par with his own, deeming a Jonin title more than sufficient. Taishao pondered, am I truly a Jonin now? Is this akin to a 3-game winning streak within the ninja world? In the southern front, it was Kakashi Hatake who was designated, a strategic arrangement aimed at ensuring harmonious coordination between the western and southern battlefields. The encounters between Kakashi and Taishao were nothing short of spectacular, and their collaboration promised to be even more thrilling. Despite their limited practice sessions, their synergy was undeniably profound. As the meeting progressed, Nara Shikamaru inquired about Taishao's thoughts on personnel matters. Taishao replied, I have no objections. You may decide as you see fit. As long as we perform well, the Western Front is unlikely to ignite into conflict. Although he professed indifference, he nonetheless offered his insights, suggesting that Jiraiya, originally destined for the Western Front, be redirected to the southern line. While Jiraiya's capabilities were formidable, his propensity for impulsive decisions rendered him a potential liability in the West. Jiraiya cast a resentful glance at Taishao. Orochimaru similarly transferred to the southern front, recognizing that as the primary battlefield, the more elite forces engaged against the Sand Shinobi, the better. After the Jonin assembly concluded, unrelated ninjas departed, leaving only the third Hokage, 2 advisors, Danzo, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Taishao. What followed was a detailed military conference. The Umbu secured the premises, ensuring that not a whisper of information would escape. Once seated, Nara Shikamaru commenced his exposition of tactics. Initially, we will amass a substantial force at the Western Front, constructing fortifications and enhancing logistical and medical facilities. Taishao could not help but mutter, oh no, he has learned the art of feigned maneuvers. Shikamaru was indeed astute. He had meticulously analyzed the nuances of his previous encounters with Kakashi, and this was merely one of the strategies to be employed, including a reverse strategy to create the illusion of an increasing troop presence in the West. Layer upon layer, the schemes were plentiful, all derived from the insights gained during Taishao's confrontations with Kakashi. It could be said that the past 10 days of tactical exercises had profoundly enhanced Shikamaru's capabilities, rivaling Kakashi's serendipitous leap into a new realm of swordsmanship, allowing him to experience a departure from the conventional. This was akin to playing a game or chess. If one perpetually engages with novices, one stagnates. Intelligence, even if above average, is of little consequence if one does not contend with masters, as only through such competition can one elevate their prowess. Taishao was undoubtedly regarded as a master in Shikamaru's eyes. With the conclusion of the meeting, the operations of Konoha commenced with remarkable order. The sealing team became industrious, prioritizing the production of summoning scrolls in accordance with orders. Teams initially assigned to various missions were recalled and consolidated into larger units, forming a hierarchy of small, medium, and large contingents. Supplies such as soldier pills, kunai, shuriken, bandages, hemostatic agents, clothing, and various military necessities began to be manufactured. Under a deliberate flow of information, these details were disseminated. Numerous medical tents were constructed, and contracts began to be established among the ninja forces to test the efficacy of summoning techniques. Within the smaller teams, contracts were formed, with the team leaders binding themselves to their respective squad leaders, thus creating a vertical structure. The preparation process unfolded with remarkable efficiency. Akin to a delicate dance upon the edge of a blade, exhilaratingly perilous yet ultimately safe. Tsunade donned a green ninja uniform, layered with a gray-green vest, her forehead adorned with a headband, exuding an air of formidable resolve. At last, the time for departure had arrived. Uzumaki Mito cautioned, "Be careful at the front lines." With so many loved ones, her husband, brother-in-law, son, daughter, and grandson, having ventured forth, her heart could not rest easy, especially with only one granddaughter remaining. Yet, in the ninja world, the hope of dying a natural death was a luxury. Tai Xiao entered clad in a similar green ninja outfit and gray-green vest, his headband secured to his right thigh. "Senpai, I will protect the teacher," he vowed. Tsunade shot him a glare. "Just take care of yourself." Mito added, "Tai Xiao, do exercise caution. What is Diane thinking? Sending a child like you to the battlefield?" Her words were laced with reproach, yet the Ninetails, confined within her, held a different opinion. With a cold chuckle, the Ninetails mused, "You call him a child, yet he is more formidable than anyone I have encountered." Mito remained unperturbed, for the Ninetails, shackled by chains that suppressed its movements, could only grumble in frustration. "Damn it, I'm serious here. You unreasonable woman." As Tsunade and Tai Xiao exited the Senju estate, they made their way to the training grounds, where the ninja forces had commenced gathering, preparing to advance toward the western battlefield. On the other side, Anoki received intelligence and erupted into laughter, slapping the table. Suspended slightly above its surface, he guffawed, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fool has no choice now. Let us teach Konoha a lesson this time. Keep a close watch on the opposition, and report any unusual activity immediately." Meanwhile, a squad masquerading as rain shinobi ventured deeper into the wind country, capitalizing on the element of surprise. Astonishingly, these two teams crossed paths. The rain shinobi encountered their counterparts, yet neither party recognized the other. However, there was no inclination to delve into the matter further, as the rain village's ninja numbers were considerable, and all were donned in gas masks. Anonymity was to be expected. As they traversed the oasis and passed through the marketplace, the area laid waste under the poison of Hanzo the salamander, with little resistance encountered. The sand shinobi soon reacted, intercepting them with multiple squads. Meanwhile, another contingent of sand shinobi maneuvered adeptly between the various toxic zones, led by an elderly woman seated atop a colossal puppet, tirelessly gathering toxins, analyzing, and preparing antidotes. Nearby were ordinary civilians they had captured for testing. Chiyo was exceptionally skilled in the arts of poison, as well as in the crafting of antidotes. However, to claim that her abilities surpass Tsunade's would be a gross exaggeration, merely an attempt to embellish her own reputation. Her only advantage lay in her apparent disregard for the lives of ordinary people. At least, in this instance, Tsunade would never resort to using civilians as test subjects. Nonetheless, this method of experimentation proved effective. By observing the reactions of toxins within the human body, antibodies were produced, leading Chiyo to the development of a vaccine. Her formula read, "Mastery of ninjutsu virus ordinary human subjects antidote. We found the antidote. Quick, send someone to cultivate it. Distribute the vaccine." Chiyo declared, rising. Now, it's time to pay a visit to Hanzo the salamander. Uncertain of how much Hanzo could still conceal without his poison, she leapt down from her colossal puppet, directing her comrades, "Simon, Tornado, follow me. The rest of you, block the rain shinobi's escape route." As Chiyo, Kaibutsu, and the elite sand shinobi gathered, Hanzo the salamander found himself encircled. The wind shadow proclaimed, "Hanzo, your end is nigh." Hanzo paid no heed to Chiyo, gazing instead at the decayed old woman, remarking, "It appears you have unraveled my poison. Alas, your speed pales in comparison to that of Tsunade from the Leaf Village." He possessed a knack for inciting anger. A mere statement could flush Chiyo's cheeks with indignation. Chiyo, feeling vexed, thought that Tsunade was indeed a remarkable talent, a paragon in the realm of medical ninjutsu, yet it was the notion that she fell short of Tsunade that irked her the most. This sentiment of inadequacy was particularly hard for her to bear, for while Tsunade acknowledged her medical prowess, she remained indifferent towards Chiyo. "Very well, Hanzo, allow me to experience your taijutsu firsthand. Without the reliance on your favored toxins, you shall remain here." Hanzo erupted into a hoarse, thunderous laughter. "Indeed, the ninja of the great nations boast with grandiosity. Today, let it be known whether you have encircled me, Hanzo, or if I have ensnared you." With a sudden flick of his wrist, his scythe flew forth, hurtling towards Chiyo with the swiftness of a shooting star. Yet, before her stood 10 puppets, one of which intercepted the scythe with precision. This was the famed Jurakucho. As Chiyo's chakra threads extended with her will, 3 of the puppets surged forth to assault Hanzo. Rather than confront them head-on, he executed a swift body flicker technique. Darting beyond their reach, with a deft motion, he swung the scythe backward, yanking one puppet forcefully from formation. Utilizing this momentum, the scythe spun, aiming straight for Chiyo. A humanoid puppet suddenly interposed itself before Chiyo, while the other 3 puppets turned to retaliate. The iron chain connected to the scythe, manipulated by Hanzo's chakra, twisted in an uncanny manner, weaving its way through the puppets like a serpent, poised to strike Chiyo once more. The puppet masters of the Sand Village could control their creations with chakra threads, allowing for intricate maneuvers like Chiyo's, where a mere finger could command a puppet, or even, as later exemplified by Sasori, a single finger could orchestrate 10. So why could Hanzo not exert the same control over his scythe? Why the need for an iron chain on its handle? This chain represented a groundbreaking adaptation of his blade techniques to the peculiar energy of chakra. It endowed the weapon with astonishing versatility, transcending the traditional boundaries of swordplay. Beneath the softness of the chain lay an agility reminiscent of a venomous serpent, capable of delivering bizarre and lethal strikes. How could Chiyo possibly withstand such a blow? In a moment of peril, a formidable force of attraction suddenly manifested. The scythe and chain stiffened, directed toward the 3rd Kazekage. Around the Kazekage swirled minute iron filings, whirring like a whirlwind of needles, aimed squarely at Hanzo. Hanzo's eyes narrowed in realization. Magnet release? A surge of chakra coursed through the chain and scythe, and with a vigorous shake, the scythe sprang to life again, asserting, "My chakra seems to surpass yours." He too formed seals, invoking a water prison technique. As the dense steel needles were repelled by the magnetic force, they plunged into the watery confines. Hanzo concealed himself within the prison, expanding it to a diameter of approximately 6 meters, one hand continuously channeling chakra while the other gripped the chain, maneuvering his scythe with the grace of a sinuous serpent. He concentrated a significant portion of his energy on countering the 3rd Kazekage, rendering his magnet release unable to muster a more potent assault, forcing him to merely fend off the scythe. From time to time, he directed strikes towards Chiyo and Aizo among others. The rain ninjas, ever vigilant, gathered their ranks to assist Hanzo in restraining a number of sand ninjas. The rock ninjas, disguised as rain ninjas, proved invaluable at this juncture. In terms of sheer ninja quality, the diminutive rain village paled in comparison to those trained in the rock village. Moreover, the rock ninjas' hardened technique went unnoticed by the sand ninjas, effectively restraining a significant portion of their forces. With this advantage, Hanzo unleashed his scythe with unrestrained fervor. Every part of it, the blade, the handle, and the chain, exuded astonishing lethality. The force of the chain's whip was sufficient to shatter bones, while a mere slash from the scythe could sever limbs and heads. Yet, Hanzo refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, choosing instead to wound his adversaries with varying severity, ultimately halting the blade mere inches from the Kazekage's face, trembling with magnetic resistance, only a fingertip away from his eyes. "Your strength is commendable, Kazekage. Chiyo, I retract my previous statement. Your mastery of puppetry is indeed remarkable." He then ordered his subordinates, "We shall depart." The rain ninjas withdrew, and only then did the 3rd Kazekage succumb to weakness. Chiyo hurriedly approached, employing her medical ninjutsu to mend his wounds, which, while not fatal, had resulted in considerable blood loss. As for the toxins within, they were of little concern, for he possessed a vaccine. The 3rd Kazekage gazed in the direction of the retreating rain ninjas, perplexed, pondering why Hanzo had shown mercy. He could not fathom the motive behind Hanzo's actions. Simultaneously, both the Leaf and Rock villages received news of the rain ninjas' retreat. Inoki began to bolster his forces on the western front, while the Leaf village reciprocated with an increase in troop strength, fully aware that the battle between wind and fire was imminent. He cast a glance towards the land of rain, unable to suppress the thought. How could such a diminutive land give rise to a ninja of Hanzo's caliber? Even among the ranks of Kage, Hanzo stood nearly invincible. Aside from the legendary Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, no other Kage could rival him. Thus, Hashirama was deemed the god of shinobi, while Hanzo of the Salamander was but a demigod. Even as a demigod, he remained an entity beyond the reach of mortals. Would Hanzo seize this opportunity to strike the land of fire? The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Shortly after returning to the land of rain, while allowing his forces to recuperate, Hanzo encountered an envoy from the land of sky. "Esteemed Hanzo, I am the representative of the Sky Ninja Village, Kogen." Hanzo inquired, "What brings the envoy from the land of sky to the land of rain?" "I come on behalf of the land of sky to discuss partnership." You are surely aware of the shifting tides within the ninja world. The land of wind shall inevitably engage in war with the land of fire, and the lands of earth and lightning will likely join the fray. This presents a rare opportunity for our small nation. Hence, our leader wishes to propose that, should the situation in Konoha become compromised, we jointly launch an assault against Konoha and the land of fire. Hanzo secretly mocked the land of sky's audacity. They dared not claim even a morsel of land or resources from two nations, yet they aspired to contend against giants, an endeavor fraught with folly. Nevertheless, the potential for the land of sky to create disturbances for the land of fire could serve his plans, and so he acquiesced. Very well, when the time is ripe, we shall strike Konoha from both the east and west. Agreed. The pact was sealed. The envoy from the land of sky hastened back to their homeland to report to the leader, who erupted in laughter. Well done. Our time for ascendance has finally arrived. The high-ranking officials mirrored his fervor, gazing at their leader with zeal. The land of sky, isolated on a mountainous island, beset by earthquakes, lay above the land of lightning and below the land of water, separated from the mainland by the Whirlpool clan. Their survival conditions were exceedingly harsh. This upcoming ninja war was the opportunity they had long schemed for. Conduct a thorough inspection of the fortress. I trust there will be no issues when the time for war arises. The leader commanded. Yet, his mind wandered to the haughty visage of a golden-haired woman, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. The arrogant wenches of the Cloud Village, do you suppose we are merely content with the land of Whirlpool? Once I have conquered the land of fire from my domain in the land of the sky, you shall witness my formidable prowess. Miss Freya has arrived. A voice announcing her presence resonated, followed by the entrance of a tall woman with flowing golden hair and piercing gray eyes. Clad in an immaculate suit, decidedly uncharacteristic of a ninja, and adorned with high-heeled shoes, she inquired, I have heard that your envoy has returned. How did the discussions fare? The leader's face bore a sycophantic smile, the earlier malice seemingly a mere facade. Indeed, Miss Freya, the Rain Ninja has consented to this collaboration. Excellent. From this point forth, the lands of the Whirlpool country shall be yours. The birds in the trees continued to sing blissfully, unaware that they had long been the focus of the sky's vultures. In this very moment, the ancient adage of the ninja world resonated with profound accuracy. The members of the Uzumaki clan could hardly fathom that they had become targets, awaiting the opportune moment to be ambushed and viciously bitten. It seemed that such a moment would not be far off. In the land of grass, skirmishes had begun to sporadically erupt along the western front of the land of fire, situated in the eastern region of the land of grass and the eastern front of the land of earth. Both sides had dispatched scouts to map the terrain and survey each other's encampments. When these scouts crossed paths or were discovered, minor conflicts became inevitable. Should they encounter a greater number of adversaries, their fate would be sealed. Yet if they merely met another scout, it would be a test of skill. During these scattered skirmishes, the rock ninja faced utter devastation. The mortality rate among the leaf ninja was astonishingly low. In most cases, when injured, they would abruptly vanish. This aroused the utmost concern in Inoki. Are you saying that their ninjas disappear immediately upon injury? And when we scout a few days later, we encounter that same ninja again? Inoki felt as though he were listening to a fantastical tale, yet regrettably, it was all true. Yes. Assemble the scouting teams and deploy them in squads. Although casualties had been severe, warfare necessitates intelligence gathering. One cannot engage blindly. Despite the steep costs, information must be secured. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Tsunade perused a medical record, reviewing injuries one by one. The casualties from the skirmishes were minimal. The reverse summoning technique employed by Iron Fire proved remarkably effective. The ninjas were no longer burdened with the notion of sacrificing themselves to divert pursuers. They could simply reverse summon back. Following deeper explorations, they could also reverse summon at a moment's notice, without fear of interception by enemy scouts. So far, only 11 unfortunate souls had perished, a number that was truly unfathomable. Under normal circumstances, losses would have approached 200. The arrangements made by Deer Call are exceedingly meticulous. Indeed, Iron Fire is essential here, Tsunade thought, a smirk of pride creeping onto her face, for Iron Fire was her cherished disciple. The minds of the old guard may be rigid, even if she herself had yet to reach 30. Yet in recent days, as she grappled with military affairs, her thinking often fell into the old patterns, neglecting the existence of summoning techniques. When the need arose, her mind would revert, and the new ideas would vanish, leaving only the familiar strategies. Exiting the battlefield hospital, Tsunade entered an inconspicuous tent, indistinguishable from the surrounding ones, devoid of any distinguishing marks. This was the command center for the Western Front, still in a standoff phase, thus it remained here. However, once the war escalated, this tent would vanish. Iron Fire had already shared the concealment methods with Tsunade. When the time came, they would be accompanied by operational advisors and members of the Yamashiro clan, utilizing the mental network formed by the Yamashiro to disperse. They would command the larger forces from the shadows. Upon entering the tent, Tsunade observed a group of advisors diligently crafting maps, annotating various points, and conducting intelligence analyses. Iron Fire sat cross-legged in the prominent position, his gaze lowered in deep contemplation, evidently seeking tranquility and delving into the more profound aspects of sage techniques. This aura of serenity and ease brought Tsunade a sense of reassurance. Iron Fire, seemingly sensing her presence, opened his eyes and spoke, "Teacher, you have arrived. How fares the situation in the hospital?" "All is well. Most cases involve superficial wounds with no damage to the bones. 2 individuals sustained injuries from earth release techniques, their bones shattered and leg muscles reduced to pulp, necessitating amputation," Tsunade succinctly summarized. Iron Fire replied, "The results of my work here have also been quite favorable. Teacher, come take a look," as he began to explain his strategic arrangements. Though Tsunade found this peculiar, questioning, "I senti this merely a standoff with the rock ninja? Why have you made preparations as if for an actual battle?" Leveraging the varied terrain, Iron Fire had set extensive traps in elevated and perilous locations and established 3 strongholds along with 2 choke points. Troops were to be stationed at the choke points to occupy favorable terrain and construct fortifications. This method of arrangement bore little resemblance to the warfare tactics she was accustomed to. It was entirely distinct. Ninjas had never deployed traps in such a manner, especially not on such a large scale. Their traps were typically integrated into squad-based tactics. Tsunade, eager to learn, inquired why place traps in these areas. Iron Fire elucidated, "These locations are not conducive to troop movement. Even for ninjas, they require considerable time and energy to traverse. Ordinary individuals would find them impassable. While ninjas can utilize chakra to navigate various terrains, the obstacles presented by the landscape would merely diminish, not vanish entirely. However, if we were to disperse our forces in these locations and maintain vigilant defense, it would prove impractical. Thus, I have set traps in these areas. This way, our forces can concentrate near the choke points to confront the opposing army. The 3 strongholds at the rear serve as targeted reinforcements. Whether someone traverses the trap-laden zones or the personnel at the choke points are insufficient, we can promptly bolster our numbers." Tsunade nodded, pondering, what then of the tactics employed by ninjas during the First Great Ninja War? Were they merely a band of intellectually advanced brutes? A rock ninja squadron traversed the land of grass for reconnaissance, skillfully avoiding the main forces of the Leaf, intending to circumvent the scouts via minor paths. However, after only an hour on the narrow trail, they fell victim to a trap. One individual triggered it, and a kunai shot up from the ground, piercing through his foot. "Alert! We have encountered a trap." The squad instantly heightened their vigilance. "Attention, scouting ninjas! Caution against the enemy!" Yet, after a prolonged silence, no response came. The entire squad remained tense for what felt like an eternity, only to be met with the mocking caws of crows. They speculated, this must be a remnant of the traps left from the First Great Ninja War, and could only assume so. Since it was not an enemy ambush, they relaxed somewhat. But this tension followed by a release caused their chakra to dissipate significantly. However, their fate soon took a turn for the worse. With this momentary lapse, one individual hoisted an injured ninja and continued onward. Boom! An explosion erupted, igniting a vast array of explosive tags. Amidst the flames, shards of shurikens scattered, filling an area of over 100 meters. Remarkably, this extensive blast radius resulted from merely 3 explosive tags, along with shuriken fragments and debris. The detonation drew the attention of the Leaf forces, leading to the recovery of 8 corpses and 4 severely injured rock ninjas, one of whom had succumbed to unconsciousness due to their injuries, while the remaining 3 bore wounds primarily on their legs and arms, thankfully without internal injuries. These rock ninjas were handed over directly to the Yamashiro clan. In the mountains, initially it was presumed that the role would be that of a liaison officer. Little did I anticipate that the first task would involve interrogation. However, given their expertise, they confidently asserted that there would be no issues whatsoever. The corpses still radiated warmth, their cerebral tissues intact. The arcane techniques of the mountains were more than sufficient to extract all pertinent intelligence from them. As for the living, it would not be unfeasible to wait until they succumbed before proceeding with interrogation. Within the span of a single night, the bodies were buried on site. The intelligence that could be gleaned from the rock ninja was promptly placed on the desks of Ironfire and Tsunade. Previously, there had been considerations to send scouts to investigate the deployment and composition of the rock ninja forces, but such measures were rendered unnecessary. There was no better source of information than those within the rock ninja ranks themselves. Nonetheless, it remained imperative to dispatch individuals for reconnaissance. We must not allow the rock ninja to realize that we are aware of their knowledge. Thus, everything must proceed as usual. Ironfire glanced at Tsunade, a sigh escaping his lips as he remarked, "Teacher, your excessive compassion is a weakness. In matters of war, the lives of thousands hang in the balance, and we cannot afford to be negligent in the slightest. The ninjas accompanying us to the front lines are the finest of Konoha, all so youthful. Therefore, we must strive to bring as many of them back alive as we possibly can." His countenance was grave, the will of fire seemingly igniting within him. Tsunade swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, admonishing, "Speak properly. There are better ways to express oneself. The camaraderie within our group is nauseating." Ironfire pointed to the map, exclaiming, "Here we can execute an ambush." The location he indicated had previously claimed the lives of an entire squadron of rock ninja. Tsunade responded, The rock ninja will undoubtedly traverse this path again, considering it has already been the site of an explosion. Theoretically, a second occurrence should be improbable, yet I believe they will proceed through here once more." True to her intuition, 2 days later, another squadron of rock ninja passed through this very spot. This time, however, there were no traps or triggering devices. They merely concealed themselves nearby, manually controlling the detonation of explosive tags. The ensuing chaos sent the rock ninja into disarray, allowing for a swift conclusion to the battle. These explosive tags, akin to shurikens with shrapnel, had been tested a few times, and the ninjas quickly grew fond of them. Ironfire was generous with his wisdom, imparting a valuable tip. The power of an explosion is related to its sealed environment. Therefore, it is best to craft the shuriken's fragments into a shell, creating a sealed interior where the explosive tag can be placed. The ninjas responded in unison, Country 1. With such a delightful little melon. The precise throwing skills of a ninja could control the detonation with a remarkable precision of 1/10 of a second, surpassing the range and lethality of ninjutsu, proving far more effective for clearing areas. They were instantly enamored with this creation. Ironfire was indeed a true prodigy. Possessing such extraordinary ideas, their spirits soared with optimism regarding the Western Front, convinced that the rock ninja would falter against the little melon. The Western Front remained devoid of significant conflict. Sporadic skirmishes continued to accumulate casualty figures. In the village of Konoha, however, tranquility reigned, the war seemingly distant from the villagers. On the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, Inuzuka feigned maturity as he spoke to Nara Shikaku. "It's been a while since I last saw Ironfire. My father mentioned he is assisting Lady Tsunade on the Western Front. It's infuriating. We're all in the same boat." Yet that guy, his disdainful words belied a deep-seated envy. Nara Shikaku replied, "Ironfire is now a jonin. This is unprecedented for Konoha. Let us refrain from discussing him. It only breeds feelings of inadequacy." At that moment, a report arrived. "Lord Hokage, urgent news from the front. A ninja has sprinted here to meet the third Hokage with pressing information." After a month of restraint, the Sand Ninja had finally mobilized. The Sand forces brazenly crossed the land of rivers, intent on launching an assault on the homeland of the Fire Nation. Konoha, having anticipated this move, was adequately prepared and managed to halt the offensive at the border. As the third Hokage absorbed the report, the image of Ironfire repeatedly surfaced in his mind. The young man's perspective and insight were indeed astonishing. Thus far, the entire course of the war had unfolded in accordance with his predictions, almost flawlessly. On the southern battlefield, one squadron after another was summoned from the Western Front, swiftly thrown into the fray against the Sand Ninja. Ebizo wore a grave expression. "The considerable forces of Konoha have been tied down by the Rock Ninja. How can there still be so many here in the land of rivers? This defies logic." Even more perplexing was the complete absence of any signs of troop movements. Clearly, these ninja had been strategically positioned here in advance to await their arrival. Chio's countenance darkened. Could it be that our intelligence has been compromised? Third, we must conduct a purge of the intelligence department. As for the current situation, it is untenable. We should retreat into the land of rivers for a period of regrouping. The third Tsuchikage inhaled deeply. "Withdraw the troops." The Sand Ninja abandoned their fallen comrades and retreated in haste. The Konoha ninja pursued for a short distance before ultimately deciding to halt. The ninja from the Yamanaka clan acted as liaisons, the movements of the entire ninja army intricately woven into Shikamaru's mind. One by one, points of light formed a vast network. As the rock ninja withdrew, the entire network began to contract in a manner that appeared slow yet was, in truth, rapid. Shikamaru subsequently inquired about casualties. What is the status of our forces? The response was reassuring. 32 fatalities, 718 injuries, with the wounded already transferred to the Western Front. At that moment, there were no injuries among Konoha's forces on the southern battlefield. This constituted a significant advantage in the context of warfare. Tsunade, therefore, became engrossed in her duties. Under her guidance, medical ninjas moved in and out, systematically administering detoxification and treatment to the wounded in the field hospitals. The master and apprentice each focused on managing battlefield medical care and engaging in a battle of wits against Inoki, both appearing busily fulfilled. High above the land of the sky, a colossal rocky fortress ascended. The leader, exuding charisma, addressed all present. Gentlemen, the future of my land of the sky hinges upon this battle. May fortune favor us. May fortune favor us, they echoed. They were merely aware that hostilities had erupted between the land of wind and the land of fire, prompting their hasty mobilization, unaware that the sand ninja had immediately retreated to the land of rivers after their initial failure. Hanzo of the Salamander, however, was in a position to seize the opportunity, being the first to acquire intelligence. Nonetheless, even if he were unaware of this information, he would refrain from attacking the land of fire at this moment. He required a suitable opportunity. As for the land of the sky, the outcome was already predetermined. What choice would the Tsuchikage, that old wretch, make? He believed that any intelligence he could obtain was equally accessible to Inoki. Yet Inoki, in a fit of fury, exclaimed, "These worthless fools! How could a mere child fail to strategize? So many sand ninja launched a surprise attack, and yet they were repelled by Konoha? Even 1,000 pigs would be crammed against the tent's top." He hurled every object within reach to the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, he still bore a semblance of youth, unlike 30 years hence when he would be prone to back pains. Otherwise, this would have been sufficient to leave him in a state of agony. His subordinates had grown accustomed to Inoki's temperament, remaining silent and still, quietly collecting the scattered documents from the floor. Inoki glared at them before ultimately suppressing his frustration. "Very well, summon the squad leaders. We must deliberate on our battle strategy," Inoki commanded. In a short while, more than 10 squad leaders assembled. Inoki instructed that the intelligence regarding the sand ninja be read aloud before stating, "The sand ninja has suffered a setback in their initial engagement. We must restore our honor. We need to divert some of the southern forces to ensure that the sand ninja can penetrate the land of fire. The intent of battle has never been a rigid construct. In order to provoke a fierce clash between the forces of fire and sand, Inoki had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Wind Shadow's child, you ought to express your gratitude to this old man." The IWA ninja army boldly crossed the defensive line, maneuvering through the land of grass towards the land of fire. However, Iron Fire had anticipated Inoki's potential actions even earlier. While it was indeed challenging for Inoki to gather intelligence, the information he received came directly from the esteemed Kakashi Hatake. The more direct the source, the swifter the transmission. He presumed that following a defeat, Inoki would seek to reduce forces on the southern front, thereby creating an opportunity for the sand ninjas. And indeed, Inoki was contemplating precisely that. Their thoughts aligned. The outcome, however, was far from favorable for the IWA ninjas. The vanguard of Iwa's forces advanced steadily, utilizing earth techniques to clear a path, obliterating various traps in their wake, and progressing like relentless waves, reshaping vast stretches of land that extended for miles. Iron Fire stood atop a mountain, accompanied by Tsunade, both observing the intermittent explosions resonating from below. He cast a glance back at the mountain range behind him, yet a smile broke across his face. The grandeur of Iwa's earth techniques appeared insignificant before the towering mountains, akin to ants in comparison. "Teacher, are you prepared?" Iron Fire inquired of Tsunade. "I am ready," she replied, a flicker of excitement igniting within her. Presently, Inoki had amassed his forces here, and a significant number of ninjas from the IWA village had already been gathered, rendering their remaining defensive powers exceedingly feeble. Thus, Iron Fire proposed an audacious strategy: to engage the IWA forces head-on on the western front, while Tsunade would lead 20 ninjas brimming with chakra deep into enemy territory, aiming for a central strike against the IWA village. Concerns for safety were unwarranted. They could reverse summon back to the western front at will. "I will await your good news," Iron Fire declared, before diligently coordinating with various levels of command, mobilizing the entire forces of Konoha's western front. Commands were issued in an orderly fashion, relayed through the clans within the mountains to the squad leaders. Iron Fire's orders were unequivocal. First, they must scatter the IWA forces. Now that everyone possessed the sweet melons, there was no room for hesitation. One by one, the sweet melons soared into the air, easily thrown over 200 meters by the extraordinary strength of the ninjas, detonating approximately 30 meters above the ground. The cover created by earth techniques was now littered with scattered debris, while outside, the IWA ninjas were left injured or dead. Earth Shatter. Quick. Earth Flow Wall. The Earth Shatter technique created trenches to halt the advance of Konoha's ninjas, while the Earth Flow Wall served as a defense against the sweet melons. The IWA ninjas reacted swiftly. Soon, narrow walls rose from the trenches, and the IWA forces rolled large earth balls over the walls toward the Konoha ninjas. This maneuver, known as the Earth Mound Ball, was effective in disrupting their formation. As for its lethality, there was none. The ninjas' reflexes and mobility were too formidable. What normal ninja could be crushed by an Earth Mound Ball? Behind the walls, a maze of trenches formed, allowing the IWA ninjas to navigate up and down, effectively impeding the sweet melons. Yet, these fortifications served not only as a robust defense but also as an obstacle to their own offensive capabilities. Once the fortifications were established, the disadvantages of the IWA forces became glaringly apparent. All they could do now was proceed slowly and defensively. Iron Fire remained remarkably composed, issuing continuous harassment and light assaults. His strategy was to pin the IWA fortifications in place, preventing them from peeking out. A protective perimeter was constructed around the fortifications, gathering the sweet melons into a large cluster, buried deep underground. Should the IWA ninjas employ earth techniques to dig, the sweet melons would detonate. The vibrations from such explosions would affect any IWA ninja who disrespected the laws of physics. Each muffled explosion underground signified that some IWA ninjas were buried beneath the earth. Who commands Konoha? This is undoubtedly not Tsunade's doing. Inoki and his associates analyzed the situation, convinced that the commander from Konoha could not possibly be Tsunade. This was not a matter of underestimating her. Rather, it was a recognition of her limitations. If she were to lead a charge with a clenched fist, that would be more plausible. The list of Konoha's upper ninjas on the Western Front, complete with photographs, was posted on the wall. Everyone speculated as to which of them was orchestrating this strategy. Meanwhile, Tsunade seized the opportunity to maneuver from the north, leading 20 chakra-rich ninjas into the land of Earth. They bypassed cities and towns, advancing resolutely. In the desolate expanse, a village resembling a mass of rocks came into view. They had finally arrived. Uncertain of the situation on the Western Front, they knew they must hasten their efforts. The group of ninjas employed transformation techniques, disguising themselves as local merchants of the land of Earth, and strolled towards the IWA village. Their use of transformation was merely a precaution against being detected from a distance. After all, experienced ninjas could sense something amiss upon closer inspection. However, for Tsunade and her team, proximity was sufficient. Once at the village's checkpoint, they swiftly dispatched the patrolling ninja, allowing for a seamless entry. Capturing the village gate would enable them to summon reinforcements, and this operation prioritized those with abundant chakra to facilitate the summoning of as many Konoha ninjas as possible. For the ensuing actions, it was imperative that no errors occurred. First, they confirmed their respective positions and tasks. The detailed map of IWA village had already been obtained, and the subsequent steps would unfold automatically. Tsunade would unleash a powerful strike to breach the village gates, while the others swiftly occupied their designated positions to complete the summoning. Upon concluding their summoning, they would immediately receive healing from the summoned slug Tsunade had called forth, restoring their chakra. They would then proceed to conduct a thorough raid on IWA village, seizing all jutsu, confidential documents, and research outcomes, while delivering a devastating blow to the ninjas within. As for the researchers in IWA village, Iron Fire insisted that their lives be spared. However, their ninja abilities would be rendered useless by Tsunade's means. After reiterating the commands with precision, Tsunade emphasized once more. Remember, ensure that the IWA ninjas send a distress signal. Do not obstruct their attempts to call for help. Understood. Alright, prepare yourselves. I am about to take action. In order to ensure the effectiveness of her strike, Tsunade released the Een seal. Her immense chakra surged forth, displacing the sand and gravel beneath her, as dark patterns radiated from the diamond mark on her forehead, enveloping her body. She sprinted forward, propelling herself to the utmost limit of her speed, covering the 50 meters in the blink of an eye. Her chakra, having grown accustomed to the path of monstrous strength, enveloped her bones, joints, and every muscle fiber, surging forth in an overwhelming torrent. The ground trembled violently, fissures spreading like spider webs, as the once fortified walls of Iwa village crumbled as easily as paper into countless fragments. Not only that, but even the nearby structures began to collapse, with some villagers unable to escape, trapped beneath the weight of their own homes. The devastating power of the stone houses was manifested at this very moment. Tsunade's strike was akin to the force of an earthquake. Over 30 households were utterly crushed within their abodes, with the injured numbering in the hundreds. The remaining 20 leaf ninjas surged forth, taking advantage of the chaos to seize control of the hospital, water tower, power station, Earth Shadow S residence, research institute, training base, and schools. They unleashed summoning techniques, and one after another, leaf ninjas materialized from thin air. Remarkably, these ninjas exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Upon their arrival, they immediately commenced their operations. The terrain and facilities had been meticulously rehearsed in their minds and on maps many times prior to their deployment. The clan in the mountains had even employed secret methods to allow them to directly view the memories of the rock ninjas pertaining to the rock village. Their familiarity with the rock village exceeded that of the average villager. Skirmishes erupted sporadically but were swiftly quelled. The remaining elite ninjas in the rock village were few. Most were merely administrative personnel and civilians, with a scant number of Chunin and genin. Inoki had dispatched the majority of his ninjas to the front lines, never imagining that a contingent of leaf ninjas would infiltrate his own village in such a manner. Tsunade effortlessly swatted away an advancing rock ninja and strode a few steps to the front of the Earth Shadow S residence, then ascended to the rooftop in a single leap. I am Tsunade of the Leaf. I implore you to cease your futile resistance. The rock village has already been breached. Emboldened by an overwhelming sense of victory, she stood aloft like a queen. The hospital, Earth Shadow S residence, and sensitive departments had been taken, and the feeble resistance of the administrative ninjas stirred not a ripple. Nonetheless, the distress signal had finally been dispatched. Rescue hawks soared one by one, straining with all their might to reach the front lines. Lady Tsunade, there is a seal in the sensitive room that we cannot break. One ninja reported. Take me there. Tsunade hastened to the sensitive room to unravel the seal. Although her innate talent for sealing techniques was not extraordinary, her grandmother's prowess was undeniable. Coming from a lineage that inherited her grandmother's legacy, combined with her own commendable aptitude, she ranked among the upper echelons in Konoha. With a few deft movements, she shattered the seal. One by one, the seals of various departments fell before her skilled hands. Although my skills are lacking, your rock ninjas are even worse, Tsunade remarked. Outside, sporadic sounds of resistance persisted, but Tsunade paid them no heed. Their vanguard of over 20 ninjas had summoned an average of 57 individuals each, amounting to a force of over 1,000, an elite cadre on the battlefield. While the rock village boasted a larger population, many were mere civilians. In terms of sheer numbers, the Leaf side was undoubtedly at a disadvantage, yet the quality of the ninjas from Konoha surpassed that of those from the rock village. Once the search was complete, Tsunade inquired, "Are the explosive tags all set?" "They are prepped and ready, ensuring a grand welcome for Inoki," responded her subordinate, brimming with excitement. Ever since the inception of the First Shinobi World War, there had been no reports of anyone breaching an enemy village. Being with Lord Tetsuho was indeed a different experience. When he grew old, he could proudly regale his grandchildren with tales of how he had once roamed the rock village, even making off with Inoki's diaper. Next, we must secure our stronghold. Our mission is to compel the rock ninjas to retreat. Everyone should conserve chakra, and we must consolidate all resources and provisions from the ninja village. It is imperative to maintain ample energy, she commanded. Relay the orders to hold the key strongholds and avoid skirmishes in the alleys with the rock ninjas. It serves no purpose. Understood. Meanwhile, the rock ninjas realized that the leaf ninjas were disengaging from alley combat, which fostered a false sense of victory among them. But soon after, the surrounding residences were reduced to rubble. Tsunade remained merciful, calling out, "All residents of the rock village, heed my words. You are given 1 hour to vacate the residential area and proceed to training ground number 4. Should the time elapse, you will be deemed combatants. Do not say I did not warn you." This directive, imparted by Tetsuho, left her somewhat perplexed regarding its significance. Yet, she soon witnessed the power of her proclamation, as the resistance force diminished by 2/3, with the remaining third vanishing rapidly. In the Western Leaf Camp, amidst a sea of empty tents, ninjas continuously appeared, accompanied by a plethora of scrolls containing technology, ninjutsu, medical techniques, and various forms of taijutsu and martial arts. Among them, even Inoki's dust release. Alas, the rock village has been thoroughly razed. Tetsuho observed, pondering whether the third Hokage would demand the scrolls be returned later. Summoning a slug. He extracted various techniques unique to the rock village, including heavy rock technique, hardening technique, dust release, and other unconventional ninjutsu, instructing the slug to carry them away. Slug, ensure you collect all related to ninjutsu, secret arts, technology, and medical practices. This task is entrusted to you. The slug replied, Tetsuho-kun, I'm too small for this. You need to summon a larger one. Very well. Tetsuho complied, summoning a slug of human height. This is the best I can do. The chakra expenditure for summoning was solely dependent on the size of the summoned creature, while factors such as chakra quantity or quality bore no relevance. Tetsuho's chakra was only sufficient for a slug of this size, yet even so, its volume was roughly equivalent to that of 10 ninjas. The ninjas accompanying Tsunade could only summon about 50 individuals, indicating that, from this perspective, his chakra was not lacking. The slug, however, expressed dissatisfaction. Is this all? Fine. It will have to suffice. Tetsuho-kun, you go ahead and busy yourself. I will ensure I gather all the scrolls you require. A smaller slug then perched on Tetsuho's shoulder, inquiring, Tetsuho, since you cannot learn ninjutsu, why are you collecting these scrolls? I may not be able to master ninjutsu, but these scrolls are valuable assets. I can sell them to others, allowing them to learn. The heavy rock technique, a technique that enables ninjas to soar through the skies. Do you not think ninjas would flock to it? Furthermore, perusing these spoils during idle moments is quite a pleasurable diversion. Is it not? The rationale was compelling and irrefutable. The slug enthusiastically set to work. Tetsuho departed the scene and returned to his tent. Team after team of ninjas were dispatched under his command, either overtly or covertly, to set traps along the rock ninjas' rear. Encounters with the rock scouts ensued once more, resulting in sporadic skirmishes between small teams. By noon the following day, Inoki received the alarming news. The rock village had been breached by a contingent of ninjas led by Tsunade, and urgent pleas for assistance were forthcoming. Konoha! The intelligence in Inoki's hands disintegrated into dust as he, agitated, felt his hair stand on end, his body spinning in turmoil. Though reluctant, the rock village held profound significance for the rock ninjas, and its fall was unacceptable. Otherwise, the blow to their morale would be catastrophic. Inoki issued a command. Withdraw. However, the retreat was not a straightforward affair. He had to leave behind a portion of his forces as a decoy to create an illusion. Otherwise, the Leaf forces would undoubtedly pursue them, and over this period, he had come to understand the true nature of Konoha's commander. A born leader, brimming with patience and battlefield intuition. Even before his own stronghold, they had showcased their prowess the previous day, compelling the rock ninjas to engage in reconnaissance operations. Imagine, if you will, a rock ninja who relinquishes his expertise in grand-scale, large troop maneuvers, opting instead for the team-based combat familiar to the Leaf ninjas. What a breathtaking sight this is. Must he truly defeat his enemies in their domain using a method in which he is least skilled? This vulnerability of the rock ninja must be addressed. Having experienced such a setback once is sufficient. Deep within, Inoki harbors a smoldering fire of determination, resolving to delve into the intricacies of this team combat model and devise a targeted strategy. Yet, at present, there is no time for such contemplations. The survival of the rock village takes precedence. He issues a stern command to those left behind. After our departure, should there be any unusual movements from the Leaf side, you must delay them at all costs. Then, they depart swiftly, as if burrowing underground, leaving no trace upon the surface. But does Iron Fire need to discern any anomalies? Not at all. He merely needs to confirm whether Inoki has received the call for aid. It is a simple matter of calculating the speed of the carrier hawk against the distance to the rock village, a straightforward arithmetic task. Iron Fire, gauging the opportune moment, begins to methodically issue combat orders. When these ninjas gather together, they are prone to folly, engaging in absurd antics like throwing shuriken in unison. Thus, he must exercise careful control. It is disheartening. Each squad delineates exceedingly detailed tactical objectives. Although they are assembled, they remain autonomous units. After adeptly consolidating the entire ninja army through this clever approach, Iron Fire launches a full-scale assault. He and the Yamashiro clan take up the rear, shielded by the deer and butterfly. Iron Fire cautions them. Remember, once I engage in combat with a ninja, you must avoid my presence at all costs. This is imperative. You must steer clear of me. His gaze sweeps the battlefield, scrutinizing the enemy. Should a formidable opponent emerge from the rock ninja ranks, it will be his turn to strike. At the 4 o'clock position, 3 kilometers away, one reports the coordinates. Iron Fire hastens towards that direction. In the blink of an eye, he traverses the 3 kilometers, confronting a hefty rock ninja who suddenly halts. Without uttering a word, Iron Fire senses the tumultuous energy of the battlefield, a chaotic swirl. Though entangled in confusion, the energy of the man before him remains crystal clear. He focuses intently, like a gentle breeze parting the mist, and slashes through the void towards his adversary. The rock ninja, bewildered, soon feels an overwhelming sense of fatigue and a disorienting nostalgia for the carefree days of childhood. Images of tranquil blue skies and white clouds flooding his mind, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. He struggles to disrupt his chakra, but alas, it proves futile. The second strike approaches. Iron Fire's blade brims with an uncanny essence, unwittingly ensnaring the rock ninja's spirit. This opponent can only muster the strength to harden his body, barely deflecting Iron Fire's blade. Iron Fire, as serene as a gentle breeze, lightly taps the rock ninja's shoulder. A surge of chakra infiltrates the rock ninja's body like a parasitic worm. Attempting to expel Iron Fire's chakra, he finds his efforts in vain. This chakra is unlike any other. Not only is it alive, but it also begins to absorb his own chakra, growing stronger as it burrows deeper into his chakra pathways. Softness, the soft fist? The rock ninja gazes at Iron Fire in horror, yet all he sees are calm eyes devoid of any trace of a Byakugan. Iron Fire states, "You are fortunate to be the first to witness the profundity of my true energy. No, my chakra's subtlety. You may never comprehend the marvel of this phenomenon. It will reside within your body until your very demise. Do you not feel a sense of despair? Alas, despair will not alter the facts. No one can aid you. You shall merely watch as it voraciously consumes your chakra, growing ever stronger, ultimately devouring you. Rock Ninja, behold the wonders of the innate. This is a version you have never encountered. Even more regrettable is that you likely will not live to see what comes next. You must now divide your attention, striving to suppress it while simultaneously contending with me." Iron Fire remains unperturbed, merely needing to restrain this rock ninja. There is no need for desperation. Observing the rock ninja's shifting countenance, Iron Fire's taunts evidently unsettle him. Iron Fire refrains from striking, and the rock ninja is relieved by his inaction, granting him ample time to address the peculiar chakra. However, this chakra, alive and cunning like its master, evades detection, deceiving him and mounting a surprise attack, growing stronger within his chakra pathways. It is indeed not the soft fist. This chakra is far more enigmatic. What manner of secret technique is this? The rock ninja finally cannot contain himself, voicing the question. Simultaneously, he prepares a desperate jutsu. The yellow spring swamp. The earth transforms into a quagmire, engulfing the surrounding flora and soil, enveloped in a deep yellow sludge. Yet Iron Fire stands atop the mire as if a deity walking upon water, showing no signs of sinking. To the rock ninja's despair, the yellow spring swamp fails to absorb even a modicum of chakra. This jutsu possesses two characteristics: entrapment and erosion. It absorbs a person's chakra, ensnaring them, rendering them immobile, and can even consume them whole. It is well known that ninjas can walk on water. Theoretically, traversing such a swamp would be easier, as sufficient speed could induce non-Newtonian fluid properties, hardening the surface. However, this is not the case, for its chakra-absorbing nature siphons away the chakra released by ninjas, and in the absence of chakra, the process itself becomes a foe, dragging their legs into the mire, virtually sealing their fate. Yet, if one is like Iron Fire, who cannot be touched by even a wisp of chakra, the outcome becomes rather unfortunate. Iron Fire stands there, calmly observing him. It appears you are on the brink of death. The rock ninja, however, finds himself at a loss for words. His extensive chakra depletion leads to a complete loss of control over the chakra within him, rampaging unchecked. His physical and mental energies are extorted by this chakra's insatiable hunger, drawing in the external natural energy as well. The earth element chakra triggers a chain reaction, petrifying large portions of his body, as stone-like layers form upon him, shattering at the slightest touch. Thus, he begins to collapse, transforming into a mound of earth and rock. His head too becomes stone, as if meticulously crafted by a skilled artisan, perched atop the earthen heap. He constructs a monument to himself, laden with historical traces. Iron Fire clicks his tongue, conversing with the slug in his ear. Is this the fate that befalls those ninjas endowed with elemental chakra when confronted by sage techniques? In contrast to grandiose jutsu, this strike akin to the soft fist is utterly breathtaking. The slug, too, is wide-eyed. Iron Fire, How did you conceive such an unconventional method of attack? Infusing your sage chakra into your enemy's body. The slug suddenly realizes the peculiarity of this approach. No, other sage practitioners cannot achieve what you have. Indeed, let us extol the virtues of White Fang. Were it not for him, I would have never recognized such a method. All of this is attributed to the remarkable prowess of Kiki Shiboku. Amen. It is the formidable Taihua who is truly impressive. Otherwise, how could one conceive of such an enigmatic strategy? As Taihua engaged in conversation with the slug, he seamlessly transitioned the battlefield, setting his sights on the next target. This target was embroiled in combat with a Konoha Jonin, utterly oblivious to Taihua's encroachment. A blade, glimmering coldly like frost, severed the head of the IWA shinobi, only for the unfortunate warrior to catch a fleeting glimpse of the diminutive figure that had swiftly retreated. It was, astonishingly, a child. It was Lord Taihua. The Jonin's heart surged with astonishment as he witnessed the arduous struggle of battle. Taihua had appeared and vanished in an instant, as if in a dream. Upon arriving at the next location, Taihua thrust his blade into the throat of another adversary, not even pausing to withdraw his weapon, as his other hand deftly bypassed the opponent's guard like a butterfly flitting through flowers, delivering a measured strike to the opponent's chest. A surge of chakra infiltrated the foe's body, rendering their chakra momentarily stifled. Only then did he withdraw his blade, pivoting to evade the IWA shinobi's neck. Taihua then turned to a Konoha Chunin, recalling the individual's name, Kisaragi Ken. Kisaragi Ken was grievously wounded, multiple kunai having pierced his body. Anger flared within Taihua. How foolish could one be not to retreat for medical attention? Despite the severity of the injuries, they were all penetrating wounds, seemingly sparing the internal organs. Unable to restrain himself, Taihua kicked the wounded man, barking, "Get back immediately. If you wish to perish, do so elsewhere. Once you return to Konoha, you may die as you please." He had no time to tend to this fool. After delivering his orders, he continued to relay the locations of IWA shinobi elites and areas where his comrades required assistance. Taihua's efficiency was extraordinary, a hallmark not merely of a taijutsu specialist but of a master swordsman. Just as with Konoha's White Fang, or the likes of Mifune from the Land of Iron, or Hanzo the Salamander, a master with a blade could dispatch foes far more swiftly than with ninjutsu. The IWA shinobi soon took note of Taihua, and their commander, resigned to his inevitable demise, personally led his men to confront the boy. "Follow me to subdue that brat. We must not allow him to grow stronger. Prepare the hardening technique and deny him any opportunity. Remember, should the chance arise, regardless of who among us it may be, employ the earth split, earth flow wall, rock collapse technique, and earth prison technique, ensuring he is buried here. Otherwise, in a few years, he will have matured into a grave threat for IWA shinobi village." They surged towards Taihua. Even from a distance, Taihua sensed their presence. 12 distinct auras surged toward him. He issued a command: "All units, continue executing our tactical intentions. We shall completely overwhelm this group of IWA shinobi. Those approaching me, I shall hold at bay." He took a deep breath, closed his eyes momentarily, and then opened them, facing the 12 IWA shinobi advancing toward him, his expression betraying not a shred of anxiety. His tranquility stood in stark contrast to the battlefield's murderous intent. "Hey, are you here to relieve yourselves?" Taihua quipped. One IWA shinobi retorted, "You little brat from Konoha, this battlefield is no place for your arrogance. Do you have any last words?" "Indeed, I actually wish to avoid death," Taihua replied, surveying his adversaries with an unhurried demeanor. "You must have prepared your hardening technique. Yes? Then I shall not hold back. A blade is not a cumbersome object." To their perception, Taihua appeared to dissipate into the air like the wind. In reality, he had not transformed into the wind. He merely harmonized with the earth, sky, and breeze surrounding him. His presence melded with the very fabric of nature, embodying both wind and the vastness of the world. Such an uncanny sensation was indeed a nightmare for sensory ninjas. Fortunately, there were no sensory ninjas among this group of IWA shinobi. With a sigh, Taihua glanced at his blade. He would now have to infuse chakra into his weapon for combat, a practice he typically avoided. The blade, a relic of the second Hokage, was already sufficiently sharp to cleave through a ninja's flesh without issue. With the right angle, could be executed with ease and fluidity. The inherent sharpness of the blade alone was capable of accomplishing the majority of battles. However, under the current circumstances, this was no longer feasible. Should his opponents employ the hardening technique, failing to infuse chakra into the blade would not only render it incapable of inflicting sufficient lethality but might also shatter the weapon. This would lead to a considerable depletion of chakra. Tai Hua held his chakra in high regard. It was his very vitality, and every morsel was a fragment of his life essence. Now, with that command, shurikens were hurled, encircling Tai Hua to restrict his avenues of escape. Shortly thereafter, the IWA shinobi closed in. Armed with kunai and fortified by their hardened bodies, they charged toward Tai Hua in a frenzied assault. The awkward sensation of perception lingered in his mind, yet it did not hinder their muscle memory in executing tactical maneuvers. 3 individuals, 3 kunai, formed the initial wave of attack. In a sudden motion, Tai Hua infused his blade with chakra. The chakra, devoid of elemental properties, exhibited superiority in this infusion, flowing seamlessly into the weapon without any discernible loss. When Kikishiboku had shared this technique with him, he had mentioned that chakra adhering to a blade would incur approximately 1/3 loss, based on his personal experience. However, upon experimentation, Tai Hua found there to be no loss whatsoever, leading him to comprehend that the waste during attachment stemmed from elemental attributes. This was akin to a simple principle. Pure water does not conduct electricity. Yet, should one introduce other substances into the water, it becomes conductive. Elementless chakra was, in essence, akin to pure water. Elemental properties were merely impurities within the chakra, endowing it with additional characteristics and thus stripping it of its pure state. The 12 auras, both near and far, intertwined in a singular space, yet the vulnerabilities within these auras were few. These IWA shinobi were the elite of their village, seasoned in countless battles. Even if they were unaware of the nuances of chakra perception, they would gradually conceal their weaknesses in the life and death arena. Yet, Tai Hua did not seek to exploit their weaknesses. Instead, he delivered a decisive strike at the strongest point of their energy. One particularly towering IWA shinobi, measuring no less than 6 feet tall, robust and hefty, adorned with a headband, raised his arms to block as he saw Tai Hua's blade descending. Never had anyone dared to confront the hardening technique of an IWA shinobi in such a manner. He envisioned Tai Hua's demise. Yet, Tai Hua did not perish. In fact, he had already succumbed. His arms were cleaved apart as if they were mere tofu, blood failing to spill before the blade sliced through to his chin, bisecting his head like a watermelon. As Tai Hua withdrew his blade, it bore not a trace of blood. The IWA shinobi's arms had not yet fallen, nor had his head split open and blood did not flow. This left the IWA shinobi bewildered. Could it be that he had employed a genjutsu? Suddenly, they recalled an obscure piece of intel regarding Konoha. It seemed that the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had once bequeathed a sword technique known as the Dance of the Crescent Moon. In an instant, their minds became clouded. Tai Hua drove his elbow into the fist of the IWA shinobi on his right while his blade, after being withdrawn, cleaved toward the IWA shinobi on his left. Another strike, reminiscent of a mirage. In the world of ninjas, particularly before the emergence of the Great Shinobi Wars, intelligence could determine a ninja's fate. Even a jonin could meet their demise due to erroneous intel. When the first stone ninja misjudged the hardness of his hardening technique, he remained oblivious to the lethal prowess of iron fire swordsmanship once infused with chakra, resulting in the first fatality. The remaining ninjas, caught off guard by the swiftness and sharpness of the blade, mistakenly believed the first stone ninja had fallen victim to an illusion, thus leading to a second death. Eventually, after the second casualty, the stone ninjas witnessed the horrifying spectacle of the first deceased ninja's arm succumbing to gravity, detaching from the rest of his body, while blood seeped from a gash that ran down the center of his face. By the time they comprehended this was no mere illusion, 2 lives were already extinguished. Out of 12 ninjas, after a single encounter, only 9.5 remained. Another uninformed ninja, struck by iron fire's elbow, felt a surge of chakra invade his body. The monitoring ninjas from the mountain clan abruptly sensed the extinguishing of 2 chakra sources, leaving them in a state of inexplicable shock. The chakra that signified iron fire had, in an instant, claimed the lives of 2 stone ninjas. Was this the might of Lord Iron Fire? Even among the elite, such a capacity was indeed terrifying. Yet, he remained unaware that on another battlefield of this war, Konoha's White Fang would soon create another miracle, also wielding a single blade to not only obliterate the Sand Ninja's Puppet Master Legion, but also to slay Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Iron Fire was the youth who engaged in battle without yielding against Konoha's White Fang. In the assessment of Kakashi Hitaki, Iron Fire's only shortcoming lay in his chakra. As for swordsmanship, White Fang considered Iron Fire to surpass him. That extraordinary, almost premonitory realm of skill was truly enchanting yet unattainable. The stone ninjas were similarly struck by dread, Despite their 9.5 elite ninjas facing the youth from Konoha, not a shred of combativeness stirred within them. This was an insurmountable monster. He had, in the blink of an eye, merely within the time it took to strike down and draw his sword, slain 2 of their own. Accompanying the fear was an overwhelming aura of invincibility that swiftly took root within their hearts, annihilating their resolve. At this moment, their sole thought was to flee. No, more precisely, to ensure their comrades escaped, for as ninjas they harbored such awareness. Flee quickly. I'll hold the rear. A stone ninja, positioned near Iron Fire, suddenly struck the ground, summoning earth to envelop both himself and Iron Fire. He had ceased to hope that this technique would hinder Iron Fire. Rather, he merely wished to buy his comrades sufficient time. The earthen prison cloaked them instantly, extinguishing all light. The stone ninja pressed his hands to the ground, continuously channeling chakra. Iron Fire remained motionless, surmising that the darkness obscured his adversary's vision, hence his cautious demeanor. Little brat, trapped within this earthen prison, your chakra shall be gradually siphoned away, becoming sustenance for the prison. If you cannot break free, then let us perish here together. The stone ninja had resigned himself to death, relinquishing all fear, and thus, he was no longer daunted by any terrifying presence. Iron Fire did not stir, merely letting out an indifferent "oh." This utterance was so light, devoid of discernible emotion, yet it was evident he did not regard the earthen prison with any seriousness. His inaction stemmed from waiting for the external stone ninjas to reconsider. Truth be told, if they chose to flee at this moment, he could not pursue each one individually. However, should he remain here for a while longer, the outcome would diverge. They would assume Iron Fire was ensnared within the earthen prison, thus regaining their confidence and opting to reinforce the area with additional ninjutsu. The moment they shifted their intentions and prepared to strike would be the optimal opportunity. As a hunter, one must always be filled with confidence and maintain a composed demeanor. The stone ninja also remained still. Firstly, he could not see his target, and secondly, he genuinely could not overpower Iron Fire. It was better to maintain the standoff and grant his comrades more time. Ninjas, Iron Fire suddenly mused quietly, sometimes resemble gamblers. With that, he fell silent. In the next instant, Iron Fire appeared beside a slug outside the earthen prison. He observed as 8.5 stone ninjas pressed their hands to the ground, erecting walls of earth that crashed down upon the prison. Among them, 2 utilized the earth-shattering technique, fracturing the land to collapse the prison, and then unleashed the rock collapse technique. In an instant, the prison was overwhelmed. The stone ninja inside, sensing the earth ninjutsu, simultaneously registered Iron Fire's disappearance. A singular thought flashing through his mind. It's over. He was then entirely buried. His body crumpled like a soft biscuit, crushed by the immense pressure from all sides, his blood and flesh oozing into the soil like paste. His final thoughts crystallized around a single question. How had he escaped without breaking through the earthen prison with his sword? Regrettably, he would never have the chance to discover the answer. Iron Fire suppressed his presence, merging his essence with nature, and upon approaching, he refrained from using his sword, instead pressing his hands atop the heads of the stone ninjas. The sage chakra surged forth, bestowing enlightenment in silence. He swiftly circled around, dispatching the third and fourth. In the case of a surprise attack, the sound of a blade could be too loud. However, the gentle touch of the sage's hand was perfectly suited for the task. The sage chakra obliterated their cerebral structures in an instant. By the time the stone ninjas regained their awareness, only 5 remained. Iron Fire declared, "Your decision to encircle and attempt to slay me was your gravest error. Heaven shows mercy to the living. Flee. I have already taken enough lives today. I grant you an opportunity. Desperately escape." After speaking, he took a step back, fully aware that what awaited the stone ninjas was inevitable defeat. These 5 would surely manage to escape from his pursuit, returning heroically to their ranks, spreading terror in their wake. He gazed toward the west. Since Minato could be the yellow flash, allowing ninjas to abandon their missions upon sighting him, why could he not do the same? Fear, akin to a plague, once unleashed would inevitably incite panic. For an army, this was utterly fatal. All began to withdraw from battle, taking a moment to regroup. Iron Fire issued commands, and Konoha's ninjas gradually commenced their retreat, consolidating their formation. The 5 stone ninjas dared not look back, plagued by paranoia, always sensing an ominous presence trailing them. It was only upon entering their camp that they finally exhaled in relief. "Hijiro, what transpired? Why do you appear so disheveled?" One, bearing wounds, inquired of a ninja named Hijiro. Others expressed relief. "Konoha has finally retreated. Otherwise, we would have never withstood this." They hoped to endure just a bit longer, as long as the sand ninjas made their move. That was a monster. As soon as we approached, 2 of our comrades were slain in an instant. The demon child decisively trapped him within an earthen prison, and we believed the opportunity had arrived, only to find. The narrative of the battle began to leak out, devoid of any reservations. These were invaluable insights, meant to prevent their comrades from facing iron fire unprepared. They thought thus, yet remained unaware that they were inadvertently spreading fear. Withdrawing a fist is to strike with greater force. Iron fire commanded the Konoha ninja forces to regroup, primarily to restore their stamina and replenish chakra, as well as to allow everyone to consume sustenance and regain their strength. Thirdly, and most importantly, it is imperative to induce a moment of relaxation among the rock ninjas. On the battlefield, nothing is more terrifying than the oscillation between tension and ease. It can be said that if one remains in a state of perpetual anxiety, soldiers can endure and continue to fight indefatigably. However, if, after a period of extreme stress and stimulation, they are suddenly thrust into a comfortable environment, allowing them to feel a sense of respite, that brief reprieve makes it exceedingly difficult for them to regain their prior tension. The moment the signal for relaxation is given, both the spirit and physical stamina of a person can dissipate entirely. Ironfire pondered, relying on experiences from a previous life and calculating the optimal moment for this necessary relaxation. Once he sensed it was time, he rallied the troops and launched an assault against the rock ninjas. In this offensive, all units surged forward. Ninjas skilled in lightning release techniques led the charge, with wind, fire, and water users coordinating based on their team configurations. Remember, your operational task is to execute a deep penetration into the battlefield. Do not engage with any individual rock ninja, simply weave through. If your stamina permits, push through and then return. I do not wish to see groups of more than 3 rock ninjas together. During the infiltration, make full use of the small melons. In subsequent follow-ups, strive to create a multitude of one-on-one situations. Engage in group assaults and avoid duels, favor ambushes over frontal attacks, and if you can kill, do not merely injure. If you can injure, do not capture. Have you all committed this to memory? Remember it well. Ironfire rose and declared, "Let us swiftly eliminate them. Afterward, this rock ninja stronghold shall become ours." What follows is for Oyama to discuss with the 3rd Hokage. Our only task is to survive, returning home with glory to receive the applause and flowers of the village. Such a war will see the rock ninjas weeping before the memorial stone, while we shall embrace the flowers and applause. Humans, in truth, are never averse to war. The so-called anti-war sentiment is merely a reflection of the disdain for defeat. A general's rise to fame often comes at the cost of countless lives. Yet as long as one achieves renown, the sacrifice of those lives becomes worthwhile. Conversely, failure results in a sense of loss, prompting introspection. Humanity is inherently a creature of double standards. While the leaf ninjas often contemplate the suffering associated with war, at this moment, they feel an exhilarating heat coursing through them. Their spirits and resolve filled to the brim by Ironfire's few words, and thus they surged forth. Squad after squad dispersed in threes, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters between one another, as small melons were systematically thrown. The resounding explosions were remarkably rhythmic and sporadic. They were not densely packed. To rectify the disorderly throwing inherited from their habit of launching shuriken, Ironfire instructed the clans of the mountains to implement precise orders for each squad. Each unit was equipped with clear plans detailing when and how to deploy the small melons. The scattered explosions effectively served to disorient the rock ninjas. Meanwhile, the lightning release ninjas wreaked havoc on the rock ninja stronghold, creating breach after breach in the earth-style structures. The winding pathways provided ample space for the small melons to perform. As one melon detonated in a narrow alley, it cleared the entire passage. The sounds of explosions reverberated within the stronghold, while the melons paved the way. Utilizing sharp tools and physical combat techniques, the ninjas plunged into the searing air, engaging in battle with the rock ninjas who had miraculously survived the onslaught. With overwhelming force, they gradually cleared the stronghold. The rock ninjas, having been abruptly relaxed after their previous tension, found many of their ranks unable to muster even the chakra needed to fight back, succumbing to their fate in a state of helplessness. Some rock ninjas did resist, yet the leaf ninjas refused to engage them in one-on-one combat. Instead, they opted to move on to other adversaries. When they faced the enemy once more, they encountered a new foe, as the former opponents had retreated, and fresh enemies presented themselves with their ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the not-so-spacious alley, as a great fireball descended, flames engulfed the entire corridor, leaving no room for evasion. A wall of earth rose to block the flames, only for a small melon to descend from above, exploding behind it. Boom! The person was gone. This battle was nothing short of a cataclysmic upheaval. With an inherent advantage in numbers, combined with Ironfire's cunning and unconventional tactics, the stronghold easily changed hands, culminating in the capture of approximately 300 rock ninjas. Ironfire then entered the command center originally occupied by Oyama, taking a seat at the head of the table. Oyama's stature was diminutive, and given his relatively young age, the height of the chair and table was just right for him. The members of the mountain clan filed in, a sense of triumph swelling within them. They realized their previous disdain for war stemmed from never having tasted victory so thoroughly. They had never occupied the enemy's throne. In that moment, the mindset of everyone present shifted. A fervent emotion, akin to zeal, began to fester within their hearts. Lord Ironfire, a member of the mountain clan, croaked, swallowing hard, a mix of trepidation and excitement in his voice as he gazed at Ironfire. Ironfire surveyed the room and spoke. Who among you is willing to return to the leaf to deliver a message? At this juncture, our war with the land of Earth can come to an end. What follows are negotiations, and should the situation demand urgency, we shall remain on the field, adhering to military orders. However, now that we hold absolute superiority, it is essential for the Hokage to decide who will negotiate and how the discussions will proceed. As commanding officer, our military objectives have been accomplished. Only some cleanup remains. The first item on the agenda is the land of grass. The small nation, fearful of power yet devoid of virtue, prompted Ironfire to summon the leader of the grass ninja village. The leader, appearing to be in his 60s, stood there, somewhat cowering. Ironfire sat, assessing him in silence. After a considerable pause, Ironfire finally spoke. You, leader of the grass ninja village, exhibit remarkable audacity. Have you dared to conspire with the land of Earth against my land of fire? Pardon, great lord. We, a small nation with limited population, would never dare to provoke the might of the land of fire. It is merely the overwhelming influence of the land of Earth that has left us with no choice. The leader stammered. Oh, so you imply that my land of fire is insignificant? Ironfire retorted with a cold smirk. And no, I would never dare. After a lengthy silence, Ironfire continued. To forgive without punishment would render my land of fire weak and easily bullied. This statement sent the leader of the grass ninja village into a state of sheer panic. He dared not underestimate Ironfire. Regardless of whether Ironfire was merely 8 years old, he would not dare to belittle him, for this young one's accomplishments were far too formidable. Please, considering the grass nation's history of obedience, allow us some mercy, the leader pleaded, his voice trembling. Ironfire responded, mercy? It is not unattainable, but you must demonstrate sincerity in your request for clemency. We have fulfilled all conditions of the land of fire. You must do the same. Ironfire did not demand exorbitantly, yet the terms he proposed were certainly significant for the grass nation. My army is stationed here, expending our military strength, and logistical support has become increasingly difficult. Therefore you, the grass nation, must provide us with sufficient rice and meat. However, I warn you, if I discover any poison or tainted substances within the food, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon discovery, my army shall advance, and should that occur, the grass nation will face annihilation. The leader of the grass ninja village was escorted out by a member of the Akimichi clan, utterly drained of strength to stand. Ironfire, enveloped in an aura of resounding triumph, exuded an air of tranquil detachment, akin to the inscrutable majesty of celestial authority. The very notion of annihilating the grass country loomed as a palpable threat, reminiscent of divine decree. However, within the command center, the atmosphere was markedly different. An overwhelming sense of inflated pride and audacious confidence permeated the air, an unprecedented surge of dominance that invigorated every soul present. This news swiftly reverberated through the fortress, saturating every ninja, from the elite to the rank and file, with a sense of grandiosity that made their chests puff out like proud roosters, oblivious to all else. I observe that Lord Ironfire possesses the stature of a Hokage. He embodies the hope of Konoha's resurgence. The future undoubtedly belongs to him. All of this transpired without the knowledge of Inoki, who remained en route. The rock ninjas of Iwagakure held steadfast at various strongholds, standing in opposition to Konoha's forces. Meanwhile, Tsunade and her comrades continued their meticulous transport operations. Inside the bank of Iwagakure, Tsunade beheld stacks upon stacks of currency, alongside a considerable quantity of gold. She, who professed not to be enamored with wealth, could not help but marvel at the sheer volume of riches. In an instant, Her visage transformed into that of a giddy child. With a decisive clap, she summoned forth a colossal slug, towering 3 meters high, which slithered its way into the vault. The slug, bewildered, surveyed its surroundings and inquired, "Lady Tsunade, what is this place?" Upon witnessing the vast expanse of money and gold, it gasped in astonishment. How could there be so much wealth, so much gold? Now is not the time for idle chatter. Slug, gather all of this and transport it to the wet-bone forest. Tsunade commanded, pointing at the treasure, which was indeed highly coveted. A thought crossed her mind. If I were to visit a casino, I could indulge for decades. Understood, Lady Tsunade, the slug replied, promptly commencing its task. In a mere moment, the gold and silver had vanished. Lady Tsunade, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Yes, go ahead, Tsunade mused, contemplating that upon her return, a portion of this gold would inevitably be surrendered. As for the silver, well, the paper notes, due to mismanagement, would likely be corroded by the toxins of the wet-bone forest, which seemed a perfectly acceptable rationale. After all, who could ascertain the true amount of wealth that lay therein? The contents of the vault would temporarily reside in the wet-bone forest, as they were ill-suited for the front lines. The search continued. At that moment, a ninja completed 2 summoning rituals. The first transported him back to the western front, while the second brought him back in reverse. His expression was one of exhilaration. Lady Tsunade, Lord Ironfire has achieved a resounding victory on the western front. Upon learning of the invasion, Inoki hastily returned to provide assistance. Seizing the opportunity, Lord Ironfire launched a comprehensive assault on Iwagakure's fortress, which has now been successfully captured. Lord Ironfire instructs me to convey that there is no need to linger in battle. Upon Inoki's arrival, your forces should immediately retreat. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That little brat. He has indeed secured a significant victory. She then inquired, is there any additional news? The ninja replied in the negative. Inoki, hastily leading his troops, took 3 full days to reach Iwagakure, where he found Konoha's ninjas stationed at the village's gate. The Konoha ninjas, in turn, recognized the presence of Iwagakure. Soon after, Tsunade emerged at the entrance of Iwagakure, proclaiming loudly, Inoki, you have arrived. Inoki's nose reddened, his nostrils flaring with palpable fury, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Konoha, I underestimated you, he spat. However, with mere numbers like yours, you shall perish here. A defeated general dares to speak of valor? Allow me to impart a truth. The Konoha envoy shall soon arrive at the front lines. The land of earth must demonstrate sincerity, or else when the forces of the land of fire descend, the outcome will be far graver than this. Inoki, your ploy to distract Konoha's military might, allowing the sand ninjas to weaken the land of fire, has utterly failed. Acknowledge your defeat. I, Tsunade, still regard you as a formidable figure of your time. Otherwise, do not utter grandiose claims about reclaiming Iwagakure without first proving your worth. Tsunade's demeanor was resolute, yet she had discreetly issued a retreat order, her team ready to execute reverse summoning at a moment's notice. Inoki replied, very well, I shall witness your resolve. With that, he levitated into the air, preparing to initiate his dust release technique. Upon witnessing his posture, Tsunade and her comrades promptly retreated. Go! The atmosphere within Iwagakure was thick with tension, explosions ringing out incessantly. Particularly, the residents of the Tsuchikage, a symbol of authority, had been reduced to ruins, smoke billowing skyward, a sight evident to Inoki. However, the Konoha ninjas had already departed. Frustrated, he retracted his dust release and barked, quickly, return to the village and initiate rescue efforts. The rock ninjas surged forth, only to find the streets desolate. While residential areas remained intact, hospitals, laboratories, banks, and military facilities lay in ruins. A ninja who ventured into the Tsuchikage's residence returned with disheartening news. Lord Tsuchikage, we found no trace of the scrolls. They must have been destroyed. After all, scrolls were paper. They could not withstand fire, and an explosion would leave no remnants. They had not considered the possibility that Tsunade had taken the scrolls, for such a quantity was beyond her capability. If space-time ninjutsu existed to transfer objects, then what need would there be for logistics? Subsequently, a report emerged. The vault has been excavated. Various gold reserves have disappeared. Inoki felt his blood pressure rise, his temples throbbing. Konoha, Tsunade, I am certain they have absconded with the treasure. The explosion could not have obliterated the gold, for it was over 50 tons, safeguarded by the land of Earth's largest bank. Now it was all gone. The hospital too was eerily empty, as was the archives, and the void only deepened. Inoki felt numb. He had a premonition. His tenure as Tsuchikage might be drawing to a close. Tsunade returned to her tent, emerging right amidst the stronghold established by Iwagakure. She seized a ninja and instructed him to guide her to Iron Fire. Lady Tsunade, please follow me, he said, walking while earnestly extolling Iron Fire's prowess. Tsunade was astonished. Had Iron Fire's reputation escalated so remarkably in such a short span? It was simply unbelievable. This feeling persisted throughout their journey. Upon spotting Tsunade, Iron Fire greeted her with a smile. Master, how goes it? Has everything proceeded smoothly? Quite smoothly. However, you little rascal, I sense that every ninja here regards you with awe. They have begun to idolize you. Iron Fire jested. At this point, even if faced with a bottomless abyss, should I command them to leap, they would do so without hesitation, eager to be the first. Such is the nature of war, the rules of the victors, the domain of the strong. Following me is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Do not get too cocky. Tsunade elbowed him playfully, wrapping her arm around his shoulders as they retreated to a secluded area for a private conversation. Iron Fire, I have amassed quite a fortune this time. However, it is all stashed in the Whetbone Forest for now. We shall pay a visit shortly to establish some regulations. Have the accounts been settled? Iron Fire inquired. Tsunade glared at him. Of course. I am not foolish. Without the ledger, all records in the bank have vanished. Iwagakure left not a single paper behind. Unfortunately, the bank staff accidentally set fire to the paper documents. Iron Fire scrutinized her. Are you certain the bank staff were not ensnared by an illusion? Tsunade shot him a disapproving look. What sort of a person do you think I am? Later that evening, the two exchanged a few words before retreating to the Whetbone Forest for training, spending over an hour before returning. Information, after all, tends to lag behind events. For instance, a day and a half after Oyaki departed from the Western Front, the Sand Ninjas, at an astonishing speed, acquired intelligence about the fierce confrontation between Konoha and themselves on the Western Front. Consequently, they audaciously mobilized their forces and surged forth from the land of rivers, filled with confidence, including the third Hokage, Chiyo, and the elderly Kazu. Surely, it was illogical for the Western Front to be embroiled in chaos while the Southern Front still harbored so many ninja troops. Was it not? Thus, the Puppet Master Brigade spearheaded the advance. On the other hand, Konoha was not only well-staffed but boasted even greater numbers than before, comprising valiant warriors who had just triumphed in a significant battle alongside Tetsuhebe. There was an undeniable air of invincibility, as if they were destined for victory. Standing together, they appeared as starkly different from the Southern Front's ninjas. How could it be that, despite all being ninjas of Konoha, they exuded such pride? It seemed their egos could scarcely be contained within their own bellies. Kikuki Tsukumo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and others were swiftly apprised of the battle reports from the Western Front. Upon hearing of the accomplishments of Lord Tetsuhebe, a profound silence enveloped them. Tetsuhebe, a remarkable disciple of Tsunade, Orochimaru could not help but feel envious. Despite being fellow disciples, the disparity was staggering. Jiraiya pondered, I wonder how Tsunade is faring. Our primary focus now must be to counter the impending assault from the Sand Village. Once they acquire intelligence, they will certainly launch a surprise attack. What strategies do you propose? Tsukumo inquired. Orochimaru responded, I believe the tactics employed on the Western Front were quite effective. We might replicate them. This is indeed the opportune moment to employ such a strategy. Firstly, we have ninjas transferred from the Western Front, who are well versed in these tactics. Secondly, we possess an intelligence advantage, as the Sand Ninjas remain entirely unaware of this strategy. Thirdly, this is the swiftest method to compel the Sand Ninjas to retreat. What are your thoughts? Orochimaru's tactical approach passed without contention, and preparations commenced forthwith. Tsukumo undertook two tasks. The first was to disperse a portion of the ninja forces from the Western Front to act as squad leaders, commanding the ninjas of the Southern Front. The second involved setting traps, drawing upon the advanced experiences procured from Tetsuhebe. The Puppet Master Brigade suffered significantly at the hands of these traps. However, they were fortunate to employ puppets which navigated the mines. Had it not been for this, the casualties would have been staggering. Despicable Konoha ninjas. As the puppets of the father and mother were still animated beings, the father cursed vehemently after traversing the minefield. Although the puppet masters incurred no casualties, they lost 1/3 of their puppets. The puppets possessed considerable durability. Common slashes, piercings, and fires were scarcely more effective than tickling. Yet, the explosions triggered by explosive tags were a different matter altogether, generating shockwaves that obliterated the fragile joints of the puppets in their wake. Nevertheless, these losses proved invaluable, granting them insight into which routes were devoid of traps. Yet, the Konoha ninjas were upon them. The Puppet Master Brigade collided head-on with the Konoha ninjas. However, this battle was more peculiar than any before. The Konoha ninjas did not engage in skirmishes as small squads. Instead, they charged forward en masse. One by one, the squads surged like a relentless barrage of kunai, discarding their small watermelon-shaped weapons to weave through with their ninjutsu. They dismantled the puppets and puppet masters into mere individuals. Before they could react, the second wave of ninjas arrived. Short swords, long blades, kunai, and shuriken engaged them in a multifaceted assault. The ninjas responsible for insertion advanced wherever they detected clusters of sand ninjas. Retreat. The Puppet Master Brigade hastily attempted to withdraw, yet they discovered that retreat itself was a formidable challenge. They could not form a cohesive unit with Konoha ninjas ahead, behind, and flanking them on either side. The puppetry of the father and mother was astonishing, with each controlling 10 puppets, maneuvering adroitly to rescue a portion of their puppet masters. "Let me go," Orochimaru exclaimed, swiftly approaching the father and mother, summoning a multitude of snakes, both large and small. The toxic smoke, poison needles, and various hidden weapons released by the puppets were of no concern to Orochimaru. They incessantly felled the summoned snakes, yet more snakes filled the void. This was Orochimaru's strategy. To let them kill. Each puppet contained a finite amount of poison and hidden weapons, while the snakes he could summon were boundless. Once the poison and weapons within the puppets were depleted, the puppet masters would be left bereft of options. A veritable tide of snakes surged toward the two and their puppets. They both recognized the impending peril. This could not continue, they had to escape, or they would perish here. "Go quickly, I will hold them off. A child cannot be left without a mother." Orochimaru clapped. "How touching. Alas, you shall remain here. The poison and weapons within your puppets will eventually run out, while I have merely expended a trifling amount of chakra." Like a magician, he produced a bag of glucose, adding, "And I still possess an abundance of chakra." The father and mother gazed at the glucose in Orochimaru's hands. A feeling of indignation lodged in their throats, unbearable in its intensity. While others brought military rations to the battlefield to extract potential and intensify chakra usage, he had brought glucose. Was there no decorum? With that single bag of glucose, could they not restore half of their withered bodies? At that moment, the third Kazekage soared close, surrounded by a flurry of iron needles, targeting the swarm of snakes. Orochimaru and the surrounding ninjas also found themselves within the range of this assault, which swiftly extricated the father and mother from danger. The third Kazekage maneuvered adeptly, gathering the surviving puppet masters together. Under the might of such a powerful figure, Tetsuhibe's strategy faltered. After all, the flesh and blood bodies of ninjas could not withstand such a dense assault. Retreat was their only option. "Let us depart." Thus, the battle concluded. The sand ninjas sustained grievous losses, while Jiraiya, alongside a cadre of seasoned ninjas from the Western Front, utilized the cover of this conflict to traverse the land of rivers. Their destination, the Sand Village. The fortress surrounding the Sky Ninja Village was enveloped in a layer of mist, appearing from the ground like a cloud, concealed within the territory of the Land of Fire. Their objective was Konoha Village. The moment the battle on the Western Front commenced, it was as if a switch had been flipped, setting the entire world's dynamics into motion. Yet, no one anticipated that the clash between the Rock Ninjas and Konoha would conclude so swiftly. Not far from the great island of the Whirlpool country, on a chain of islands, the Cloud Ninjas, upon the mobilization of the Sky Ninjas, had already dispatched their forces through the Land of Sky. The leading ninja, known as Shalu, possessed large, expressive eyes and a somewhat comical appearance, greeting everyone with a wide grin. At present, he was inspecting the arrangements across the islands, ensuring their forces were adequately deployed. Lord Rakage is exceedingly cautious. He should have brought the Eight Tails along, he mused, believing that the third Rakage's concerns regarding the Whirlpool clan's prowess against tailed beasts were unfounded. What sealing techniques can be so easily activated? The reports from the islands came in, confirming that preparations were complete, awaiting his command. Shalu made rounds across the islands, inquiring, "The Sky Ninjas have been on the move for 2 days now, correct?" Following this, he convened a meeting with his operational advisors. A comprehensive battle plan was swiftly finalized, with specific times and assignments delineated. Once orders were issued, a prolonged wait ensued. It was only in the latter half of the night that the Cloud Shinobi made their move, stealthily stepping onto the territory of the Land of Whirlpools from the sea. The southern contingent of the Cloud Shinobi launched an initial assault on a port, swiftly eliminating the sentry posts. They then directed their offensive towards the port city of the Land of Whirlpools. An enemy attack. The shrill cries echoed through the city before abruptly ceasing. The Cloud Shinobi surged forward with ferocity, while the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan quickly responded to intercept them, with the messenger hawks tirelessly relaying news. Troops from nearby areas began to converge here, and within less than 2 hours, this group of Cloud Shinobi had already left behind a third of their number as corpses. They hastily abandoned the city and fled into the wilderness, relentlessly pursued by the Uzumaki ninjas. This contingent of Cloud Shinobi was merely a ruse. Shortly thereafter, more Cloud Shinobi infiltrated the port city, only to find that the city's defenses had been significantly weakened. The Uzumaki clan, in pursuit of the fleeing Cloud Shinobi, had no choice but to abandon the initial group to return to their defenses, while the Cloud Shinobi turned back to chase them, nipping at their heels. Thus, after a fierce battle, the port city once again fell into the hands of the Uzumaki clan. This time, the Cloud Shinobi commenced their destruction of the surrounding towns, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Strangely, the northern Cloud Shinobi remained dormant, leading the Uzumaki clan to make a grave misjudgment, believing that since the enemy had landed from the south, there could be no threat from the north. Consequently, a significant portion of their forces was redeployed southward, dispersing into smaller teams to engage the Cloud Shinobi scattered throughout. Fierce skirmishes erupted across the southern region, with each village marked by slaughter and each town stained with death. The two sides pursued one another, engaging in brutal combat, plunging the entire southern landscape of the land of Whirlpools into chaotic turmoil. This situation posed a significant danger to the Uzumaki clan. Despite their establishment on this ancient land, their size was relatively modest. In comparison to the Cloud Shinobi, the Uzumaki clan could be likened to a slightly larger Takigakure, with their numbers barely reaching 1,000. While their clan members excelled in sealing techniques, they were not adept in direct combat. Faced with an enemy that outnumbered them several times over, their only recourse was to seek aid, turning to their allies in Konohagakure. Had the Uzumaki clan possessed a formidable figure akin to Hanzo, matters would have been far more manageable, but alas, they did not. The clan leader summoned several young individuals. Your mission is to seek assistance from Konoha. The survival of the land of Whirlpools rests upon your shoulders. Remember to conceal your movements and exercise utmost caution. Understood. The young ones took up letters and set forth. The Cloud Shinobi could not completely seal off the island. Thus, they were unable to intercept these young messengers. They hastened towards Konoha with all their speed. While the clan leader calculated the time, a round trip would take at least 6 days if Konoha were to dispatch troops. 6 days, we must withstand the Cloud Shinobi for 6 days. Failure to do so would spell our doom. As for the secret weapons within the Naminadu, he was not yet prepared to deploy them. Those weapons were deadly, and the time had not yet come to sacrifice lives so recklessly. Nevertheless, he sent someone to Naminadu as a precaution. With everything that could be done already accomplished, all that remained was to endure. The clan leader's strategy was sound, but he had not anticipated that the Sky Ninja Village would audaciously launch an assault on Konoha, aiming to annihilate it and dominate the ninja world. Thus, when their envoy approached Konoha, they were met with the flames of war. In the dense forest, plumes of thick smoke billowed, flames surged, and a cloud in the sky was torn asunder, revealing a floating fortress hovering above Konoha. A dark, ominous rod shot up into the air, aiming directly for the fortress. It was the third Hokage. To arms, was their immediate thought. Konoha was an ally of the Uzumaki clan. When the Uzumaki faced peril, Konoha would lend aid, and vice versa. Konoha ninjas intercepted them. Who are you? We are of the Uzumaki clan. I am Uzumaki Tai. We came to deliver a message, but upon witnessing the battle, we rushed to assist. After confirming their identities, the Konoha ninja escorted them to a safe location, instructing them to remain stationary before hastening to the battlefield. As fate would have it, the Sky Ninjas were not particularly fortunate. Just as they were about to penetrate the village, they were spotted by the contemplative third Hokage, whose troubled expression revealed his awareness of the situation. To his trained eye, the clouds concealed the telltale signs of a deceptive ninjutsu. Reacting swiftly, he ordered a state of alert. Summoning Enma, he transformed him into the golden staff, which he clasped under his arm as he charged forth. The surrounding Umbu and Konoha security forces quickly responded, rushing into the fray. Recognizing their exposure, the Sky Ninjas abandoned the notion of a coordinated attack and directed their massive fortress to open fire upon the third Hokage. Chakra-infused projectiles akin to tailed beast bombs rained down, creating vast craters upon impact. However, their power paled in comparison to that of the tailed beast bombs. The fortress's shots were merely oversized spiraling spheres. The fortress's most formidable weapon, the Chakra cannon, was a technology supplied by the Cloud Shinobi, intended to inflate their ambitions to strike Konoha. Unfortunately, the leader of the Sky Ninja Village was unaware that this weapon was merely an unfinished experimental piece, rendering it relatively ineffective against the 5 great ninja villages. The third Hokage seized the opportunity, thrusting his staff forward, causing the entire fortress to flip in the air, sending its chakra-providing citizens tumbling down like dumplings. Planting his staff beside him, he grasped a handful of shurikens and launched them into the air, simultaneously forming hand seals for the shuriken shadow clone technique. The shurikens multiplied exponentially, transforming into a dark cloud that rained down upon the descending ninjas like a barrage. Though the shuriken shadow clone technique may not have appeared grandiose, it proved to be a brilliant tactic against a large-scale, underskilled enemy force. After executing this maneuver, the third Hokage shifted his gaze back to the airborne fortress. The damage inflicted not only resulted in numerous casualties but also compromised the fortress itself, as a gaping hole began to form, with chakra seeping out. Maintaining the fortress's flight became increasingly difficult. It could soar in the sky and retain some mobility, but firing its cannon would lead to its inevitable crash due to insufficient chakra. The leader ordered, "Descend and let them witness the might of our sky ninjas." Thus, the ninjas donned wingsuits and leaped from the fortress. This attire, while granting the ability to fly, was rather absurd. It allowed for flight when combined with chakra manipulation, offering significant advantages over mere mortals, though it could not match the freedom and agility of birds. However, clad in such rigid, boxy garments, did they still possess combat effectiveness? The sky ninjas appeared pitifully akin to sausages ensnared in plastic packaging, awaiting their grim fate. The situation was dire. The descending sky ninjas, aside from tossing a few shurikens, were essentially living targets. The Konoha ninjas required little prowess. Even a standard Chunin could easily dispatch an enemy with a single shuriken. The incessant sound of shurikens embedding into flesh echoed sharply, as the empty ninjas plummeted one after another like birds with broken wings, crashing to the ground in a tragic demise. The leader atop the fortress was abruptly roused from his stupor, crying out in anguish and fury, "Yun Ren has betrayed me." He hastily commanded, "Retreat! Retreat at once." The colossal fortress began to pivot towards the northeast, a domain belonging to his father's nation, where he firmly believed protection awaited him. The third Hokage, with a stern visage, felt a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. How audacious for a mere village of empty ninjas to act with such brazen impunity. Even Hanzo would not dare to unleash such chaos directly upon the village of Konoha. Had the old man perhaps become too complacent in his self-cultivation? The audacity of the empty ninja village was both commendable and infuriating. The third Hokage, somewhat amused despite his ire, ordered, "Send the security forces to pursue them. I demand to witness the obliteration of the empty ninja village." The security forces, already limited in number, dispatched a contingent to chase after the retreating enemy, while the remainder remained to tend to the battlefield, handling the fallen ninjas and the civilians of the land of the empty. Upon returning to the Hokage residence, the third Hokage received updates from several members of the Uzumaki clan. They urgently conveyed the dire situation of the land of the Whirlpool, stating, "Lord Hokage, we are in desperate need of assistance. The empty ninjas have launched a surprise attack on our homeland. Their forces are overwhelming, and we cannot hold out much longer. We implore you to make a swift decision." The assault on the land of the Whirlpool by the empty ninjas, coupled with the empty ninjas' attack on Konoha, formed a troubling thread that the third Hokage could not ignore. He thought to himself, "So this is the sinister plot of the empty ninjas?" One could only lament. "Empty ninjas, you have succeeded." At that moment, the already scant security forces were dispatched, leaving Konoha incapable of sending reinforcements to the land of the Whirlpool. Konoha was engaged in battle with both the Wind and Earth nations, and their troops were fully committed. The Western Front was on the verge of negotiations with Inoki, and it would be unwise to stir up chaos at this juncture. Should forces be diverted from the West, Inoki might swiftly turn hostile, flipping the situation to his advantage. As for the Eastern Front, given that this was indeed a scheme by the empty ninjas, should the already limited military be drawn away, would they not seize the opportunity to attack the land of fire? It was a dilemma fraught with peril. Either watch the downfall of the Uzumaki clan's nation or prepare for the relentless advance of the empty ninjas. It could be said that the decision-making body of the empty ninjas was far superior to that of Konoha, possessing a more refined strategy. The initiative of this war was firmly grasped in their hands, poised for both offense and defense, creating a battlefield where only Konoha and the Uzumaki clan would suffer. After mulling over the situation for some time, the third Hokage finally spoke, "You must understand the current predicament. Konoha is embroiled in conflict with the Wind and Earth nations, With all available forces committed there, our village's security team, even if dispatched, would be of little help. However, do not despair. The Western Front will soon yield results. Just hold on a little longer. The Uzumaki clan members, already aware of such an outcome, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them upon hearing it expressed aloud. Yet, they understood that Konoha was genuinely powerless in this scenario. The third Hokage further assured them, once the situation on the Western Front is resolved, we shall dispatch elite forces led by Iron Fire to the land of the Whirlpool. Iron Fire, you may not be familiar with this name. He is a combat hero who has emerged from the recent battles on the Western Front, remarkably young and exceptionally astute in warfare. He is a student of Tsunade. As a few Uzumaki members departed, they resolved to visit Uzumaki Mito before leaving. Mito, with her ceiling, appeared as youthful as ever, yet the presence of the Nine Tails within her was unnerving. The Uzumaki clan, endowed with heightened perceptual abilities, quaked in her presence, an overwhelming discomfort enveloping them. Having departed from Konoha, they hastened towards the land of the Whirlpool, aware that their nation needed every available hand to bolster its strength. They prayed fervently for the negotiations on the Western Front to reach a swift conclusion. Meanwhile, Watergate, leading a cadre of Umbu and administrative personnel, rushed to the front lines, traversing the land of grass, where they encountered Iron Fire and Tsunade. They were fortuitously met with a substantial supply of provisions from the land of grass, including rice, medical bandages, glucose, and antibiotics. The ninjas busily transported these essentials, while the grass ninjas, observing the emptying supply carts, seethed with resentment, their eyes ablaze with hatred. Iron Fire, sensing this animosity, turned to the grass ninja with a smile, subtly mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. The nearby ninja understood the implication, swiftly executing the offender for daring to harbor ill will towards Lord Iron Fire. Iron Fire then remarked to Tsunade, "Teacher, see how many ungrateful souls there are. We have salvaged the land of grass. Yet they do not express gratitude and instead harbor animosity. This must be the work of spies from the Rock Ninja Village." Tsunade, her fists itching with a desire to teach a lesson, pondered, "What should I do about this insolent brat? He is truly infuriating, distorting the truth and slandering us." But Tsunade was not one to be trifled with. She countered, "What about the grievances of the land of fire and Konoha? We too have suffered." This pair of mentor and disciple, while not entirely in agreement, shared a significant alignment of thought, revealing their true mettle in this critical moment. Tsunade inhaled deeply, recognizing that these ignorant ninjas had been led astray. Ambitious figures existed aplenty in these small nations, much like Hanzo, who sought to incite war. Iron Fire nodded vigorously. "Indeed, teacher, you speak the truth. As long as we eliminate these ambitious individuals, peace will surely return to the ninja world. These small nations are unwilling to become battlegrounds for larger nations, yet they also refuse to meet their demise. Presents a considerable challenge." Before Watergate could even meet with Tsunade and Iron Fire, he overheard their conversation, feeling a sense of profound satisfaction. Konoha truly has a promising future. Just listen to how they espouse the spirit of Konoha and the land of fire. Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, truly embodies that legacy, as does her disciple. Both are exemplary in their dedication. As he turned a corner, Watergate finally laid eyes on Tsunade. Iron Fire, indeed. The ambitions of these small nations are far too restless. The grass ninja interjected, "Listen, is this even appropriate to say? Watergate, your attitude is commendable. It reflects well on your record." Iron Fire thought, "One must treat their comrades with warmth, like a spring breeze." Watergate nodded. "Let us defer pleasantries for now and address the matter at hand." He convened the leaders of each battalion for a meeting. "Although I will preside over the negotiations, how we proceed and what tactics we employ will require your military actions. Iron Fire, what are your thoughts?" Iron Fire replied, "If negotiations are to occur, it is the Rock Ninja who will feel the pressure. The message has been sent. We should allow them some time. If there is no response, we shall apply pressure." He indicated a location on the map, a production area within the land of Earth. "If they do not arrive by our designated time, we will occupy this territory." At this moment, the Rock Ninjas are overwhelmed with the task of re-establishing their records and organizing themselves. They have no choice. Watergate then turned to Tsunade, who nodded in agreement, stating, "I believe Iron Fire's plan is sound. Let us proceed according to this guideline." Elder Watergate, how do you intend to negotiate? I have a general understanding of the circumstances here before my arrival. Focusing on the provisions of the treaty, let us deliberate on the allocation of tasks. Furthermore, We must discuss the import and export tariffs between our two nations, aiming for a resolution favorable to us. Taihua pondered for a moment and stated, Senior, this war is a financial drain. It is the land of Earth that instigated this conflict, igniting the flames of war. Consequently, our nation has borne an immense cost. Economic activities have come to a standstill due to the war. Upon hearing this, Mito's eyes twitched slightly, as he was tempted to retort, No, the land of fire's economic activities have not ceased. Everything is functioning normally. However, he restrained himself. Taihua continued, The war has inflicted significant damage on the economy of the land of fire, resulting in a profound depression. Unrest has erupted in various regions, necessitating the deployment of troops to maintain order, which has consumed vast resources. The most immediate loss has been the casualties among the shinobi forces of Konoha. The gravity of the situation made Mito Horin almost laugh in disbelief. This young man dared to utter such fabrications in front of him, yet there was no way to refute these claims. Not only could he not counter them, but he also had to raise his hands in agreement. Indeed, Konoha, as the victim, has suffered greatly. Is it not reasonable to demand reparations from the rock shinobi? Well then, how do you propose they compensate us? Mito Horin was particularly intrigued by this aspect. Since Taihua had invested such effort, reparations must surely be the focal point. Taihua replied, What resources does the land of Earth possess? Financially, they are certainly lacking. Thus, we should consider grain, minerals, and human resources. The terms were gradually negotiated back and forth. Mito Horin could almost envision Anoki's exasperated expression, his fury palpable. Yet it was futile. Even if his eyes bulged in anger, the outcome would remain unchanged. The defeat of the rock shinobi had been devastating. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was still en route, traversing the arid, dusty terrain of the Land of Wind, where a group of individuals masqueraded as a caravan, ambling along. While they walked, they were also concerned about the situation at the front, uncertain of how things were faring there. It was the front line that bore the brunt of the pressure in this operation. Lord Taihua's strategy was bound to inflict significant losses on the Sand Shinobi. Rest assured, I assure you, a Konoha ninja arriving from the Western Front shared tales of the battles fought there. The sheer aesthetic of violence stirred a restlessness among the gathered ninjas. Such tales were the very embodiment of masculine romance. Yet one individual remained an exception. Jiraiya. Is Taihua a war fanatic? I must discuss this with Tsunade upon my return. He requires proper guidance. Along the border of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire, a front line gradually advanced and intertwined, as Konoha and the Sand Shinobi once again entered a phase of small-scale skirmishes. The main forces of the Sand Shinobi remained reclusive. Only small scouting teams were dispatched. Konoha's main force also remained stationary, waiting for the Sand Shinobi's rear to ignite in chaos. Similarly, small scouting parties engaged in combat with the Sand Shinobi, each side suffering casualties. Meanwhile, the Land of Whirlpools was embroiled in turmoil, with the Uzumaki clan and the Cloud Shinobi inflicting mutual losses. The fighting spirit of the Uzumaki clan was formidable, achieving a 1-to-1 casualty ratio against the Cloud Shinobi. As the situation became increasingly stalemated, the Uzumaki's shinobi forces were compelled to deploy entirely for battle. Just then, a hidden contingent of Cloud Shinobi suddenly made their move. Tsar, patient as ever, had waited for this opportunity to launch a sudden assault on the capital of the Uzumaki clan. The now vulnerable capital, with only a handful of high-ranking Uzumaki left to face the onslaught of the Cloud Shinobi, resembled pitiful chicks before a ravenous predator. They exerted every effort, employing all available means. The leader even desperately attempted to take over 100 Cloud Shinobi with him, but ultimately met his demise. Saru kicked the Uzumaki leader over, exclaiming, What a futile struggle! With so many of us, how can you possibly contend? Go, kill all the adults and take the children. Search thoroughly. Not a single one of the Uzumaki's sealing techniques can be left behind. The Cloud Shinobi began their extensive plunder. Unfortunately, the results were not as fruitful as hoped. They found some sealing technique scrolls, but they were scarce and primarily contained basic content. There must be something we've overlooked. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Saru exclaimed in frustration. But it was useless. Absence is absence. Damn it, these Uzumaki scoundrels. Separate all the individuals here. Kill those with ninja characteristics and drive away those without. Tear down the capital of the Whirlpools. Leave no stone unturned. The capital of the Whirlpools faced its doom, reduced to ruins under the hands of the Cloud Shinobi. The Land of Whirlpools had effectively met its end. The significance of a nation's capital transcends mere urban space. It serves as a political, economic, and cultural nucleus. A totem, a place where the spirit of a nation coalesces. With the fall of the capital, it signifies the collapse of a symbolic totem. Any will to resist or rebel dissipated, leaving only the remnants of the dead, save for a few stubborn individuals. Fueled by rage, Saru led his troops southward, and news of the fall of the capital, along with the massacre of the Uzumaki leadership by the Cloud Shinobi, spread like wildfire. As for the contingency plans of the Namiya Hall, they had become a mere joke. The ordinary clansmen were oblivious to such matters. They knew of Namiya Hall and its formidable weaponry, but what could they do? Only a handful of high-ranking individuals were privy to the secrets of the land of whirlpools. Yet, with the upper echelons dead, the Cloud Shinobi surged forward like a raging tide. Wherever they tread, the Uzumaki clan was akin to waves crashing against a reef, endless yet ultimately finite. In just 2 days, the coastal cities of the land of whirlpools, along with vast fishing grounds and agricultural regions, were entirely occupied. The Uzumaki clan faced death or capture, while those who were clearly not of the Uzumaki bloodline were systematically ferried away by large ships, destined to become miners in some cavern of the land of lightning, likely never to see the light of day again. Saru ordered interrogations of the captives, which revealed a secret known only to the Uzumaki clan. Their sealing techniques were, in fact, a bloodline trait. Each member of the Uzumaki clan, possessing pure blood, would naturally awaken 1 or 2 sealing techniques upon reaching adulthood. For instance, the Kagura's hard eye or the 4-symbol seal, and those with particularly unique chakra, like Kushina, could awaken the adamantine sealing, highly effective against tailed beasts. The written sealing techniques were merely a compilation based on their bloodlines, intended for those who lacked the aptitude to awaken such techniques on their own. Saru felt like a jester. He waved his hand, declaring, "Take all these Uzumaki away. Not a single one shall perish. If any die along the way, I will hold you accountable." After the Cloud Shinobi took the captives away, the land of whirlpools was left with barren land, devoid of any inhabitants. A day later, 6 or 7 mist shinobi stealthily emerged from the water, surveying the island. The Uzumaki had vanished, presumably exterminated by the Cloud Shinobi. As the saying goes, when one person slanders another, they often draw from their own misdeeds for perspective. These mist shinobi were no exception, as they were accustomed to annihilating entire families, leading them to such conclusions. After rummaging through the remnants, they discovered a few sealing techniques in areas previously searched by the Cloud Shinobi and subsequently returned to report to their Mizukage. Meanwhile, the Konoha guard forces pursued the aerial fortress of the Sky Shinobi Strait to the vicinity of the land of hot water. Witnessing the Sky Shinobi plunge headlong into their territory, the Konoha ninjas were compelled to halt their advance. The then head of the Uchiha clan and the minister of police, Uchiha Wenix, with his crimson eyes narrowed, dared not cross the threshold of the border, inhaling deeply as he declared, "Halt! If we pursue any further, we will breach the border." At the border, Tang Ren has made his appearance, accompanied by Yu Ren and In Run. A leader from Tang Ren village sternly declared, "Ninjas of Konoha, do you seek to ignite war? The Konin attacked Konoha, and we have come solely to pursue them." The Uchiha clan is not particularly adept at verbal sparring. Thus Uchiha Wanyun merely made this vague statement before standing his ground. Meanwhile, he swiftly dispatched a ninja back to report to the Hokage using the summoning system. The third Hokage was currently instructing his son, "Take a squad of Umbu to the land of whirlpools. You must instill confidence in the Uzumaki clan to resist until Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Present, we cannot spare any additional personnel, so we are relying on you to make a symbolic gesture. Remember, you must encourage them to hold steadfast. As allies, Konoha has not abandoned them." The rationale for choosing his own son was simple. After all, he is the son of the Hokage. This represents Konoha's sincerity. Understood. After his son departed, news from Uchiha Wanyun arrived promptly. The third Hokage issued an immediate response. "Hold our position for now. Do not initiate an attack. If they breach our borders first, retaliate with utmost ferocity." Subsequently, another ninja was dispatched to relay the message using the summoning technique. This intricate messaging system swiftly tightened the connection between Konoha's front lines and rear, providing an invaluable intelligence advantage in the war between nations, a veritable invisible blade. However, there remained the issue of scale and the round-trip nature of the communications, which would only be utilized in emergencies. After all, while the journey to the front could employ summoning techniques, the return had to be made on foot, as it was unidirectional. The unidirectionality stemmed from the nature of this communication method, which was not one-to-one but rather a multi-to-one and one-to-many model. A frontline messenger could only reverse summon to Konoha's intelligence department. Conversely, a messenger from the intelligence department would have to contend with multiple battlefronts and targets, thus could only reverse summon to a single objective. They could not establish a summoning contract with any individual on the front line, as this could lead to operational errors and disrupt communications. The entire Konoha ninja army's summoning tactical system was exceedingly clear, disallowing any form of chaos. Such disorder could not only disrupt the messengers but also interfere with the combat personnel. Either circumstance could prove fatal. Upon receiving orders, Uchiha Wonyun stationed the defensive troops. Meanwhile, after the return of the Uzumaki ninja army, the Cloud Ninjas quietly began to gather in the Land of Moon. The ninjas from the Land of Rice, Moon, and Tang, under the coercion of the Cloud Ninjas, commenced their provocations. The Moon Ninjas crossed the border. One of our ninjas has gone missing. We wish to search near the border, and we hope for your understanding. A rather clumsy excuse, with the word provocation practically written across their foreheads. Uchiha Wonyun, however, displayed remarkable restraint. Hand over the Konin that attacked Konoha, and we may discuss the search. But for now, if you cross the border, do not blame us for being impolite. The Moon Ninja sneered. Impolite? Your ninjas from Konoha are already restrained by the Earth and Wind countries. What could you possibly do? We must find our person. This group, indistinguishable from the Cloud Ninjas, took step by step across the border. Uchiha Wonyun inhaled deeply, bracing for battle. Pairs of crimson eyes ignited, an unsettling aura spreading among the Uchihas, enveloping them like a shroud. The Uchihas within the defense force were mostly seasoned veterans, bearing the weight of loss from their clan and comrades, which granted them a unique pair of eyes. Under the Sharingan, the speed of the wind brushing through the grass seemed to slow, and the movements of the enemy became sluggish as the corners of their garments fluttered in the breeze. The remaining non-Uchiha ninjas formed small squads, readying themselves for combat, each preparing kunai and shuriken in hand. Some glanced towards the Uchihas. The defense force comprised 3 large squads, with the Uchihas forming the first, while the remaining 2 squads were composed of ordinary ninjas. Once again, the Uchiha clan would showcase their prowess in battle. Due to the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's fighting style resembled a dance. While they could not predict the enemy's moves with the precision of iron and fire, they fought by following the flow of chakra. The observational capability of the Sharingan, however, allowed them to perceive more intricate details within a unit of time, thus achieving a similar effect. When the enemy's attacks subjectively appeared to slow, and they had ample time to contemplate their responses, what would transpire? The answer resembled the tactics of certain masters of traditional martial arts who bewilder their opponents. They could discern an opening in an opponent's attack and devise various counter-strategies. The Sharingan endowed them with accelerated thought processes, granting them tenfold the time to deliberate compared to others. As this group of Uchihas charged forth, the battle scene unfolded with elegance and efficiency. Their long swords, kunai, and shuriken struck from astonishing angles, dispatching foes with singular blows. Some Uchihas employed ninjutsu to immobilize enemies, while others cast jinjutsu, ensnaring their adversaries in illusions, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The Konoha ninjas who had previously fought alongside the Uchihas sprang into action, quickly dispatching the incapacitated foes. In a brief span, the Uchihas annihilated the enemy forces. Truly, the Uchiha clan excelled in such graceful slaughter. The Cloud Ninja forces soon mobilized as well, a large contingent advancing in a formation towards the defensive troops. Lightning release surged forth, transforming into chains of thunder, fierce tigers, and azure dragons, crashing towards the Uchihas, darkening the skies. Uchiha Wonyun swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing great fire destruction. The inferno roared, forcing the advancing Cloud Ninjas to scatter. Yet, Uchiha pressed on, following the flames into battle. This time, however, the Uchihas found themselves at a disadvantage. As they faced 2, 3, or even 4 Cloud Ninjas simultaneously, although their vision remained clear, they lost the capacity to calculate effectively. Some Uchihas began to fall, prompting the commander of the Cloud Ninjas to order the Moon Ninjas, Tang Ninjas, and E Ninjas to coordinate their efforts. The E Ninjas began to employ sound-based genjutsu and ultrasonic attacks to create disturbances, while the Tang and Moon Ninjas charged forward, collaborating with the Cloud Ninjas to divide the battlefield. The Uchihas in the defense force, however, were solely consumed by the desire to fight, casting aside any thoughts of formation or cooperation, their minds fixated on slaughter and combat. It was not until they suffered losses exceeding 1/3 of their number that Uchiha Wonyun finally realized the gravity of the situation. He hastily commanded, "Concentrate your efforts. Do not engage in reckless fighting. Use fire release to push them back." They regrouped, with 2 Uchihas leading the charge, employing the Great Fireball technique. The two fireballs rolled forward, forcing the enemy back, and they surged along this path to form a defensive turtle formation. At this moment, Konoha found itself in dire straits, unable to muster enough forces to address the pressing issue. The third Hokage could only exert himself to the limit, calling upon retired ninjas from various clans to step in temporarily. The ladies' groups from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga clans begrudgingly donned their combat attire, picking up long-neglected shuriken and kunai, and hurried to the battlefield. According to the third Hokage's assessment, as long as their numbers were sufficient to instill fear, the Cloud Ninja forces should refrain from rash actions. And indeed, this proved to be the case. The ladies' groups, traveling day and night, arrived at the battlefield, causing the Cloud Ninja forces, led by their commander, to retreat. The Konoha side, wary and vigilant, promptly established their position on the ground. The members of the garrison breathed a sigh of relief. The recent skirmishes had decimated their ranks by nearly half, and the combat prowess exhibited by the group of ninjas led by Yunren was truly formidable. However, this assembly of ladies posed a conundrum for Uchiha Fumio, as their fighting capabilities were decidedly unreliable. Should the enemy muster the audacity to charge forward, it would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Fortunately, the adversary's courage was not sufficiently robust, for the might of Konoha appeared quite imposing. Unlike the land of whirlpools, Konoha could not be extinguished at will. A miscalculation could lead to mutual destruction. On this day, Jiraiya finally arrived at Suna village. A weary entourage resembled a caravan of itinerant merchants. Yet, as they entered the narrow passageway of Suna village, Jiraiya faltered at a crucial moment, inadvertently revealing his presence. The station sand nin immediately raised the alarm and charged forth. In response, Jiraiya summoned the stomach wall of the Great Toad of Iwa, shielding himself from the onslaught while enveloping the entire passage, including both the sand nin and his own comrades. He then manipulated the stomach wall to expel his allies. Within mere breaths, the sand nin were consumed by the stomach wall, leaving behind neither clothing nor weaponry. The Konoha ninjas promptly seized critical locations, as the summoning rapidly turned the tide of battle. Jiraiya, however, surged directly into the village, engaging in combat with some of the remaining sand nin. After the Konoha ninjas secured the outer walls, they proceeded to occupy vital positions within, executing their plan with remarkable fluidity. Jiraiya settled into the office of the Kazekage with ease. Those ninjas who had previously accompanied Tsunade began to scour the area based on their experiences. Various documents and scrolls were systematically transported in batches through reverse summoning, with teammates aiding in their return. Upon their return, they did not forget to grab some glucose, as the exertion of summoning was taxing on their stamina, necessitating replenishment for further summoning. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage on the front lines quickly became aware of the deliberately leaked information and made a swift decision. Retreat. He ordered a return to rescue the village. Simultaneously, Konoha launched an assault on the sand nin of the land of river. Kakashi Hatake and Orochimaru each led a contingent, determined to conclude the conflict with the sand nin. This maneuver undoubtedly inflicted profound distress upon the sand nin, as they grappled with the urgency to retreat and save their village while simultaneously being pursued by Konoha's ninjas. The two sides engaged in relentless skirmishes amidst the mountains and rivers of the land of river. Yet Kakashi and Orochimaru displayed a more short-sighted focus on immediate victory, resolutely refusing to allow any enemy to escape. Faced with such circumstances, the sand nin were compelled to make a decisive choice. The father stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to lead a contingent of puppet masters in a rearguard action. Kazekage, you must return with utmost haste." The mother also stepped forward. "I shall accompany you." The Kazekage inhaled deeply, hesitating only briefly before nodding, reassuring them, "Rest assured, I shall treat your child as my own." The parents remained undaunted by the prospect of death. Both were brilliant puppet masters. While they may not prevail in direct confrontation, their cunning with puppetry would enable them to evade the battlefield with ease. They had a child, embodying the virtues of both parents, and they wished to witness their offspring grow into a ninja. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly shackled themselves with a debuff. Kakashi felt an itch in his white fong, a sudden urge for a haircut. What could this mean? Consequently, a multitude of puppets were left behind under the command of the remaining forces, creating the illusion of a significant sand nin resistance. Meanwhile, another contingent sped towards Suna village. Kakashi and Orochimaru quickly sensed the anomaly and soon discerned the situation. The sand nin had retained only a fraction of their puppet masters, while the bulk had already departed. In unison, they resolved to consume the remnants. With Orochimaru advancing from the north and Kakashi from the south, they executed a simultaneous pincer movement. obstructing the escape route of the puppet master contingent led by the parents, while their defensive line continually constricted. Kakashi wielded a short blade, his expression a mask of neutrality. Yet, in the swift carnage that had transpired, he fortuitously transcended into a realm devoid of all but the blade. It was as if the knife itself had come to life, enveloping the battlefield in an eerie silence, a pure embodiment of the blade. It danced like a nimble sprite, the sole vibrant entity amidst the desolation. The world lay shrouded in silence, with the blade alone thriving. Kakashi had become one with the knife, transforming into a fleeting wind that traversed the battlefield, rendering slaughter an art form, with no adversary capable of matching him. Though the puppet masters concealed themselves adeptly, they found no sanctuary, for Kakashi, having entered such a state of mastery, intuitively discerned their locations. He needed only to align with his blade, follow its intent, and the battlefield morphed into at this moment. He was beset by an overwhelming urgency, a yearning to seek out Tai Hua and inquire, what course of action should I take in light of my current predicament? How am I to navigate this imminent crisis of demise? He was convinced that Tai Hua must have traversed a similar path and possessed the wisdom to provide guidance. Unbeknownst to him, at the very instant he ascended to the innate realm, an inexplicable sensation blossomed within Tai Hua, stationed far to the west, a feeling so ethereal that it compelled him to cast a glance towards the south. Curious, Tai Hua found this sensation perplexing. Katsuyu, clutching a small flask, approached languidly, sipping delicately. She leaned against him and sat down, remarking, "You seem to have all the time in the world, while I am utterly swamped." Tai Hua retorted, "I would never have guessed. Which kind-hearted individual is so overwhelmed yet still finds time for a drink?" In truth, Katsuyu was indeed busy, as a multitude of injured had arrived from the southern front, necessitating the mobilization of nearly all medical ninjas. Her brief respite for a drink was a rare indulgence amidst the chaos. Katsuyu continued, "Jiraiya and his companions have managed to acquire quite a sum from the Sand Ninjas, subtly hinting that they could embark on another venture together." Tai Hua shot her a glance. "Teacher, the Sand Ninjas are as poor as church mice. Best not entertain any notions of them. Be cautious, lest you find yourself losing more than you gain. If Jiraiya reports you, you won't even be able to cling to what little you have left. And besides, how much wealth can the Sand Ninjas possibly possess?" The plight of the Sand Ninjas weighed heavily on Tai Hua's mind. In the annals of the ninja world, the Sand Ninjas could easily contend for the top spot alongside the Mist Ninjas, leaving other villages in their dust. To speak of their peculiarities, the Sand Ninja village is nestled in the heart of a desert, devoid of natural resources, yet it possesses a mine, a gold mine, no less. Remarkably, this village, blessed with such wealth, finds itself in dire straits, resorting to warfare in a desperate bid to extract military funds from the feudal lord. The phrase "begging with a golden rice bowl" is aptly suited to describe the Sand Ninja situation. Tai Hua simply could not fathom how a village with a gold mine could be so impoverished. It was likely that the feudal lord of the Wind Country was equally baffled, presuming that these Sand Ninjas were insatiably greedy, hence their refusal to allocate funds. The mine had been in operation from the time of the first Hokage through to the third, with the prospect of the fourth continuing the extraction. One could only wonder how substantial their reserves truly were. The notion that they were so destitute raised the question. Why are you Sand Ninjas so impoverished? Do you think I, this feudal lord, am an easy mark? Intrigued, Tai Hua delved deeper into the matter and discovered that the Sand Ninjas, despite possessing a gold mine, only regarded themselves as miners, neglecting their role as sellers. The gold they extracted was merely taken away by the noble patrons of the Wind Country, who left behind a mere pittance as payment. Indeed, it was not purchased but rather appropriated, and the gold that belonged to their own village was simply taken. Even if they were to sell a few gold nuggets, it would still yield some profit, yet they remained adamant. Ninjas earn their keep through missions and commissions. Anything else is but a deviation from the path. Having discussed the strategies of the Sand Ninjas, let us turn to the second oddity, the Mist Ninja village. The Mist Ninja strength was initially formidable. However, a misguided policy of blood mist led to the decimation of 2/3 of their ranks, reducing them to a mere shadow among the 5 great nations. Had they not originally been so populous, they might have found themselves vying for parity with the Waterfall Ninja. Nonetheless, Tai Hua found the Sand Ninja's mind to be of great interest. He inquired of Katsuyu, "Teacher, being the medical sage that you are, do you know any prominent merchants? It would be ill-advised for the two of us to make an appearance in the Wind Country. The Sand Ninjas would likely move to eliminate us without hesitation, and any notions of employment would be futile. However, we could seek a proxy. We could find some common folk from Konoha to represent us in the Wind Country." Katsuyu raised an eyebrow. "To the Wind Country?" For what purpose? Taihua, brimming with confidence, responded, how well do you understand the economic situation of the Sand Ninja Village? This question momentarily stumped Katsuyu, for she was indeed unaware. Her tea-colored gaze turned to Taihua, realizing that he had evidently devised a scheme for wealth. Speak. Suppressing a chuckle, Taihua elaborated on the tasks assigned to the Sand Ninja, such as mining, escorting, and safeguarding. Katsuyu, initially slow to grasp the underlying business opportunities, asked for clarification. The notion that ninjas earned their keep through missions was deeply ingrained, and she felt her mind struggling to keep pace.
A gold mine.
A veritable treasure trove, and one that requires no hiring of miners, no oversight, no transportation, nor safeguarding. Merely a modest fee for labor. Teacher, all this gold will belong to us. We wouldn't even need to invest our own capital, as they will provide the gold for us. We simply toss them a few crumbs, sufficient to cover the hiring fee. The gold is ours. As long as these sand ninjas remain unaware of our identities, they will labor tirelessly to extract gold for us. Once the war concludes, what do the sand ninjas need most? Money. Resources. We simply need to find someone reliable, and this plan is foolproof. After a lengthy discussion, Katsuyu finally began to align with Taihua's line of thought. Her tea-colored eyes sparkled with excitement upon the mention of money. I, Katsuyu, do not covet wealth, but where shall we find trustworthy individuals to assist us? She pondered the risk of the other party absconding with the gold. Taihua interjected, isn't there a sealing technique? Teacher, find someone and place a sealing technique on them. Bound by the seal, they cannot disclose our identities and will work diligently. Katsuyu scoffed lightly, casting him a sidelong glance, yet her gaze soon sharpened as she contemplated this proposal. Ultimately, she became entranced by the prospect of immense gain. Done. In truth, I am not one to pursue wealth ardently. However, you are correct, Taihua. Once the war concludes, the Sand Ninja Village will undoubtedly plunge into economic turmoil. If we fail to assist them, they may resort to desperate measures. Peace is a hard-won treasure, and we strive for peace. Indeed, it is for the sake of world peace. As for the profits, that is merely a fortunate byproduct. With this newfound realization, how could the world not be at peace? The master and disciple shared a moment of joy. Taihua leaned his head against Katsuyu's arm, a tranquil aura enveloping them. Katsuyu's heart too found solace as she sipped her drink. They lingered for quite some time, and when the flask was finally empty, Katsuyu tossed it to the ground, mimicking Taihua as she gazed up at the stars. Your birthday approaches, does it not? Katsuyu suddenly inquired. Taihua exaggeratedly covered his ears. Teacher, let us not broach this topic. Discussing one's birthday and age is a sure way to attract the attention of the Grim Reaper. We must forget our ages and birth dates. In doing so, the Grim Reaper will remain oblivious to our information. What was that saying? To steal one's lifespan, one must first deceive oneself, thus allowing one to deceive the Grim Reaper. The long-lived do not speak of their longevity, hence they may endure. Is there such a saying? I was unaware, Katsuyu mused, turning the thought over in her mind. Yet it sounded quite reasonable. After a while she asked, truth be told, you do wish for someone to celebrate your birthday with you, do you not? But you won't feel lonely, you little rascal. Taihua replied, Teacher, are you overthinking this? I genuinely dislike discussions about age and birthdays. It has nothing to do with loneliness. He countered, and what about you, teacher? When is your birthday? How old are you? Katsuyu retorted, do you dare to question me? Not a chance. Taihua sprang to his feet, attempting to leap away, only to feign a stumble, allowing Katsuyu to effortlessly seize him with a swift movement. With an arm encircling a person's neck and tucking them under one's armpit, let me demonstrate something for you. With the other hand, a swift flick aimed at the head, though it never truly lands. Instead, it merely taps gently. Yet, a woman's age is a subject one must not broach. Taihua twisted slightly, continuing his reckless banter. No worries, I shall inquire with Jiraiya, and Orochimaru will surely come to know as well. After all, your ages are the same. Tsunade fell silent. You certainly have a plethora of methods at your disposal. Just tell him directly, remember well, my birthday is on August 2nd. Do the math, it's approaching swiftly. It's less than a month after yours. How about I package myself up and offer myself to you? Would that gift not be sufficiently precious? Tsunade displayed a look of resistance. No. Taihua's expression darkened. When you say no, at least hesitate for half a second. It would ease my heart. Tsunade scoffed. Shall we start over? Forget it. There's no sincerity in that. Taihua pouted, then curiously inquired. Teacher, what do you think I lack? As a fragrant, tender little boy who can cook and wield a blade, Do I not possess even the slightest allure for you? If sorrow were a spring of water, then at this moment, my sorrow must have transformed into an entire ocean, claiming 70% of the planet's surface. That's rather heart-wrenching, Tsunade commented whimsically. But there's still 30% left, so it's not a significant issue. The atmosphere was indeed relaxing for her. Sitting there felt more soothing than sipping a drink. Then, she dreamt of the future. Once the battle is over, I'll take you out for some fun. We could embark on a long-term mission. After all, we have enough funds to indulge ourselves in the short streets. At that time, Tsunade was not particularly fond of gambling. She only dabbled in it occasionally during missions, and even then she played lightly. It was only after the death of Katsuki that her self-destructive tendencies truly emerged. However, the situation had changed. Even if Katsuki's demise was 1,000 or 10,000 times more tragic than before, Tsunade would likely feel no special emotion about it. Chiehwa pondered earnestly for a moment. Good idea. At that time, you can gamble and I'll handle the accounts afterward. It's just a casino. Regardless of whether Tsunade wins or loses, victory is assured. If she wins, then all is splendid. If she loses, I can rob the casino clean. If the establishment shows no respect to Tsunade, they show none to me either. What's the harm in exchanging all the wealth of the casino for a single life? Imagining a future of sweeping away evil and contributing to the citizens of the ninja world. Chiehwa chuckled. Why do you smile so sinisterly? Tsunade asked. Just alleviating the awkwardness. Chiehwa replied. Is there any awkwardness? Upon returning to the tent, they had barely slept for 3 hours when dawn began to break. However, with no battles on the western front, both Tsunade and Chiehwa agreed to sleep in. Mito Menyen had come by once, and upon seeing them asleep, could only shake his head. Mito Menyen held high hopes for Chiehwa's future, thinking it was Tsunade who had led him astray. Anoki led a team and guards into view, observing how the fortress he had constructed was now filled with Konoha's ninjas, while he was left to play the humiliating role. The burden of defeat must be borne by someone, and he, as the aging Tsukige, ought to clear the path for the new Hokage. Such a humiliating treaty would be his to sign. The fourth Hokage should remain untainted, free from the infamy of signing a treaty of defeat that betrays the interests of the land of earth. Mito Menyen remarked. Tsukige? Anoki took a deep breath, rising to meet Mito Menyen's height. In the conflict between the land of earth and the land of fire, only the common people suffer. I come with sincerity, hoping to bring an end to our war and foster peaceful coexistence henceforth. Mito Menyen responded. Konoha also sincerely desires to promote peace between the land of earth and the land of fire, to coexist harmoniously and develop together. The peace of the ninja world has always been Konoha's pursuit, and we have continually strived for it. Anoki felt a pang of frustration at Mito Menyen's apparent self-satisfaction, muttering inwardly, what are you so pleased about? Yet outwardly, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, nodding in agreement. Indeed, peace requires the effort of all. They entered the original Rock Ninja Fortress Command Center together, where Mito Menyen took his seat at the main position, with Chiehwa and Tsunade sitting beside him. Anoki glanced at Chiehwa, an urge to kill and humiliation that he could not suppress bubbling within him. You are the legendary blade of Konoha? The title Legendary Blade of Konoha had been bestowed upon Chiehwa by the IWA shinobi, for his blade was indeed unparalleled. Even the hardened techniques of the IWA shinobi appeared as fragile as paper before it. The psychological trauma he inflicted upon the IWA shinobi surpassed any physical pain or death, becoming a source of terror that they could hardly bear to mention. However, Anoki failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, merely thinking Chiehwa's body was somewhat special, resembling his own, albeit looking younger. Chiehwa, however, remained unfazed, as formless and intangible as the wind and clouds, rendering Anoki's murderous intent useless. The title Legendary Blade of Konoha sounds rather unappealing. Why not change it to Heavenly Blade? My sword embodies heaven. My will is the will of heaven. I trust the IWA shinobi have come to understand what it means to defy the will of heaven. Anoki settled into his seat. Very well, let us begin the discussions. What conditions do you have? Speak freely. He did not wish to lose face, even though the defeat itself was already humiliating enough. Mito Menyen had someone bring a rough draft of the treaty for Anoki to review, which caused Anoki's expression to darken. He slammed the table. You are daydreaming. Even if we were to fight to the last man, the land of earth would never act in such a manner. I would never sign such a treaty. Chiehwa replied, no need to rush. While we can indeed fight, what happens afterward? The land of earth would still have to relinquish these things to the land of fire. Tsunade interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Having been defeated, why waste breath on such trifles? You will sign this treaty, sign it, you must. Tiehua felt his teacher's approach was overly domineering. One could not pressure others so during negotiations. Thus, he attempted to temper the conversation. We of Konoha cherish peace but do not fear war. Since your side is willing to negotiate, some sincerity is required. Is it not? It seemed as though the threat of war was not something he had proposed. Mito Menyen felt a swell of pride. This child possesses the demeanor of a Hokage. His posture at the negotiation table is nearly as adept as my own. Negotiations must indeed occur. However, Anoki maintained his own stance, citing that such a treaty could not be discussed, thus halting the negotiations. Turning back, he began to discuss with his subordinates at the accommodations provided by Konoha, working on an 11th version of the treaty, preparing for a continuation the following day. The Hokage's son returned to Konoha, promptly reporting to the third Hokage. Third Hokage, by the time we reached the land of Whirlpool, it had already become a wasteland, with not a single soul remaining. All towns were ransacked, and the crops in the fields were burned to ashes, not a single person in sight. We conducted a thorough search on the island, yet found no one. Third Hokage. I understand. Although this outcome had been anticipated, the devastation of the land of Whirlpool exceeded even the third Hokage's expectations. The Cloud Shinobi were merciless, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive. Why could they not have held on just a little longer? If they had only waited until the Western Front negotiations concluded, reinforcements could have been sent. The third Hokage remained silent for a long while before rising. Come, let us meet with Mito-senpai. He took his son and swiftly made his way to the Senju ancestral home, seeking out Mito Uzumaki. Mito Uzumaki was somewhat taken aback, her heart sinking. The malevolent aura of the Nine Tails seeped forth, and she quickly reined in her turbulent emotions. Nijisen, you are here. Is Kushina not at home? After the third Hokage finished his inquiries, he suddenly realized he had erred in his questioning. Oh, I had forgotten, at this moment Kushina is in class. Mito-senpai, Uzumaki Mito said. Please speak. I can endure it. The Uzumaki clan has already perished. When Shino rushed over, there was not a single soul left in the land of whirlpools. The fields had been scorched, the houses razed, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Uzumaki Mito, as if struck by a heavy blow, felt the Nine Tails within her convey waves of intent. Kill, annihilate those cloud ninjas. Uzumaki Mito, release me, and in that moment, you will become me, and I will become you. All my power will be yours, and then you can wield my strength to avenge the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito, do you not care at all for your kin? The Uzumaki clan, what a glorious bloodline. Yet now, Mito's eyes momentarily transformed into a deep crimson, her dark pupils shifting to resemble those of a fox, only to revert again shortly thereafter. The third Hokage attempted to approach but was halted by Uzumaki Mito's gesture. Do not come closer. I require tranquility. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and began to chant in a sacred tone. The scripture she recited was unknown to anyone, yet her demeanor gradually calmed. The Nine Tails within her, however, remained tightly bound by the chains of the adamantine ceiling, unable to move. After a lengthy pause, Uzumaki Mito opened her eyes and declared, I am fine now. Hizashi? Shino, please recount the specific circumstances of that time. Shino hesitated for a moment before detailing the situation on the island with great precision. No one could truly understand Uzumaki Mito. Due to the Nine Tails, this Jinchuriki could not feel sorrow, excitement, hatred, or anger. She seemed perpetually like an old monk, maintaining her inner peace, for only in this way could she resist the corrupting influence of the Nine Tails chakra and avoid becoming a mere vessel of slaughter, devoid of self. Confronted with the tragic annihilation of her clan, she could neither grieve nor feel pain, sorrow or weep, nor even harbor hatred. Was she not, in essence, reduced to a mere shell? Mito-senpai, please accept my condolences. The third Hokage spoke no further, taking his leave with his son. Upon Kushina's return, Uzumaki Mito conveyed the news to her, gently patting Kushina's back. Child, if you wish to cry, then cry. It is rare for you to have such freedom. Weep. Share my grief. This is the fate of a Jinchuriki, Kushina. Kushina wept for a long time, only ceasing when she had exhausted her strength. On the following day, Kushina did not attend school, nor the day after. It was not until the 5th day that she finally returned to class. Meanwhile, negotiations on the Western Front were in full swing. The treaty's version underwent multiple iterations, gradually reaching the 17th version. The Sand Ninjas finally reclaimed their village. Yet those damned Leaf Ninjas had vanished without a trace. Along with them disappeared the resources essential for Sand Village's sustenance. including technical documentation on puppet techniques and various ninjutsu related to wind and fire. They had likely been taken by the leaf ninjas. The third Tsuchikage was infuriated. To make matters worse, the defeat of the puppet master unit meant not a single individual had returned. Yet the village must persist. The future of Mito's son, Tobarama, was predictably busy. After concluding discussions with the stone ninjas, it would be the sand ninjas' turn. Hanzo of the salamander merely continued to gather intelligence, calculating future moves. His original strategic plan had diverged. The next objective was to advance westward. Now was the opportune moment. He led the rain ninjas straight into battle, focusing on subjugation rather than slaughter, aiming to conquer the land of stone and the land of birds. The stone and bird nations submitted beneath Hanzo's scythe, gathering the ninjas from the small villages of these two nations, significantly augmenting Hanzo's strength. Next, he would await the conclusion of negotiations between the earth and fire nations, and the withdrawal of the leaf. Once the leaf retreated, the northern routes would open. At that point, he would be poised to collect the grass, waterfall, and iron nations. The fields, moon, and soup were off-limits. Those were the territories of the cloud ninjas. After consolidating the power of these small nations, he would be able to challenge the leaf, demonstrating his might. The future of the rain country rested upon this battle. Sitting there arguing with others every day was truly tiresome. Tsunade detested the atmosphere of the negotiation chamber. Tetsuhana nodded. He too found the verbal sparring distasteful. The master and disciple chose a high vantage point, relishing the rare breeze after the negotiations. The Hokage's orders arrived, commanding Tetsuhana to support the Eastern Front. Tetsuhana was appointed as the commander of the Eastern Front, and upon receiving the order, he immediately set off. The command was straightforward. This time, there would be no pretense. Before the battle on the Western Front, Tetsuhana's age and experience had been called into question, but after this battle, he would be the widely acknowledged commander. However, Tsunade needed to remain a while longer until the negotiations concluded. Teacher, I must take my leave. Please take good care of yourself in my absence. If you appear emaciated when we next meet, I shall be distressed. Be cautious. Once the negotiations conclude, I will come as swiftly as possible. Tetsuhana took only half of the remaining ninja forces from the Western Front, leaving the rest for Tsunade. That old man Inoki was no fool. Do not be deceived by the current negotiations. Should there be an issue with the Western forces, he would likely seek redemption. The group proceeded directly to the Eastern Front, passing by the leaf without entering. The third Hokage awaited them outside the leaf, meeting Tetsuhana and advising. Tetsuhana, the Eastern Front is entrusted to you. Show the cloud ninjas a thing or two. After a pause, he added, I have also dispatched Tsukumo to join you. He will bring his troops from the Southern Front. You two are quite familiar. Coordinate well. I will do my utmost. Kitsune Tsukumo encountered Tetsuhana midway. The two teams converged in one place. Tsukumo walked alongside Tetsuhana, inquiring, Tetsuhana, I have encountered a dilemma. On the battlefield, I once again entered that state beyond wielding a blade. A force from outside my body was drilling into me, and I nearly became assimilated into lightning. You are in this state. You must know how to resolve this issue, right? I now dare not grasp my blade, nor dare to contemplate that state. Prenatal, Tetsuhana murmured, feeling a sense of awe. This Tsukumo's talent was indeed remarkable. Yet, talent could lead to both success and failure. The path of martial arts is not one of stagnation but rather one of relentless progression. Just like Tsukumo at this moment, having reached the prenatal stage, truly touching upon the state beyond wielding a blade, with nothing else remaining, the path ahead was singular. Either advance and transcend the threshold of sage techniques or perish, assimilated within nature at this juncture of sage arts, becoming lightning in accordance with his own chakra's lightning attribute, ultimately dissipating into the cosmos. This world inherently excludes the chakra system, a phenomenon from another realm, from reaching such heights save for a select few, the rare lucky ones. The rest would falter at this threshold. It was akin to an invisible lock, sealing off the path forward. Tetsuhana listened, pondering Tsukumo's predicament as he moved swiftly. Tsukumo's issue was indeed challenging to resolve. The prenatal state itself is not difficult. It arises when one's realm attains a connection between one's essence and the energy outside oneself. Using the classic Huang martial arts theory to elucidate, it involves linking the inner and outer worlds, addressing the issues of grand and minor triads. The difficulty lay in Tsukumo's chakra, which, unlike Tetsuhana's, bore attributes. Therefore, to overcome this hurdle was akin to undergoing a tribulation. Yet it was also imperative. The realm would propel him onward. As stated earlier, The path of martial arts allows no retreat. One must bravely advance, for stagnation equates to death. My circumstances are rather distinct from yours. I am a rare prodigy, for my chakra bears no specific attribute. Thus, when I surmounted this challenge, there was not a ripple of disturbance. Senior, your chakra intrinsically possesses the nature of lightning. Hence, when external energy permeates your body, it reacts swiftly, and with a moment's negligence, it may transform into a tempest, assimilating you entirely. This risk arises from the inherent attribute of your chakra, and it is an inevitable cost to ascend to this realm. Kakashi Shiboku expressed disappointment. Is that so? Ironfire added. Nonetheless, the path you have chosen during this period is indeed a commendable one. As long as you suppress it with the intent of your blade, you should be able to accomplish this step. When danger manifests and control wavers, it is permissible to disperse it directly. During this time, did you not halt whenever you sense danger? Once you become familiar and stabilize, it should suffice. Just be mindful to avoid frequent battles for the time being. There is no need for you to fret, Senior. Kakashi Shiboku remained speechless. As the confrontation with the Cloud Shinobi looms on the Eastern Front, how can one avoid battle? He understood well that while there might be an opportunity for peace on the Western and Southern fronts, the Eastern Front was bound to erupt into conflict. Yet, the third Hokage would undoubtedly strive to await the conclusion of treaties on the Western and Southern fronts, ensuring stability and the optimal mobilization of forces before engaging in warfare. The land of Whirlpools, as an ally of Konoha, faced obliteration at the hands of the Cloud Shinobi. Whether from a personal viewpoint, considering the first Hokage's wife was of the Uzumaki clan, or from an inter-village perspective, the bond between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha was profoundly sincere. This impending war of vengeance was thus inevitable. The Cloud Shinobi must pay for their transgressions. It was merely a matter of who would strike first. Should the Cloud Shinobi remain passive, then Konoha would take the initiative. Ironfire, Kakashi Shiboku, and their troops were en route. Meanwhile, Danzo and the Root were situated within the territory of the Land of Sky. Members of Root had poisoned the water sources throughout the Land of Sky and sealed off all escape routes in the border regions. At this moment, the Land of Sky had descended into a profound silence. Danzo leaned on his sword as he listened to reports from his subordinates. A member of the Yamashiro clan reported that reconnaissance had revealed no signs of chakra activity in the Land of Sky, indicating the absence of life. Specifically, the absence of living beings, not merely humans. The poison's assault was indiscriminate. Danzo's eyes narrowed. Excellent. Although the Sky Shinobi still cower beneath the Cloud Shinobi's wings, the Land of Sky is bereft of all life. This act of retribution can thus be considered accomplished. Teacher, do you see? I have avenged Lord Mito. I am not the feeble coward that is Hizashi. His dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's leisurely mobilization was palpable, prompting him to take the initiative with Root. Meanwhile, the Sky Shinobi remained oblivious to the fact that their homeland had been lost. They huddled within the Cloud Shinobi's encampment, gnawing on stale rice balls, being summoned to create various provisions and tools. In contrast, the Moon Shinobi were treated like favored offspring, holding a status only second to the Cloud Shinobi. Intelligence from the Land of Fire. Suchikage pushed open the door and entered the Raikage's residence. The third Raikage inquired, "What news? The Land of Earth and the Land of Fire have engaged in negotiations. This time, the Land of Earth has suffered heavy losses, having been directly attacked by Konoha. This information is somewhat stale. The commander who garnered great merit on the Western Front, Ironfire, along with Kakashi Shiboku, has been reassigned to the east, thus leaving us underprepared for this endeavor. Ironfire, the youth renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship? What a pity that such talent does not belong to my Land of Lightning. Therefore, he must perish here. A dead genius is the only kind of genius worth having, is it not? Suchikage, prepare yourself. We shall proceed personally, albeit not in an overt manner. Stealth is paramount. If our adversaries become aware of the third Raikage's presence, they will undoubtedly grow wary. Only by remaining concealed can we achieve unexpected results at critical moments, such as eliminating Konoha's prodigy. Had Ironfire not been on the cusp of his 9th year, had he been in his teens or 20s, the third Raikage would not harbor such trepidation. Suchikage remarked, "Do you mean to gather superior forces, centering around you, to decapitate Ironfire amidst the chaos?" Indeed, as they discussed Ironfire, he began to sense a faint, vague intuition, a subtle awareness that danger lurked nearby, urging caution. Upon the arrival of the shinobi forces, Uchiha Bunzo came forth to welcome them, extolling Ironfire's youthful prowess, yet inwardly, he harbored resentment. The third Hokage had appointed Ironfire as the commander here, which did not sit well with Uchiha and his clan, who felt slighted. Why should a mere boy lead us when our clan leader is present? Thus, they could not help but utter some disparaging remarks, leading to an inevitable clash with Ironfire's subordinates. Uchiha Bunzo, Ironfire, and Kakashi Shiboku emerged upon hearing the commotion, and Uchiha found himself half laying on the ground after being bested. While he could hold his own in a one-on-one confrontation, he was vastly outmatched in a group battle. This was still a display of restraint from Ironfire's subordinates. Had they employed their tactics against the Rock Shinobi, this group of Uchiha would have certainly found themselves in a most comfortable position. This is not to say that the Uchiha clan was weak. They had indeed participated in the Great War. However, Ironfire's subordinates had undergone a transformation through their experiences on the Western Front, both tactically and psychologically. Being from the same village, they understood the balance. Neither of them resorted to ninjutsu, nor did they employ the Sharingan or Genjutsu. It was merely a contest of physical prowess. Uchiha Bunchu's expression soured. What is the meaning of this? What is happening? Shouldn't you all return? He then addressed Ironfire and Kakashi Shiboku. Look at the mess this has caused. Ironfire retorted. What kind of behavior is this among fellow villagers? Everyone return at once. The group obeyed, demonstrating a discipline that surpassed that of the Uchiha, showcasing Ironfire's weight as a commander in the hearts of these shinobi. Shortly thereafter, Ironfire entered his camp and addressed the participating shinobi. You performed admirably. Now come forth. Today I shall teach you something new. Go, fetch a bowl. Someone hurried to retrieve a bowl, placing it on the ground as instructed. Then, Ironfire had them fill the bowl to the brim with water. Everyone watched intently as he raised his index finger and placed it on the water's surface, astonishingly performing a handstand with ease. The bowl brimmed with water appeared as though it had transformed into a solid mass, ripples undulating yet not spilling over the edge. Nor did Ironfire's finger sink even a fraction into the water. What technique is this? They had seen plenty of water walking, and even individuals performing push-ups while inverted in the water was not a rare sight. Yet, how was Ironfire able to maintain his stance on a bowl filled to the brim with water without it sinking? Ironfire flipped over and stood beside them, inquiring, Did you comprehend that? A chorus of heads shook in response. This, my friends, is an advanced form of water walking, a unique skill of mine. Now, I invite one of you to attempt it. Take the bowl away. He continued to keep his finger poised on the water surface. One shinobi stepped forward, grasping the bowl, attempting to lift it. Yet, despite Ironfire merely resting his finger upon the water, the bowl remained steadfastly anchored, as if welded to the ground. How is this possible? Ironfire-sama, what sorcery is this? It is utterly astonishing. Ironfire replied. As I mentioned earlier, this is an advanced form of water walking. You must grasp the principles of tree climbing, and water walking before training can enable you to achieve this level of mastery. However, Lord Tieshin, what purpose does this serve? Our control over chakra is sufficient as long as we can manage to walk on water. Further refinement seems to conserve little chakra. This inquiry strikes at the very essence of the matter. Ninjas are inherently pragmatic. They have refrained from delving deeper into the fundamentals of walking on water, primarily due to its low cost-effectiveness. Tieshin shook his head, chuckling. What purpose? Come. Throw a kunai at me. The questioner retrieved a kunai, cautioning Lord Tieshin to be careful before hurling it towards him. Tieshin, instead of evading, extended his hand towards the incoming kunai and gently pushed. The kunai struck the palm of his hand with a soft thud, causing him to sway slightly backward. The kunai did not pierce Tieshin's flesh. It merely rested against the palm of his hand, adhering without movement. Do you comprehend now? It is not without significance. This is the significance. Your kunai flies swiftly towards me, and I catch it with my hand, which is akin to my feet landing on a tree trunk while I sprint. My chakra control has reached such a level that I can catch the kunai in this manner. It may appear as though I am catching it, but from your perspective, it is essentially walking. The principle is the same as climbing trees or walking on water. It merely requires a sufficient level of control and a profound understanding of the skills involved in both climbing and walking. A group of ninjas stood in astonishment. Is this truly something a human can achieve? For Lord Tieshin, do kunai and shuriken not become mere toys, impervious to harm? Tieshin remarked, in comparison to ninjutsu, secret arts, and bloodline techniques, chakra control is undoubtedly an attribute that can be attained through diligent training without the necessity of innate talent. Next, I shall elucidate the essence of climbing trees and walking on water, and how to train for it. Whether climbing trees or walking on water, what you ought to learn is to control the output of chakra, allowing your body to adhere to the tree or the water's surface. Correct? Indeed, that is the case, replied the ninja. Is there a flaw in this understanding, Lord Tieshin? Yes, come, Let us sit and discuss. The essence of climbing trees is that you must output a certain quantity of chakra to connect your body with the trunk of the tree. This connection must be delicate. If it is too coarse, you would merely kick the trunk out of the way, which is precisely why control is essential. The chakra must diffuse over a certain area, transforming it into a cohesive whole. Observe, this is our tent. It is soft, is it not? Chunin stepped onto the side of the tent, standing upon the canvas. I have evenly dispersed my chakra, enveloping the entire tent. Thus, you see, I do not sink into the soft surface, leaving no footprints. It is because my chakra integrates me with the tent, and this unity is supported by the ground beneath. Suppose one among you were to reach the enemy's tent. Could you hang upon the tent without alerting anyone to the shape you have pressed into it? Achieving this step is all that is required. Why can the kunai not pierce me? Because at the moment of contact, my chakra envelopes it, making it akin to a tree unifying with me. Therefore, its force can only push me backward, yet cannot harm me in the slightest. Why does the water in the bowl not overflow when I insert my finger? It is because my chakra has transformed the water, the bowl, and a portion of the ground into a single entity. When you attempt to move the bowl, it is akin to trying to break apart both me and the ground simultaneously. Unless your strength surpasses mine, this is quite a challenge. Chunin articulated the underlying principles in the simplest manner, hoping his subordinates would grasp them swiftly. As he stated, this is a path that a ninja can traverse through sufficient effort, requiring little in the way of innate talent. Yet, once mastered, it becomes nearly impervious to harm. Thus, a multitude began to practice, each with a basin half filled with water, training for an entire day. Chunin was patient with their progress. Do not rush, maintain a calm mindset and take your time. Where there is a will, there is a way. Such push-ups in a basin were challenging. Even when they began with ordinary push-ups, they still failed to succeed. Their hands would simply plunge through the water to the bottom of the basin. However, the initial learning of climbing trees and walking on water required a long period of training to master. It was entirely normal not to learn it within a short time. After all, several days of struggle was not uncommon, and they would not become impatient because of it. From time to time, Chunin would share his insights. The war with the Cloud Village could commence at any moment, so they needed to master this technique swiftly, ideally before engaging in battle with the Cloud Ninjas. Although the Cloud Ninjas excelled in lightning techniques and possessed a bloodline ability related to storm techniques, their true strength lay in close combat, their taijutsu. Chunin's technique was particularly targeted. The ninjas of Konoha, undoubtedly, were not as skilled in taijutsu as the Cloud Ninjas. In close-quarters combat, there would be little time to unleash ninjutsu, making them vulnerable. Having this technique as a trump card could effectively avoid a swift demise. As long as one could survive the initial onslaught, the ability to escape and fight would be secured. The Cloud Ninjas were formidable indeed. They were, at present, the undisputed foremost ninja village in the world. The third Hokage of Konoha, along with his advisors, had once been pursued by a handful of renegades, leading to the tragic death of the second Hokage's bodyguard, who met his end at the hands of the Senju Tobirama, returning to Konoha under dire circumstances. The master of forbidden techniques in Konoha, Senju Hashirama's brother, the second Hokage, had been engaged in pleasant discussions with the second Raikage, a slender figure reminiscent of a pirate, when suddenly they were beset by the rebellion of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, leading to a relentless chase and, ultimately, his demise. In consideration of both the lives of his subordinates and his own, Chunin resolved to reveal all his most treasured techniques. This skill was painstakingly developed by Chunin over time, and he was acutely aware of every difficulty encountered along the way. For every question that others might pose, he had the answer. He encouraged his team, "Do not be deceived by my current prowess. Took me 3 months to master climbing trees and an entire year to perfect walking on water. Frankly speaking, my talent in this regard is not particularly high. Even now, this level of mastery has only been achieved recently. However, I believe we are not the same. Many of you will likely learn to climb trees and walk on water far more quickly than I did, so this step should come to you with greater ease." In an effort to instill confidence, he did not shy away from exposing his own shortcomings. When he was anonymous, such flaws were mere foolishness, but once he gained renown, becoming the unparalleled blade of Konoha, these flaws transformed into a testament to his character, his grace, a form of humor, and a symbol of perseverance and diligence. His subordinates could only feel, Lord Chunin is truly remarkable. With Chunin's guidance, mastering the technique of performing push-ups in a basin using an entire hand, and subsequently transitioning to handstand push-ups was swiftly achieved. The most significant challenge lay in the differing mediums, water, the bowl, and the ground, each imposing exceptionally stringent demands on the subtle variations of chakra. Relying solely on the methods for climbing trees or walking on water would not suffice. A comprehensive approach was required. Having traversed this hurdle, the remaining work was merely a matter of diligent practice. All technical difficulties had been addressed, and with rigorous training, mastery would inevitably follow. As days passed, several ninjas began to succeed using a single finger, and subsequently transitioned to using the bowl. Upon reaching this level of proficiency, the triumphant ninjas felt overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Come, Taro, shoot me with a kunai. Let your companions launch their kunai attacks, and then use your body to receive the kunai. The moment the kunai makes contact, it becomes one with the body, inseparable in the slightest degree. The force of the kunai sends a shiver through the person. The effect is astonishingly delightful. Once more, let us have more. Thus, several more individuals joined in the experiment. This is akin to a person lying in water, freely moving on the surface. Any part of the body, any inadvertent contact, can trigger a chakra response, producing this impenetrable effect. At this moment, they yearned to personally stitch a divine robe, embroidering the 5 characters of the 4th Hokage on it, adorned with blazing flames, presenting it to Tetsuhan. Lord Hokage, the weather has turned cool. Please don an additional garment. They wished to lead them to victory, to garner flowers and applause, to achieve meritorious deeds. Tetsuhan was a respected commander, and they were willing to follow such a leader, traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire. Moreover, they generously imparted this profound technique to them. This could not merely be repaid by following. From now on, they would be the very life of Lord Tetsuhan. Anyone who dared to harm him would have to step over their corpses. The negotiations between the Earth and Fire countries were completed in this brief atmosphere of peace. However, Tsunade was not reassigned to the Eastern Front but rather sent to the Southern Front. Her mission was twofold: to escort Mito Gate Flame and to rendezvous with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. After the negotiations, the 3 legendary ninjas would be stationed between the Southern and Western Fronts, vigilant against any changes in the situation. Jiraiya sauntered over, his right index finger rubbing his nose. Tsunade, it has been a long time. The goddess of his heart appeared even more beautiful, exuding an aura that made his heart race. So, how is the Western Front faring? Initially, Tsunade had some thoughts about Orochimaru and Jiraiya, but upon seeing Jiraiya, those thoughts evaporated, leaving only the desire to send him flying with a punch. I am well. With Tetsuhan here, I haven't even had to consume soldier pills or gnaw on cold rice balls. Every meal has been hot, and I can eat 3 large bowls at once. Orochimaru remarked, Tsunade, your disciple is truly remarkable. I heard he has been reassigned to the east to command the battle against the Cloud Ninja. Such words were pleasing to Tsunade. Indeed, my disciple is a rare genius. That brat. If I am not around to keep an eye on him, I hope he does not cause trouble. Tsunade, you worry too much. Tetsuhan may be younger, but he is mentally mature. You should let him soar higher and further. Orochimaru felt that Tsunade's overprotectiveness was hindering Tetsuhan's growth. However, upon mentioning this, he was reminded of Shoshin and lost interest in continuing the conversation. Tsunade, you should provide more guidance to Tetsuhan. Do not heed this slippery snake. If he remains too combative without proper guidance, he may very well become a source of turmoil in the ninja world. You and your mother. Tsunade's fist struck Jiraiya's chest, her force expertly controlled, delivering a propelling power. Aside from fracturing 3 of Jiraiya's ribs, he sustained no other injuries. He was sent flying in a parabolic arc, disappearing from sight. How dare Jiraiya suggest that Tetsuhan could become a source of disorder in the ninja world? Tsunade's temper flared. She could hardly contain herself. Orochimaru chuckled. You haven't killed him, have you, Tsunade? Tsunade replied. Not at all, just a few broken ribs. Orochimaru laughed twice and bid farewell, stating he had other matters to attend to, and with a graceful twist of his waist, he vanished from sight. Tsunade left as well, busying herself with settlement issues. As for Jiraiya's injuries, she simply assigned them to the medical ninjas under her command for practice. Jiraiya protested, Tsunade, you cannot treat me this way. The medical ninja pressed their hand rudely against his chest, activating healing ninjutsu. Lady Tsunade has decreed that this fellow dared to speak ill of Lord Tetsuhan, which is unforgivable. Do not think that your identity as Jiraiya will spare you. Even the Hokage would not be an exception. The Sand Ninja's peace delegation arrived swiftly. Mito Gate Flame, with great experience, pulled out the 10th version of the treaty negotiated with the Rock Ninja. The Sand Ninja side consisted of Aizo and the 3rd Kazekage, accompanied by a team of over 10 individuals and more than 20 guards. Upon reviewing the treaty's content, Aizo slammed it on the table. He was straightforward. Such a treaty was unacceptable to the Sand Ninja. They either had to renegotiate the terms, or Konoha would occupy the Sand Ninja village. On the Konoha side were Mito Gate Flame, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others. Jiraiya grew anxious upon hearing this and was about to speak when a snake coiled around his ankle and bit down hard. "Thank you for the gift, Orochimaru." Tsunade stood up decisively. "Very well. Elder Mito Gate, please detain them. I shall prepare the troops. The entire army shall advance and seize the Sand Ninja village." Tsunade radiated an aura of unwavering authority. It was clear to all that she was not jesting, yet they felt it was also a threat. Aizo and the third Kazekage remained composed, exuding an air of indifference, as if to say, "If you wish to occupy, then occupy. We, the Sand Ninja, have nothing to lose." Tsunade had already exited the tent, issuing commands to the Yamanaka clan nearby. A portion of the ninja army that had just arrived from the Western Front responded immediately upon receiving orders. This was Tsunade. "If you, the Sand Ninja, wish to occupy, then I shall show you how it is done. As for whether my actions constitute intimidation, that depends on you, the Sand Ninja. If you take it seriously, then it is indeed intimidation. Behave obediently and resolve matters at the negotiation table. If you think this is mere intimidation and believe I would not dare to act against the Sand Ninja village, then let us see if I truly dare. I, Tsunade, have never lost a gamble with my life. The orders were genuine, the mobilization was real, and even the deployment of the army was authentic." At this moment, Aizo and the third Kazekage could no longer remain composed. "Ah, wait, is everyone truly going to take action? What kind of fierce woman is this?" They quickly softened their stance and urged Mito Gate Flame to retrieve Tsunade. Mito Gate Flame coldly chuckled, casting a glance at them. "Orochimaru, go retrieve Tsunade. This is a matter of national significance. The negotiations between the two countries cannot be influenced by emotions." Orochimaru glanced at the Sand Ninja before heading out to pursue her.
Mito Gate Flame remarked, "Fortunately,
"You are still willing to negotiate and are quick about it. Otherwise, if 2 days pass, it would be too late to regret." After quite some time, Tsunade finally returned to the negotiation table. The discussions between the Wind and Fire nations resumed. This time, although the Sand Ninja continued to haggle, they dared not play any games. Konoha had produced such a formidable figure. Aizo and the third Kazekage felt a sense of frustration. Previously, they had always been the ones to threaten others. Regardless of whether the Sand Ninja succeeded or failed, they were the ones to intimidate. After all, they were impoverished. As long as they played the fool, Konoha had no recourse. Compensation? None. It was a matter of life and death. Surrendering resources? They might as well kill me. This tactic had worked with the first, second, and third Hokages, as well as under the leadership of Mito Gate Flame until today when they encountered Tsunade. Mito Gate Flame felt a surge of nostalgia, recalling his previous experiences negotiating with the Sand Ninja alongside the second Hokage, feeling a sense of disorientation. Negotiating with the Sand Ninja had never been this smooth. Indeed, it was Tsunade and Tetsuhan, the master and disciple, who represented the future of Konoha. With them around, Konoha's future would undoubtedly shine even brighter. In the midst of verbal sparring, he couldn't help but recall the distant Iron Fire. That insufferable rascal. Who knows what sort of chaos he would unleash upon the Eastern Front. Hanzo of the Salamander was momentarily perplexed by Konoha's maneuvers. The back and forth of intelligence was baffling. What was Konoha's intention? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence now. His opportunity had arrived. He gathered a contingent of rain shinobi and led them northward. The land of grass had fallen into disarray, its ninjas crawling like the very grass, bowing to the whims of the wind. Wherever the wind blew strongest, they would topple in that direction. Yet, Hanzo remained resolute, delivering a severe beating to the ninjas of the grass village in broad daylight, incorporating them into his ranks. He then set his sights directly on the Takigakure village. Naturally, Takigakure was no match for Hanzo of the Salamander and surrendered swiftly. Soon after, his forces reached the Land of Iron. The allied rain shinobi clashed with the samurai of the Iron Country. Yet their leader, Mifune, stood defiantly against Hanzo. Hanzo of the Salamander, our Land of Iron has never engaged in the disputes of the shinobi world. We are a neutral nation. By attacking the Land of Iron, do you seek to disrupt this accord? Speak with my scythe. Hanzo's scythe flew forth, agile and versatile under his Chakra's command, akin to a dragon soaring through the sky. Mifune, however, evaded swiftly, his blade concealed within its sheath, perpetually searching for an opening, building momentum. Suddenly seizing a gap, he struck. The speed of his slash reached its zenith, the chakra imbued within his blade radiating with lethal intent, slicing through the air. Hanzo too swiftly dodged, employing ninjutsu to release the toxic fumes of the salamander. One by one, the ninjas fell, and Mifune's own movements grew sluggish, his complexion turning ashen, clearly affected by the poison. After another failed Iato strike and witnessing the fallen samurai, Mifune relinquished his blade. Hanzo, kill me. I only ask that you spare them. Hanzo replied, very well. He fixed his gaze on Mifune and added, however, as the defeated nation, you must bear the awareness of your defeat. The land of iron shall heed the call of the alliance leader. Indeed, the wise recognize the tides of change. Having achieved his strategic objective, Hanzo began dispatching his range shinobi through the corridor of this small nation to gather intelligence on the eastern front. He had an unavoidable battle with Konoha ahead, but he awaited the opportune moment. He had demonstrated his strength to the land of earth and the land of wind. Yet, the land of fire had been too swift to retreat last time, inevitably leading to underestimation. All of this was to ensure that the land of rain would no longer be a battlefield, to spare every soul within it from the horrors of war, allowing it to cease its weeping. The supremacy of the Cloud Shinobi had been validated by the likes of Senju Tobarama and his Hokage guards. Thus, once thunder and fire erupted into conflict, Konoha would have to exert their utmost effort. Presently, the spirits of the Western Front had already departed, leaving the leadership in the hands of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. In summary, the heavens seemed to be assisting him. Perhaps the plight of the land of rain was so dire that even the heavens could not bear to watch, granting Hanzo this opportunity. However, at this moment, patience was paramount, sufficient patience, awaiting the moment when all would set into motion. Once the third Raikage arrived secretly, the Cloud Shinobi sprang into action. As for the Air Shinobi, dispatch them. Let their aerial fortress mobilize. The Air Shinobi promptly boarded the fortress, contributing to its energy reserves. The entire fortress had undergone repairs, mending the breaches created by the transformation of the Monkey King into a goldenrod. Upon the ominous fortress, bizarrely shaped stones and faces adorned its surface, evidently mimicking the Hokage rock of Konoha. The Konoha forces spotted the fortress from afar. Ironfire did as well. He merely raised an eyebrow. The Angkor fortress? He focused intently, dismissing all distractions, drawing forth a blade of light. A serene, ethereal force that seemed to merge with the heavens and earth emanated, slicing through the air from a distance. The scene appeared comical, akin to a mere child wielding a knife against the sun, attempting to sever it from the sky. The leader atop the fortress found this spectacle amusing, yet his laughter was swiftly silenced, for the fortress suddenly lost power, plummeting from the sky, then crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom! Like a colossal piledriver, the entire battlefield quaked. The fortress shattered into countless fragments, leaving its occupants in a gruesome state. It is worth noting that the fortress had been soaring at an altitude of 1,000 meters. At such heights, even a ninja could not escape death. No one could alter their fate of becoming mere flesh and bone. Ironfire remained remarkably composed, stating, a grain of rice, even it can shine. Did they believe that soaring through the skies rendered them invulnerable? Little did they know, the fortress relied on the chakra provided by numerous ordinary ninjas, which constituted its greatest vulnerability. The true essence of his strike allowed those within the fortress to experience tranquility and the fleeting nature of existence. Yet their chakra was swiftly depleted and exhausted. Such an unprecedented mode of attack was beyond the enemy's imagination. The third Raikage, amidst the Cloud Shinobi, furrowed his brow. What trickery was this? Why did the fortress fall? Uncertain, but it should not be an illusion, said the Earth Ninja. Illusions are indeed more constrained by distance than conventional ninjutsu. The shinobi world is rife with natural energy, serving as an inherent barrier. Illusions fundamentally rely on spiritual energy carried on chakra to attack targets. The process of this chakra reaching the opponent consumes energy. Over long distances, natural energy dissipates it entirely. Even at close range, it requires immense chakra to establish contact successfully. 1,000 meters is a distance unattainable by illusions. Send the Moon Shinobi into action. The Sound Shinobi shall provide support, and let the illusions intertwine. Let us probe further. As the saying goes, 1,000 days of training are for a single moment of use. The roles of the Moon Shinobi, Sound Shinobi, and other small ninja villages at such critical junctures are precisely to test the opponent, to discern their strengths and weaknesses. Unbeknownst to the Sound and Water Shinobi, this was their final hour. Ironically, the Water Shinobi, due to their frailty, managed to escape this calamity, resulting in the lands of Field and Moon losing their ninja villages, becoming nations devoid of ninjas. Ironfire commanded his subordinates, skilled in performing handstands and push-ups. Go! Eliminate these troublesome insects. Yes. The Konoha ninjas scattered, increasing their distances dramatically. Upon closing in swiftly, the sweet melon detonated directly above the heads of the Sound and Moon shinobi. This had been derived from thorough analysis of past battles, yielding the optimal lethality. 1. The sweet melon at this altitude was beyond the enemy's reach. 2. The explosion would generate maximum destructive force. The shock wave from the sweet melon hurled individuals away, crashing them heavily to the ground. Fragments of shuriken embedded deeply into flesh, and some unfortunate souls had them lodged in their organs. Alongside the shockwave's impact, those closer perished, while those further away lost their resistance. The remaining scattered resistance encountered the second wave of sweet melons. The Konoha ninjas were well acquainted with their weapon, maneuvering just outside the explosion's radius. In a mere charge, once the Yunrin forces advanced, forming successive spearhead formations, led by a ninja employing the lightning release chakra mode, followed closely by those skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu, charging directly at the leaf ninjas. Once again, the leaf side launched small melons, which exploded in midair. A ninja among the Yunrin utilized lightning release techniques, enveloping a group of their own. As a consequence, their movements were abruptly halted, leaving them to defend in place. However, the leaf ninjas did not cease their assault. Encountering such a situation, they pressed on relentlessly. Ironfire, witnessing this, promptly dispatched the second echelon of his elite forces. Following the conclusion of the initial wave of impact, the second wave followed closely behind. The Yunrin were somewhat bewildered. Was this how battles were fought? The leaf ninjas were not engaging in close combat but simply allowing them to pass. The leaf ninjas wielded their weapons with lethal precision, targeting vital areas. A group surged towards the supply depot, while another charged towards the hospital. Upon witnessing a fire break out in the rear, some Yunrin were compelled to return to defend. This movement dissipated their earlier momentum, transforming the encounter into a fierce struggle. Mobilization, pursuit, and combat ensued. Finally, as they clashed with the leaf ninjas, a blade struck one of them, and the Yunrin were suddenly gripped by an emotion known as despair. Their blades met flesh, yet could not penetrate deeply. Even the skin was only superficially wounded. Then, in a moment of disbelief, they were gently pierced in the throat by the opponent's kunai, penetrating the heart. Until death, a lingering question remained unvoiced. Why? How could the leaf ninjas be impervious to blades and weapons? This gave rise to a strange thought in the Yunrin's minds. Could these leaf ninjas be mere illusions, perhaps impersonated by the rock ninjas? After suffering this unexpected setback, the Yunrin gradually began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Ironfire commanded a retreat, pulling back the leaf forces. The leaf ninjas had mastered a peculiar ninjutsu, allowing them to be unscathed by blades, akin to a technique of hardening. If a solution could not be devised, encountering them would pose significant trouble. Tuadai furrowed his brow, surprised that, in their first skirmish, the opposing side had so effectively countered the Yunrin. The third Raikage remarked, "This is not merely a technique of hardening. Beyond these trivial matters, I am more concerned with that Ironfire. What means did he employ? That was an airborne fortress, approximately 1,000 meters above ground. Even if the aerial ninjas themselves were lacking in strength, how could that fortress be brought down from such a height?" Thus, the third Raikage's desire to eliminate Ironfire intensified. An opportunity must be found to dispatch him. Otherwise, allowing such a youthful genius to flourish would pose a significant dilemma for the Yunrin village. Meanwhile, the morale of the leaf ninjas soared. Ironfire summoned the various squad leaders for a brief meeting. This time, they had the advantage of intelligence. The next battle would necessitate utilizing this tactic as a fallback option. However, with this tactic at their disposal, the Yunrin would undoubtedly hesitate during combat. All positions must remain vigilant to avoid giving the Yunrin any opportunities. During the night, they ought to create some disturbances to prevent the Yunrin from becoming too complacent. "Any questions?" Ironfire inquired, yet silence ensued. The individuals dispersed, leading to subsequent meetings among the various mid-level captains, followed by the team leaders, to disseminate the meeting's content into specific operational tasks. Ironfire, however, sought out Hataki Sakumo, asking Elder Hataki, "How fares your situation?" Still without any leads, he replied. However, the aura of the blade has become increasingly potent, more frequent, and there is an unmistakable trend of it becoming uncontrollable. If there was truly no other option, I would have to fight with all my might to carve a path forward, Hataki Sakumo lamented. Who could have foreseen that the realm of swordsmanship would become his death warrant? Ironfire nodded, refraining from further conversation. He was well versed in various theories, such as beyond the blade, there is nothing else, and to attain the sword, one must forget the sword to reach the realm of emotions. Yet these were mere words from novelists. He feared that his musings might inadvertently harm Hatake Tsukumo. In this life-and-death situation, it would ultimately fall to Hatake Tsukumo himself. Conversely, Hatake Tsukumo reassured Ironfire, "Do not worry about my condition. Focus solely on the affairs of the battlefield." Historically, those who were enamored with the art of swordsmanship have always yearned for such legendary realms. To catch even a glimpse of such a state is, in truth, a fulfillment beyond regret. Ironfire merely stated, "You will surely overcome this challenge." "I appreciate your kind words," Hatake Tsukumo responded, attempting once more. His intent with the blade occasionally emanated, unable to contain the absorption of natural energy. Ironfire sensed his fluctuating state, contemplating. Perhaps what White Fang needed was a battle. Since he could not suppress it, why not release the chakra within him, one slice at a time, seeking balance through that release? In comparison, this tranquil environment seemed unsuitable. However, there was no rush. This could only be a last resort. It would be best for Hatake Tsukumo to break through on his own. If he truly could not, then perhaps the Yunrin would serve as a whetstone. Ironfire was not optimistic about Hatake Tsukumo's ability to break through. Reflecting, the Yunrin are in for a surprise. How many of them will it take to help Hatake Tsukumo successfully step into the innate, resolving this hidden danger? During the night, sporadic small melons flew into the Yunrin's encampment. The Yunrin, injured by shrapnel and shockwaves, emerged only to find the area deserted. They had remained vigilant throughout the night, yet did not encounter a second ambush. Just as dawn approached and they were about to succumb to sleep, they were met with another barrage of small melons. The Leaf Ninjas organized another probing attack, but upon being detected by the Yunrin, they retreated decisively. It was akin to a cat playing with a mouse, provoking the Yunrin's ire. Yet this was merely the beginning of Ironfire's cunning. Throughout the day, they executed 3 successive feints, and by nightfall, a force audaciously stormed into the Land of Rice. The sound village of the Land of Rice was left with only a handful of pitiful defenders, who were swiftly overwhelmed. A new outpost was established on the spot, requisitioning food supplies locally for sustenance. Meanwhile, another position guarded by the Moon Ninjas was also captured during a nighttime raid. The Yunrin were baffled. Wasn't yesterday merely harassment? Why are they now serious? As they widened their eyes, refusing to overlook even the slightest rustle of grass or breeze, the Leaf Ninjas fell silent. Even the small melons were no longer thrown. The third Raikage was exceedingly frustrated. The Yunrin had never fought such a humiliating battle. It would not do. The Yunrin needed to retaliate with their own harassment, returning the favor. To ensure the success of this nighttime assault, the Yunrin specifically selected a group of elite members, intent on making a formidable impact. There is a saying, "The devil is in the details." There is no room for chance on the battlefield. Thus, Ironfire's side was always well prepared in terms of sentry duty. Since they were the ones conducting ambushes, they naturally had to be thorough in their preparations against ambushes. From the moment they detected the Yunrin's unusual movements, to the responses of various units and the deployment of defenses, everything flowed seamlessly. The Yunrin unleashed a large-scale lightning ninjutsu, hurling it towards the Leaf forces without engaging in close combat. No matter how impervious you are to blades, can you withstand this lightning? On the Leaf side, some countered with fire release, while others followed with wind release. "Enemy attack!" Cries rang out. The Leaf forces fought while retreating. The intensity of the Yunrin's assault was beyond what they could withstand head-on. Ironfire, relying on the communication system established by his mountain clan, issued commands in an orderly fashion, yielding the position. Then, the concealed ninjas of Konoha maneuvered through the shadows, severing their escape route. Suddenly, Tetsuhan sensed something amiss and exclaimed loudly, "Kikoki-senpai, I entrust these foes to you for your trial of blades. Every strike, unleash your utmost strength." An overwhelming silence enveloped the surroundings, akin to the oppressive atmosphere preceding an impending storm, as dark clouds loomed over the city. This palpable tension enveloped not only the ninjas of Konoha but also their adversaries from the cloud. It felt as if a malevolent entity, capable of annihilating all life, had emerged. A figure, swift as lightning and shrouded in a dazzling, sharp white radiance of thunder, emerged from the rear. With feet seemingly treading on air and eyes gleaming with electric fervor, he wielded a short blade that flickered with white lightning, akin to a deity sweeping forth with a lethal arc. Slash. The short blade, White Fang, appeared as a sinister creature, unleashing torrents of lightning that fractured into streams of white light, traversing vast distances towards the cloud ninjas in an instant. Each streak of lightning represented a blade in its own right. However, it was the intent of the blade that surpassed mere steel in swiftness. Before the lightning reached its target, the essence of the blade had already penetrated their beings, confronting them with a purity of intent solely dedicated to slaughter, rendering their spirits instantly severed. Kikuki Sakumo and Tetsuhan were both born of innate prowess, yet the magnitude of Kikuki Sakumo's strike overshadowed that of Tetsuhan. This was not due to a superiority in skill or realm, but rather because he unleashed his attack without reservation, adhering to Tetsuhan's exhortation to exert his full might. With the invocation of his blade, the previously restless chakra within him was entirely cleansed. It was as though a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion had suddenly released its steam, expelling the volatile chakra contained within. New sage chakra surged forth to fill his being. The most significant distinction between innate and acquired abilities lay in their inexhaustibility. This innate chakra was a boundless resource, ceaselessly replenishing. Thus, Kikuki Sakumo unleashed his second strike. The thunderous light dispersed widely around him. Yet each beam remained concentrated, concealing unparalleled blade intent within, once more descending upon the cloud ninjas. There was no escape, no evasion. The ninjutsu of the cloud flickered like a candle in the wind, sputtering briefly before extinguishing. Then came the third strike, death. None could comprehend how Kikuki Sakumo's single strike could simultaneously target so many ninjas. The cloud ninjas, who prided themselves on their abundant chakra, could not fathom why it suddenly seemed insufficient. They were oblivious to the marvel of innate prowess. The blade intent was a purely spiritual assault, severing the spirit, while chakra was a fusion of spiritual and physical strength. Thus, what transpires when the spiritual essence is cleaved? Or to pose a more tangible question, if a bicycle has its wheels removed, can it still be ridden? They were confronted with precisely this dilemma. The spiritual component of their chakra was annihilated by the blade intent, resulting in a corresponding depletion of chakra. No amount of abundant chakra could withstand such a slaughter, especially as the authentic lightning from the blade simultaneously drained their reserves. To withstand two strikes was already a testament to their extraordinary resilience. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Konoha merely felt an oppressive weight, as if the heavens themselves were bearing down upon them. Yet that was all. Tetsuhan had long shielded the Konoha ninjas. His demeanor, imbued with an essence of gentle humility and serene naturalness, grew more pronounced, dissipating much of Kikuki Sakumo's overwhelming aura, rendering the blade intent upon them akin to a gentle breeze, unpleasant yet inconsequential. Kikuki Sakumo abruptly turned, moving like a flash of lightning toward the cloud ninjas. The electric luminescence surrounding him glimmered conspicuously in the dark of night. All remained steadfast in their positions, awaiting orders. He then instructed the Yamanaka clan beside him, "Go relay the message. Until Kikuki-senpai returns, no one is permitted to utilize their sensory abilities." The Yamanaka, seasoned from past encounters, understood the gravity of the situation. "Rest assured, Lord Tetsuhan, we know what to do." Tetsuhan replied, "I will follow closely behind Kikuki-senpai. Do not worry about our safety." Upon concluding his words, he summoned forth a slug spirit over a foot long. "Stay here, just in case." This was meticulousness at its finest. With a slug as a safeguard, he could reverse summon in critical moments, ensuring survival. He then pursued Kikuki Sakumo. The sensory ninjas of the cloud, while scouting the battlefield moments ago, were struck by the blade intent and fell, bloodied and unconscious, their faces ashen and lifeless. Now, as Kikuki Sakumo approached with his blade and thunder, the scouts of the cloud discerned him through their own eyes. "What is that? It appears to be a person." They could not clearly discern Kikuki Sakumo's visage, only the electrifying aura that radiated from him, starkly white and glaring. It was immediately apparent that he was not one of their own. Despite the lightning enveloping him, it was distinctly different from that of the cloud. Enemy attack. As for Tetsuhan, who trailed behind Kikuki Sakumo, they could not perceive him at all. His aura, seamlessly blending with the earth and skies, was humble and unassuming, akin to an inconspicuous stone, a wild grass, or a gentle breeze. Kikuki Sakumo's subsequent strike was even more unrestrained than the previous one. After all, he had initially held back somewhat in consideration of his comrades from Konoha, but now, all was adversarial. In the void, bolts of lightning manifested, weaving into a net. Following the trajectory of his slash, the ground crackled under the thunderous discharge, filling the air with a dry, nauseating aroma. Among the ranks of the cloud, a tall and robust figure, draped in a headscarf, suddenly erupted with golden thunder, enveloped in a thick layer. His golden beard and eyebrows flared with the lightning, and his fierce eyes locked onto Kikuki Tsukumo as he charged forward. His right hand extended, fingers curled save for the index. A thrust, a direct attack. The mightiest spear of the cloud surged toward Kikuki Tsukumo. Under the cloak of lightning, the third Reikage surged forward like a god of thunder. Kikuki Tsukumo disregarded all else, pointing his blade toward the third Reikage, drawing all attention to him. The resplendent blade intent coalesced in his heart, aimed squarely at the third Reikage. He met the thrust with his own strike. The blade intent, guided by an unseen force, found its target, the weakness of the thrust. The surging white lightning collided with the thrust, the blade cleaving into the shoulder of the third Reikage. The dense golden lightning, akin to a formidable armor, ignited rapidly at that moment. Kikuki Tsukumo's chakra surged aggressively, creating a standoff. The two engaged in a peculiar stalemate, entering a contest of chakra. This scene could be deemed unprecedented in the annals of the ninja world. The third Reikage could not retreat. To do so would allow his opponent's blade to advance unopposed. He was confident in the defense of his strongest shield, yet who could predict the strange prowess of this thunderous figure? Kikuki Tsukumo, too, would not flinch. Otherwise, the thrust would continue forward. Good heavens, this is truly a sight to behold, remarked Tetsuhan. Is the ninja world now entering an era of inner strength contests? Surrounding cloud ninjas halted, observing the two. Who are you? The third Reikage inquired, his voice booming like thunder. Kikuki Tsukumo's response was cold and sharp as a blade. White Fang. Kikuki Tsukumo of Konoha. Your lightning release is no ordinary feat among the cloud ninja. Very well, let us join forces to further my cultivation. Out with the old and in with the new. He felt increasingly adept, the celestial chakra within him gradually stabilizing. The innate mysteries unfurled before his consciousness, as if he were gazing at the patterns on his palm. An unceasing stream of chakra flowed through the short blade, pouring into the Reikage. The golden lightning enveloping the Reikage flickered incessantly, replenishing itself with each dissipating spark. Though the Reikage's form appeared reckless, he was anything but. He swiftly discerned the anomaly of Kakashi Hatake. His chakra was exceedingly extraordinary. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, and the lightning release chakra mode intensified, unleashing an even greater surge of chakra. A vast amount of chakra clashed against Kakashi Hatake's celestial chakra, forcing him back through sheer volume. Run, he bellowed. The cloud ninja retreated like a tide, while Iron Fire, lurking in the shadows, made no attempt to intervene. His sole purpose in following Kakashi was to safeguard him from unforeseen circumstances. Kakashi Hatake drew his blade once more, the serene intent of his sword permeating the air, honing in on the third Reikage. The sword, akin to an antelope's horn, attacked from an inconceivable angle. Devoid of his subordinate's interference, the third Reikage no longer braced himself forcefully. Instead, he utilized the reaction speed and mobility afforded by his lightning release chakra mode to engage Kakashi. Two figures, one gold and one white, flickered rapidly in the night, their speed surpassing the perception of ordinary eyes. White Fang consistently clashed with the third Reikage's fierce strikes, fists and feet colliding. The third Reikage's renowned shield and spear lived up to their reputation. His chakra was immense, and augmented by the lightning release chakra mode, Kakashi's attacks proved less effective. His sword was sufficiently profound, its trajectory as wild as a galloping steed, yet it could not breach the third Reikage's defenses. Kakashi's celestial technique was ceaseless, his sword intent capable of directly affecting the mind, launching a mental assault. However, the third Reikage possessed a vast reservoir of chakra, endowing him with adequate spiritual fortitude. The third Reikage was a formidable opponent. At last, Kakashi Hatake's chakra reached a delicate equilibrium. The visible lightning surrounding him faded, the blade returned to its ordinary state, and the once radiant white glow in his eyes diminished. His movements became fluid and natural, transitioning from uncontrolled to controlled. Iron Fire acutely sensed the transformation within Kakashi, signifying his complete mastery of this realm. Thus he spoke, "Kakashi-senpai, let us cease here." Kakashi was unperturbed by this declaration. However, the third Reikage was taken aback. Following the voice, he beheld a youth of 8 or 9 years. "You are the legendary blade of Konoha, Iron Fire?" The third Reikage possessed keen insight. "However, I must clarify. I am known as the Heavenly Blade. What legendary blade could possibly befit my name? If Lord Reikage possesses any sense, he would do well to comply with the terms of our agreement. Otherwise, the Cloud Ninja shall be left to bear the humiliation of defeat when signing." Kakashi inquired, "Should we spare him?" The proposition to retain the third Reikage was indeed tempting. Alone, he lacked confidence, Yet with iron fire by his side, not only did he feel assured, but overwhelmingly so. Only those who have genuinely stepped into the innate realm can comprehend the marvels of this state. Even if the two could not breach defenses, they could utilize the ceaseless vitality of the innate realm, collaborating within to channel natural forces. Even the Raikage's formidable chakra would eventually wane. Moreover, the unique mental confrontations inherent to the innate realm would rapidly deplete an individual's chakra. As spiritual power wanes, chakra dissipates. Comparatively, what he and Iron Fire lacked was merely the quantity of their chakra. Currently, Iron Fire's chakra was approximately half of his own. Being of the innate realm, this foundational quantity would undeniably influence their output efficiency. To quantify, each of Kakashi's moves could yield a chakra equivalent to that of White Fang. The chakra within his body functioned akin to a pump, absorbing natural energy and expelling it when needed, each cycle equating to a White Fang's celestial chakra. As for Iron Fire, his maximum single attack could only be half of that. Though both possessed ceaseless vitality, the quantity of their chakra determined their efficiency in output. Iron Fire hesitated but ultimately dismissed the proposal. Forget it. After all, he is a former Raikage. Should he perish here, we would be embroiled in an unending conflict with the Cloud Ninja. Iron Fire then regarded the third Raikage, assuming a moral high ground to admonish. My second Hokage and your second Raikage were kindred spirits, even exchanging students and sharing knowledge. While it is one thing for your rebellious forces to slay my Hokage, that can be attributed to rebellion. However, your Cloud Ninja have obliterated our ally, the land of Whirlpools, and now threaten war at our borders. Is this how you uphold righteousness? The friendship between our nations has been so easily shredded, turning into opposition. The third Raikage retorted, consider this, in the ninja world, it is the law of the jungle. The land of Whirlpools is but a small nation, yet its people, under the guise of peace, incite rebellion within my country. Such a clan deserves annihilation. As for whether I can face the second Raikage in the afterlife, that is not for a mere child like you to judge. The third Raikage's voice boomed, yet his gaze remained fixed warily on Iron Fire. The fact that he had only noticed Iron Fire upon his utterance sent shivers down his spine. Iron Fire declared, then let us settle this on the battlefield. Suddenly recalling something, he mused, Lord Raikage, you wouldn't be planning to ambush me on the field, would you? Regrettably, there will be no opportunity. With that, he gracefully departed alongside Kakashi. The third Raikage withdrew as well, inquiring about the casualties resulting from Kakashi's sudden incursion. 16 had perished, and there were no injuries among the survivors. This was the immediate toll. As for the sensing ninjas, they remained unconscious, their minds severely traumatized, rendering them ineffective for the duration of the conflict. Send for detailed information on Kakashi Hatake. We shall study it. Kakashi and Iron Fire returned to their encampment. Iron Fire congratulated Kakashi. Congratulations, you have finally taken this step, entering such a realm. Kakashi laughed heartily. Thanks to your keen perception of my condition and timely reminder. Without these Cloud Ninja sharpening my blade, I might have perished at this juncture. The legendary realm pursued by countless swordsmen throughout history is indeed like this. Iron Fire affirmed. The name White Fang shall resonate throughout the ninja world from this day forth. After all, this was a feat that could contend with the mightiest spear and shield, never yielding, having just broken through to the pinnacle of the innate realm, where no distractions lingered. Kakashi's spirits soared as he invited Iron Fire into his tent for a hearty discussion. The intricacies of this experience were utterly captivating, and he sought someone who understood to share his thoughts. Iron Fire not only comprehended but was also his guiding light. Seating themselves casually, Kakashi produced tea leaves and poured each a cup. Only upon reaching such a realm does one truly grasp the vastness of the universe. It turns out that chakra flows like a wheel, harmonizing the internal and external, akin to a dragon drawing water, rising from below. I remarked that you appear to be merely 8 or 9 years of age, and your chakra is quite limited. Yet, during our training, you exhibited no signs of exhaustion. How intriguing! The secret lies therein. Iron Fire chuckled and said, Indeed, this realm excels in group combat, embodying an almost ceaseless cycle of energy. However, I have always exercised caution, fearing that excessive eagerness might lead to a depletion of strength. The momentum of your breakthrough far surpasses my own. During my time in the Whetbone Forest, I could manage only a long howl. Kakashi Shikubo then sought further wisdom from the seasoned veterans, particularly regarding chakra. He noted that at this stage, the term chakra truly comes into its own. Chakra, synonymous with the concept of energy wheels, only begins to fulfill its role when one reaches the innate level, where it draws energy from the universe and circulates it within the body. Prior to this stage, it merely creates a motionless wheel, which can be thrown to strike an opponent. In truth, one should align with the natural flow of the meridians. I have been following this natural path. However, your swordsmanship habits should also exert a certain influence. Feel free to adhere to your own practices. Each individual's habits differ, and thus, so too does the path they follow. That makes sense. Kakashi Shikubo exclaimed, and immediately began to experiment, applying his own footwork and sword techniques while channeling chakra along the paths he had discovered. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is quite effective." Iron Fire then broached the subject of the arrangements made by the Cloud Shinobi, noting that the Raikage, aware of the senior's breakthrough, would likely bide his time to summon the advanced forces of the Cloud Shinobi, such as the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This shift in the battlefield dynamics would ultimately favor us. He would undoubtedly fixate on the two of us, while the remaining combat would devolve into a contest among the lower ranks. I have trained the ninja army. Many have mastered the techniques necessary to withstand even formidable weaponry, which poses a significant constraint against the Cloud Shinobi. The preceding skirmish should instill a sense of caution among them, creating a blend of truth and illusion, thus granting us the upper hand. Do you possess the confidence to intercept the two Jinchuriki? Kakashi Shikubo inquired. Iron Fire nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I can. Meanwhile, the third Raikage did indeed propose the deployment of the Two Tails and Eight Tails to assist in the battle. Following an analysis by the advisors, this plan was approved. However, Suchikage expressed concern. Are two Jinchuriki truly sufficient? His skepticism was understandable, for according to the Raikage, the lad named Iron Fire seemed even more enigmatic than Kakashi Shikubo, who had previously fought the Raikage to a standstill. It was known that the Eight Tails had suffered considerable defeat in close combat, and the Two Tails, resembling a small cat, was equally vulnerable to its own shadow's manipulation. Could their combined strength truly suffice? Suchikage was clearly contemplating Iron Fire and Kakashi Shikubo as equals to the third Raikage. Otherwise, such doubts would not arise. The third Raikage stated, "It is not sufficient, but there exists no better alternative." The Raikage was blunt. War is not merely a matter of being adequately prepared. It is about seizing the initiative when the enemy is unable to present their own countermeasures. The one who acts swiftly and decisively becomes the aggressor, while the one who hesitates finds themselves in a passive position, potentially facing swift annihilation. Suchikage inhaled deeply. I understand. The following morning, Iron Fire instructed the Konoha Women S Corps to commence evacuation operations, ensuring that as many individuals as possible were moved away from the combat zone. With a serious demeanor, he asserted, "Everyone must leave. Those who are reluctant need not be coerced. Our duty to inform must be fulfilled. Once the task is complete, you shall return to Konoha immediately." Iron Fire, we have come to fight on the front lines, interjected Nara Shikaku's mother. Iron Fire accorded her the respect she deserved, recognizing that the impending battle would be fierce and that they had long been detached from the practice of wielding weapons, rendering them less adaptable to the battlefield. Previously, the forces had been severely limited, necessitating a show of strength to deter the Cloud Shinobi from acting recklessly. Now that we had brought reinforcements from the southern and western fronts, we were adequately prepared. This is an order. Enough of this discussion. I have matters to attend to. By the way, summon Uchiha Wenix. Uchiha Wenix entered the tent, and Iron Fire got straight to the point. Do you Uchiha wish to remain on the front lines or retreat to the rear? I offer you a choice. Uchiha Wenix replied. The Uchiha are willing to remain and engage the Cloud Shinobi. Very well, prepare yourselves. The time has come for you Uchiha to shine. Iron Fire thought to himself, what are your tailed beasts about to arrive? You're trying to trap me. Aren't you? What kind of honorable person confronts you head-on? I'll deploy one Uchiha. What will you counter with? Iron Fire had no intention of confronting the two Jinchuriki directly. For a commander, the most crucial aspect is not the charge into battle but the strategic orchestration behind the scenes. Look at how foolish it is to have resources like the Uchiha at hand yet remain oblivious to their potential. Kakashi Shikubo, now having also achieved a breakthrough, served as a formidable weapon on the front lines, sufficient unto itself. He knew that remaining inactive was more intimidating than engaging in combat. As long as he remained still, the Cloud Shinobi would hesitate to unleash their full might. The Konoha forces underwent a series of adjustments. The Yamashiro clan also conducted training, specifically aimed at evading the unique mental abilities of Iron Fire and Kakashi Shikubo. The method was straightforward. Upon the request for silence from the two, they would sever all connections and cease sensory perception. As for the transmission of orders among the ninja army, they reverted to a more primitive method, relying on messengers. It was time for the summoning technique to take center stage. Within the messenger's chamber lay an array of contract scrolls, each bearing vast spaces for signatures, adequate for use over 100 times. If one were to pay attention, they could utilize only their pinky finger for the thumbprint and write their names in smaller letters, thereby increasing the usage count. Although the Yamashiro clan lacked the convenience of direct communication, they were not significantly slower in terms of speed. Another advantage of this technique, surpassing that of the Yamashiro clan, was its traceability. Every message conveyed was meticulously recorded on the summoning scroll, detailing the time, the sender, and the recipient. In this sense, it was superior. In a tightly knit system, leaving a trace signified greater security. The ninjas of the land of rice advanced towards the land of moon, while another unit mobilized towards the land of hot water. Ironfire's headquarters, however, retreated a considerable distance. This maneuver appeared quite perplexing. Not only were the Cloud Shinobi bewildered by Ironfire's strategic intentions, but even the advisors observing Ironfire's tactical deployment from Konoha were equally in the dark regarding his objectives. With such a level of orchestration, even if the spies among the advisors were primarily from the Cloud Shinobi, they would find themselves utterly confounded. The Cloud Shinobi refrained from taking hasty actions, instead opting to await the arrival of their own Jinchuriki to achieve a decisive victory. In this waiting game, they remained oblivious to the complete withdrawal of the Konoha Women's Corps. This was, in fact, a testament to Ironfire's brilliance in strategy, as he had effectively confined the Cloud Shinobi's information sources to a minuscule scope, limiting their awareness and creating a scenario where they appeared prepared while being caught unawares. The Konoha ninjas consistently harassed the Cloud Shinobi, disrupting their rest with a mix of genuine and deceptive interactions. The casualties on both sides were not severe, yet the psychological toll was considerable. The third Raikage felt frustrated, lamenting, "The Cloud Shinobi has never engaged in such a tedious conflict." The entire battlefield was suffused with an air of irritation, as Konoha continued to provoke. Whenever the Cloud Shinobi became overly zealous, it was inevitable that some would fall into the pre-prepared encirclement set by the Konoha ninjas, being outnumbered. In the midst of these minor skirmishes, daily losses were not substantial, but cumulatively, they amounted to a significant toll. Konoha had increasingly more ninjas capable of countering weaponry, becoming nearly impervious to blades and projectiles. At long last, upon the arrival of the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the third Raikage issued the command to advance. The objective of this operation is none other than to confront the formidable figures of Hatake Tsukumo and the Fiery Iron. The third Raikage is tasked with restraining Hatake Tsukumo, while the Two Tails and Eight Tails are to engage Iron. Let there be no hint of underestimation. Exert every ounce of strength and unleash the full power of the tailed beasts. The Raikage solemnly addressed the two. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki inquired, "Is that Iron fellow truly worthy of our combined efforts?" The Raikage replied, "Follow the orders." Thus commenced a grand battle upon the land of hot water. Both sides employed deep infiltration tactics, the sole distinction being that the Leaf Village operated in teams of 3, while the Cloud Shinobi often formed groups of 10 or 20. Black, blue, and white lightning surged forth, resembling a tempestuous tide of thunder. In response to the impenetrability of the Leaf forces, the Cloud Shinobi opted for an assault through ninjutsu. The initial wave of Leaf forces, surging forward, suddenly vanished, only to reappear beside their comrades in the rear. A myriad of lightning-based techniques went awry. Amidst this ebb and flow of summoning, having deceived one ninjutsu, they seized the fleeting moment before another ended to hurl a small melon. The shuriken fragments erupted, enveloping a vast area. The electric currents in the air extinguished, and many Cloud Shinobi fell. Once again, the Leaf ninjas infiltrated, seizing the opportunity while their opponents were disoriented to strike. However, the Uchiha clan remained aloof, their restlessness palpable as they glanced toward Iron, uncertain when their commander would bid them to engage. Iron cast a glance at them, cryptically stating, "Your enemies shall soon arrive. Do not disappoint me." The Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki merely observed Iron for a moment before he sensed their presence. It was an otherworldly perception, an intuitive grasp of their malevolence and negative aura unique to the tailed beasts. The Uchiha clan looked around, yet could not discern where their adversaries lay. The third Raikage led a contingent of elite warriors forward, bellowing, "Hatake Tsukumo, come forth." Hatake Tsukumo drew his blade to meet him, flanked by his own elite. The two forces collided, and after a flurry of ninjutsu, the conflict devolved into a bout of taijutsu, where time for ninjutsu was a luxury none could afford. The third Raikage and Hatake Tsukumo disregarded the surrounding battles, their focus solely on one another. Hatake Tsukumo's blade radiated an icy demeanor, as if the stillness of death itself coalesced within it. The white lightning coursing through the blade glimmered with an exquisite sharpness. The third raikage moved with astonishing speed, enveloped in golden lightning, his form darting like a bolt of lightning. Yet he could not gain the upper hand against Hatake Tsukumo. Each strike from either combatant was laden with cunning. Hatake Tsukumo attempted to match the third raikage's chakra, but the raikage, having learned from past encounters, evaded such tactics whenever possible. The swift flow of lightning chakra left Hatake Tsukumo feeling helpless, as he experienced the same frustration Iron had faced in their battles. Being at a disadvantage in speed was truly disheartening, especially against the raikage, the mightiest shield, where even a fleeting strike against him bore little consequence. The Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki advanced without any accompanying forces, their bodies gradually enveloped in a layer of chakra. The Two Tails resembled a cat's tail, while the Eight Tails bore an appearance akin to an octopus. The chakra of the tailed beasts surged forth, their rationality progressively eroded by their primal instincts. Iron pointed toward the two Jinchuriki, saying, "Go forth. That is your opponent." What is the best way to confront the tailed beasts? By allowing the Uchiha to engage first. If they succeed, it will validate their reputation as the tailed beast's nemesis. Should they fail, it would merely signify death on the battlefield. After all, depleting the tailed beasts is not without merit. Unlike the third Hokage who harbored biases against the Uchiha clan, Iron recognized the necessity of deploying them alongside equal numbers of Jinchuriki, especially with the Nine Tails now at their doorstep. Even if the Uchiha were to rebel, what of it? If tasked with confronting the Nine Tails, would they not rise to the occasion? The Sharingan, after all, holds a distinct advantage against the tailed beasts. This is the essence of the Uchiha's rightful employment. Observing the two Jinchuriki appear bewildered, the Uchiha felt a surge of excitement as they charged forward. Pairs of crimson Sharingan with three Tomo began to turn, the once volatile Jinchuriki suddenly finding clarity. The Two Tails and Eight Tails inwardly cursed. This is bad. It's the Sharingan. Surprisingly, the tailed beasts refrained from causing chaos, as human intellect once again seized the upper hand. The two Jinchuriki found themselves astonished. This was the epitome of the Jinchuriki mode. The barrier between human and tailed beast dissolved in that moment. The Two Tails and Eight Tails were not like the One-Tail Shikaku or the Nine Tails Kurama, whose aggressive natures were notorious. They understood the gravity of life and death. There was no need for a prolonged negotiation. They reached an unspoken accord. Their past grievances with the Jinchuriki could wait. Now, they faced the Uchiha. They were acutely aware that survival was paramount, for if they perished in 3 years, they would simply be reborn as another tailed beast. However, to fall under the control of the Uchiha was an unbearable fate. Such a reality was worse than death. But to resist the Uchiha solely with their own abilities was futile. They must rely on the Jinchuriki. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of being a Jinchuriki. If the innate combat potential of a tailed beast is quantified as 1, then a perfect Jinchuriki can wield the wisdom of a ninja to unleash the equivalent of 2 or even 3 times that power. What the tailed beasts possess is merely instinctual ferocity and the ability to unleash tailed beast bombs. If they had any mastery of ninjutsu or combat prowess, how could the ninjas possibly contain them within Jinchuriki? Yet, ninjas are different. They deceive, employ various ninjutsu, and utilize intricate combinations, boasting refined taijutsu techniques. Each element can release chakra to its fullest potential. This is the state of harmonious collaboration, devoid of any selfishness between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. Beware of that little rascal. Take heed of that child, cautioned the Two Tails and Eight Tails simultaneously, warning the Jinchuriki of a presence more perilous than the Uchiha. The two Jinchuriki exchanged glances, recognizing that even the tailed beasts acknowledged the danger posed by Iron, suggesting that the third Raikage's words were not mere exaggeration, but rather an understatement. The crimson Sharingan spun ominously, emitting an unsettling aura that seemed to overshadow even that of the tailed beasts. The two Jinchuriki unleashed their techniques. The Two Tails Jinchuriki summoned a surge of lightning, while the Eight Tails Jinchuriki employed taijutsu, moving with blinding speed, their 8 blades flying forth like a hedgehog. They collided with the Uchiha clan's ninjas. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki's blades remained swift yet distinctly perceivable. The Uchiha were not solitary fighters, and they had ample time to respond. One individual deftly intercepted a blade with a kunai, his form abruptly retreating to evade the subsequent strike. Meanwhile, another assailant surged toward the back of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. However, their onslaught encountered the formidable defense of the tailed beast's chakra cloak, failing to penetrate its protective barrier. Yet, this brief lull provided an opportune moment for the remaining clan members to unleash their Sharingan Jinjutsu. In an instant, the The Jinchuriki appeared momentarily stunned, only to swiftly regain composure. A subtle shift in his aura signaled the resumption of his offensive. Taihua observed keenly, discerning the interplay between the tailed beast and its Jinchuriki. When the latter fell victim to the illusion, the transfer of dominance between the two allowed for a rapid recovery. This was not a lapse on his part, but rather an unforeseen development. Who could have anticipated that the two tails and eight tails would reconcile upon encountering the Uchiha, achieving a harmonious state of Jinchuriki? Regardless, he would intervene. Seizing the moment, Taihua drew a blade, executing a downward arc along an ethereal and inscrutable trajectory. In that fleeting instant of transition between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast, he struck through the very fissure that separated them. Such a confrontation on a spiritual plane was unprecedented for them. With a single stroke, he severed the connection between the eight tails and its host. Not only that, but the eight tails sensed a fragment of its essence had been irrevocably lost, a catastrophic blow for a tailed beast, which is an entity of chakra. Unlike humans, who possess tangible forms and can recuperate through their physical bodies after mental depletion, tailed beasts, though seemingly corporeal, are merely conglomerates of chakra. Their existence hinges on this state. As long as their spiritual energy remains intact, even a mutual demise with a Jinchuriki could be followed by a gradual resurgence over the span of a few years, fueled by the residual energies of the ninja world. In other words, their essence still endures. Yet, it is precisely due to this reality that Taihua's spiritual incision, a direct strike against their essence, inflicted the most lethal of wounds. It severed their very fabric. The age-old adage, knock down the donkey but not the cart, underscores that as long as the structure remains intact, there will always be a resurgence. Once that structure is lost, however, it is truly gone. The eight tails sought to re-establish contact with the Jinchuriki but found the connection utterly severed. The Jinchuriki, ensnared within the confines of the Sharingan's illusion, was swiftly engulfed by a barrage of fire techniques from all sides. The searing agony shattered the illusion, yet the life of the eight tails Jinchuriki drew to a close. Inextricably linked to the Jinchuriki, the tailed beast also dissipated in that moment. With a final, anguished roar, the eight tails proclaimed, "I shall return, young leaf shinobi. Await my vengeance." Taihua mused, 3 years, brother. After 3 years, are you certain I will remain as I am now? Then came the two tails. The third Raikage's body suddenly surged with lightning, forcing Kakashi Hatake to retreat. He charged forward, enveloping the two tails Jinchuriki in a cocoon of golden lightning, whisking him away like a bolt of thunder. Following this, a command to retreat was issued, and the cloud shinobi began to withdraw. Taihua darted back to the mountainside, commanding the entire army to mobilize according to their battle plan. Yes, the leaf shinobi sprang into action. The first obstacle to the cloud shinobi's retreat emerged. Traps laid by the leaf ninjas during their earlier skirmish significantly impeded their movement. In swift succession, Taihua and Kakashi led their forces in pursuit. They retreated all the way to the land of the moon, relinquishing 2/3 of its territory before finally halting the leaf's advance in mountainous terrain. This devastating defeat extinguished the cloud's bravado. The leaf continued to press forward, and soon, the Water Country's ninja village sent envoys to negotiate. Esteemed leaf envoy, we, the small nation of water, are compelled by circumstance. We are willing to switch allegiances and send representatives to persuade our ninjas to assist the leaf. Ah, you are quite astute. Very well. Let me witness your sincerity. The small nation, after all, had its own survival to consider. It was no wonder that the subsequent demise of the Moon and Sound ninja villages left these two nations in a prolonged state devoid of shinobi. It wasn't until Orochimaru defected that a new Sound village was established in the Land of Rice, thus concluding the history of the Land of Rice without ninjas. Meanwhile, the Water Country's ninja village endured, thriving on its lucrative hot spring business, even sustaining the cult of the evil deity. Warfare was not their forte. Rather, it was the acumen for survival. The ninjas of small nations could suppress internal discord and execute various tasks while possessing the foresight to align with powerful allies. Not every small nation could produce a formidable figure like Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain. Taihua sat in silence, an intangible pressure enveloping the water envoy. I understand the plight of your small nation. After all, none can withstand the tide of conflict. You have chosen to abandon the shadows for the light, and I am willing to extend an opportunity. How about this? Our army is in need of explosive tags. Why not supply us with a batch from your water country? The envoy cautiously inquired, how many does the esteemed envoy require? Taihua exchanged a glance with the mountain clan, and a ninja from the clan calculated silently, stating, my lord, we are short by 100,000. Very well, let it be 100,000. Relay the message that next time your forces engage, the positions will be relinquished. Did Taihua trust the water ninja village? No, not particularly. Yet, it was of little consequence. Many matters were straightforward, and genuine intentions yielded the best outcomes, while deceptions bore negligible losses. Nonetheless, necessary preparations must be undertaken. After all, heaven grants not its blessings to those who do not seize the opportunity. If the water ninja proved honest, it would present a rare chance to drive the cloud back to the land of lightning. He convened with the other commanders. Our forthcoming battles will likely unfold in mountainous terrain. This landscape is familiar to the cloud but relatively unfamiliar to us. Therefore, we must avoid isolating ourselves. Ensure that all units understand to maintain communication and avoid separation from their comrades. Yes. The water ninja also discreetly contacted the front lines, preparing for a potential betrayal. Across the surface of the land of the moon, sporadic skirmishes occurred, yet both sides tacitly refrained from engaging in full-scale conflict. The cloud, on the defensive, understood their predicament. Both the Raikage and the Tsuchikage were acutely aware of their failure. Their only recourse was to minimize the extent of their defeat and seek an opportunity to negotiate a peace treaty with the Leaf. The Jinchuriki not only failed to serve a beneficial role but had also lost one of their own. A truly staggering blow. We can lure them into the land of lightning. Our forces are well acquainted with the terrain, while the Leaf is not. By leveraging our geographical advantage, if we can secure even a minor victory, negotiations will be within reach, proposed the Tsuchikage. The third Raikage remarked, "How is it that the Leaf has unleashed such monstrous beings? One is not enough. They have unleashed two. We must endeavor to isolate Kakashi and Taihua, severing their connection with the Leaf's forces, and strive to achieve a decisive victory in a short period. Otherwise, we will have no explanation for the daimyo." Just as they were conversing, a cloud ninja burst into the room, exclaiming, "Report! Raikage-sama! Tsuchikage-sama!" Both the Raikage and Tsuchikage, along with their advisors, turned to the newcomer. This ninja, with skin of a deep reddish hue, full lips, and strikingly distinct black and white eyes, sported curly hair adorned with a patterned headband, an unmistakably typical inhabitant of the land of lightning. "This is a letter from the Leaf." He presented the letter with both hands. The third Raikage took the letter, opened it, and felt a chill wash over him. The note, penned by Taihua, read, "Third AI, if you wish to negotiate, surrender now. Do not entertain the notion of exploiting the terrain of the land of lightning for minor victories. Only upon securing a favorable position should one approach the negotiation table. Dreams of grandeur are futile." This letter has, astonishingly, laid bare the plans of the third Raikage and his associates. It is evidently a verbatim account of their recent discourse, and even with spies in their midst, it is implausible for information to be relayed in such a brief span. The image of iron fire has transformed in the eyes of the third Raikage into something inscrutable and fearsome. He presented the letter to Tsukadai, who in turn passed it to the think tank. Tsukadai queried, "Could this be an unknown predictive ninjutsu? It is well known that the second Hokage of Konoha was a master of forbidden techniques. Who can say what peculiar jutsu he left behind for Konoha?" The strategists began to engage in animated discussion. Meanwhile, Iron Fire was sharing tea with Kakashi Shomaku. Kakashi's wife adhered to traditional values, and their household was steeped in the customs of the samurai, ensuring that the tea experience was nothing short of exquisite. After savoring a sip, Iron Fire inquired, "Elder, do you believe the Cloud Shinobi will opt for negotiations or persist with their plans?" Kakashi Shomaku displayed a peculiar expression, stating, "I have yet to witness a messenger being dispatched amidst the throes of battle. This is not merely an act of killing. It is a matter of striking at the heart." Iron Fire then penned another letter. "Tonight, I shall seize the southern town of the Land of Moon." He summoned a ninja, commanding, "Go, deliver this letter forthwith." The ninja conveyed the letter to the front lines, fastening it to a kunai before launching it across the divide. The third Raikage and his compatriots soon laid eyes upon this freshly minted missive. What could Iron Fire be scheming? The Raikage, Tsukadai, and their advisors found themselves in a state of perplexity, all sensing an intangible pressure, akin to celestial wrath, bearing down upon them, rendering it difficult to breathe. Yet, they could not dwell on such matters. The pressing urgency was to address the situation at the southern town. The third Raikage declared, "We cannot afford to lose the southern town." He slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters. Iron Fire's two letters had ignited his fury. Kakashi Shomaku asked Iron Fire, "Are we truly to assault the southern town?" Iron Fire dipped his finger into the tea, sketching a map of the Land of Moon on the small table, indicating, "First we shall strike at Raime Pass, then capture the southern town." Kakashi Shomaku contemplated the two locations, Raimei Pass was a crucial gateway into the Land of Lightning, a formidable stronghold that was paramount. The southern town, meanwhile, served as an important bastion for the Land of Moon, a vital point for both offense and defense, an area to be fiercely contested, though it was also notoriously difficult to breach. Indeed, both of these passes were easily defensible yet challenging to attack. Should Raimei Pass come under assault, the Cloud Shinobi would likely rush to its aid. Kakashi Shomaku understood this well. Iron Fire articulated, "We can divide our forces into 5 routes. The first route will be here at Silver Moon Valley, the second force will be positioned here, while the third, fourth, and fifth routes will encircle the Cloud Shinobi, creating a pincer movement that will segment the battlefield into 4 distinct areas. Here, here, and here are all natural locations conducive to encirclement. An attack from the outside on the southern town would indeed be fraught with challenges, but approaching from another direction, especially from behind, would provide a vantage point of overwhelming advantage." Kakashi Shomaku pondered, who can explain why, despite all being from Konoha, this young man possesses such extraordinary prowess? He has turned warfare into a veritable art. With such a strategy in place, the Cloud Shinobi were bound to suffer a devastating defeat. As for those 2 letters, they would indeed, as Iron Fire suggested, thoroughly strip the Cloud Shinobi of their will to fight. His invincibility would take root in the hearts of the Cloud Shinobi, an indelible shadow that they could not shake. From this point forward, he would remain a specter haunting their thoughts. As long as he existed, the Cloud Shinobi would not dare trespass. In this moment, the Cloud Shinobi stood no chance of victory. Iron Fire raised his cup, toasting with tea in place of wine to Kakashi Shomaku, his demeanor exuding confidence. This forthcoming battle could be said to have maximized the advantages of intelligence and strategic positioning. Kakashi Shomaku, inspired by camaraderie, felt an exhilarating sense of purpose in fighting alongside Iron Fire, devoid of the burdens that once clouded his mind during previous conflicts. "Iron Fire, assign me to any area you wish. I shall follow your orders without hesitation." Kakashi Shomaku pledged his loyalty. Victory has the power to invigorate the spirit. A resounding triumph can unite hearts, igniting a fervor for battle. Iron Fire remarked, "The situation at the southern town is relatively straightforward. Elder, my brother Shomaku, I leave it to you. You need only to conduct a feigned attack, maintaining a certain intensity. The situation at Raimei Pass is more complex. I shall personally oversee it." The Cloud Shinobi's sensory ninjas should now be rendered incapacitated, meaning they have lost their capacity for timely reconnaissance and vast information gathering. However, our sensory ninjas remain intact. This is our singular advantage. Brother, coordinate with the Yamanaka clan to establish a time, perhaps adhering to a certain confidential protocol, for periodic sensory activation and communication. Each contact should conclude when you are ready to strike. After your engagement, the Yamanaka by your side will commence notification. In the realm of ninja warfare, what is of utmost importance? It is intelligence. This colossal advantage, one that we possess and they do not, is simply staggering to contemplate. Kakashi Shomaku nodded. Under absolute intelligence superiority, although the Cloud Shinobi are numerous, a feigned attack on our part should not be difficult. My brother Shomaku, you must shift your perspective. War is a unified action involving thousands of individuals. It relies heavily on grand strategies and tactics. Focusing too intently on details may lead to overlooking the bigger picture. Localized victories and defeats pertain to the overall outcome, but they are merely correlated. You must pay more attention to the macro level. I stand corrected. Kakashi Shomaku felt no offense at Iron Fire's admonition. After all, Iron Fire had earned that right through his record of victories. The sky had just darkened, shrouding half of it in shadows, while the western clouds of sunset had yet to fully dissipate, leaving a golden edge against the ground. As the sun lingered at approximately a fourth of its arc, the Konoha ninjas set forth. The 5 routes of ninja forces were established. Kakashi Shomaku led one group towards the southern town, while Iron Fire took the remaining 4 deeper in, stealthily advancing towards Raimei Pass. Along the way, they deftly left behind the 3 routes, akin to a bear splitting sticks. On the Cloud Shinobi's side, the third Raikage was still in conference with his subordinates, furiously denouncing Iron Fire's audacity in disclosing their intent to assault the southern town, even revealing the timing. An advisor inquired, "Is there some conspiracy at play here?" This question was promptly dismissed by Kakashi Shomaku. There was no need for inquiry, for the Konoha ninja forces had already arrived. Utilizing the sensory advantage of the Yamanaka clan, they had gained early insight into the Cloud Shinobi's troop deployments at the southern town. Kakashi Shomaku conferred with the captains, devising a tactical plan. Even a feigned attack must not appear insincere. A pretense must be made genuine. Once the orders were disseminated, the Konoha ninjas stealthily moved under the cover of darkness, showcasing the practicality of transformation techniques now that the sensory ninjas were incapacitated. They transformed into the silhouettes of nocturnal creatures, traversing the forest with nary a hint of incongruity. Coupled with their spacing of over 50 meters apart, they became exceedingly difficult to detect, like a single drop of water merging into the vast ocean. Approaching silently, they executed their kills without a sound. The Cloud Shinobi's isolated outposts, consisting of merely 3 individuals, were swiftly eradicated. Even if some locations made noise or put up resistance, the outcome remained unchanged. The Konoha ninjas, having been thoroughly trained by Iron Fire, were relentless. Against a Cloud Shinobi outpost of 3, they audaciously deployed 9 to engage in combat. Assassination aside, the 3-to-1 odds were nothing short of morally reprehensible. A series of 13 outposts were swiftly eliminated, and at last, the Cloud Shinobi began to sense the disturbance and react. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake led his formidable army to the very gates of the city. The first wave of feigned assault was officially initiated. From 100 meters away, the Konoha forces launched a volley of small melons. These sparse melons, despite their diminutive appearance, had an explosively vast range. However, the discerning eyes of the ninjas were remarkable. The Cloud ninjas, well-versed in physical techniques, possessed even sharper acuity. Upon sighting the small melons, they immediately reacted, enveloping their comrades in a shield of lightning. The third Raikage himself took to the fray, leaping like a grasshopper to deflect the melons, which burst in the sky with resounding pops, akin to fireworks in bloom. The third Raikage vaulted over the throng, positioning himself at the forefront, casting a keen gaze upon the opposite side. There, he observed the scattered Konoha ninjas, yet neither Kakashi nor Iron Fire was in sight. The night was too dark, obscuring visibility at a distance. He declared loudly, "What audacity! You truly dare to come?" Kakashi retorted, "Konoha conducts its affairs with utmost integrity. Unlike you Cloud ninjas who skulk in the shadows, unworthy of respect. The annihilation of the land of Whirlpools demands an explanation from you Cloud ninjas, for Konoha and the world at large." Such noble words. Yet are you not the same as your allies who remain unmoved while witnessing their demise? Todai appeared beside the Raikage, engaging in a war of words with Kakashi. Kakashi asserted, "Words are futile. Today, the South Gate town shall fall into my grasp." Amidst this exchange, Konoha's offensive showed no signs of abating. The small melons continued to rain down, strategically scattered over a wide area, deliberately targeting points distant from the third Raikage. The Konoha ninjas displayed a remarkable respect for him, ensuring that the small melons avoided harming the esteemed third Raikage. The Cloud ninjas could only resort to lightning ninjutsu for defense. The shields of black, white, blue, and yellow formed by the lightning flickered like fragile candles amidst the explosions, the shockwaves proving quite unbearable. What was even more distressing was that the Konoha ninjas merely continued to hurl small melons without advancing, leaving the Cloud ninjas to endure the onslaught. They found themselves unable to abandon South Gate Town to engage Konoha in open battle, for doing so would leave the town vulnerable to a stealthy assault. Yet, remaining stationary meant they could only weather the storm of attacks. Kakashi, of course, was unperturbed, for this entire maneuver was a mere ruse. The true assault was yet to come. The Cloud ninjas would inevitably come to realize this. Iron Fire had also arrived at the Thunder Mouth. The Thunder Mouth was a checkpoint situated at a V-shaped mountain pass, with towering cliffs on either side that formed a natural barrier. Just how elevated were these mountains? Even a ninja, equipped with tree-climbing skills and considerable chakra, would find it impossible to traverse these heights directly. 1. The mountains themselves soared to around 10,000 meters. 2. Encasing the mountainside was a layer of mist. This mist was a unique thundercloud of the land of lightning, suffused with high-voltage currents, ensuring that any intruder would meet a grim fate. This layer of cloud was especially dense, occupying a full fifth of the mountain's height, rendering even chakra protection ineffective. This, indeed, is the significance of the Thunder Mouth. Securing the Thunder Mouth would grant control over this vital gateway into and out of the land of lightning.